Chapter 1. A Man in the Wasteland, Middle-Age Struggles. In the year 224 of the Wasteland era, in the Eastern Land, lies Merrill Town, on the outskirts of Shantytown number 13. Boom! A flash of white light flickered as lightning danced beneath the dark clouds on the horizon. A fierce wind whipped up the acidic rain, lashing against this dilapidated neighborhood. Inside a dim, damp room, the ceiling was cracked, and rain droplets trickled down the moldy wooden planks, the sound of water dripping into a battered metal bucket echoing softly. Cao Dan sat by the bed, his spirit dulled. He stared blankly at his rough hands, the nails grimy and caked with dirt, his mind buzzing with confusion. As a modern-day office worker obsessed with novels, he had often fantasized about traversing into another world. Yet he never imagined he would be reborn into such a wretched post-apocalyptic wasteland, where the very ground seemed to tremble beneath him. The memories played back in his mind, frozen in time from half an hour ago. At that moment, amidst the bright lights and lively banter, he had just turned 30, finally achieving a mid-level management position in his company. Though his hairline was receding, he was still addressed as Director Cao. At a celebratory toast for his promotion, feeling buoyant from the drinks, he had retreated to the restroom for a breath of fresh air. It was then that his mother's relentless marriage proposal call struck him like thunder. "Son, Aunt Wang next door has a girl for you. She's in your advanced manufacturing development zone, a civil servant, graduate degree, a level 4 department head. This condition is likely beneath him." Just as Cao Dan hung up the phone in resignation, his foot slipped on some soap left by an unknown miscreant, and he struck the back of his head hard against the sink. When he regained consciousness, he found himself here. What a stroke of bad luck, truly in a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Cao Dan took a deep breath, massaging his temples as he processed the unfamiliar memories in his mind. This body was also named Cao Dan, but it was already 42 years old. At 42, he was in the prime of life in his past, but in this wasteland where the average life expectancy was merely 30, he was considered quite aged. The condition of this body could only be described as horrendous. Long-term malnutrition had caused it to be frail and hunched. Years of indulgence in the nightlife had left it weak and vulnerable, compounded by radiation exposure in youth, rendering even slight exertion breathless. Most perilous was the fact that in this world, rife with monsters and ruled by the strong, he was neither a noble awakened being nor a genetically enhanced individual. In comparison to his previous memories, his current combat prowess was scarcely superior to that of the most common desert giant ant found in the wild. It is worth noting that the desert giant ant occupies the lowest rung of the biological hierarchy in the wasteland, akin to the status of rabbits in his previous life. In my past life, I had just finished paying off my mortgage and was preparing to enjoy life. Now, I am reborn as a pitiful old bachelor living in a slum. Cao Dan glanced down at his greasy work vest, sighed in despair, unsure of when it was last washed, exuding a strange odor. At that moment, the iron door was pounded upon, producing a loud clang. "Cao Dan, open the door. Don't pretend to be dead in there." The coarse voice mixed with the sound of rain penetrated the room. Cao Dan shivered involuntarily, instinctively shrinking his neck in response to the original owner's reflexes. Memories surged forth, and he recognized the voice as belonging to the rent collector who ruled this shantytown, known as Director Jean, nicknamed Gold Tooth. In this shantytown, Jean was akin to a local emperor. Cao Dan dared not delay, quickly approaching and pulling open the rusty iron door. As the door swung open, a foul mix of odors assaulted him. The rain outside had lessened slightly, but it still drizzled. At the threshold stood a corpulent middle-aged man, sporting a classic bald head, several damp strands of hair clinging to his scalp, appearing rather comical. He held a half-soaked, low-quality cigarette in his mouth, revealing a set of yellowed teeth in the dim light. Behind him stood 4 or 5 young men, their hair dyed in various colors, covered in tattoos, wielding steel pipes and chains, their expressions menacing as they glared at Cao Dan. Jean frowned, sizing up Cao Dan before spitting a thick phlegm onto the ground at his feet, impatiently barking. "You've dragged this out for half a month, Cao old dog. I'll tell you, my patience is limited. Hurry up with the payment. Including last month's interest, it totals 11G. If you fall short, you'd better prepare to feed the radiation wolves in the wasteland tonight." 11G, Dongxing coins. This figure loomed over Cao Dan like a mountain. In the wasteland, safety is the most exorbitant luxury. Cao Dan survived in the shanty town of Merrill Town only due to the precarious semblance of order that still existed here. And the price of residing here was exorbitant rent and protection fees. Though the original owner claimed to be a mechanic, his skills were mediocre, merely patching up broken things, yielding meager income. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Cao Dan cursed inwardly, yet his face wore a humble, ingratiating smile. He fumbled in the pocket of his greasy jacket for what felt like an eternity, trembling as he retrieved a handful of coins, counting them carefully before reluctantly offering them. "Director Jean, please check. It's exactly 11G, not a penny less." Jean snatched the money, a handful of crumpled bills emblazoned with the Dongxing Mountain Heavy Armored Base emblem, and some severely worn alloy coins. He weighed the money in his hand before snorting in disdain, pocketing it. "Consider yourself sensible." Jean cast him a sidelong glance, discarding the cigarette, but crushing it underfoot. "Be clever next month. Don't make me come here again. Now get lost." With that, he and his gang of lackeys cursed as they moved on to the next unfortunate soul. After seeing off these harbingers of misfortune, Cao Dan closed the door with a sigh of relief, leaning against the cold door, exhaling a long breath. He surveyed his surroundings. This room, barely 20 square meters, contained only a hardboard bed, a workbench with a broken leg, and a filthy cabinet, leaving the walls bare. The urine bucket in the corner swayed ominously from the earlier commotion, releasing a nauseating stench. What a sin, Cao Dan thought, unable to bear the odor, pinching his nose as he lifted the bucket, preparing to dispose of it. Upon reopening the door, the rain had nearly ceased, with only the eaves still dripping. Coincidentally, the neighbor across the way returned at that moment. She was a woman in her 30s, carrying a piece of meat wrapped in lotus leaves, fumbling for her keys to open the door. The woman wore a slightly tight, dark red old sweater, paired with faded jeans. Though only a silhouette, her figure was undeniably voluptuous. Cascading waves of auburn hair tumbled over her shoulders, her waist slender, and her hips full, presenting an astonishing waist-to-hip ratio. In this wasteland, where nutrition was generally scarce, she appeared particularly alluring. Cao Dan recalled that this enchanting woman was named Zhu Hanhong. Chapter 2. The alluring lady in a past life. Such a figure could only be described with a single phrase: wider hips than shoulders. Sensing the gaze behind her, the young matron turned her head. She possessed a captivating beauty, her eyes bearing the subtle traces of time, yet her enchanting peach blossom eyes were particularly alluring, reminiscent of a ripe, luscious peach. Upon recognizing Cao Dan, her eyes sparkled, and a teasing smile curved her lips. "Oh, is this not Master Cao? How come you didn't indulge in the pleasures of Nightingale Street today? Have those little temptresses drained your wallet, leaving you penniless?" Having been reborn, Cao Dan had absorbed the memories of his previous life, yet he remained somewhat naive regarding interpersonal relationships. Caught off guard by the teasing of this exquisite neighbor, his face flushed, and he awkwardly scratched his head. "And no, that's not the case. I've quit." "Quit?" The matron erupted into a fit of laughter, as if she had heard the grandest of jokes. "Master Cao, no offense, but with your meager skills, earning a living isn't easy. You're not getting any younger. It would be wise to avoid such places. Seek a respectable woman, save for a few years, and you could move to town for a more stable life." Cao Dan observed her enchanting demeanor, then cast his gaze down at his own withered physique, feeling a tumult of emotions within. The original owner of this body was in his 40s, yet due to a life of indulgence and years spent in contact with heavy metals and waste oil, he appeared a decade older than his actual age. In this vicinity, people regarded him as a lecherous old scoundrel. Indeed. Cao Dan could only nod along with her words, adopting a submissive demeanor, resembling a decrepit old man. The matron, noticing his disposition, softened her teasing gaze, replaced with a hint of sympathy. "You look utterly defeated. You must have just been cleaned out by Jean Day, right? Be more cautious in the future." With that, she shook her head and swayed her hips as she entered her home, slamming the door behind her. After emptying the chamber pot, Cao Dan returned to the small, desolate room filled with an air of despair. Sitting on the hard bed, he was engulfed by a profound sense of powerlessness. How embarrassing. Lying on his back, he stared at the moldy ceiling, bitterly smiling to himself. "In my previous life, I was perpetually single, focused solely on making money and repaying my mortgage, never having tasted the pleasures of a woman before my demise. In this life, I have become an old hand, yet my body is hollowed out, and I am impoverished to the point of being destitute. It was not the time for lamentation. After paying the rent, he found himself nearly penniless. If he did not devise a way to earn money soon, he would not only be unable to move to town, but might soon be unable to afford even the sawdust-laden black bread. Naturally timid, yet even more afraid of death, Cao Dan sprang up from the bed, realizing he needed to assess his meager possessions. He rummaged through the room, determined to scour every nook and cranny. Half an hour later, all his belongings were laid out on the shaky workbench. 2 printed banknotes from Malil Town, each worth 1G, totaling 2G. 3 ancestral books, their pages yellowed and corners curled. A heap of scrap metal, mostly rusted gears, bearings, and tin. A box of ordinary bullets was counted, revealing 25 rounds remaining. This was the most economical of the reloaded ammunition. A hefty revolver, the prized possession of the previous owner, lay before him. Though somewhat worn, it had been maintained adequately. Several vials contained the blood of low-tier monsters. A set of mechanics' tools, with the screwdriver heads worn down to dullness, rested nearby. An old machete bore several chips along its edge. 2 barrels of ethanol fuel weighed approximately 200 pounds. This would serve to power mechanical devices and could also be utilized as substandard fuel. 3 nutritional bars, tasting akin to chewed wax, could sustain life. Gazing at this meager collection of belongings, Cao Dan fell into contemplation. In this world, the currency system remained relatively robust. The region where Malil Town was situated lay to the southeast of Eastern Land, bolstered by the formidable Eastern Victory Mountain Heavy Armament Base. Their issued Eastern Victory coins were linked to the Crystal Core, enjoying a stellar reputation. A typical family of 3 in such a slum area spent roughly 20G a month on living expenses. Thus, the 2G in Cao Dan's possession would suffice to stave off starvation for a mere 3 days. The previous owner had been a mechanic, although his skills were lacking. They had at least allowed him to scrape by. Cao Dan's gaze fell upon the array of tools as he endeavored to recall some knowledge of mechanical repair. In an instant, his complexion turned ashen. His mind was a blank slate. Aside from fragmented memories of mundane life and sordid recollections of where to find charming young women, the core memories of how to repair firearms and modify machinery had seemingly vanished without a trace, as though formatted away. What the hell? Is this some sort of joke? Cao Dan felt beads of cold sweat break out upon his brow. Without the inheritance of skills, he was merely a feeble 42-year-old man. Venture into the wilderness to hunt monsters? Such folly would be tantamount to courting death. Engage in labor at the marketplace? Given his current state, he'd be exhausted and spitting blood in mere moments. Calm down, calm down. After a moment's reflection, Cao Dan's gaze settled upon the 3 ancestral books. These tomes had been cherished by the previous owner, yet had remained buried in the depths of the storage, rarely glanced at. Cao Dan casually picked up the first volume. Its cover inscribed with hasty characters, the production and modification of 3 types of special bullets. He hoped it would prove useful, even if only for last-minute preparations. As he flipped through the pages, the content was dense and perplexing, filled with intricate diagrams and chemical formulas. The book detailed methods for modifying 3 types of special bullets. Spiral bullet, engraved with spiral grooves on the projectile tip, enhancing penetration and providing a slight armor-piercing effect. Explosive bullet, filled with unstable chemicals, resulting in a minor explosion and combustion upon impact. Infrared bullet, the most advanced, allegedly capable of embedding a rudimentary heat-sensing chip to facilitate a degree of tracking, the previous owner noted, an exaggeration, as the materials are prohibitively expensive. Cao Dan braced himself and continued reading. Initially, the text appeared as incomprehensible as an ancient script. Strangely, as he meticulously read each word, a peculiar warmth began to swirl in his mind. He seemed to enter a profound state, where the mundane knowledge points were indelibly etched into his consciousness. When one immerses oneself in a task, time invariably slips away swiftly. After an indeterminate period, upon turning the last page, a line of pale blue translucent text abruptly materialized before his eyes. You have diligently read the production and modification of 3 special bullets, acquiring knowledge related to bullet modification. Basic modification proficiency level 1. What? Cao Dan's eyes widened in disbelief as he rubbed them vigorously. The text lingered in the air for a few moments before slowly dissipating. A golden finger. A system. I knew it. Cao Dan was so exhilarated that he nearly leaped from his chair. As a seasoned bibliophile, he understood precisely what this meant. He hastily set aside the book and eagerly picked up the second volume, The Theory and Practice of Marksmanship by Mechs. Chapter 3, Establishing a Career with a Golden Finger. This tome was even heftier, detailing how to shoot while in motion, employ firearms in close combat, and even offering some musings on swordsmanship. Cao Dan devoured the text with insatiable fervor. You have diligently read The Theory and Practice of Marksmanship by Mechs, acquiring knowledge related to firearm combat. Basic Shooting Proficiency Level 1, Close Combat Proficiency Level 1, Basic Swordsmanship Proficiency Level 1. It truly was effective. With each notification, Cao Dan felt as though his muscles were gaining a new memory. The grip of his hand on the gun became increasingly natural, and his mind was filled with numerous reflexes pertaining to combat. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the third book. Its title was striking: The Method of Rectal Lifting, Waist Strengthening, and Kidney Fortification. This was a yellowing pamphlet adorned with various embarrassing poses and breathing techniques, accompanied by phrases like solidifying the foundation and revitalizing vigor. For the sake of survival and to rejuvenate this ailing body, he resolved to practice. Gritting his teeth, Cao Dan adjusted his breathing according to the techniques outlined in the book, even attempting a few movements while seated. You have diligently read and practiced the method of rectal lifting, waist strengthening, and kidney fortification, acquiring knowledge related to health preservation, yang cultivation proficiency level 1. A surge of warmth arose from his lower abdomen, and the persistent discomfort in his waist and knees noticeably eased. Cao Dan's face flushed with excitement as he repeatedly perused these 3 books. After dozens of readings, the notifications of skill advancement ceased to appear. It seemed that mere reading had reached a plateau. Practical application was now required. Having exhausted the theoretical knowledge, it was time to put it to the test. Taking a deep breath, he directed his gaze toward the workbench. Since he had inherited the skill of basic modification, he decided to embark on the quickest path to wealth: crafting bullets. In the Wasteland, ordinary bullets could be purchased for 5 rounds per 1G, while special bullets commanded several times that price. Even the simplest of spiral bullets, provided they possess acceptable quality, can fetch a staggering price of 1G each. This constitutes an exorbitant profit. Cao Dan settled at his workbench and illuminated the dimly lit lamp. He picked up an ordinary bullet, grasped a file, and an engraving needle. The essence of the spiral bullet lies in the depth and angle of the engraving on the bullet head. The knowledge swirling in his mind began to activate, yet his hands felt somewhat clumsy. It was his inaugural attempt. Zing! A tremor coursed through his hand, causing the engraving tool to cut too deeply, rendering the bullet unusable. Production failed. Basic Modification Proficiency Level 1. Could failure yield experience? A flicker of joy ignited in Cao Dan's heart. On his second attempt, his hands steadied somewhat. Yet the powder charge was a tad excessive. Production failed. Basic Modification Proficiency Level 1. The third, fourth, and a consecutive 6 attempts all ended in failure. Gazing at the 6 discarded bullets upon the table, Cao Dan felt as though his heart was bleeding. Each represented a monetary loss. Nevertheless, he pressed on. On the 7th attempt, Cao Dan held his breath, his focus sharpening to an acute degree. His hands, once trembling with age, transformed into a paragon of stability. The file glided gently across the bullet head, leaving behind a flawless spiral pattern. Subsequently, he meticulously adjusted the propellant, sealed it, and polished it. Minutes later, a bullet adorned with spiral engravings lay quietly in his palm. Production successful. Acquired low-quality spiral bullet 1. Basic Modification Proficiency Level 5. In that very moment, Cao Dan's vision jolted. A torrent of data cascaded down like a waterfall, ultimately coalescing into a technologically sophisticated, pale golden interface. Detected that the host has successfully mastered a survival skill, meeting activation conditions. Prerequisite task completed. Establishing a foothold in the Wasteland. Reward: Skill Enhancement Card 1, Mechanic Class, applicable only to initial profession skills level 1 and below. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the family and career system. Cao Dan was momentarily taken aback. The family and career system? The name seemed reminiscent of something an elderly community committee member would devise. Before he could fully articulate his thoughts, a detailed attribute panel unfurled before him. Name: Cao Dan, lifespan: 4,255, suboptimal health, premature aging, physique, 0. 52, standard for adults is 1. Occupation: none, not even deemed a competent laborer. Partner: none, perpetually single. In this life and the next, offspring: none, bloodline. none talent, none specialty, none skills. Basic modification, LV1, progress, 12250. Basic shooting, LV0, progress, 80100. Close combat, LV0, progress, 50100. Basic swordsmanship, LV0, progress, 35100. Young nurturing method, LV0, progress, 30100. Items, skill enhancement card 1. A lifespan of merely 55 years. Cao Dan gazed at the glaring number. A chill running through him. This meant that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he had but 13 years left to live. However, with the system at his disposal, defying fate should not pose a problem. He noticed a series of flickering icons in the lower right corner of his vision. Personal, tasks, shop, unlocked, family, unlocked. He clicked on the tasks section. Today's task, none, prerequisite guidance completed. This week's task, the first bucket of gold, task description, a man without wealth cannot stand tall. To establish a family and career, one must first possess the means to provide. Task objective, complete a commercial transaction with a minimum value of 10G. Task reward, 1 additional year of life. This month's task, a proper craftsman, task description. In this wasteland, possessing a legitimate professional status serves as the best disguise. Task objective, obtain a formal job certification, such as junior mechanic, bounty hunter, merchant, etc. Task reward, unlock the family module and receive 1 special blueprint. Long-term main task, branching out, task description. As humanity withers in the wasteland, as the host of the system, you bear the responsibility of contributing to the continuation of human civilization. Please establish a family and procreate as soon as possible. Reward, for each partner with a compatibility score of over 80, randomly receive 1 golden tier treasure, including skills, talents, etc. For each offspring born, receive 1 special talent. As he perused this string of tasks, particularly the final one regarding branching out, Cao Dan couldn't suppress a wild twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was one thing to be urged into marriage by his mother in his previous life, but now, having traversed into another realm, he was being compelled by the system to seek a spouse, marry, and bear children. Moreover, this system even encouraged abundance in progeny. Cao Dan stroked his chin, his expression gradually becoming peculiar. While it may sound rather frivolous, upon deeper reflection, in this damned apocalypse, if he could grow stronger through the system, marry several beautiful wives, and father a multitude of children, becoming a local magnate in this remote town didn't he seem so unappealing after all. In the dimly lit room, Cao Dan let out a rather lascivious chuckle. Yet, he quickly stifled his amusement. Fantasies are delightful, but reality is stark. The immediate priority was to complete this week's task, earn that 10G, and extend his lifespan. 10G profit. Cao Dan glanced at the freshly crafted spiral bullet on the table, and then at the remaining 19 ordinary bullets. Though the success rate was low, if he could convert a few bullets into spiral rounds, even if half were to fail, the rest could fetch a decent price. More importantly, he possessed a skill enhancement card. System, activate the skill enhancement card to enhance, simple modification. A torrent of immense information surged into his mind, encompassing the realms of materials science, structural studies, and a compendium of both failures and successes in modifications. His hands, as if honed through countless trials, became increasingly deft and powerful. Ding. Congratulations, host. Skill in basic modification has been elevated to LV2, glimpse of proficiency. LV2 effect. Success rate of modifications increased by 30, with a minuscule chance of producing superior quality attributes. Cao Dan grasped a bullet once more, and this time, his movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation. He etched, filled, and sealed. In a mere minute, he achieved success. Production successful, acquired 1 spiral bullet. He did it. A gleam sparkled in Cao Dan's eyes. Outside, the rain continued its relentless descent, accompanied by distant rumbles of thunder. Humming a tune from his past life, Cao Dan immersed himself in the task of modifying bullets. Chapter 4. The eerie night visitor deep into the night. The acid rain had ceased, and the shantytown lay in tranquil silence. In the distance, sporadic howls pierced the stillness. Cao Dan was intently focused on the final polishing of a bullet when a knock echoed through the air, reverberating against the old iron door. Knock, knock, knock. A voice emerged from beyond the door. Cao Dan halted his work, his brow furrowing into a frown. He set down his file, held his breath. and stealthily approached the door. At this hour, a knock was seldom a harbinger of good tidings. Cao Gu, are you home? It's me, the monkey. The hard-skinned monkey. A deliberately lowered voice, reminiscent of a duck's quack, called out. Cao Dan's eyes narrowed as recognition dawned. The individual was named Ho-san, who had awakened a low-tier ability known as skin hardening. While it could not stop bullets, it could withstand ordinary bludgeons and mild radiation, earning him the moniker of hard-skinned monkey. He was one of the original host's dubious friends, a quintessential wasteland scoundrel, typically lazy and indulgent. His greatest passion was consuming a low-quality hallucinogen called dream powder and gambling in underground dens. The original host had often associated with him, their camaraderie stemming from a shared affinity for mischief. Cao Dan did not immediately open the door. Instead, he peered through a rusted gap in the door panel. Illuminated by the flickering corridor lights, he discerned the visitor's appearance. A man, as gaunt as a stick, stood before him, with sunken eyes and pronounced cheekbones, his complexion a sickly waxen hue. At that moment, he paced anxiously at the threshold, his hands rubbing together restlessly, his gaze darting about. Cao Gu, I know you're in there. The light is still on. Hard-skinned monkey pressed his face against the door crack, revealing a set of jagged, blackened teeth. I'm in dire straits, brother. I truly need your help this time. Cao Dan replied coolly from behind the door. I've already retired for the night. We can discuss this tomorrow. Don't be like that. Hard-skinned monkey exclaimed, his urgency palpable as he pounded on the door. Cao Gu, considering our past together, having faced bullets and, well, other matters, lend me some money. Not much, just 5G. I urgently need it and will surely return it by tomorrow. I have no money. Cao Dan replied with resolute finality, having just paid the rent for Jean Dia's place. My pockets are emptier than my face, and I'm currently subsisting on mere air. Cao, don't be so ridiculous. You're a mechanic. Although your skills may be somewhat lackluster, you can still scrape by fixing a few old clunkers. The hard-skinned monkey clearly didn't believe him, his tone growing increasingly frantic. If you want to lend me money. Have you given it all to that promiscuous woman named Xiao Hong on Nightingale Street? I said, Cao, at your age, stop throwing your money at women. Let us pool our resources and hit old Hay's gambling den for a big score. I've recently developed a foolproof technique. Cao Dan listened to his incessant complaints from outside, a cold smile forming within him. Such words from a gambler are hardly trustworthy. He intended to ignore him and return to work, but as he averted his gaze, he suddenly noticed something amiss. Although the hard-skinned monkey was speaking, his neck appeared to be in discomfort, twisting unnaturally. Under the dim light, the skin of his neck had turned a dark, mottled hue. The hard-skinned monkey continued to curse, seemingly oblivious, reaching out to scratch at his neck. The sound of his nails scraping against his skin was jarring, akin to the sound of claws on dry bark or sandpaper rather than flesh. With every scratch, the discolored skin began to writhe and protrude. Cao Dan's pupils dilated in shock. Before his eyes, the collar of the hard-skinned monkey erupted, revealing several scales the size of fingernails, glinting with a cold, eerie light, mingled with blood as they emerged from his flesh. These were not features of humanity, they were scales of a fish. A chill coursed up Cao Dan's spine. He suddenly recalled that in this desolate world, threats to human existence extend beyond mutated creatures and meteorological disasters. There exists something far more terrifying, an unknown contamination. This is a phenomenon that eludes scientific explanation, and once one becomes tainted by this pollution, they undergo a grotesque transformation, their bodies deforming and minds gradually unraveling, ultimately becoming something neither human nor ghost. Moreover, this affliction possesses a remarkable infectiousness. The grotesque appearance of the hard-skinned monkey was unmistakable evidence of contamination. Cao Dan instinctively took a step back, his hand moving toward the revolver at his waist. Cao, why are you silent? The hard-skinned monkey continued to scratch at his neck, seemingly unaware of his own transformation, merely feeling an itch. Lend me some money, please, even 2G would suffice. Cao Dan suppressed the fear rising within him and asked in a low voice, Monkey, where have you been lately? Haven't you been around town? Huh. Oh, you mean that? The hard-skinned monkey's eyes seemed hazy, as if recalling something, and he shivered. Last month, I lost everything, remember? Seeking fortune in danger. I followed a group of monster hunters to a factory by the sea southwest of town. A factory by the sea? Cao Dan's heart raced. That place is indeed a high-risk zone, reportedly a clandestine research facility from the bygone era, with an exceedingly high concentration of radiation. Indeed, those reckless individuals claimed they would venture there to salvage artifacts from the old world. The hard-shelled monkey licked his cracked lips and lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. And guess what happened? Someone fished a corpse out of the factory's luminescent green wastewater pool. They say it was a mermaid. A mermaid? Yes. The upper body is that of a woman, while the lower half resembles a fish tail, strikingly alluring. Ha. The hard-shelled monkey let out a fit of deranged laughter. But with the blood seeping from the scales on his neck, it appeared particularly unsettling. At that moment, I was clever yet timid, not daring to approach too closely, merely scavenging some scrap on the periphery. Yet, the scent was utterly enchanting. Even from hundreds of meters away, one could detect a peculiar fragrance. Cao Dan felt a shiver run down his spine. What peculiar fragrance? It might very well be the source of pollution. And what of those who ventured close? Cao Dan pressed on. Most perished, and the rest seemed to have gone mad. I split from them on the return journey. The hard-shelled monkey waved his hand dismissively and scratched at his neck, this time clawing off a bloody piece of flesh, seemingly oblivious to the pain. Hence, I was contemplating a return, for I heard another team of hunters had discovered a precise mechanical core nearby and exchanged it for a substantial sum with the town management committee. Brother Cao, lend me some money for equipment. Once I strike it rich, get lost. This time, Cao Dan was no longer courteous, barking sharply, leave quickly, do not linger at my doorstep. The hard-shelled monkey was momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for the typically meek and amiable Cao Dan to exhibit such ferocity. His countenance darkened instantly. His previously lecherous features transformed to reveal an ominous countenance. Cao, you heartlessly abandon me in times of peril, do you? Fine, if you want to lend me money. At least give me some anti-radiation medication. I am itching terribly. I must surely be overexposed to radiation. I have no anti-radiation medication. Cao Dan tightened his grip on the gun handle, coldly replying, I never leave the town. I usually rely on the health center for free, albeit ineffective. Treatments for radiation exposure. Where would I acquire medication? And what of those special bullets? The hard-shelled monkey, undeterred, rolled his eyes restlessly, peering through the door crack. Weren't you just hammering away? Surely you've crafted new bullets. Lend me a few, and I will exchange them for money. None, not a single one. Damn it. Cao Dan, you miser, it's no wonder you'll remain a bachelor for life, doomed to rot in this slum. The hard-shelled monkey, witnessing his prospects dwindling, finally shed his facade. He spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva at the door, cursing profusely, before limping away. Cao Dan remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the door crack. The dim yellow light of the corridor stretched the hard-shelled monkey's shadow long, and just as he was about to exit the field of vision, Cao Dan's eyes widened in alarm. On the wall, the shadow of the hard-shelled monkey, which should have taken the form of a human head, transformed in that instant into a grotesque, swollen fish head adorned with barbed protrusions. The shadow's mouth opened and closed, resembling a fishman that had just leapt onto dry land. Cao Dan thought his eyes were deceiving him and hurriedly rubbed them before looking again. The shadow swayed slightly before returning to a normal human form, vanishing around the corner with the hard-skinned monkey. Hiss! Cao Dan sharply inhaled, feeling a chill sweep through his limbs. This was truly sinister. The shadow had morphed, and the hard-skinned monkey was likely running out of time. Leaning against the door, his heart raced violently. Who could this original owner have known? Cao Dan checked the door lock once more and moved a box filled with scrap metal to brace against the door, which provided him with a modicum of security. No, this wasteland is too perilous. Even the slum has been infiltrated by such entities. The desolation beyond is unfathomable. I must endure. I must venture out as little as possible, unless absolutely necessary. He took several deep breaths to calm himself before turning back to the workbench, gaze fixed on the scattered tools and bullet casings. Cao Dan's expression hardened with resolve. He picked up the file once more. Chapter 5. Spiral bullets. As night flowed into day, time slipped away. Morning light streamed through the window, casting beams into the room, where dust particles danced. At the workbench, Cao Dan lay fast asleep, his face dusted with metallic powder. After being startled the previous night, he had transformed his fear into motivation, working tirelessly until the wee hours, until exhaustion finally overtook him, plunging him into a deep slumber. Cao Dan awoke groggily, feeling as if his neck had been broken. He stretched, bones cracking in a symphony of sound. The box of 25 standard bullets had been entirely depleted, Aside from a dozen or so unusable scraps, 6 pristine rounds lay neatly arranged. Each bullet bore intricately carved spiral patterns on its head, glistening with a dangerous allure in the morning light. Spiral bullets, quality product. Rating, though crafted by a novice. The maker poured immense focus into the work, resulting in a penetration power 10 times greater than that of ordinary spiral bullets. Although 6 rounds were not many, they represented his means of survival in the wasteland. Cao Dan stowed the bullets into a snug leather pouch. He picked up a nutrition bar and tore open the packaging. This unappetizing item was a deep brown, resembling rubber in its hardness. Frowning, he took a bite and chewed with determination. Ugh! The taste was akin to gnawing on an old shoe insole. An odd bitterness spread across his palate, and upon swallowing, a fiery sensation ignited in his stomach. This was characteristic of low-quality synthetic food, high in calories yet exceedingly harsh on the digestive tract. Nonetheless, his hunger dissipated almost instantly. After finishing his breakfast, Cao Dan splashed cold water on his face. He retrieved the Python revolver, inspected the bullets, and left one chamber empty to prevent accidental discharge. Draped in a tattered canvas trench coat that concealed the holster at his waist, Cao Dan pushed open the door and stepped into the morning mist. Although Merrill Town lay on the fringes, it served as the sole human settlement within a radius of several hundred miles, leading to a bustling commercial atmosphere. Not far from the shanty town, there was an open space enclosed by barbed wire, known as the Free Trade Zone. Reminiscent of the marketplaces or flea markets of a bygone era, Cao Dan traversed the muddy path, surrounded by a throng of hurried passers-by. Most were like him, destitute scavengers clad in patched garments and burdened by oversized woven bags, their eyes alert with caution. Occasionally, a few heavily armed monster hunters would stride by, donned in leather armor or makeshift metal gear, wielding modified firearms, causing the crowd to part in their wake. The narrow passage was flanked by an array of makeshift stalls. Step right up. Freshly harvested giant ant meat, just killed less than 2 hours ago, still warm. 2 pounds for only 1 G. Don't miss out. A cacophony of shouts arose, advertising the wares: old batteries, scrap chips, and potent aphrodisiacs. The air was thick with the noise of commerce. Cao Dan's gaze swept over the stalls, most offering low-grade materials for mutated creatures. A burly butcher swung a cleaver. A massive giant ant carcass sprawled on the cutting board. These ants, comparable in size to calves, were the most common source of meat in the wasteland. Though tough and sour, they were affordable. In slightly more upscale stalls, rarer items could be found. For instance, the hind leg meat of a grasshopper cannon, a mutated insect capable of shattering rocks with its powerful kicks, offered dense and energy-rich flesh. There were also ribs from the plains gorilla mole, reputed to have a taste akin to that of pork from the old world. In addition to meat vendors, some savvy traders displayed rusted old rifles or boxes of reloaded ammunition. Rather than hastily setting up his own stall, Cao Dan wandered the market, keenly observing the trends. Just then, a sudden scream pierced the air. "Got you, you little brat, daring to steal from me." The crowd swiftly encircled the scene, and Cao Dan stood on tiptoe to catch a glimpse. A gaunt boy, perhaps 12 or 13, was pinned to the muddy ground by 2 burly men brandishing firearms. Clutched tightly in the boy's hand was a piece of compressed biscuit, desperately shoved into his mouth even as someone stepped on his head. "It's the Gray Serpent Gang," someone muttered nearby, laced with fear. Given Merrill Town's limited formal defense forces, concentrated mainly in the affluent and industrial districts, the security in impoverished areas like the shanty town was largely handed over to local gangs. The area where Cao Dan resided was indeed under the dominion of the Gray Serpent Gang. "Damn it, it fell upon me, strike him." One of the burly men raised the butt of his gun and violently brought it down upon the youth's back. Thud! The boy emitted a piercing cry of anguish, blood spewing from his mouth, yet he had managed to swallow the half-biscuit with sheer determination. The surrounding crowd regarded the scene with indifference. No one stepped forward to intervene, and some even displayed a glimmer of malicious glee in their eyes. In the wasteland, compassion is the most trivial and futile of commodities. Theft, in this land of scarcity, is a grave offense. Cao Dan quietly withdrew his gaze, lowered the brim of his hat, and turned to leave. He found a relatively clean patch of ground in a corner and set up a battered cardboard sign he had brought along. Scrawled upon it in charcoal was a crooked line: "High-quality spiral bullets for sale, custom orders for special ammunition accepted, limited to spiral bullets." He then laid out 6 spiral bullets on a clean piece of black cloth. Though few in number, they were displayed attractively. Before long, a man with an old-fashioned hunting rifle approached. "Boss, how much for these bullets?" The man crouched down, picked up a bullet for inspection, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "Wow, the craftsmanship is impressive. The grooves are deep enough. 12 grams each, firm price," Cao Dan stated, revealing the price he had anticipated. Ordinary bullets fetch about 2 grams each, while spiral bullets typically sell for around 1 gram. But he was confident in the quality of his wares. 12 grams. That seems a bit steep, the man frowned. "Is this all you have? Do you have explosive rounds? Or armor-piercing incendiary rounds?" Cao Dan shook his head. "Currently, I only have spiral bullets. I can't make the more complex types for now. TCH, your selection is too limited." The man shook his head and set the bullet down. "I thought you might have something worthwhile. Nowadays, the hides of mutated beasts are tough and thick, and relying solely on spiral bullets won't suffice. By the way, can you make radiation shielding devices?" "Radiation shielding devices?" Cao Dan was taken aback. "Those are essential tools for wasteland hunters, small devices worn on the chest that create a weak force field to repel radioactive dust." "No, I can't," Cao Dan replied honestly. "That contraption is complex in structure and falls into the realm of precision electronics. Even the original owner wouldn't have had the capability to create one, let alone him now." "You can't do anything, and yet you dare to set up a stall?" The man scoffed before rising to leave. In the next half hour, several groups of people came and went. Most expressed disdain for the scarcity and singularity of Cao Dan's goods. In a wasteland where efficiency and firepower reign supreme, a limited product range indeed struggles to retain customers. Cao Dan remained unhurried, sitting calmly, knowing that discerning buyers would eventually appear. Finally, a one-eyed man exuding an aura of menace halted at his stall, clad in armor fashioned from discarded tires and carrying a massive double-barreled shotgun on his back. He reeked of blood, clearly a seasoned hunter who had just returned from the wilderness. He refrained from idle chatter, directly picking up a bullet and scrutinizing it with his single eye for a moment before tracing the grooves of the bullet tip with his nail. "A fine piece." The Cyclops rasped. "The craftsmanship is far superior to the mass-produced wares of those shady shops in town. This spiral design creates a cavity effect upon impact, enhancing lethality by at least 20%. Cao Dan's heart leaped with joy. He had encountered an expert. 12G each, worth the price. The Cyclops retrieved some coins from his waist pouch, counted out 8G, and tossed it onto the black cloth. "I'll take all 6 rounds. No need for change. If you come across more goods of this quality in the future, save them for me." "Certainly, sir." Cao Dan swiftly collected the money and handed over the carefully wrapped bullets. Having completed his first transaction and adding the original 2G in his pocket, Cao Dan's total assets had finally reached 10G. Though he remained a far cry from great wealth, at least he no longer had to worry about his next meal. Chapter 6. Hardships. Cao Dan did not linger, packing up his stall and beginning to procure supplies in the market. As he passed a shop named Delicious Foods, he noted it was not a mere open-air stall, but a converted shipping container. Through the glass window, he could see vacuum-packed red meat, white bread, and even canned fruits inside. The employees wore clean, crisp white uniforms, their hair slicked back, presenting a stark contrast to the grimy hunters outside. Cao Dan swallowed hard and stepped inside. "Welcome," the clerk at the entrance initially greeted with a smile. But upon seeing Cao Dan's tattered clothing and the smell of oil clinging to him, her smile abruptly froze, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. "What do you want?" "Don't touch anything. All our packaging is sterile," the clerk lazily remarked, leaning against the counter without any intention of standing up. Cao Dan glanced at the price tags displayed on the counter, feeling a pang of astonishment. Giant ant meat, 1G per pound. Grasshopper leg meat, 3G per pound. White bread, 2G each. Why is it so expensive? Cao Dan couldn't help but mutter, noting that the giant ant meat outside was only 0.5G expensive. The clerk seemed to find his comment amusing, rolling her eyes. "Country bumpkin, do you dare compare the meat outside with ours? Our products are triple purified by the town's meat processing plant, detoxified, irradiated, and decontaminated. Eating our meat will nourish your body. Consuming the meat outside? Humph, if it kills you. No one will collect your corpse. If you find it too pricey, turn left outside. There's rat meat for sale, cheaper." Cao Dan was left speechless by her retort. He touched the few crisp bills in his pocket, still unspent, and ultimately decided against purchasing the exorbitantly priced purified meat. I'll take 5 C-grade nutrition bars, he said, swallowing his frustration. 1G. The clerk impatiently tossed 5 bars identical to the ones he had consumed that morning toward him. Cao Dan paid and left the food store, his head hanging low. Subsequently, in search of raw materials for specialized ammunition, Cao Dan ventured into a weapon shop known as Iron Blood Arms. This establishment boasted a deeper background, rumored to have ties to the management committee of Mail Town. Upon entering, he observed several employees clad in tactical vests, speaking to a few customers in a condescending manner, exuding an air of indifference. The walls were adorned with an array of firearms, including 2 worn-out exoskeletal power suits. As Cao Dan prepared to approach the counter to purchase some gunpowder and primers, the light at the entrance suddenly dimmed. A towering figure, akin to an iron tower, strode in, bearing a massive black gun bag nearly half his height, each step resonating heavily against the floor. The previously boisterous shop fell into an immediate hush. Customers selecting weapons hastily stepped aside, clearing a wide passage for the newcomer. "Is that the shadowless gun, Hammer Blanqui?" someone whispered, astonished. It was said he ranked among the top 20 hunters in Mail Town, having single-handedly confronted a pack of irradiated wolves. "Shoo! Keep it down, don't let him hear you." The shopkeeper, who had been lounging behind the counter with an arrogant demeanor, sprang to his feet upon noticing the imposing figure. With a beaming smile, he approached with obsequiousness, exclaiming, "Ah, what an honor! Lord Hammer, what brings you here? Just command me, and I shall have it delivered to you." The man, known as Hammer Blanqui, remained expressionless, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Ignoring the shopkeeper's flattery, he simply inquired, "Is the optical cloaking spray I requested in stock?" Yes. It just arrived yesterday." The shopkeeper hastily retreated to the back room, emerging with a metal box. He cautiously opened it, revealing a palm-sized spray can emblazoned with intricate anti-counterfeiting markings. "My Lord Hammer, this is the latest offering from the Northwest Forest Surveillance Bureau, twice as effective as the previous model. To show my respect, this bottle of scent masking agent is a gift for you." The shopkeeper produced another small jar, his face brimming with servility. Hammer Blanqui examined it, nodding slightly. "How much?" "Ah, what are you saying? It is my honor that you would use my shop's goods. There is no charge. Consider this my treat," the shopkeeper proclaimed, thumping his chest. It was well known that the market price for such a can of cloaking spray exceeded 50G. "However," Hammer Blanqui scoffed, "the free is the most expensive. I owe no favors, especially not to a swindler." With that, he unbuckled a leather pouch from his waist and casually tossed it onto the counter, producing a heavy thud. Hammer Blanqui took the spray and strode out of the shop with purposeful strides. Only after his silhouette vanished did the atmosphere within the store regain its liveliness. The shopkeeper, unfazed, grinned as he opened the leather pouch. Those around craned their necks to catch a glimpse, collectively gasping in astonishment. In the bag lay 8 sharp, curved beaks glinting with a metallic sheen. My heavens! These were the beaks of the laser scavenger birds. The shopkeeper was flushed with excitement, exclaiming that a single beak could pierce through steel plates. Truly formidable creatures. Lord Hammer had managed to hunt down 8 in one go. These beaks, if delivered to the town's processing factory, would fetch no less than 100G. What a windfall. The name of a person is like the shadow of a tree. The name Hammer Blanqui etched itself into Cao Dan's mind as he stood in the corner. This exemplified the privileges that power bestows. In this wasteland, strength meant that the rules served you. "Boss, I need some bullets." Cao Dan stepped forward. The shopkeeper, still toying with the beaks, did not raise his head. "What do you want?" "Standard pistol rounds, and I'll need materials for reloading as well." "Everything else right there. Help yourself." The shopkeeper resumed his indifferent demeanor. Cao Dan felt no anger. He had no right to be upset. Ultimately, he spent 9G on 45 rounds of ordinary ammunition and some gunpowder primers, leaving him with not a single coin to his name, a return to square one after a night's effort. With supplies in hand, Cao Dan made his way back to the shantytown. As he approached his doorstep, ready to retrieve his keys, the door across the way swung open. A voluptuous woman with cascading red waves of hair emerged, yet this time she did not tease him as she had the previous day. Her arm was tightly entwined with a burly man. The man sported a buzz cut, a scar running across his face, and carried a modified assault rifle slung across his back. His muscular frame screamed danger. Cao Dan recognized him as the notorious leader of a local hunting squad, known as Lei. Rumor had it that he was quite powerful and was saving up to relocate his entire team to the outskirts of the town. The red-haired beauty nestled against Lei, her features radiant with affection as she gazed at him. Upon noticing Cao Dan, she cast him a cursory glance and offered a slight nod. The man reciprocated with a brief nod in acknowledgement of his neighbor. With an arm around the woman's waist, he strode confidently into the house. Bang! The door slammed shut, and faint sounds of laughter echoed from within. Sigh. Cao Dan stood before his dilapidated door, exhaling a heavy sigh before lowering his head and entering. Chapter 7. Homecoming Click. He shut the iron door behind him. Cao Dan returned to his workbench and collapsed into a chair, gasping for breath. He looked down at his body, ribs prominently visible, skin loose and lacking luster. Having merely ventured to the free trading zone, a round trip of no more than 2 kilometers, he had sweated profusely from anxiety. Now back home, his legs felt weak and his knees ached. His physical condition was abysmal. He chuckled bitterly and pinched the sagging flesh on his thigh. At the age of 42, he would still be considered in his prime during peaceful times, yet in this forsaken place, he was already half a foot in the grave. Cao Dan let out a bitter laugh, involuntarily recalling the scenes he had witnessed today. The man known as team leader Lei, effortlessly carrying his heavy equipment, strode forward with remarkable agility, his arm wrapped around the waist of a beautiful woman with flowing red hair. Then there was Hammer Blanky, standing like an iron tower. Merely his presence silenced those around him. Physical fitness is the foundation of revolution, as well as the bedrock for establishing a family. With my current appearance, should I ever take a wife, I might very well exhaust myself on our wedding night. Gritting his teeth, Cao Dan forced himself to rise from his chair, shedding the outer garment that exuded a pungent odor, revealing a yellowed tank top beneath. It is imperative to prioritize health and engage in physical training. If I do not enhance my physical capabilities, not only will I struggle to fulfill the system's tasks, but I will also be defenseless against the dangers that lurk in this desolate wasteland. Cao Dan retrieved a time-worn book with an unusual cover titled Techniques for Strengthening the Body. The exercises within were indeed embarrassing. Some required him to crouch like a frog, stimulating his abdomen, while others demanded a single-legged stance with a contorted waist, and yet others necessitated a specific breathing rhythm to contract the pelvic muscles. If someone were to enter the room at that moment and witness a 42-year-old balding man contorting himself into these bizarre positions, they would surely think him mad. Embarrassment aside, Cao Dan was undeterred. Following the illustrations in the book, he assumed the first position, aptly named the dragon hiding in the abyss. Essentially, it was a deep squat combined with a pelvic lift, while both hands were positioned at an odd angle on the lower back, targeting the kidney area. Breathing steadily, Cao Dan adjusted his rhythm. Initially, apart from the soreness in his muscles and the tearing sensation of stretching, he felt nothing. Sweat dripped from his forehead onto the floor. His thigh muscles began to tremble uncontrollably. Persevere. Just hold on for another second. Just as he felt he might collapse, a green character flashed in his vision. Young Nourishing Technique Proficiency Level 1. Hold on, I want to see the experience bar moving. Cao Dan clenched his teeth, fervently repeating in his mind, add 1, add 1. Indeed, as long as his movements were precise, faint green characters would continually emerge at the edges of his vision. Young Nourishing Technique Proficiency Level 1. Young Nourishing Technique Proficiency Level 1. Time slipped away quietly amidst the sound of dripping sweat. Cao Dan had lost track of how long he had been enduring. All he felt was that his legs had gone numb and his waist ached as though it might snap. Yet he could distinctly sense that, in sync with that unique breathing rhythm, a faint but warm current began to rise from deep within his abdomen, precisely from the dantian region. Though this warmth was as thin as a strand of silk, wherever it passed, the stiff, fatigued muscles experienced a delightful tingling comfort. Finally, after yet another prompt appeared, the number reached a critical point. Ding! Through relentless research and arduous practice, your skill in the nourishing method has ascended to Level 1, a nascent glimpse into the path. Level 1 effect. Constitution 01, Stamina Recovery Speed 10. It has been detected that the host has unearthed latent life potential through their corporeal form, successfully developing a hidden attribute, Inner Chi. Current Inner Chi value, 01. Inner Chi. Cao Dan abruptly sank to the ground, disregarding his image, and hastily summoned his personal panel. Indeed, beneath the attributes section, a line emanating a faint white luminescence appeared. Inner Chi, 01, a form of life energy born deep within biological cells, capable of nourishing the organs and fortifying the bones. It serves as a key for ordinary individuals to transcend their corporeal limitations amidst the wasteland. Cao Dan closed his eyes, savoring the sensation. It was peculiar, akin to a gentle mouse within his body, slowly traversing his spine and eventually resting at the location of his kidneys, radiating warmth. His hands and feet, long accustomed to a chilling numbness from excessive indulgence, now bore a newfound warmth. The heavy gloom that had perpetually shrouded him seemed to dissipate somewhat. Incredible. This golden finger is truly miraculous. Cao Dan clenched his fists in excitement. What does this signify? It signifies that even without expensive genetic serums or high-risk radiation mutations, he could forge a path to strength merely through this tattered book and the system's enhancement. As long as he cultivates, his cells would ceaselessly generate this energy. This is no mere method of health cultivation. It is evidently a technique of profound cultivation from a fantastical novel of his past life. Cao Dan exhaled a long, turbid breath, which manifested in the air as a faint white mist, lingering and undispersed. Though his body remained weary, his spirit soared with unprecedented fervor. Seizing the moment, Cao Dan glanced at the old machete in the corner. It was the original owner's means of self-defense, with nicks along the blade and a handle wrapped in dark, shiny cord. He approached and grasped the machete. It felt heavy in his hand. Previously, swinging it would have resulted in wrist pain after just a few motions. Yet now, bolstered by an increase of 0.1 in constitution and the support of inner chi, the machete felt somewhat lighter. The chapters on close combat and swordsmanship from the theory and practice of Marcus gunplay surfaced in his mind. Although it was not a sword, the principles were largely similar. Cao Dan assumed a stance in the cramped room. He executed slashes, chops, lifts, and thrusts. Initially awkward, he nearly struck the table leg several times. However, with each repetition, the system's corrective influence began to manifest. Basic swordsmanship proficiency 1. Close combat proficiency 1. His muscle memory was being forcefully rewritten. The once clumsy flailer of wild punches gradually grasped the art of exertion. He learned how to harness the power from his waist to drive his arms, and how to adjust the blade's angle with a flick of his wrist. Sweat once again soaked through his clothing, this time mingled with a trace of dark, oily impurities. He practiced relentlessly until the afternoon, when the light outside grew dim. Cao Dan felt as though his arms were leaden, unable to lift even a fraction of their weight, compelling him to cease his exertions. 2 notification chimes echoed. Close combat has advanced to LV1. Effect: Constitution 0.1, reaction speed 5. Basic swordsmanship has advanced to LV1. Effect: Constitution 0.1, slight enhancement in arm strength. Cao Dan cast aside his machete and collapsed onto his bed in a starfish position. Exhaustion enveloped him. He was utterly fatigued. Yet, he wore a broad smile, akin to that of a simpleton. He reopened the interface. Name: Cao Dan, lifespan, 4255, subhealthy. Premature aging, Constitution, 0.82. The average for a healthy adult male is 1, though still a weakling. He has ascended from critical illness to a subhealthy state. Inner energy, 0.1. As his constitution strengthens, his inner energy slightly expands. Occupation, none. He is not even a competent laborer. Partner, none. A solitary soul. In this life and the last. Offspring, none. Bloodline, none. Talent, none. Specialization, none. Skills. Simple modification, LV1. Progress, 89250. Basic shooting, LV0. Progress, 80100. Close combat, LV1. Progress, 10250. Basic swordsmanship, LV1. Progress, 12250. Yang nourishing technique, LV1. Progress, 21250. In just a day, his constitution had increased by 0.3, although he still fell short of the norm. This visible progress was a source of quiet satisfaction for Cao Dan. As long as he didn't give up, he would strive relentlessly. Chapter 8. Stepping outside in the days that followed, Cao Dan embraced a hermit-like existence, rarely venturing beyond the confines of his home. Outside, chaos reigned. At times, the echoes of gunfire pierced the stillness of the night. At others, the sound of a neighbor's woman weeping filled the air, mingling with the curses of Jean Dia collecting rent. Morning and evening blurred into one another. Unwavering, Cao Dan dedicated himself entirely to self-improvement. Before dawn had even penetrated the layers of acid rain clouds, he was already awake. He commenced with an unwavering hour of yang nourishing technique. Under his consistent nurturing, The inner energy that had initially been as fine as a strand of hair grew to the thickness of a toothpick. Each time the inner energy circulated through his body, he could sense every cell within him rejoicing, and that sense of fulfillment became an intoxicating obsession. Next came the morning dedicated to bullet crafting. At his workbench, the blue flame of the alcohol lamp danced. With the increasing proficiency of his simple modification skill, Cao Dan's techniques became ever more refined. The creation of spiral bullets no longer posed a significant challenge. A file in his hands moved with the grace of an embroidery needle, each stroke executed with precision, reducing the rate of defective products to nearly zero. Upon completing 10 high-quality spiral bullets, Cao Dan turned his attention to the creation of explosive incendiary rounds. The principle behind this endeavor involved drilling a cavity within the bullet's tip, filling it with highly sensitive flammable chemicals, and sealing it with a specialized impact detonator. This task not only tested the craftsmanship of microsculpting, but also demanded an intricate control over the stability of chemical agents. Determined, Cao Dan retrieved a standard bullet, inhaled deeply, and focused his internal energy to his fingertips, steadying his hand as if it were a vice. The drilling was a success. He prepared the incendiary mixture, combining magnesium powder with an oxidizer, and adding a trace of unstable enzymes extracted from monster blood. With a resounding boom, a dull explosion erupted, enveloping the workspace in a cloud of black smoke. Cao Dan coughed, his face smeared with soot and a patch of his brow singed. Creation failed. Basic modification proficiency too. Though it exploded, you gained a deeper understanding of gunpowder's volatile temperament. Cursing, he pressed on. The second attempt resulted in a shattered projectile. A failure. The third was marred by a misinstallation of the detonator, yet another failure. Throughout the afternoon, the small room was filled with the sounds of muffled bangs and Cao Dan's expletives, as the remaining 10 standard bullets were consumed like water. Observing the materials reduced to scrap metal, Cao Dan felt a pang of anguish. This was all money. Finally, with only one bullet remaining, his eyes reddened. He steadied his mind, channeling his internal energy, concentrating it in his eyes and fingertips. In that moment, the world around him faded, leaving only the minuscule bullet tip. He envisioned the intricate patterns within the metal and sensed the vibrations of the chemical molecules. Sealing, compressing, coating, each action flowed seamlessly. Minutes later, a bullet adorned with a dark red mark stood quietly on the table. It appeared unremarkable, yet once it penetrated a monster's body, the ensuing high temperature would incinerate its innards. Creation successful, received one inferior explosive bullet, basic modification proficiency 10. With only one success out of 10 attempts. The cost was staggering. Cao Dan gazed at the solitary bullet, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Although he had succeeded, the expense was a bitter pill to swallow. Thankfully, his proficiency was rapidly increasing, with the progress bar for basic modification surpassing the halfway mark. As afternoon turned to evening, Cao Dan continued to hone his skills in close combat and basic swordsmanship. In the cramped confines of his small room, the glint of blades flashed vigorously. Bare-chested, the formerly gaunt contours of his chest and arms began to reveal subtle muscle definition. Though not yet pronounced, his skin tightened and became more resilient, imparting a youthful vigor to his appearance. He even noticed that when he wielded his makeshift blade with his internal energy, it produced a faint whooshing sound as it sliced through the air. Days passed in a blur of activity, fulfilling yet exhausting, accompanied by an incessant hunger. Cao Dan discovered that since the awakening of his internal energy, his body had transformed into an insatiable abyss. Once, a single nutritional bar could sustain him for an entire day, even causing a sensation of fullness. Yet now, following his morning practice of the nourishing yang method, his stomach growls like a lovesick toad. Just after lunch, having finished his afternoon sword practice, that insatiable hunger returns, accompanied by the dizziness and anxiety brought on by low blood sugar. To extract internal energy, cells require an abundance of protein and calories. Cao Dan gazed at the last, thoroughly depleted nutritional bar in his hand, on the verge of tears. In recent days, his carefully rationed supplies had been consumed at an alarming rate, double or even triple what he had anticipated. This was untenable. He could not endure it any longer. A burning sensation gnawed at his stomach, with an excess of gastric acid flooding his system. While internal energy could fortify the body, it cannot be conjured from thin air. It must be drawn from sustenance. Without food, forcing oneself to practice would only deplete one's vitality, reducing a person to a mere shell of their former self. He cast a glance out the window. The dawn had yet to break. A gray mist enveloped the makeshift dwellings of the slums. With his supplies exhausted, his ammunition plentiful, and his cultivation yielding modest results, Cao Dan rose, his gaze sharpening. After days of seclusion, a profound transformation had taken place within him. If just days prior he had been a timid, disheveled middle-aged man with murky eyes, now he resembled an old blade, polished and free of rust, though still worn. It gleamed with a dangerous edge. Tomorrow, he would emerge. The following morning, the acidic rain clouds appeared slightly less dense, allowing a rare glimpse of dawn's light. Cao Dan awoke early, roused from sleep by hunger, having skipped dinner the night before. The sensation of his stomach pressing against his back was irksome, prompting him to sit cross-legged on his bed, taking a moment to practice the nourishing yang method. The faint internal energy coursed through his meridians, alleviating the spasms in his stomach and bringing his bodily functions to their peak state. Rising and dressing, he donned the same tattered jacket, but this time he had secured the cuffs and hems with a piece of rope, presenting a more polished appearance. He approached his workbench to gather his equipment. First, he picked up the Python revolver, the emblem of a wasteland dweller's courage. He swung the cylinder open, inspected the mechanism, and carefully loaded each bullet, leaving one chamber empty to prevent accidental discharge. The remaining spiral bullets were delicately wrapped in oiled cloth and tucked into the inner pocket of his clothing. Next, he grasped the old, worn machete that had accompanied him for several days. After days of wielding it, he had become proficient with the blade. He found a whetstone and meticulously honed the edge until it gleamed with a cold light. Fashioning a makeshift sheath from a scrap of cloth, he secured the machete at an angle on the belt across his back. After washing his face, he stood before the mirror, scrutinizing his reflection. Though his Mediterranean hairstyle and stubbled face remained unchanged, his eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. The system, please check the current task progress. This week's task, first bucket of gold, 610G, only 4G remains. Cao Dan adjusted his collar and touched his empty stomach. Today, he aimed not only to sell all his bullets, but also to indulge in meat, real meat. He opened the door and strode out. The morning air in the shantytown was damp and biting. Occasionally, a few early risers rummaged through the garbage heaps, their hunched figures searching for treasures. Upon seeing Cao Dan emerge, several beggars who intended to approach quickly retreated into the shadows at the sight of his large machete and the bulging holster at his waist. This is the survival law of the wasteland. The sharper your fangs, the fewer troubles you encounter. Ignoring the gazes upon him, Cao Dan tightened his clothes and headed towards the free trading zone. This time, his steps were more steady and powerful than a few days prior. Chapter 9. Setting up a stall. Upon reaching the free trading zone, daylight had fully broken. Compared to his last visit, today seemed to draw an even larger crowd. Perhaps it was due to the news of a large merchant caravan passing through Mail Town, prompting many wasteland hunters to return for trading and to procure better goods. Cao Dan did not rush to set up his stall. He wove through the crowd, appearing aimless, yet keenly observing. He was searching for the one-eyed dragon. The hunter who purchased his bullets last time was a connoisseur, generous in his dealings. It was far more advantageous to engage with a significant client than to haggle with petty traders. After a round of searching, he found no sign of the one-eyed dragon. Instead, he encountered several unfamiliar stalls displaying freshly unearthed electronic debris from the old world, which attracted a considerable crowd. Never mind, he would wait patiently. Cao Dan returned to the same corner as before. Just as he set up a cardboard sign, before he could arrange his bullets, a peculiar voice interrupted him. "Oh, isn't this Master Cao, the expert in spiral bullets? It seems you're still alive after a few days." Cao Dan looked up to see a thin old man from the neighboring stall. This old man also sold ammunition, but his wares consisted mostly of inferior reloaded rounds. Known for their highly unstable gunpowder mixtures that frequently led to catastrophic malfunctions, earning him the nickname King of Misfires. Clearly, Cao Dan's spiral bullets, though few in number, had outshone the old man's, resulting in a substantial loss of business, which had left the old man harboring resentment. The old man, idly picking his teeth, regarded Cao Dan with ill intent through his inverted triangular eyes. "So, have you brewed up a few more spiral bullets after holding back for a few days? I advise you to pack up early. I've heard that Gray Serpent intends to charge all stalls today, with those measly 2 bullets of yours. I fear you won't even cover your stall fee." Cao Dan cast a faint glance at him, completely ignoring the provocation. He leisurely unwrapped his oilcloth bundle. 10 spiral bullets, gleaming with a metallic sheen, lay meticulously arranged upon a black cloth. Each bullet bore identical engravings, resembling exquisite craftsmanship produced by precision machinery. Glimmering faintly under the morning light, a few bystanders, initially anticipating amusement, suddenly gasped in astonishment. Remarkable. The quality is exquisite. The depth of the engravings, the smoothness of the polish, surpasses even the premium rounds sold at the town's weapon shop. The smile of the old man known as the Explosion King froze on his face, as if he had swallowed a dead fly. The battered rounds on his stall paled in comparison to these marvels presented by Cao Dan, rendering them mere refuse. At that moment, a gruff voice thundered from the outskirts of the crowd. "Make way! Clear the path!" The throng was rudely shoved aside as a figure, reeking of blood and wielding a double-barreled shotgun, strode forward. It was none other than the legendary One-Eyed Dragon. However, today, he appeared somewhat disheveled. His tire armor torn in several places, and his left arm wrapped in a blood-soaked bandage, clearly having just emerged from a fierce battle. Yet, his singular eye shone with fierce intensity, fixated on Cao Dan's stall. "I knew you would come," the One-Eyed Dragon declared as he approached the stall, eagerly snatching up a spiral bullet, his excitement causing his beard to tremble. Those last few rounds were exhilarating, had they not pierced the skull of that steel-backed wild boar. "I might not have made it out of the wilderness." With an air of decisiveness, the One-Eyed Dragon asserted, "I'll take all 10 of these spiral bullets." Without haggling, he tossed a pouch filled with Eastern Victory coins onto the stall. The onlookers, who had previously looked on with disdain at Cao Dan's seemingly meager offerings, now widened their eyes in disbelief. This was the One-Eyed Dragon, notorious for his fastidiousness and volatile temperament. Yet he had chosen to purchase every round from this obscure stall in one fell swoop. Cao Dan suppressed his inner excitement as he accepted the coin pouch and counted it before him. 12 gold coins, not a single one missing. Just as he received the payment, a notification appeared in his vision. Weekly task completed, first bucket of gold. Task evaluation. Although it is but a small venture, each coin is stained with your diligent sweat. Reward granted, 1 year of life. In an instant, an indescribable coolness enveloped him, flowing from the crown of his head throughout his entire being. It was not the warm energy of internal strength, but a more fundamental essence of vitality. Cao Dan felt his eyelids grow lighter, the rhythm of his heart strengthen, and even his breathing become more effortless. The lifespan section on his panel momentarily flickered, the number shifting from 55 to 56, an additional year of life. Cao Dan clenched his fists. This sensation of extended life was far more intoxicating than the mere acquisition of wealth. As the transaction concluded, the One-Eyed Dragon prepared to turn away. "Wait, esteemed sir." Cao Dan suddenly spoke up, pulling out an exceptionally fierce-looking bullet from his pocket. "Since you have an eye for quality, this should pique your interest." It was a substandard explosive bullet that he had painstakingly crafted. Despite its designation as substandard, the bullet's tip was polished to a brilliant shine, with the crimson seal at its apex resembling congealed blood. Nearby, an emaciated old man known as the Explosive Chamber King was watching intently with a sidelong glance. Upon seeing Cao Dan brandish the bullet, he first appeared taken aback, then let out a derisive snicker, mocking him with a sarcastic tone. Well, Master Cao, what sort of worthless trinket is this? A hollow point? Packed with gunpowder? Aren't you afraid it might explode in the chamber before you even fire it? Youngsters these days are so naive. Do you really think you can handle such intricate work? What if it blows up in someone else's hand? Can you afford the consequences?" The old man's voice was shrill and grating, attracting the attention of several onlookers who cast skeptical glances in their direction. After all, in the Wasteland, improvised high-explosive ammunition was indeed a common source of accidents. Cao Dan shot the old man a cold glance. In the past, he would have meekly endured such taunts. But now, armed with a formidable weapon and having recently gained a renewed sense of vitality, his mindset had undergone a subtle transformation. "Old fool, the reason your reloaded bullets are dubbed the Explosive Chamber King is because your hands tremble and your heart is black. Your gunpowder ratios are purely guesswork." His voice was low yet cutting. "Every gram of my gunpowder has been meticulously weighed, and every notch has been measured with precision. If you are rubbish, do not presume everyone else is as well." "You," the old man stuttered, his beard trembling with fury, unable to articulate a retort. However, the One-Eyed Dragon appeared intrigued. Ignoring the old man's outburst, he reached out to take the explosive bullet. His rough hand caressed the bullet's surface, and his remaining eye scrutinized it closely. Although the bullet's exterior was somewhat crude, even bearing traces of hand polishing, the structure of the fuse was intriguing. The one-eyed dragon lifted his head, gazing deeply at Cao Dan. Though the design is a bit unsightly, it is quite stable. The amount of gunpowder within is sufficient to gut a mutated iron-furred wolf. How much? 3 grams, Cao Dan replied, stating his price. Deal. Without further ado, the one-eyed dragon tossed down 3 coins and turned to leave with the bullet in hand. The explosive chamber king was utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape like a duck caught by the throat. Cao Dan pocketed the coins, his spirits lifted. He had earned a total of 15 grams today, a substantial sum for a resident of the slums struggling to make ends meet. He quickly packed up his stall and made a beeline for the fine food store. Pushing open the clean glass door, a rush of cool air greeted him. The snobbish clerk, upon seeing Cao Dan again, was about to roll her eyes when she noticed him slapping 2 gleaming Dongxing coins onto the counter. I would like 2 pounds of giant ant meat, the freshest hindquarters you have, Cao Dan stated with confidence. The shop assistant's expression transformed instantaneously, akin to the rapidity of a Sichuan opera face-changing performance, as a smile instantly adorned their face. Certainly. Please wait a moment. I will slice the finest for you. 2 kilograms of purified giant ant meat cost him 2 g. Cao Dan gazed at the clearly marbled piece of meat in his hand, exuding a savory aroma, and swallowed hard. Subsequently, he spent 5 g to purchase 25 of those unpalatable nutritional bars in one go. After all, although the meat was exquisite, it was costly. The nutritional bars served as his sustenance for prolonged solitary cultivation. Upon exiting the grocery store, Cao Dan made his way into the iron-blooded arms shop. This time, instead of purchasing finished bullets, he exchanged the remaining 8 g for gunpowder, primers, casings, and some specialized chemical agents. His funds were depleted, yet his backpack felt considerably heavier. Chapter 10. Murder. The path back to the shantytown was fraught with uneven terrain. In order to take a shortcut, Cao Dan opted for a route that wound through an abandoned factory district. This area remained perpetually dark and damp, with glowing moss proliferating among the crumbling walls. As dusk approached, silence enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by the occasional distant calls of birds. Cao Dan carried the bag of giant ant meat, his steps appearing hurried. Yet his body was taut with tension, the internal energy coursing through his meridians, his senses heightened to their utmost. Just as he passed beneath the shadow of a collapsed wall, 2 dark figures suddenly sprang forth from the shadows, blocking his path from the front and rear. These were 2 youths, seemingly in their early 20s, their heads shrouded in filthy stockings, each wielding a sharpened steel bar and a solid iron pipe. Old man, hand over the meat and money, and we can avoid trouble, the youth in front threatened, brandishing the steel bar with a greedy gaze fixed on the lotus leaf-wrapped bundle in Cao Dan's hand. Damn, that meat smells delightful. I haven't had a proper meal in ages. Stop wasting time. Let us just take him down and search him, the youth behind urged, evidently more impatient, raising the iron pipe menacingly. To them, Cao Dan appeared as a ragged, emaciated middle-aged man, a walking target in the wasteland, a mere sheep ready for slaughter, to be discarded into the cesspool without a trace. Cao Dan halted, his body trembling slightly. After all, in both his past and present lives, he had always been a law-abiding citizen, rarely having engaged in any conflict. Gentlemen, this is all the food I have. Could we perhaps? His voice quivered, complemented by his innocent demeanor, creating a deceptive charm. Enough of the chatter, hand it over. The youth in front, emboldened, grinned maliciously and lunged forward. The steel bar aimed directly at Cao Dan's head. Should this blow land, it would surely result in severe injury, if not death. In the instant before the steel bar struck, Cao Dan's previously murky and terrified gaze transformed into one of icy sharpness. The internal energy from his dantian surged into his legs and right arm. With a swift motion, Cao Dan's figure suddenly darted to the left, moving with such swiftness that it left a fleeting shadow in the young man's eyes. The steel rod struck nothing but air, crashing onto the concrete floor and sending sparks flying. Before the youth could react, Cao Dan's right hand had already unsheathed the old machete from his lower back with the speed of lightning. With a flourish of basic swordsmanship, the blade carved an arc through the air, utilizing his momentum to slice upwards across the young man's throat. A spray of crimson erupted forth. The youth's sinister grin froze on his face as he clutched his neck, producing a gurgling sound of air escaping, before collapsing in disbelief. Big brother. The young man behind him, witnessing this scene, was struck with sheer terror. He could never have anticipated that this seemingly vulnerable old man concealed such formidable prowess. In an instant, fear overwhelmed greed, and he turned to flee. However, once Cao Dan had drawn blood, he had no intention of leaving any survivors. Cutting the grass without uprooting it allows it to grow back with the spring breeze. This was the foremost principle of survival in the wasteland. With a single step, the explosive force granted by close combat skills propelled him forward like a cheetah, swiftly closing the distance to the fleeing youth. No, the young man barely had time to plead for mercy when Cao Dan's machete came crashing down from behind. The forceful strike landed squarely on the youth's back, and with a resounding thud, the body crumpled to the ground, twitching a few times before lying still. Silence enveloped the alley once more. Cao Dan, panting heavily, felt his hand tremble violently around the hilt of the knife. Even with internal energy to protect him and skills to enhance his abilities, this was his first act of murder. The pungent scent of blood assaulted his nostrils, stirring nausea within his stomach. Gazing at the two warm corpses, his legs began to weaken. He retched quietly, leaning against the wall, his face pale as a ghost. This was the wasteland. Either you perish, or I prevail. He forced himself to confront the two lifeless bodies, repeatedly reminding himself, if you do not kill them, it is you who lies dead on the ground now. After a moment, he took a deep breath, suppressing the discomfort that weighed heavily on his heart. He stepped forward, enduring his queasiness as he rifled through the bodies. Penniless fools. Aside from two worn weapons, he managed to extract a few crumpled bills from the pocket of the leading youth, totaling 5G. Robbery indeed proved to be a swift means of acquiring wealth. Cao Dan chuckled bitterly, stowing the money away, and picked up the giant ant meat that had fallen to the ground before vanishing into the night. Upon returning home, Cao Dan leaned against the door for a full 10 minutes, allowing his racing heart to gradually stabilize. With a sigh, he entered the makeshift kitchen, merely a corner equipped with a gas stove. Unwrapping the lotus leaf, the vibrant red giant ant meat was revealed. Cooking, he mused, was an endeavor where one must never neglect the delights of fine cuisine and the pursuit of strength. Cao Dan adeptly sliced the meat of the giant ant, the texture firm, offering a distinct resistance as the knife descended. He heated the oil in the pan, and with a sizzle, the meat was added, releasing a rich, aromatic scent that quickly permeated the narrow confines of the room. Cao Dan prepared 2 dishes, stir-fried slices of giant ant meat, and a rich broth simmered from the leftover scraps and bones. The tantalizing aroma of the meat ignited a ravenous stir within his belly. However, he soon encountered a rather awkward predicament. There was only the meat, devoid of any rice to accompany it. In his fervor to procure meat and ammunition, he had completely forgotten to purchase a staple food. The grocery store undoubtedly stocked rice and flour, albeit at a premium, yet his mind had been consumed by thoughts of meat, causing him to overlook the essentials. Eating meat alone, while satiating, felt lacking, and given the high protein and calorie content of the giant ant meat, a balance with carbohydrates was necessary to avoid an overwhelming sensation. Gazing at the meat in the pot, Cao Dan pondered for a moment before pushing the door open and glancing toward the diagonally opposite residence, that of the alluring red-haired beauty, Zhu Hanhong. He knocked on the door, his heart racing. It opened swiftly to reveal Zhu Hanhong clad in a loose-fitting bathrobe, her hair slightly damp, as if freshly washed. A subtle scent of shower gel mingled with her unique, mature charm, enveloping him. She peered out, her gaze falling upon Cao Dan, her nose twitching as her peach blossom eyes sparkled with recognition. Ah, what a delightful aroma. Is that not Master Cao? Zhu Hanhong leaned against the doorframe, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Has the sun risen from the west today? I recall someone swearing to live solely on nutrition bars, dedicating every penny saved to charity on Nightingale Street. What brings you to cook meat today? Miss Zhu, that is simply untrue, Cao Dan stammered, his cheeks flushing as he rubbed his hands together awkwardly. I was wondering if I could borrow some rice or perhaps flour. I just bought some meat and completely forgot about the staple. Zhu Hanhong did not immediately comply. Instead, she scrutinized him from head to toe. To her surprise, the once disheveled, slumped middle-aged man appeared different today. His posture was markedly more upright, and the muddled desires in his gaze had diminished, replaced by a more composed spirit. Although he still wore his tattered work attire, the vitality emanating from him was unmistakable. Particularly, the subtle definition of muscles in his arms caught her attention. This old lecher is actually exercising? Zhu Hanhong mused internally, while outwardly, she continued to jest. Today truly is peculiar. Master Cao seems intent on turning over a new leaf. Very well then, considering the enticing aroma wafting down the street, she added, turning to retrieve something from within. Moments later, she returned, presenting him with a bowl brimming with fine rice. Here, take this. Zhu Hanhong handed the bowl to Cao Dan, her tone softening slightly. Master Cao, this rice is not inexpensive. It was brought back by my husband from the town center. As you engage in physical training, it is indeed essential to nourish your body adequately. Otherwise, where would the strength for labor come from? The final phrase she uttered, whether referring to mechanical repairs or something else, was drawn out with a hint of playful teasing. Enough, enough. I am truly grateful. I shall certainly return the favor. Cao Dan, feeling as if he had found a treasure, hurriedly accepted the rice and dashed back to his room. Observing Cao Dan's flustered retreat, Zhu Hanhong stifled a laugh, her eyes glimmering with a trace of contemplation. Chapter 11. The first meal. The aroma of rice soon mingled with the savory scent of meat, filling the small room. Cao Dan held a bowl, lifting a piece of stir-fried giant ant meat to his mouth. At that moment, tears nearly welled up in his eyes. Tender, juicy, and imbued with a unique chewiness, it harmonized perfectly with the steaming rice. This was the first proper meal he had consumed since his rebirth. In comparison to the waxy nutritional bars, this was nothing short of a culinary delight. In a whirlwind, half a pot of rice and 2 pounds of meat, along with soup, was devoured by Cao Dan with unbridled enthusiasm. A long-forgotten sense of satisfaction washed over him. However, he chose not to recline and digest. For him, food represented energy, the very fuel for his growth. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Cao Dan immediately began practicing the nourishing yang technique. His stomach began to churn vigorously, digesting the high-energy sustenance. A gentle warmth radiated from his abdomen, absorbed by his cells and transformed into strands of internal energy that converged in his dantian. That night, Cao Dan did not sleep, but instead immersed himself in the ecstasy of cultivation. In the ensuing days, he entered a state of seclusion once more. This time, his objective was crystal clear: to elevate his skill level. He laid out all the materials he had purchased for 8G. Each day consisted of training, crafting bullets, and resting. Days passed until a new notification appeared in his vision. Basic modification proficiency reached 250, advancing to LV3, entering the realm. LV3 effect, significantly increased modification success rate. Production speed 50. At last, he had attained LV3. On the table lay a total of 20 high-quality spiral bullets and 5 remarkably powerful explosive bullets. This was the culmination of his days of seclusion. He had consumed every last one of the nutritional bars, leaving not a crumb behind. Cao Dan stood, stretching his limbs, as his joints crackled like popping beans. Although his close combat and basic swordsmanship had not yet broken through, they were on the precipice of advancement. Just as he prepared to gather his belongings and venture out to set up his stall, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Cao Dan furrowed his brow, instinctively reaching for the gun at his waist. Master Cao, are you home? It's your neighbor, Lei Peng, a deep and resonant voice called out. Cao Dan exhaled in relief. It was Zhu Hanhong's partner. Upon opening the door, he was met by a group of individuals standing at the threshold. At the forefront were Zhu Hanhong and her husband, Lei Peng. Lei Peng, a towering figure standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, possessed a physique chiseled like granite. Armed with a heavily worn assault rifle, and wore a broad, cheerful smile upon his face. Trailing behind them were 7 or 8 men and women, each carrying various items. Their faces radiant with the joy of a bountiful harvest, as though they had just returned from an expedition. Master Cao, we haven't seen you venture out in days. We thought you had moved away. Zhu Hanhong exclaimed, holding aloft a large piece of fresh meat bound with straw rope. My husband had a stroke of luck this time, leading the team to a den of focus rats. It was a tremendous haul. We thought to share some joy with our neighbors. So here are 5 pounds of focus rat meat for you to savor. Focus rats, now that is a prized delicacy. The meat is exquisite, and it is said that these mutated rodents have a penchant for consuming a certain luminescent mineral, enriching their flesh with trace elements that greatly benefit one's health. Master Cao was somewhat taken aback, repeatedly waving his hands. This is far too generous. Captain Lei, Miss Zhu, I cannot accept such a lavish gift without having earned it. With a hearty laugh, Lei Peng insisted, take it, my friend. We are neighbors. It's only right to look out for one another. Besides, my wife informs me that you've been training in martial arts lately. To build strength, one must consume meat. Otherwise, your body simply cannot endure. Zhu Hanhong rolled her eyes playfully and chided, Master Cao, what has come over you? In the past, you navigated the bustling streets of Nightingale Avenue with ease. Now, when we offer you some meat, you act shy as if you were a bashful maiden. Accept it. Ah, very well then. My heartfelt thanks to Captain Lei and Miss Zhu, Master Cao replied, his face flushed with embarrassment as he finally accepted the gift. After bidding farewell to the group, Master Cao was about to close the door when he overheard a conversation between Zhu Hanhong and another woman. Sister-in-law, why did you give that old ghost Cao so much meat? It must be 5 pounds. Ah, Xiao you speak as if you don't understand. Zhu Hanhong's voice softened. Cao is all alone, and at over 40, he has no family. Just last week, I saw him so famished that he had to borrow rice from me. Although he has been somewhat aimless in the past, I've noticed him putting in effort lately. He is rather pitiable. Our lives have improved. So if we can lend a hand, we ought to. Your heart is kind. Master Cao stood behind the door, his hand resting on the doorknob. Frozen in place for a moment, the words rather pitiable felt like a warm current, yet also like a needle, piercing the softest part of his heart. In this harsh and indifferent wasteland, it was astonishing that someone would offer a little extra meat out of pity. Zhu Hanhong truly was a remarkable woman, he murmured softly. A flicker of emotion passing through his eyes as he silently etched this kindness into his memory. After composing himself, Master Cao carefully stored the meat, slung his bullet-laden backpack over his shoulder, and stepped out once more, heading towards the free trade zone. The atmosphere today seemed somewhat peculiar. Upon entering the market, he was halted by 2 thugs adorned with snake tattoos coiling around their arms. Stop. Are you setting up a stall? One of the thugs scrutinized Master Cao, extending his hand. Stall fee, 1 gold. 1 gold. Cao Dan was taken aback. Wasn't it previously the case that open-air stalls incurred no fees? Now they were charging? Had he not heard? Recently, the town was planning significant changes, with an upgrade in security. If one did not wish to pay, they could leave. The thug impatiently waved his hand. Surrounding vendors muttered curses under their breath. This gray serpent would only become greedier, akin to a vampire. Indeed, charging 1 G per day was outrageous. Selling scrap metal for an entire day might not even yield that much. Although Cao Dan felt displeased, he understood the necessity of compliance when under someone else's roof. He obediently fished out a coin and handed it over. Finding a spot, he set up his stall. This time, his offerings were even more abundant. Premium spiral bullets, 12 G each. Flame explosive bullets, 3 G each. With the reputation from his previous sales and the scarcity of such special ammunition, it wasn't long before customers began to arrive. Notably, the 5 explosive bullets, due to their potency, were quickly snatched up by a group of hunters, who purchased 4 of them. Within 2 hours, the pouch in front of Cao Dan had swelled once more. At that moment, a familiar tall figure halted before his stall. Ah, Master Cao, I did not expect your craftsmanship to be so impressive. It was Lei Peng, who, after distributing his spoils, had not chosen to rest at home. He picked up the last explosive bullet, a glimmer of surprise crossing his eyes. The craftsmanship, the method of powder filling, surpassed that of the assembly lines in town. Master Cao, you are truly remarkable. Lei Peng, you flatter me. I am merely trying to earn my keep. Cao Dan replied modestly with a smile. I'll take 5 of those spiral bullets, and I want this explosive bullet as well, Lei Peng stated decisively. Cao Dan calculated briefly. 5 spiral bullets cost 6 G, and 1 explosive bullet was 3 G, totaling 9 G. Recalling the bowl of rice from earlier and the 5 pounds of meat he had received that morning, Cao Dan quickly waved his hands. Captain Lei, how could I possibly charge you for this? You just delivered meat to me this morning. Consider these bullets a small token of my gratitude. Ah, business is business. Lei Peng interjected sternly, interrupting Cao Dan. I value fairness above all while navigating these streets. If you refuse to accept payment, it implies a lack of respect towards me, Lei Peng. With that, he resolutely counted out 9 G and pressed it into Cao Dan's hands. Cao Dan, unable to contend with such a stubborn individual, had no choice but to accept. Watching Lei Peng's retreating figure, his esteem for this neighbor rose yet again. Busy until nearly noon, Cao Dan sold out all his ammunition. Just as he was preparing to pack up and return home, a rumble echoed through the air. The ground trembled slightly. The nearby crowd suddenly stirred, retreating hastily to the sides. Before him, a dozen heavily armored vehicles, painted in deep green, rolled into the thoroughfare adjacent to the free trading zone, resembling iron beasts with their menacing design and thick armor, topped with large-caliber machine guns. On the leading command vehicle, a banner fluttered, adorned with a white emblem resembling a layered pine. Hiss, it is the personnel from the Forest Surveillance Bureau. Nearby, someone drew in a sharp breath, lowering their voice to exclaim, "The Forest Surveillance Bureau? The mysterious organization said to have persisted since the bygone era? Shoo, keep your voice down. These individuals are not to be trifled with. Even the mayor of Merrill Town must show them respect. It is rumored that they possess satellite technology from the old times." The crowd buzzed with speculation. What brings them here? It was said that the Pedregon family from the town's management committee had spent a considerable sum to engage them. Their objective seemingly the haunted coastal factory to the southwest of the town. Upon hearing the mention of the southwest and the coastal factory, Cao Dan's mind began to race. He recalled that night, the scales on the hard-skinned monkey's neck, and the eerie silhouette of a fish head. Indeed, something monumental was afoot. A chill ran down Cao Dan's spine. The involvement of such a formidable entity as the Forest Surveillance Bureau indicated that the pollution there surpassed all expectations. The convoy did not completely depart. Two armored trucks, emblazoned with logistics insignia, veered away from the formation and parked directly in the vacant lot of the shantytown trading area. As the doors swung open, four men clad in olive green uniforms and sporting tactical sunglasses emerged. Swiftly, they opened the cargo compartment and began to set up a makeshift stall right there. Supplies exclusive to the Forest Surveillance Bureau were on sale: high-energy compressed biscuits, anti-radiation iodine tablets, water purification agents, and standard ballistic inserts, only accepting crystal cores and high-purity gold. This proclamation instantaneously ignited the entire market. Curious, Cao Dan edged closer, his eyes glistening with desire. The items for sale were luxuries unattainable even for the affluent in the shantytown. However, after patting the money in his pocket, he restrained himself. Those goods were intended for the capable. His meager assets were insufficient. Seizing the opportunity while the crowd was drawn in, Cao Dan slipped away, heading straight for the good food store. This time, he truly had money. With today's sales, combined with his previous earnings and the spoils from the robbers, his wealth had surpassed 30G. Upon entering the store, the clerk's demeanor toward him had completely transformed, even offering him a glass of water. "I would like 5 pounds of giant ant meat. Additionally, 2 pounds of hind leg meat from the grasshopper cannon. And that fine rice, give me 10 pounds. The total came to 16G. Grasping the heavy bags, Cao Dan felt as if he walked with the wind beneath his feet. Subsequently, he visited the weapons store, purchasing 200 rounds of standard ammunition and a multitude of modification materials in one go. This nearly depleted his entire savings, yet he felt no regret. It was all an investment. On his way back, Cao Dan remained tense, his right hand firmly tucked in his pocket, gripping the handle of the Python revolver. His mind sharply focused. After all, carrying such a wealth of supplies made him appear to others as a plump, succulent sheep. Yet, curiously, on this journey, remarkably, everything transpired without incident. Only upon closing the iron gate of his home did Cao Dan finally relax, shedding his vigilance. Chapter 12. The homebody. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. Throughout this period, Cao Dan secluded himself within his abode, entirely oblivious to the affairs beyond his windows, devoting himself solely to training and reconfiguring bullets. With a crisp click, the sound of a striking pin echoed as he set down the searing Python revolver. At his feet lay a self-made soundproof target box filled with sand, its interior riddled with deformed lead projectiles. During these days, Cao Dan had incorporated shooting practice into his regimen. In his quest to avoid alarming the neighbors and to prevent wastage of bullets, he exerted considerable effort. He meticulously draped the room with several worn blankets, ingeniously creating a makeshift indoor shooting range. After countless tedious repetitions of drawing and firing, your muscles have memorized the sensation of recoil. Congratulations! Your basic shooting skill has ascended to LV1, a glimpse of the path. LV1 effect increases hit rate by 20 within effective range, drawing speed by 10, and slightly corrects errors caused by hand tremors. At last, success. Cao Dan exhaled deeply, massaging his sore right arm. The nourishment from 100 rounds of ammunition combined with countless dry-firing practices, had transformed him from a mere novice who could only pull the trigger into a budding adept with a rudimentary understanding of marksmanship. At the very least, he now felt confident in hitting his target within 10 meters, rather than relying solely on faith as he had before. He glanced at his workbench, upon which lay a neatly arranged row of ammunition, 50 spiral bullets and 15 explosive rounds. For this, he had expended 100 standard bullets and all the raw materials he had previously procured. Now, his home was devoid of even a grain of rice or a morsel of meat. He had just consumed the last of his nutritional bars. Gurgle, gurgle, hunger struck again, as his empty stomach churned like a tempest. Truly, a penny can thwart a hero, and a single meal can be a trial for a martial practitioner. He chuckled bitterly, licking his cracked lips. It was time to procure some funds for food. Cao Dan adeptly divided the ammunition into specially designed pouches, securing them within the inner lining of his trench coat. He tucked the python revolver at his waist and slung a machete across his back. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by the dim sunlight, which compelled him to squint. Upon returning to the free trading area, Cao Dan sensed a distinct shift in the atmosphere. There were more people and many unfamiliar faces. Most were clad in patchwork leather armor or modified tactical vests, exuding an air of ruggedness, with fierce gazes that suggested they were seasoned hunters accustomed to a life of bloodshed in the wilderness. Their accents varied. They hailed not only from the local town of Malil, but from nearby outposts and even farther afield. The ruffians of the Grey Serpent Guild were nowhere to be seen, and no one was collecting stall fees. However, the security had noticeably improved compared to before. Not far away, the stall adorned with the Forest Surveillance Bureau's flag still stood, but it had transformed from a mere makeshift market into a permanent establishment, having commandeered an abandoned warehouse. A heavy machine gun was mounted at the entrance, with several soldiers clad in dark green uniforms standing guard, their expressions impassive. Cao Dan found a discreet corner, unfurled a piece of black cloth, and set out his wares. "Old man, what is going on?" Cao Dan casually inquired, offering a low-quality cigarette to an elderly white-haired man at the adjacent stall. This elder, known as Old Mo, had a collection of colorful bottles filled with various liquids emitting herbal scents and peculiar odors, indicative of his trade in homemade remedies. Old Mo accepted the cigarette, inhaled its aroma, and tucked it behind his ear, lowering his voice to respond. "You're unaware of this? How long has it been since you ventured out?" "Just dawdling. I've been ill these past few days," Cao Dan chuckled in response. "Ah, then you've missed the grand spectacle," Old Mo remarked mysteriously, gesturing around him. "Recently, the prominent figures in town have been restless, and it's rumored they are taking action against the coastal factory in the southwest to ensure logistics and order. This area has now been taken over by the town's security forces. The Grey Serpent Society, those bullies, were swiftly pushed to the outskirts." The mention of the coastal factory sent a jolt through Cao Dan. Indeed, it was the very place. The news brought back by the hard-shelled monkey was not only true, but the situation was graver than anticipated. The current free trading zone had been designated as a temporary supply point and departure hub for the impending offensive. Consequently, orders had been issued to waive stall fees temporarily to encourage the participation of free hunters. Old Mo chuckled. "It seems we've gleaned some benefit from this as well." While the two conversed, a synchronized cadence of footsteps approached, and the crowd parted to create a path. A squad dressed in black uniforms, donning riot helmets and wielding standard-issue rifles, strode forward with purpose. Their equipment was of high quality, adorned with the silver emblem of Malil Town, glinting in the sunlight. The demeanor and gear of these enforcers stood in stark contrast to the ragtag nature of the Grey Serpent Society. Enforcers, Old Mo shrank back, lowering his voice further. "The elite of the security force. But why are there so many today?" They carry an air of menace. This squad consisted of about 20 individuals, their faces stern and eyes scanning the crowd like hawks. The leading officer held a stack of photographs, meticulously comparing them as he interrogated each stall owner. "Has something happened?" Cao Dan queried. "Indeed," chimed in a nearby hunter who had been eavesdropping. "I heard that last night, someone audaciously ambushed a transport vehicle of the Forest Surveillance Bureau, injuring 2 agents and making off with a significant cache of vital supplies." "Good heavens." Cao Dan couldn't suppress an exclamation. Who is bold enough to do such a thing? To dare rob the Forest Surveillance Bureau? They must be courting death. In this desolate wasteland, the deterrent power of the Forest Surveillance Bureau surpasses that of many warlords who have claimed dominion over the land. After all, They wield advanced technology and are rumored to possess satellite strike capabilities from the bygone era. Who can say? Perhaps they are driven mad by poverty or have suffered brain damage from contamination. The hunter shrugged. At that moment, Cao Dan noticed a few individuals in peculiar attire trailing behind the enforcement squad. They bore no firearms, yet were tethered to formidable beasts by thick iron chains. The creatures, resembling hound-like forms but devoid of fur, displayed a sickly dark red skin, adorned with a row of sharp, bony spines along their backs. Most strikingly, a spiraled black horn protruded from their foreheads. They panted heavily, drool dripping from their mouths, their crimson eyes darting about with a ferocious glint. Senior, who are those individuals handling the beasts? Cao Dan felt a chill creep down his spine. Those are beast tamers, Lao Mo replied, casting a wary glance. Do not underestimate them. While their physical combat prowess may be lacking, these specially bred horned hounds are exceptional trackers. Their sense of smell is 100-fold that of ordinary hunting dogs, capable of detecting myriad scents. It appears the security forces are serious about apprehending that robber. Cao Dan observed the imposing enforcers, then glanced at the beast tamers. Do they all have formal affiliations? He inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. In the Wasteland, even the strongest independent operators often struggle for sustenance, but those with formal affiliations enjoy the security of a stable food supply, safe housing, and a legally protected status. Some do not. Lao Mo indicated a person adorned with a distinctive badge. Those marked are official staff, direct employees of the town, while others are mostly temporary bounty hunters or contracted teams. A thought struck Cao Dan, and he touched the spiral bullet in his pocket, cautiously asking, "You possess great knowledge. Could you assess my skills? Do individuals like me, with some expertise and decent marksmanship, have a chance at formal inclusion?" Upon hearing this, Lao Mo turned his head, scrutinizing Cao Dan from head to toe. Observing his aged visage and thinning hair, the elder rolled his eyes dramatically and scoffed. "I say, my friend, you must be nearing 40, yes?" 42, Cao Dan replied candidly. 42. Do you think you're 24? Lao Mo tapped his pipe, warning him. At your age, dreaming is futile. Do not assume that merely being able to craft a few bullets or make slight modifications to a firearm qualifies you for a position within the system. Are you aware of the recruitment standards for the security forces? They seek either awakened prodigies with extraordinary abilities or potential candidates under 20 years of age with exceptional physical attributes exceeding grade C. At the very least, you would need to be the illegitimate offspring of some local dignitary. Given your age, they would likely dismiss you due to residual radiation. They desire potential and connections. What do you possess? Perhaps radiation sickness would be more fitting. These words struck like a chilling rain against the face. Cao Dan awkwardly touched his nose. Despite the presence of a system, the age of this body was indeed a significant limitation. Clearing his throat, he hastily shifted the topic of conversation. Aside from the official positions, I've heard there's a practitioners association in the town. Can someone like me get a profession certified there? At least it would grant me some identity. Upon hearing about the practitioners association, Lao Mo's demeanor grew slightly more serious. This could be a viable path. He nodded, explaining that although the Practitioners Association was not an official organization, it was the largest grassroots mutual aid alliance in the Eastland and even across the Wasteland. While it held no enforcement power, its value was immensely high. Once certified, one could enjoy discounts at various outposts, facilitate task acquisition, and gain a certain status. I see you've been selling modified bullets. Your path should be that of a mechanic, Lao Mo elaborated, adopting the tone of an experienced mentor. To get a profession certified, you must first register for the examination. Only after passing the association's assessment and obtaining the badge can one truly be considered a practitioner. However, let me be frank, the examination is far from simple, as it tests both skill and intellect. Cao Dan took note of this in his heart. The task for this month, titled Serious Artisan, required him to obtain formal professional certification, making the Practitioners Association an essential stop. Chapter 13. Acquiring knowledge as the sun gradually descended in the west. The flow of people in the trading district intensified. Perhaps due to the impending expedition, hunters were purchasing weapons and ammunition in large quantities. Cao Dan's business thrived remarkably. In less than 4 hours, all 50 spiral bullets and 15 explosive bullets were sold out. The explosive bullets, particularly effective against certain mutated creatures with strong regenerative abilities, were snatched up at a premium by several teams. After tallying his earnings, he found that his total income reached 95G, coupled with his previous savings. His fortune had now surpassed the 100G mark. Feeling affluent, Cao Dan did not follow his usual routine of buying meat and rice. Instead, he headed straight to the checkpoint leading to the inner city. There stood an electrified barbed wire fence, guarded by armed sentinels. "Halt! What is your purpose?" the guard coldly demanded. "I need a temporary zone permit to conduct some business in town," Cao Dan replied without hesitation, producing 5 gleaming Dongxing coins. The guard's expression softened somewhat as he accepted the coins and handed Cao Dan a plastic tag embossed with a barcode. The temporary permit was valid for 24 hours, allowing activity only in the outer city and commercial areas, strictly prohibiting entry into the core administrative district and wealthy quarters. Violation of these terms would result in severe consequences. Understood, Cao Dan affirmed as he donned the tag and crossed the boundary. In just a step, it felt as if he had entered 2 different worlds. The muddy dirt road beneath his feet transformed into a paved asphalt surface. Though cracked, it remained relatively smooth. The acrid, pungent odor in the air has diminished significantly. Streetlights line either side of the road, though unlit, indicating a reliable power supply. The pedestrians have adopted a more respectable appearance, no longer clad solely in patchwork rags. And one can even observe women in elegant long dresses walking their unmutated pet dogs. Cao Dan glanced down at his mud-caked boots, instinctively tightening his overcoat. Following the signs, he traversed several bustling streets, ultimately arriving at an imposing edifice. This 5-story gray building bore a grand emblem of a gear crossed with a sword, marking the Moral Town Practitioners Association. Even at a little past 4 in the afternoon, the lobby was bustling with activity. Cao Dan pushed the door open, and a refreshing blast of cool air greeted him, invigorating his senses. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" A young receptionist in uniform approached him with a warm smile, exhibiting remarkable professionalism. This sudden courtesy left Cao Dan feeling somewhat flustered. "Well, I would like to inquire about the practitioner certification," he stammered slightly. "Certainly, please follow me." The receptionist guided him to a waiting area, poured him a glass of water, and began to explain in detail. After a thorough discussion, Cao Dan finally grasped a clear understanding of the vocational system in this world. In the Wasteland, to combat the harsh environment and monstrous threats, humanity has evolved 5 predominant vocational systems. 1. Mechanics, artists who manipulate steel and gunpowder, inheritors of Wasteland technology, skilled in firearm modifications and mecha maintenance. 2. Martial artists, individuals who push the limits of the human body, practicing ancient or modern martial arts, known for their ferocity in close combat against monsters. 3. Esper, fortunate individuals who awaken special genetic gifts, capable of controlling fire, ice, or hardening their bodies, among other bizarre abilities. 4. Psychics, those with mutated mental powers, able to communicate with certain mysterious entities or cast supportive spells, relatively rare. 5. Telekinetics, masters of pure mental interference with matter, commonly known as psychokinesis, exceedingly rare and powerful. "Sir, based on your description, you wish to certify as a trainee mechanic, correct?" the receptionist inquired. "Yes. To certify as a trainee mechanic, 2 stringent conditions must be met." She held up 2 fingers. "First, you must demonstrate and proficiently master at least 1 vocational skill on-site, such as firearm modification or mechanical repair. Second, you need to pass a written examination on basic mechanical knowledge or prove your mastery of a related discipline." "I have the skills covered," Cao Dan replied confidently, as his basic modification skill had already reached level 3. "And regarding knowledge?" the receptionist smiled. "We require a systematic theoretical understanding of weaponry, materials science, or assembly theory, rather than mere experiential knowledge." Cao Dan was momentarily taken aback. This could be a problem. His skills were entirely built upon a foundation of rigorous training. Although he possessed adept manual dexterity, his mind was largely devoid of theoretical knowledge. Formulas and principles remained elusive to him. Asking him to craft ammunition or to recite the chemical equations of gunpowder was akin to asking for the impossible. "I am unfamiliar with that. I have not studied it systematically," Cao Dan admitted, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. "That could pose a considerable challenge," the receptionist replied, maintaining her politeness. "However, the association's library is open to the public, where you may borrow relevant books for self-study." Many masters did not begin with systematic education. They too have filled in their gaps through such means. It simply requires a strong intellect and time. Where is the library? How does one borrow books? Cao Dan's eyes brightened. It is located on the second floor. The borrowing fee is 1G per book per day. 1G a day? Knowledge is priceless. I can afford it, he thought, feeling a pang in his heart, yet he endured it for the sake of his task. Cao Dan ascended to the second-floor library, where tranquility reigned, interrupted only by the sound of pages turning. He made a beeline for the mechanical section, sifting through titles for quite some time before selecting the thinnest and seemingly most fundamental book, Fundamentals of Weaponry by Leader. After paying, he settled into a seat and opened the pages. System, let us commence. With unwavering focus, he absorbed the text and diagrams before him. It was a remarkably enchanting sensation. With the system's assistance, the previously obscure terminologies, such as rifling twist, gas guidance efficiency, and alloy stress analysis, came to life, transforming into streams of information that forcefully penetrated his consciousness. In his field of vision, familiar prompts began to flood the screen. You have diligently read Fundamentals of Weaponry, and you have gained knowledge fragments. Knowledge, Fundamentals of Weaponry, LV0, Mastery Level, 12. Cao Dan felt akin to a parched sponge immersed in water, greedily absorbing all that he could. He lost track of time, hunger, and even his surroundings. Once, twice, thrice he pored over the book, the progress bar in his vision advancing slowly. 30, 50, 80. Minutes turned to hours, and before he knew it, darkness had enveloped the world outside, with the library lights illuminating the space. Sir? A voice interrupted Cao Dan's reverie. He looked up, bewildered, to find a librarian standing before him. I apologize, but we are closing for the day. Only the duty room remains open. The reading area will be closing. What? So soon? Cao Dan rubbed his throbbing temples and glanced at the screen. You have successfully mastered the knowledge. Fundamentals of Weaponry, LV1. Mastery Level, 1. It is done. His mind now brimmed with theoretical knowledge about firearm construction. If tasked with creating ammunition again, he felt confident that he could significantly improve his success rate. I would like to proceed with the certification now, Cao Dan stated as he rose to his feet. Apologies, sir. The examiner at the certification office has already clocked out for the day. They will not resume work until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, the administrator said apologetically. Cao Dan glanced at the temporary access permit in his hand. Should he step out now, he would have to pay another 5G to re-enter tomorrow. Furthermore, the round trip would necessitate finding accommodation. I shall not leave, Cao Dan resolved firmly. May I stay here overnight? The hall remains open, but I will borrow another book. With a flourish, Cao Dan produced 1G and declared, this one, Fundamental Mechanical Assembly Techniques by Marquez. I shall see you in the morning. The administrator regarded him with a peculiar expression, as if encountering such a studious middle-aged man was a rarity, yet proceeded to accept the payment and registered the book for him. As the night deepened, the expansive association hall lay desolate. With only a few residents huddled in corners to enjoy the air conditioning, Cao Dan positioned himself at a sturdy wooden table, illuminated by the dim glow of the hall's night lights, akin to a student preparing for an important examination, immersing himself in the hefty tome of mechanical assembly. Each gear's engagement and every bearing's tolerance formed intricate constructs within his mind. Knowledge, Fundamental Assembly, LV0, Mastery Level, 45. As time wore on, Cao Dan's eyelids grew heavier, and his head felt as though it bore 1,000-pound weight. The mental exertion proved more taxing than physical labor, yet he dared not pause. Every minute was tantamount to currency, every moment a repository of knowledge. At 4 o'clock in the morning, you have successfully mastered knowledge. Fundamental Assembly, LV1. Mastery Level, 1. Cao Dan felt a resonant buzz in his head, akin to the unlocking of a certain shackle. He closed the book, a smile gracing his lips. 2 realms of knowledge acquired, 1 skill honed. If he were to fail the certification after this, he would surely devour this table. Alas, exhaustion overwhelmed him. Once the taut nerves relaxed, drowsiness surged like a tidal wave. Leaning against the desk, his face pressed against the surface, he succumbed to slumber. Chapter 14. Apprentice Mechanic Mailer Town, Inter-District, Professional Association. The soft morning light filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting gentle rays upon the marble floor. Cao Dan lifted his head from the wooden table, rubbing his bleary eyes, his face marked by the imprint of pages. A glance at the clock revealed it was 7 o'clock in the morning. The hall began to fill with more people. Staff in crisp uniforms arrived in succession. tidying up and organizing documents. A few early rising professionals congregated in small groups, exchanging whispers about recent tasks and intelligence. Cao Dan stood, stretching languidly, his joints cracking with a cacophony of sounds. Despite having spent the night hunched over the table, his neck ached fiercely, yet his spirit soared with remarkable fervor. The knowledge he had crammed the previous night was now firmly etched in his mind. He approached the front desk, returning the 2 hefty volumes to the still drowsy librarian. "Good morning. I wish to apply for the certification of apprentice mechanic." Cao Dan adjusted his collar, striving to present himself in a more spirited manner. The receptionist examined the temporary interval pass and application form, smiling as she said, "Very well, sir, please follow me." She led Cao Dan through a lengthy corridor to a door marked Certification Room B03. "Please hold on. The certification examiner is already inside." The door opened. Taking a deep breath, Cao Dan stepped inside. The certification room was spacious, with a precision workbench placed centrally and an array of intricate testing instruments surrounding it. At the heart of the room, in the evaluative seat, sat a figure as imposing as a tower. The individual had his back to the entrance, holding a precise caliper as he measured a complex gear assembly. Upon hearing the door open, he turned around. A stern visage greeted him, accentuated by a distinctive single eye. Cao Dan momentarily froze, a tightness gripping his chest. As he recognized the face, he was taken aback. It was the one-eyed hunter who had purchased bullets from his stall previously. "Is it you, my lord?" Cao Dan blurted out. The one-eyed hunter regarded him with surprise flickering in his solitary eye before exclaiming, "It's you? The vendor of bullets from the slum?" "Indeed, it is I." Cao Dan hastily nodded, astonished to discover that he was also an expert of the association. "Being a monster hunter is merely a side occupation for me, or rather, a means to earn a living," the one-eyed hunter replied, setting down the caliper with a tone that was calm yet imbued with a hint of pride. "Before I became a hunter, I was first and foremost a mechanic. Only the firearms I personally crafted are worthy of my name." Cao Dan silently acknowledged this. Indeed, in the Wasteland, the most formidable individuals often possessed a multitude of skills. "Well, let us cease the reminiscing." The one-eyed hunter swiftly adopted the role of examiner, his expression turning serious. "I am Rodri Farrell, a member of the Maryltown Association and a mid-level mechanic. I shall be responsible for your professional certification today." He paused, his gaze piercing as it fixed on Cao Dan. The profession of a mechanic is vast and profound. From the initial apprentice stage, you must continually learn and seek your specialized direction. Some become enamored with large-caliber artillery, evolving into gunners. Others, passionate about powered armor, become mecha pilots. Still others meld machinery with flesh, transforming into mechanists. However, regardless of the path, the foundation remains the same. One must begin as an apprentice. The certification test consists of 2 parts. Rodri Farrell raised 2 fingers, his rough digits marked with calluses and imbued with traces of oil. The first is practical. You are to demonstrate and proficiently master at least one vocational skill, since you have built your foundation on selling bullets. This should pose little challenge for you. The second is theoretical. You are required to pass a written examination on basic mechanical knowledge. While we do not expect you to engage in research akin to academia, if you do not comprehend fundamental tolerances and the formula for propellant burn rates, you can only be regarded as a blacksmith, not a mechanic. After listening to the rules, Cao Dan took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. "Understood, we may begin. For the second task, I choose the written examination." "Excellent. Let us first assess your craftsmanship." Rodri Farrell gestured toward an adjacent vacant workbench, where materials were neatly arranged. "You may select what you excel at most. I expect to see a finished product within half an hour." Cao Dan approached the workbench. The surface was adorned with an array of tools and raw materials, far superior to the makeshift equipment in his dilapidated abode, even surpassing what he had encountered in the arms shop. Without hesitation, he opted for weapon modification, specifically the creation of spiral bullets. This was his signature skill, the one in which he possessed the highest proficiency. Taking a deep breath to center his energy, Cao Dan grasped the standard 7.62mm bullet. Once he entered his working state, he seemed to embody a different aura. The usual awkwardness and caution evaporated, replaced by an intense focus and confidence. The carving knife danced at his fingertips. Unlike his previous clumsiness, the culmination of hundreds of crafting experiences, coupled with the theoretical knowledge he had absorbed the night prior, rendered Cao Dan's movements more fluid this time. He not only etched precise spiral patterns, but also utilizing the aerodynamic principles he had encountered in his readings. Made minute adjustments to the angle of the grooves, creating an exceedingly small guiding channel at the tip of the bullet. Rodri Farrell stood quietly by, initially adopting a scrutinizing demeanor. However, as the guiding channel took shape, a flicker of surprise crossed his singular eye. Increasing spin stability with a guiding channel? This old fellow actually understands this. Before Rodri could fully process his astonishment, Cao Dan displayed an even more refined technique. While working on the airtight ring at the base of the bullet, he incorporated a secondary pressurization technique he had gleaned from his readings, slightly altering the cutting angle to enhance the efficiency of the propellant gas. Rodri Farrell, arms crossed, narrowed his eyes slightly. As an expert, he quickly discerned the nuances of Cao Dan's methods. This technique does not seem like a mere amateur's handiwork. It appears to be the product of countless refinements. Moreover, his understanding of airtight structures suggests that this old fellow possesses not only skill, but also intellect. Rodri nodded discreetly, a hint of admiration glimmering in his eye. In under 10 minutes, 3 gleaming spiral bullets, resembling exquisite works of art, lay neatly arranged on the tray. Please have a look. Cao Dan wiped the fine sweat from his brow and stepped aside. Rodri approached, picking up one of the bullets. Rather than measuring with calipers, he gently rubbed it with his coarse fingertips, quickly discerning its precision. After a moment, he nodded, saying nothing, and drew a ruggedly designed, large-caliber handgun from his waist. Bang! 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 The 3 deafening gunshots reverberated as the bullets penetrated the distant test gel target. A tester rushed over to examine the data, and moments later, he exclaimed, "My Lord Hammer, the penetration depth has reached 120, matching that of specialized ammunition of the same caliber. The trajectory is remarkably stable, and the cavity effect is perfect. This data nearly approaches the theoretical limit for this caliber of spiral bullet." Rodri Farrell, dispersing the gunpowder smoke from the muzzle, turned to Cao Dan with a hint of admiration in his smile. Without the aid of any mechanical power, merely through pure manual physical modification, you have managed to extract the utmost performance from this basic ammunition. Your foundational skills are even more solid than I anticipated. Too kind, it's merely a matter of practice. Cao Dan humbly lowered his head, though his heart brimmed with joy. No need for modesty. The data does not lie. Rodri Farrell waved his hand dismissively. The first task has been passed with flying colors. Now we move on to the second. He handed over a test paper and gestured towards a nearby table. 1 hour. Cao Dan took the paper and glanced over it, feeling as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. The questions encompassed material selection, powder ratio calculations, and basic mechanical structure drawings, all employing familiar terminology, such as propellant burn rate constants, lever stress formulas, and alloy heat treatment temperature curves. Had this been just yesterday, he would have deemed this paper incomprehensible. But now, those questions felt as welcoming as old friends. Please summarize the differences in gas expansion curves between black powder and smokeless powder in a sealed chamber, as discussed in Chapter 3 of Leard's Fundamentals of Weaponry. If gear A has a modulus of 2 and 20 teeth, what is its pitch circle diameter? A straightforward question from basic mechanical assembly. With a sense of resolve, Cao Dan picked up his pen, as if guided by divine inspiration. The pen glided swiftly across the paper. Rodri Farrell had initially assumed Cao Dan to be self-taught and likely to stumble in theory. However, he was taken aback by Cao Dan's rapid response. And from the few glimpses he caught, the answers appeared to be entirely correct. Could this old fellow be a hidden genius? In less than an hour, Cao Dan set down his pen, reviewed his work, and stood to submit the paper. So soon? Rodri Farrell raised an eyebrow. Are you not going to double-check? This could determine your future. There's no need, Cao Dan replied confidently, smiling as he submitted the paper. Rodri Farrell took the paper and began to grade it on the spot. The red pen danced across the page, and his eyebrows rose higher with each mark. 10 minutes later, he declared, 92 points. The 8 points deducted were due to your somewhat hasty drawings, but this does not affect the overall correctness. Rising from his seat, he approached Cao Dan and extended his calloused hand. Congratulations, Cao Dan. Your overall performance is outstanding. On behalf of the Merrill Town Practitioners Association, I hereby officially approve your certification application. Profession, mechanic. Level, apprentice. As the words fell, the system's prompt echoed in Cao Dan's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing this month's task. Serious artisan. Task reward has been issued. Family module activated. Special blueprint acquired. At this moment, Cao Dan had no time to examine the rewards. Meanwhile, Rodri Farrell retrieved an exquisitely crafted black velvet box from the drawer. Upon opening it, he revealed a badge made of black iron, shaped like a shield, embossed with 2 crossed muskets and a finely detailed gear. Although the material was common to Cao Dan, it shone brighter than gold. Rodri Farrell personally affixed the badge to Cao Dan's chest. This was the Black Iron Level Association badge, signifying that he was now a member of the association. Though it was the lowest rank, it still conferred privileges. First, identity exemption. In most human enclaves, he was no longer a vagrant, but a respected technician. Second, knowledge sharing. He had the opportunity once a year to borrow professional books or skill CDs of the same level free of charge. Third, mutual assistance in trading. Under the association's guarantee, he could post bounties, accept tasks, or purchase supplies at discounted rates. Remember, the badge is not only a privilege, but also a responsibility. Do not bring disgrace to the profession of a mechanic. Yes, thank you for the promotion, my lord. Cao Dan caressed the badge on his chest, a tremor of excitement coursing through him. Chapter 15. Draw the gun. Stepping out of the association building, the sunlight seemed to shine much brighter. Cao Dan straightened his back, the black iron badge reflecting a soft glimmer in the light. As he walked through the inner city streets, he distinctly felt the change in the gazes of those around him. The disdainful looks he once received vanished, replaced by scrutiny and even respect. A few patrolling officers nodded slightly upon seeing the badge. Today, I am different from yesterday. Cao Dan did not rush home. Instead, he visited the administrative approval building in town. The guard at the entrance, upon noticing the badge on his chest, immediately broke into a smile and even held the door open for him. This was the convenience that came with status. Arriving at the household registration window, Cao Dan inquired about how to become an official resident of Merrill Town. The clerk, a bespectacled middle-aged woman, maintained a business-like demeanor for outsiders to obtain official residency status or a town citizen certificate. There are primarily 3 pathways. First, merit-based naturalization. Accumulate 500 merit points, which typically requires completing numerous high-risk bounties or making significant contributions during the Beast Tide defense. Second, talent introduction. Achieve bronze level, which is the formal occupational certification, and prove personal assets exceeding 1000 G. You are currently at black iron level, still 1 tier away. Third, special approval. A handwritten recommendation from a standing committee member of the town management committee. Upon hearing this, Cao Dan felt a chill in his heart. 500 merit points seemed an insurmountable distance, and special approval was utterly out of reach. It appears that the most reliable path is indeed the second option, to be promoted to a full-fledged mechanic and accumulate 1,000 gold coins. The road ahead is long and arduous. Cao Dan sighed as he departed from the administrative building, passing once again through the checkpoint leading to the outer city. Upon noticing the badge on his chest, the guard's demeanor and tone became notably more courteous. Cao Dan nodded. The feeling of being respected is undeniably addictive. Upon returning to the free trade zone, his appearance with the badge in the market stirred quite a commotion. Look, it's Master Cao, the bullet seller. Wow, a black iron badge. He really has become a trainee mechanic. This was indeed a moment akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Laomo, upon spotting Cao Dan, was so astonished that his pipe fell to the ground. Did you really pass? What kind of brain tonic did you take? Cao Dan merely smiled, offering no further explanation. He made his way directly to the good food store, this time filled with confidence. I would like 10 pounds of green line rice, the premium kind at 2 gold coins per pound. Also, 5 pounds of giant ant meat and 5 pounds of grasshopper hind leg meat. The clerk, upon seeing his badge, not only treated him with respect, but also remarked at checkout, "Sir, as a member of the association, our store, being a committee enterprise, grants you a 2 discount." Though the discount was modest, it signified a recognition of his status. Subsequently, he ventured to the Iron Blood Arms shop for a substantial procurement. I would like 1,000 rounds of standard pistol ammunition, along with this special gunpowder, this monster blood reagent, and infrared sensing chips. He was preparing to experiment with the creation of more advanced infrared tracking bullets, a true trump card. Similarly, the arms shop offered him a 2 discount as well. On his way back to the shanty town, the path remained unchanged, yet Cao Dan's mindset had transformed entirely. The setting sun elongated his shadow, and at that moment, he felt an immense sense of contentment. In just over a fortnight, he had transformed from a downtrodden middle-aged man into a respected professional. Such an achievement left him somewhat euphoric. As he approached a secluded alleyway, an inexplicable chill surged up his spine. This was an instinctive response to danger, honed through his training in close combat. Cao Dan did not pause his stride, yet every muscle in his body tightened instantaneously. His inner energy surging toward his limbs like a flood breaking through a dam. A man, resembling a hunter in tattered leather with a scruffy face, was approaching from the opposite direction. He kept his head down, seemingly in a hurry, but his gaze flickered toward Cao Dan's backpack. The moment their paths crossed, a palpable hostility enveloped them. "Brother, that bag looks heavy. Need a hand?" The man abruptly halted, turning slightly, a disingenuous grin plastered across his face. One hand appearing to rest casually at his side, yet was covertly inching toward his lower back. It was alarmingly close, within a distance of less than 2 meters. Cao Dan distinctly sensed an overwhelming aura of malice, a sensation only familiar to those who have tasted blood. "Brother, what brings you so close?" Without any hesitation, his inner strength surged forth, coursing into his right arm. The ominous muzzle of his firearm pressed directly against the man's forehead. A movement so swift that even he was taken aback. The man, evidently caught off guard by Cao Dan's rapid response, momentarily froze. "Hey, brother, don't misunderstand." The man raised his hands, his forced smile abruptly freezing. "I must have mistaken you for someone else. Please, lower your weapon. It's easy to misfire." Cao Dan scrutinized the disingenuous grin on the man's face. In that fleeting moment, the moral compass of his previous life as a law-abiding citizen took precedence. This brief hesitation prevented his finger from squeezing the trigger immediately. However, in the Wasteland, hesitation leads to downfall. The man was clearly a seasoned criminal, a desperate fugitive. He discerned the flicker of uncertainty in Cao Dan's eyes. The man's left hand stealthily crept towards his lower back, where something bulged conspicuously. As his fingers brushed against the concealed object, the man's facade of friendliness vanished, replaced by a grotesque grimace. "Die, fool." The words simmered unspoken within him. Boom. The revolver erupted with a deafening roar. There were no slow-motion sequences or final words, only a burst of crimson mist that erupted before Cao Dan. Half of the man's head was obliterated, leaving the remaining visage etched with disbelief. Thud. The lifeless body swayed twice before collapsing heavily into the mud. A poisoned dagger slipped from his waistband, clattering crisply against the ground. Cao Dan maintained his stance, the gun still smoking at the muzzle. This was his first experience with taking a life. He gazed at the corpse, his stomach churning slightly, yet his hand remained surprisingly steady. "Next time," Cao Dan murmured, his gaze hardening like iron. "I shall never hesitate." Chapter 16. The special blueprint for the crab-shaped mobile fortress. The sunset bled into the horizon, the scent of blood lingering heavily in the air. Cao Dan stood beside the corpse, scanning his surroundings. The area was eerily silent, although the gunshot had been thunderous. Such sounds were commonplace in the chaotic shantytown. As long as it wasn't a prolonged firefight, few would intervene over this trivial commotion. He crouched down, deliberately avoiding the gruesome sight before him. Cao Dan began to rummage through the body. This man was a pauper, yet as a hunter, his gear proved surprisingly utilitarian. He discovered a leather pouch containing 20 Dongxing coins, 2 unopened low-grade nutrition bars, and a dagger with a blade shimmering with a blue hue, laced with poison. Additionally, Cao Dan's hand brushed against something solid, affixed to the corpse's belt. His pupils constricted as he realized that this object was in 2 Malawian Quach's high-explosive grenade. Although the safety pin bore some rust, the destructive power of this device was no trifling matter. It could easily send 2 individuals to their demise. A shiver of belated fear coursed up his spine, and every hair on Cao Dan's body stood on end. Fortunately, he had acted without hesitation, dispatching the foe with a single shot to the head. Had he lingered for even a second longer, allowing the adversary to detonate the grenade, the outcome would likely have been a gruesome amalgamation of flesh and chaos. In this wasteland, there was no room for the faint-hearted. Only the victors thrived. Cao Dan swiftly stowed the spoils of victory into his backpack, casting one last glance at the lifeless body before turning on his heel and disappearing into the night. Upon returning to his dwelling, he placed the backpack down and secured the door with a lock. After a brief respite, he began to tally his gains, 20 in cash, along with a poisoned dagger estimated to fetch around 3 and the grenade itself, worth at least tenfold. This counterattack not only preserved his life, but also yielded a modest profit. Indeed, The path to wealth lay in taking lives and seizing their possessions. Cao Dan refocused his thoughts on the notification in the lower right corner of his vision. Monthly task completed, rewards pending collection. He proceeded to claim his reward. With a mere thought, 2 beams of light materialized from the void. System module update. Family module unlocked. Acquired item. Special blueprint 1. Cao Dan first delved into the family module. The previously dim icon now radiated brightness, though most features remained inactive, rendering related information inaccessible. Only one passive talent illuminated and integrated into his being. Awakened talent. The gentleman seeks a partner. Description: a graceful lady, a gentleman seeks a partner. As the aspiring leader of a family intent on expansion, you require a discerning eye for beauty. Effect: you can perceive the hidden attributes of target females, including but not limited to talents, lineage, realm, potential, etc. Note: this talent only applies to females and may yield ambiguous information depending on the disparity in strength between both parties. Cao Dan's lips twitched involuntarily as he read the description of this talent. It was tailor-made for the pursuit of companionship. Could the system be any more frivolous? Despite his verbal jibes, a flicker of excitement ignited within him. In this perilous world, where trust was a scarce commodity, possessing such a talent would ensure that, should the opportunity for companionship arise, he would not be easily deceived by appearances and might even uncover hidden potentials. He couldn't help but wonder what insights would be revealed if he were to apply this talent to Zhu Hanhan, his alluring neighbor with her fiery red waves and voluptuous figure. Oh, stop it, he chided himself, hastily slapping his face. What was he thinking? She is a married woman. One must adhere to certain boundaries. Suppressing his errant thoughts, Cao Dan directed his gaze towards the second reward, a special blueprint emanating a soft blue glow. Special blueprint, crab-type mobile fortress, rare blue. The blueprint unfolded before his eyes, revealing a strikingly futuristic three-dimensional holographic projection. A colossal sphere, shimmering with a metallic luster, was adorned with layers of crimson armor, akin to the exoskeleton of a crustacean. Below the sphere, 6 robust and agile mechanical appendages extended, each terminating in sharp claws and shock-absorbing hydraulic rods. Item: crab-type mobile fortress, type: multifunctional amphibious vehicle, mobile base, quality: blue, rare. Description: this is the audacious concept of a genius bionic engineer from a bygone era. It transcends the definition of mere transportation. It is a mobile domicile. The crimson exterior serves both as formidable armor and as camouflage, equipped with gravity-level sensors. The internal living quarters remain stable regardless of the terrain's ruggedness. Mobility modes: ground, 6-legged traversal, adept at navigating complex terrains such as mountains, ruins, and swamps. When encountering obstacles, it can deploy a pair of massive hydraulic claws for demolition or combat. Underwater, the appendages retract while the rear turbine propels it for deep diving. Featuring a fully enclosed internal life support system. Low altitude, deploying lateral wings for balance. In conjunction with bottom-mounted jet nozzles, it can execute short-distance low-altitude gliding or leaps. Core parameters: kinetic core, crab-shaped bioenergy converter. Concentrated high-energy liquid fuel engine, hybrid. Main gun position: vacant 1, recommended for high-energy particle cannon or heavy grenade launcher. Secondary gun positions: vacant 8, suitable for small-caliber weapons. Special device: vacant 1, e.g., cloaking force field, sonar detection, etc. Manufacturing requirements: materials: 50 tons of special alloy, blue; 200 kilograms of nanoplastic material, blue; 1 crab-shaped bionic mechanical core, blue; 10 advanced electronic chipsets, green. Knowledge: basic assembly LV5, basic mechanical engineering LV5, basic bionics LV5, basic weaponry LV5, basic materials compendium LV5, skills: enhanced modification LV5, fine repair LV5, basic refinement LV5, basic programming LV5. Special note: upon meeting certain prerequisite conditions, level 30 and above, one can consume this blueprint to directly generate a prototype vehicle, damaged version, with subsequent completeness requiring continuous investment in materials and skill enhancements for repair and upgrades. After perusing the blueprint's details, Cao Dan felt utterly overwhelmed. Level 5 knowledge and skills. 50 tons of special alloy. This was no mere blueprint. It was a grandiose illusion. For someone still an apprentice mechanic, this blueprint was undoubtedly beyond his grasp. soaring high into the stratosphere. Yet, gazing at that imposing crab fortress, Cao Dan's eyes sparkled with yearning. This is akin to a novice driver from a previous life who suddenly acquires a blueprint for a towering mecha. Although it cannot be constructed at present, this does not hinder his ability to dream. If such a mobile fortress were to be realized, who would I need to rent from in this desolate wasteland? I could go wherever I please, accompanied by several wives, cough, cough, alongside my family, transforming it into a post-apocalyptic road trip. Chapter 17, Fundamentals of Weaponry Level 3, Comprehending Armament Modification. Cao Dan retracted the blueprint into the system's space for safekeeping. This was his aspiration. Moving forward, he must remain grounded, honing his skills, modifying armaments, enhancing his strength, and amassing wealth. Once he is sufficiently powerful and affluent, he can gradually gather the necessary materials. After processing this month's task rewards, Cao Dan cast another glance at the long-term main quest, branching out. The reward was an initial golden legend, which made Cao Dan swallow hard. In this system, blue is already considered rare. What, then, does golden imply? It appears that establishing a family and career is indeed an essential path to traverse. Cao Dan stroked his chin, murmuring, "In the future, when I venture out, besides selling goods, I must also observe people. Should I encounter a suitable lady, I must not hesitate. No, I must not let the opportunity slip away. Of course, this must wait until he possesses the strength to protect them. Otherwise, in this wasteland, beautiful women often attract calamity, and children become one's Achilles heel." Setting aside these musings, Cao Dan focused his attention on the unfinished, weekly task. Today is Saturday. If he does not act swiftly, the task will refresh early the day after tomorrow, and the rewards will vanish. Weekly task, versatile hand. Task objective, complete at least 3 types of mechanical modifications. Reward, knowledge enhancement card X1. At present, he had already mastered the modifications of spiral bullets and explosive bullets, leaving only one more to complete. The most challenging task remained, the infrared bullet. This device's technological complexity far exceeded that of the previous 2. It required the implantation of a miniature infrared sensing chip within the bullet's core, alongside adjustments to the wing structure, enabling it to perform fine-tuned tracking at the end of its flight. This endeavor encompassed not only mechanical processing, but also intricate electronic manipulation. Determined, Cao Dan retrieved the expensive materials he had painstakingly acquired: infrared sensing chips, miniature batteries, and conductive silver glue. One must be nourished to possess the strength for meticulous work. Rather than rushing into action, Cao Dan first approached the modest kitchen corner. He lit the stove and boiled water, rinsing the precious blue-line rice, which glimmered with a translucent sheen, exuding a delicate fragrance. He sliced the meat, for today was a day worthy of celebration. Cao Dan decided to indulge himself. He stir-fried giant ant meat with fervent heat to seal in the juices. The fried grasshopper accompanied by cannon leg meat was a premium selection purchased for 6G. The meat was as firm as a spring, dusted with a thin layer of flour before being plunged into the hot oil. Sizzle, golden and crispy. The aroma wafts enticingly through the air. After a flurry of activity, the small dwelling is suffused with an intoxicating fragrance of food. Cao Dan carries a bowl brimming with white rice, lifting a piece of perfectly fried hind leg meat, and takes a bite. Crunch. The exterior is crisp while the interior remains tender, with juices bursting forth, creating a delightful sensation that dances upon his tongue. Delicious. This is truly the essence of life. Satiated and warm, Cao Dan does not squander this newfound energy. He promptly sits cross-legged and begins to practice the yang nourishing technique. The food in his stomach is swiftly broken down, transforming into a torrent of warmth that converts into pure internal energy, nourishing his meridians and dantian. An hour later, Cao Dan opens his eyes, his gaze focused and serene, reaching a peak state. Time to begin. He settles at his workstation, dons a magnifying glass, and picks up the tweezers. The challenge of crafting infrared bullets lies in the delicate implantation of the miniature chip. The bullet's head is minuscule. A slight tremor could lead to misconnected wires or a misaligned chip, rendering the bullet useless. On his first attempt, Cao Dan holds his breath, channeling energy to his fingertips. The tweezers grasp a chip the size of a grain of rice and gently place it into the reserved groove of the bullet head. Tick! A bead of cold sweat trickles down his forehead. At the moment of welding the wires, his hand trembles slightly. Zing! A wisp of smoke rises. The chip is ruined. Failed attempt. Simple modification proficiency level 5. You have gained a profound understanding of the fragility of microcircuits. The material for one bullet costs an exorbitant 5 grams. Leaving Cao Dan feeling pained at the loss, the cost is far too high. Yet, he presses on. On the second attempt, the chip is successfully implanted. But excessive pressure during the sealing process distorts the internal structure. Failure. The third attempt sees the circuit connected, yet the angle of the stabilizing wings is off. Failing aerodynamic testing. Failure. Time trickles away. From the deep hours of Saturday night through to Sunday noon, Cao Dan's eyes become bloodshot, and the table is cluttered with 7 or 8 discarded bullet heads. His heart aches. This represents a significant loss of materials. If success does not come soon, he will exhaust his supplies. The final bullet. Cao Dan gazes at the remaining materials in his hand. He closes his eyes, taking a deep breath. As visions of the schematic for guided weaponry from Liard's Fundamentals of Weaponry dance in his mind, his internal energy flows languidly, calming his mind and soothing his muscles and nerves. He opens his eyes. This time, his hands are steady as a rock. Implant, weld, seal, polish, calibrate. Each step is executed with textbook precision. Utilizing the effects of Simple Modification Level 3, he incorporates a voltage stabilizing circuit while handling the wires. Click. The final step is complete. A bullet, adorned with a dark crimson hue and featuring a minuscule crystalline sensory window at its apex, lay quietly within the tray. Within the field of vision, a pale blue light screen finally materialized. Creation successful. Acquired item. Infrared tracking bullet, quality, good. Evaluation, despite being handcrafted. Its tracking capability has reached 80 of standard weaponry. Congratulations, host, on completing this week's task. Versatile artisan. Reward, knowledge enhancement card 1, distributed. It was done. Cao Dan slumped into his chair, feeling utterly drained. He had now mastered 2 areas of knowledge: basic weaponry LV2 and basic assembly LV1. His understanding of basic weaponry was on the verge of a breakthrough within the association, having gleaned insights from this modification of the infrared bullet, propelling it to LV2. Though knowledge could not be wielded like a skill to inflict harm or create, it served as a foundation. The higher the foundation, the greater the potential and comprehension of skills. Where should it be applied? Cao Dan pondered for a moment. While basic assembly was crucial, it pertained to constructing larger entities. Conversely, basic weaponry was directly linked to his livelihood, affecting the quality of bullet modifications and the development of new blueprints. It was wise to focus on the cutting edge, enhancing his weaponry knowledge. With a thought, Cao Dan commanded the system, utilizing the knowledge enhancement card with the target, basic weaponry. The card in his hand transformed into countless golden specks, penetrating his forehead. A wealth of knowledge regarding weapon principles, energy weapon concepts, and complex ballistic calculations flooded his mind. Basic weaponry LV2 has been elevated to LV3, comprehensive understanding. Due to your profound comprehension of weaponry, you have intuitively grasped a new skill, armament modification. Armament modification, LV0, a passive active skill. When manufacturing or modifying any armament, you instinctively optimize its combat performance, with a 10 chance to elevate the quality of the finished product by 1 tier, e.g., from standard to good, from good to exquisite. What a boon. Cao Dan abruptly slapped his thigh. He had not anticipated that elevating his knowledge level would yield a sudden epiphany akin to that in a game. This, armament modification, was nothing short of extraordinary. Although it relied on chance, a 10 probability for mass-produced bullets represented a significant profit margin. Cao Dan steadied his emotions and opened his personal panel. Name: Cao Dan, lifespan, 4256, good, early aging status is alleviating, physique, 097, approaching that of a normal adult. Keep it up. Inner Qi, 120, Qi transforming from a delicate thread to a serpent-like flow. Occupation: apprentice mechanic, companion. None, still the same lonely singleton. Offspring: none. Talent: a gentleman desires a partner, LSP exclusive. Knowledge: basic weaponry, LV3. Mastery level, 1. Basic assembly, LV1. Mastery level, 4. Skills: simplistic modification, LV3. Progress, 2. 591,000. Basic shooting, LV1. Progress, 80, 250. Close combat, LV1. Progress, 221, 250. Basic swordsmanship, LV1. Progress, 210, 250. Young Nourishment Technique, LV1, Progress, 199, 250. Armament Modification, LV0, Progress, 100. Items, Special Blueprint, Crab-Shaped Mobile Fortress. Gazing at this array of data, Cao Dan felt a profound sense of accomplishment. From a vulnerable existence on the brink of demise in the wasteland to now being a skilled, recognized professional, all within a mere fortnight. The future holds promise. Cao Dan caressed the black iron badge on his chest, his gaze drifting out the window. Next step. Earn money, gather materials, and perhaps seek a wife? Chapter 18. The affluent young lady. 2 days passed swiftly like grains of sand slipping through fingers. Cao Dan set down his file and rubbed his aching temples. In his line of sight, the blood-red weekly task notification stood out glaringly. This week's task refresh. First blood. Task objective. Successfully eliminate at least one hostile target. Task reward. Special blueprint for invisibility sword, green. Time remaining, 6 days, 23 hours. First blood invisibility sword, Cao Dan murmured. Last week's task was production-oriented, while this week's task had taken a lethal turn. The system was clearly demanding that he become both a craftsman and a butcher. An invisibility sword certainly sounded like a tool for treachery. He dismissed the information from his view and redirected his focus to the tray before him. There lay 5 dark red bullets, quietly glimmering with a faint crimson light in the morning sun. These were infrared tracking bullets, not merely ordinary goods, but exquisite creations birthed from a 10 probability trigger of armament modification. Cao Dan picked one up, unable to resist its allure. Item: exquisite infrared tracking bullet. Quality: green, exquisite. Special effect: heat source lock. Within effective range, provides strong tracking on targets with a temperature exceeding the ambient by 5 degrees. With a 30 improvement in trajectory correction, weakness insight, a certain probability of directly hitting the core of the heat source, namely the heart or engine. What a remarkable item, Cao Dan marveled. The exorbitant price of infrared bullets in the black market is not due to their explosive power, but rather their almost relentless assurance of a hit. In the desolate wasteland, the most vexing adversaries are the highly agile mutated beasts and speed-oriented superhumans, as they are exceedingly difficult to strike. However, this particular item stands as their nemesis. As he is aware, ordinary infrared bullets can fetch a price of 5G each in the marketplace, while those of exceptional quality, endowed with weakness detection, can soar to 8G or even 10G, with buyers eagerly vying for them. Unfortunately, a skilled artisan cannot craft without materials. All of his infrared sensing chips and specially formulated conductive silver gel have been entirely expended. He is left with an abundance of mundane materials and over 600 standard bullets, which cannot be squandered. Cao Dan steeled himself and devoted all remaining resources to the production of spiral and explosive bullets. Given his current level of proficiency, even accounting for potential failures, he could reliably manufacture 400 to 500 finished pieces from the raw materials for these 600 bullets, with spiral bullets priced at 12G and explosive bullets at 3G. Not to mention the more expensive infrared variants. Cao Dan's mind buzzed with calculations. If all goes well, his wealth could surpass the significant threshold of 1000G. What does 1000G signify? In the slums, it represents a decade's worth of living expenses for an ordinary family of 3. More importantly, it serves as a ticket to formal residency in Marlar Town. Once he passes the bronze-level formal mechanic examination, along with this 1000G asset certification, he could migrate to the inner city with all his possessions, leaving behind the slum where death lurks at every corner. As he contemplated this, a fire ignited within Cao Dan's heart. With wealth comes ambition, and he began to mentally compile an extensive shopping list. First, he would acquire 2 decent sets of anti-stab clothing, for his tattered work attire had long outlived its usefulness. Next, a delightful meal at the gastronomic paradise awaited him, renowned for its genuine mutated beef hot pot. Moreover, the dilapidated bed at home needed replacing, as it was as hard as stone. Just as Cao Dan reveled in fantasies of indulgent spending, a sudden knock echoed through the air. The sound was neither loud nor hurried, exuding a rare politeness. Cao Dan jolted back to reality, his muscles tensed, and instinctively, his right hand reached for the python revolver resting on the table. It wasn't yet the end of the month. Could Jean Dia and his band of leeches be coming to collect rent early? But soon, he dismissed this notion. Jean Dia was a ruffian. His method of knocking was to kick the door while cursing, as if intent on dismantling it. While Zhu Hanhong also visited, she typically called out to Master Cao, her voice loud enough for half the street to hear. This knocking was far too courteous for a place rife with chaos. A flicker of caution crossed Cao Dan's eyes. He refrained from responding immediately and quietly rose, swiftly grasping the infrared bullets on the table. One must not flaunt their wealth. These bullets were of great value, and should they be seen, it could spell disaster. He hastily lifted the bedboard, stuffing the bullets into a pre-prepared concealed compartment, then covered it with a heap of tattered clothing to disguise it before taking a deep breath to adjust his expression. "Who is it?" "Someone's coming," Cao Dan shouted as he approached the door, peering through the crack to see outside. To his astonishment, he found a woman standing there, a figure that seemed utterly out of place in this environment. Cao Dan opened the door. "Hello, I am your new neighbor." The woman slightly inclined her body, her voice melodious and clear, imbued with the refinement of one raised in a well-mannered upbringing. "I heard that Mr. Cao is residing here, and I came to pay a visit. As I am new here, I hope you will forgive any inadvertent impositions." Cao Dan scrutinized her from head to toe. She appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, with a charming face, fair skin, and a tall, curvaceous figure, clad in a fitted black matte leather outfit. Her hair was jet black and lustrous, styled into a pragmatic tactical bun, with a silver metal stick resembling a hairpin piercing through it. She looked as though she had stepped out of a heroine's role from a sci-fi action film of a bygone era. Though the woman wore a polite smile, Cao Dan felt no warmth. Instead, an unmistakable sense of distance, as if she were accustomed to a life of privilege, enveloped him. This demeanor and attire sent a shiver down his spine. Having frequented the inner city, he could tell she was undoubtedly from a prominent family. Too kind, too kind." Cao Dan quickly clasped his hands together, forcing a courteous smile. "I am Cao Dan, merely a craftsman making a living. You are far too gracious, miss. I am Li Xiaoyue." The woman did not show any sign of disdain at his humility, maintaining her standard social smile. "We shall be neighbors, after all. Distant relatives cannot compare to close neighbors. I hope Master Cao will look after me." As she spoke, she retrieved a glass tube, about the thickness of a finger, from her tactical bag, offering it to him with both hands. "This is a token of our acquaintance, just a small gesture, nothing grand." Inside the glass tube, a pale green liquid shimmered gently in the sunlight. Cao Dan cast a glance at the label, his pupils narrowing. Li's Biotechnology Company, Limited Type 1 Gene Repair Fluid. Although he had never used it, he had seen advertisements for this item on the black market. It was a high-end product capable of repairing damaged human genes, eliminating mild radiation toxins, and even slightly enhancing physical constitution. Market price, 120 G per vial. Is this merely a small gesture? Cao Dan felt a sudden warmth in his hand. This was no ordinary gift. It was akin to being thrown a gold brick. "Miss Li, this is far too precious. One should not accept rewards without merit." He instinctively attempted to decline. "There is no need for Master Cao to refuse," Li Xiaoyue replied, her tone gentle, yet her demeanor left no room for rejection. "Having just moved here, I am unfamiliar with the area, and I will inevitably need to consult you on various matters in the future. This is merely a token of our acquaintance. Should you decline it, it would imply a disregard for me, your new neighbor." Having stated this, should Cao Dan refuse once more, it would be tantamount to ingratitude, perhaps even causing offense. "In that case, I shall graciously accept." Cao Dan took the vial with both hands, feeling its weight. Upon seeing him accept it, Li Xiaoyue nodded and exchanged a few pleasantries before decisively taking her leave. As she turned, the sound of her boots striking the concrete echoed crisply. Cao Dan stood at the doorway, smiling as he watched her enter the neighboring house, which had been vacant for quite some time. It was only when the door closed behind her that the smile on his face vanished in an instant. He quickly retreated inside, locking the door behind him. Narrowing his eyes, he observed a cascade of light blue data flow down. Name, Li Xiaoyue. Race, human, pure blood with slight genetic optimization. Age, 24 years. Lifespan, 2,488 years, superior to the average. Physique, 134, equivalent to 13 times that of an ordinary person. Due to systematic training, mechanical power, 299, extremely high, nearing the pinnacle of a junior mechanic. Occupation, junior gunner, mechanical branch, certified bronze level. Talent, mechanical affinity, rare blue. Possesses an innate intuition for mechanical structures. Recoil reduced by 30 when operating heavy firearms. Accuracy increased by 20. Specialties, Heartless aiming. Maintains a high hit rate despite movement or limited visibility. Sliding rapid fire. Skilled in suppressive fire while moving at high speeds. Well-trained. Has undergone rigorous military tactical training. Noble etiquette. Innately ingrained manners. Charm 2. Easily attracts attention. Knowledge. Overview of Lee's gunners. LV2. Mastery level. 23. Skills. Lee's mechanical power refinement method. LV4. Progress. 2. 592. 500. Precision shooting. LV2. Progress. 80. 500. Capture. LV2. Progress. 21. 500. Simple weapon repair. LV1. Progress. 21. 250. Overall evaluation. C grade. For the current host, she is either an object of admiration or a dangerously alluring rose. Upon reviewing this array of data, Cao Dan inhaled sharply. A physique of 134 and mechanical power of 299. It is worth noting that his own physique stands at merely 0.97, with internal energy equivalent to mechanical power at 120. This young lady's raw strength is nearly double his own. Furthermore, her talent in mechanical affinity is a coveted skill. A dream for all mechanics. A junior gunner with bronze certification. Cao Dan clutched the vial of genetic repair fluid tightly, his brow furrowed. The name Li Zhaoyue, connected to Li Biotechnology, carries significant weight. In Mailil Town, the only family associated with biotechnology and bearing the surname Li is the prestigious Li family, which monopolizes half of the town's pharmaceutical supply. A young lady from the esteemed Li family has chosen to abandon her villa with a garden in the city center to reside in our dilapidated neighborhood, a place devoid of charm and plagued by sewage. Moreover, her initial gesture is a staggering gift of 120G. This situation reeks of peculiarities. Cao Dan peered through the window's crevice, catching sight of the filthy street outside. A few ragged children were fighting over a moldy piece of bread, while in the distance, a group of addicts huddled in a corner. This place is but a wasteland-esque sewer, a breeding ground for vice. A phoenix like Li Zhaoyue, landing in such a henhouse, not only appears utterly out of place, but also seems to wear a label on her forehead declaring, "I am wealthy, come and rob me." Unless she is fleeing from someone or in search of something. Cao Dan shook his head, forcibly stifling his curiosity. Regardless of her motivations, they are of no concern to me. Curiosity killed the cat. Entangling myself in these aristocratic feuds would only lead to my demise. He glanced down at the gene repair serum in his hand. Although its origins are legitimate, Cao Dan was inherently cautious. Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. He decided to set the serum aside for now, intending to visit Old Imo to invest in a proper appraisal later. If it proves safe, he might use it himself. If not, well. Cao Dan found a lead box to securely seal the serum and concealed it in a more hidden corner. In the following days, Cao Dan fully embraced the philosophy of remaining oblivious to external affairs, focusing solely on cultivating and earning money. Aside from the essentials of eating, drinking, and relieving himself, he scarcely ventured outside. His daily routine was as mechanical as that of a robot, rising at 6 in the morning, having breakfast, followed by practicing the nourishing yang method to digest the high-energy food within him, converting it into threads of inner energy. He then transformed bullets, and in the afternoon, engaged in physical training, alternating between basic swordsmanship and close combat, turning the cramped room into a whirlwind of dust, occasionally drawing his gun in rapid succession. Although monotonous, he found joy in this lifestyle. Particularly, watching the skill proficiency on his panel incrementally rise brought him a tangible thrill of empowerment, far more addictive than any illicit substance. Basic swordsmanship proficiency 1, close combat proficiency 2. Slight increase in physical condition. As his mastery of the nourishing yang method progressed, his appetite expanded significantly. He could now consume 2 pounds of giant ant meat in one sitting without feeling satiated, necessitating another nutrition bar. His body was visibly transforming. His skin tightened. Muscle definition began to emerge, and the sallow complexion caused by long-term malnutrition gradually faded, replaced by a healthy flush. He felt as if a small furnace was igniting within him, with energy surging and no outlet for release. However, the tranquility within the room could not mask the undercurrents swirling outside. Although Cao Dan chose to remain indoors, he was neither blind nor deaf. Through the window, he sensed a subtle transformation in the atmosphere of the slum. The once desolate streets were now infused with a hint of clamor, populated by numerous unfamiliar faces. Unlike Li Zhaoyue, who exuded a certain glamour, these individuals mostly donned tattered cloaks, their gazes menacing, reeking of blood and the wilderness. They gathered in clusters at the alleyways, abandoned factories, or dim corners, whispering amongst themselves while occasionally scanning the passers-by, as if in search of some prey. Were these individuals free hunters drawn to the coastal factory? Or were they fugitives from other human enclaves? Cao Dan grew increasingly cautious, especially as night fell. Although nights had always been chaotic, at least the distant barking of dogs could be heard. Now, the nights were enveloped in silence, occasionally pierced by short, anguished screams, swiftly returning to tranquility. This oppressive atmosphere persisted for days. One evening, through a crack in the window, Cao Dan witnessed two individuals adorned with the insignia of the Gray Serpent Society being dragged into a dead end by three unfamiliar strongmen. Minutes later, the three men emerged, wiping the blood from their hands, while the two thugs from the Gray Serpent Society vanished without a trace. Even the local tyrants had been purged. Cao Dan tightened his grip on the revolver in his hand. The tides in this slum were about to change. Chapter 20. Development. Cao Dan sat on a rickety stool, rolling a slightly warm explosive bullet between his fingers. The air inside the room was stifling, imbued with an impending sense of unease, as though something momentous was about to transpire. After much contemplation, he resolved to venture out and assess the situation. His acquaintances in this slum were few. The newly arrived Li Zhaoyue, despite her generous gifts, was steeped in mystery. Clearly at the vortex of a tumultuous storm, it was wise to keep his distance. Upon reflection, the only individuals he felt somewhat familiar with were the couple, Zhu Hanhong and his wife, next door. Cao Dan retrieved a freshly crafted explosive bullet from a hidden compartment, along with 5 finely made spiral bullets. This gesture of reciprocity bore significance. At present market value, these bullets together amounted to nearly 10 G. For an ordinary hunter, this constituted a substantial fortune, potentially a lifesaver in critical times. With these items in hand, Cao Dan pushed open the door and swiftly made his way to the doorstep of Zhu Hanhong's residence. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed through the dimly lit alley. Shortly thereafter, the iron door creaked open. It was Lei Peng who answered. This burly man was not clad in combat fatigues, but wore a tank top soaked with sweat, revealing muscles gnarled like tree roots and emanating a faint scent of gun oil. Upon recognizing Cao Dan, Lei Peng's face softened slightly. Ah, it's Apprentice Cao. What brings you here? The news of Cao Dan passing the Association S certification and becoming an apprentice mechanic had already spread through the neighborhood. In the desolate wasteland, even the most rudimentary apprentice can command a modicum of respect. Captain Lei, pardon the interruption, Cao Dan said with a smile, clasping his hands together. Having recently acquired some intriguing novelties, he thought to bring them to Captain Lei, recalling the kindness shown by Miss Zhu when she lent grain and delivered meat. A glimmer of interest flickered in Lei Peng's eyes as he stepped aside to clear the path. You're too courteous. Please, do come in. Inside, Zhu Hanhong was tying on an apron and tidying up the room. Upon seeing Cao Dan enter, her eyes, shaped like crescent moons, brightened with warmth. Master Cao has arrived. Please, take a seat. Let me fetch you a glass of water. You shouldn't bring gifts when you visit. It feels too formal. It's quite all right. Cao Dan replied graciously. A few minutes later, Cao Dan and Lei Peng sat across from one another. On the scarred wooden table before Lei Peng lay the gifts Cao Dan had brought, a deep crimson explosive bullet and 5 glistening spiral bullets. Lei Peng, a connoisseur of such matters, picked up the explosive bullet, rotating it delicately between his fingers, appreciating its subtle balance and the faint stirrings of gunpowder within. Excellent craftsmanship, Lei Peng remarked. I'm glad you like it, Cao Dan said with a modest smile, before shifting to the crux of the matter. In addition to expressing my gratitude for your previous assistance, I seek your insights on another matter, Captain Lei. Lei Peng set down the bullet, as if anticipating the inquiry. You wish to discuss the unfamiliar faces outside, correct? Cao Dan nodded, concern etched on his face. The shantytown has been rather unsettled lately, with numerous outsiders arriving. I feel quite uneasy about it. Given your extensive knowledge, do you have any news? With a sigh, Lei Peng extracted a cigarette from his pack. Lighting it, and inhaling deeply. Through the swirling smoke, he shook his head. Cao the apprentice, to be frank, I do not possess a complete understanding of the situation. However, I can assure you that these individuals are not benign, and they certainly do not hail from the same place. Oh, what do you mean? Cao Dan leaned forward, intrigued. Lei Peng flicked the ash from his cigarette, his tone turning grave. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, societal order has collapsed, and each survivor settlement has its own unique survival codes and cultural practices. These cultural traits are deeply ingrained in the hunters, shaping their distinct demeanor. He gestured towards the window. Take our hunters from Malal Town, for instance. They have spent years navigating the fringes of jungles and swamps, excelling in stealth and traps, often exuding the scent of dampness and herbs. Now, observe those newcomers outside, some clad in heavy furs, their eyes wolf-like and their gait brisk, honed from years of pursuing mutated beasts across the northern plains. Others possess dark skin adorned with various bone trinkets, skilled in the use of poisoned blow darts and short blades, their pungent odor unmistakable, reminiscent of the decaying swamps from the south. Amidst the ordinary attire, a figure stood with an indifferent gaze, gripping a well-maintained yet antiquated instrument. A scavenger, adept at unearthing treasures within the ruins of a city. Lei Peng paused, his expression grave. The myriad of specters from all corners of the land has suddenly converged upon our humble Malal town. This occurrence is no mere coincidence. Cao Dan felt a chill of apprehension. The ability to discern paths through mere observation exemplified true professionalism. In contrast, although he possessed a system, he felt woefully inexperienced in the presence of these seasoned veterans. Not long ago, had it not been said that the prominent figures in town had joined forces with the Forest Surveillance Bureau to venture into the coastal factory for reclamation? Cao Dan tentatively inquired. Could this be related to that? An expedition to the coastal factory? Lei Peng scoffed, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. This information may not be entirely true, yet it is not necessarily false either. In this realm of uncertainty, deceit is commonplace. However, one truth remains. No one awakens early without the promise of profit. The coastal factory, while a prime target, is also a formidable challenge. How many high-tier mutated creatures reside there? Even the regular troops of the Forest Surveillance Bureau would face dire consequences. Is it truly worth the peril for such a meager unknown bounty, compelling so many outsiders to traverse great distances to meet their demise? Consider the astronomical costs of travel and supplies alone. Lowering his voice, Lei Peng continued, unless, of course, there exists something here far more enticing or, shall we say, more easily attainable than the coastal factory. Do you believe these outsiders and this so-called expedition will have repercussions for us? Cao Dan posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. He cared not for the ambitions of the powerful. His concern lay solely in whether he would become a pawn in their game, whether it was a dangerous foray or an orchestrated incident, as long as he remained uninvolved. What peril could he face? At that moment, Zhu Hanhong approached with a cup of water, interjecting, "We are but ordinary citizens, should the sky fall. Let someone of stature bear the weight." Suddenly, Lei Peng appeared struck by a revelation, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. The cigarette in his hand burned down to his fingers before he even noticed. Abruptly, he lifted his head, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes as he directed a question at Zhu Hanhong. "What is the age of that golden hunter from the Pedregon family in Malal Town this year?" Zhu Hanhong hesitated, seemingly unable to keep pace with Lei Peng's rapid thought process. Yet having mingled in the town for many years, she soon recalled, "Have you forgotten? 5 years ago, the town hosted a grand celebration. Though we common folk were not invited, the fireworks lit up the night sky. It was said to commemorate the 150th birthday." As she spoke, Zhu Hanhong's expression shifted. Being astute, she covered her mouth in astonishment and exclaimed, "Are you suggesting?" Meanwhile, Cao Dan stood by, bewildered, yet the shock within him surged like tumultuous waves. 150 years? He could not help but swallow hard. Is this person truly that long-lived? In a wasteland where the average lifespan barely reaches 50, reaching 60 is considered a remarkable age, and 70 is seen as a sign of good fortune. 150 years? That is akin to a living fossil. Lei Peng took a deep breath, extinguishing his cigarette but forcefully in the ashtray, and lowered his voice to enlighten Cao Dan. "Cao, as a newcomer, you have limited exposure to the upper echelons. In this wasteland, strength equates to longevity. High-ranking professionals, particularly those who have led the hunt against A-grade monsters or higher, are bestowed the honorable title of Golden Hunter by the Professional Association. This title is not merely a name. It signifies the pinnacle of power. It is rumored that the Pedregon family, which controls half of Malal Town, has their steadfast pillar in a singular surviving golden hunter. With a glimmer of reverence in his eyes, Lei Peng continued, "It is widely known that the Pedregon family's legacy lies within the realm of psychics. And among all professional categories, psychics often have the shortest lifespans. Why?" Cao Dan instinctively inquired. Because of the cost, Lei Peng elucidated. Martial artists cultivate their bodies and minds. Growing stronger with age, mechanics rely on equipment, resulting in relatively less bodily wear. However, psychics are different. They are overstretching their genetic potential, burning their very life force to attain extraordinary power. Each intense battle, each surge of psychic energy, shortens the length of their genetic telomeres. Generally speaking, high-ranking professionals can live beyond 200 years, as long as they do not meet an untimely demise. Yet, very few psychics manage to reach that age. At this point, Lei Peng's voice dropped even lower, as if fearing eavesdroppers. Typically, a psychic golden hunter reaches their limit around 150 years, which is what the extraordinary of the old era referred to as the 5 declines of heaven and man. 5 years ago, they celebrated their 150 years, and it was said that the ancestor could still make an appearance. But over these past 5 years, have you noticed any significant activity from the Pedregon family? No, they have been exceedingly quiet. Lei Peng's deduction struck Cao Dan like a hammer on his heart. Thus, Cao Dan felt a dryness in his throat. These outsiders were not here for mere seaside factories. Whale fall, Lei Peng uttered. When a whale falls, all life flourishes. The demise of a golden hunter spells disaster for their family, but for other factions, it becomes a grand feast for resource division. Be it the inheritance left by that ancestor, high-grade equipment, psychic legacies, or the resource channels controlled by the Pedregon family, who wouldn't desire a taste? Moreover, once this steadfast pillar falls, the power structure of Merrill Town will inevitably undergo a significant reshuffle. The Forest Surveillance Bureau, several other prominent families, and even the wandering warlords outside will seize the opportunity to invade. At this juncture, the atmosphere in the room became utterly frozen. Cao Dan felt a chill run through him. What should we do? Zhu Hanhong, though typically spirited, could not help but feel a tinge of panic in the face of such monumental upheaval. Lei Peng grasped the hand of his companion and spoke in a low voice. Let us observe the unfolding circumstances. We are but insignificant specks in the grand scheme of things, and matters of divine conflicts are beyond our reach and qualification. He turned to Cao Dan, speaking with earnest gravity. Cao, this realm has merely lost a significant figure. For us, as long as we remain outside the eye of the storm, life can continue as usual. If we refrain from coveting what is not ours, we are likely to endure. After a brief span of minutes, Cao Dan took his leave. As he walked home, the mere distance of a few dozen meters weighed heavily upon him. Night had descended, and the alleys of the shanty town were shrouded in darkness, save for the distant echoes of barking dogs. Burdened with thoughts, Cao Dan found it difficult to find solace. Lei Peng's words seemed lighthearted. The notion of continuing life as usual felt more like self-deception. The powerful resided far above, seemingly in the clouds, while the shockwaves of their downfall could effortlessly shatter the lives of the insignificant below. The fall of a significant figure inevitably creates a vast power vacuum. The order maintained by the Pedregon family would collapse, disrupting the existing distribution of interests. Should conflict arise, chaos would ensue within Merrill Town, with the Forest Surveillance Bureau intervening, and mercenaries and hunters from outside seizing the opportunity to plunder. In such circumstances, the neglected shantytown would undoubtedly become a battleground for competing forces, a refuge, and a place for venting frustrations. Stability within the town itself was uncertain, let alone in this slum-like shantytown. Could one truly entrust their life to the whims of fate? To the hope that those in power might show mercy and refrain from trampling on a few ants amidst their struggle for dominance? Standing at his doorstep, Cao Dan gazed up at the overcast night sky. To avoid being an ant, one must possess the ability to protect oneself. I must enhance my strength. Every little bit helps. As the night deepened, Cao Dan's modest abode was shrouded in darkness, the curtains drawn tightly, even the seams stuffed with rags to prevent any light from escaping. A dim alcohol lamp was deliberately lowered, casting elongated shadows in the corner. With his bare torso exposed, Cao Dan stood in the center of the room, eyes closed, on a small patch of relatively even ground. He was attuned to his body, sensing the rhythm of each muscle, the rush of blood through his veins, and the agile energy coiling within his dantian like a serpent. With a slow exhale, he released a breath of stale air. In the next moment, he moved. Without any warning, his body shifted laterally, as if drawn by an invisible force. This was no ordinary step, but an extraordinarily peculiar slide. His toes barely grazed the ground, and the energy erupted from the spring point of his foot, allowing him to glide 3 meters away like a specter. At that instant, his right hand seemed to possess a will of its own, darting swiftly to his waist. Though he did not truly draw a weapon, it was merely a simulation. His fingers executed a flawless sequence of drawing, chambering, and aiming in the void. Immediately thereafter, his form shifted once more, now advancing, now retreating. At times, he curled and rolled like a nimble feline, evading the imagined onslaught of blades. At other moments, he sprang forth like a cheetah, his palms slicing through the air with a subtle hissing sound, targeting the enemy's throat. This was the embryonic form of gunfighting, a nascent amalgamation of close combat and fundamental marksmanship. Sweat cascaded down his spine, each droplet radiating warmth. Perhaps it was the ceaseless nurturing of his internal energy that breathed astonishing vitality into this body, which had long been frail. Up until now, he had yet to sense any limitations. It seemed that as long as he trained to elevate his skill level, he could continue to grow stronger. However, he silently acknowledged to himself that he was still insufficiently swift. Although he could leap 3 meters straight up from a standstill and stride 5 to 6 meters in a single step, effortlessly lifting weights of 200 to 300 kilograms with one hand, on Earth, he would undoubtedly be considered a minor superhero, capable of winning Olympic gold or becoming a champion. Yet here, it was a wasteland. He remained but a lowly insect, a mere foot soldier compared to those combatants who could effortlessly rend steel with their bare hands, or gunners capable of obliterating targets kilometers away with a single shot. His modest skills rendered him little more than slightly stronger cannon fodder, especially when faced with that Li Xiaoyue. The data of his female neighbor flickered in his mind. Constitution 134. Mechanical strength 299. An undeniable display of raw power overwhelming him. His gaze sharpened, and his form shimmered like a phantom. This time, he executed no feints. His right hand became a blur, a genuine draw. Grasping the handle of his revolver with a steady hand, he infused his aura throughout his being, activating the basic quick shooting. A dull thud reverberated. This was not true gunfire. Rather, he had affixed a homemade silencer to simulate recoil and tactile feedback. Even so, the tremendous kinetic energy caused visible ripples to radiate from the muzzle, aimed directly at the makeshift target range piled high with sandbags in the corner. In his mind, he feverishly simulated various adversaries. If he were to encounter a tough-skinned, resilient mutant boar, where should he aim his first shot? The eyes? Or perhaps the rear? If he faced a speedster with agility-based abilities, how could he predict their landing point? And if confronted by a heavy artillery expert like Li Xiaoyue, how could he find a glimmer of hope amidst a hail of bullets? Again and again, he practiced until his muscles ached, until his energy waned, until he felt as though he had emerged from the depths of water. Only then did Cao Dan finally cease, panting heavily as he collapsed onto the ground. While he was merely an apprentice mechanic, he could not allow himself to be relegated to a mere supporter hiding in the back. In this wasteland, only those mechanics who could survive were truly the best. Chapter 21. Knowledge revisited 3 continuous days. Cao Dan, tireless and diligent, diligently honing his skills and exploring his potential. In the early morning, he adjusted his collar, changed out of his sweat-soaked work attire, and donned a slightly more respectable canvas hunting outfit. As he pushed open the door, fortune had it that the door next door swung open simultaneously. Li Xiaoyue, clad in her sharp black leather attire, exuded an air of elegance. Clutching a tactical backpack, she appeared ready to embark on her own journey. Their gazes met. Li Xiaoyue paused momentarily, then a playful smile graced her lips. "Oh, I assent this, Master Cao? I thought you had been secluded in your quarters, diligently practicing some extraordinary skill. It's quite rare to see you venture out today." At her words, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Cao Dan's face, and he quickly clasped his hands in greeting. "Miss Li, you jest. My abilities are limited, and lacking any means of self-preservation, I dare not wander in this chaotic world. It is merely that my supplies at home have run dry, compelling me to visit the free trading zone to procure some necessities." Indeed, caution is the mother of safety. Li Xiaoyue nodded in agreement, her tone courteous. "I shan't delay your fortune, Master Cao. Travel carefully. The recent days have been rather tumultuous. Thank you for your warning, Miss Li. Do take care as well." With another bow, Cao Dan hastened out of the alley. Li Jiahua stood at her doorstep, watching Cao Dan's somewhat hurried figure until he vanished around the corner. With a soft chuckle, she could no longer contain her amusement. What an intriguing individual, she mused, shaking her head. Her neighbor was excessively cautious, to the point of being somewhat comical. Every conversation with him, though polite and adorned with smiles, revealed a palpable tension, as if he were an alarmed rabbit, perpetually poised to flee or retaliate. That underlying sense of unease, anxiety, and urgency made it seem as though he was not traversing to the trading zone, but rather navigating a battlefield rife with gunfire. Meanwhile, Cao Dan sensed the elusive gaze behind him dissipate, allowing him to exhale deeply. A thin sheen of sweat had formed on his back. This woman was far too perceptive. Wiping the perspiration from his brow, he quickened his pace. Half an hour later, the free trading zone loomed before him. Although the external situation was tense, it did not detract from the lively atmosphere here. Rather, the influx of outsiders had intensified the bustling scene. A myriad of individuals filled the area, scavengers burdened with large packages, mercenaries with brutish visages, and brazen courtesans stationed at street corners, enticing patrons with their allure. The air was thick with the aromas of sweat, grilled meats, engine oil, and cheap perfume. Cao Dan moved through the crowd, striving to appear inconspicuous. "Oh, Master Cao, what brings you out today?" "Cao Jinshi, good morning. I hear that you have successfully passed your certification. Congratulations." Along the way, numerous familiar faces greeted him. After all, having set up stalls here several times, and being one of the few technical talents in this area, Cao Dan had quite a good rapport. He returned each greeting with a respectful nod and a warm smile, yet his pace remained unbroken. Most of these acquaintances were merely superficial. When faced with real challenges, they would hardly offer assistance. Cao Dan was well aware of this. Carrying his heavy backpack, he navigated confidently to the heart of the trading zone. He stood before the entrance of the delightful food shop, only to find himself momentarily stunned. The door, usually wide open and wafting with the aroma of rice and meat, was now firmly shut, a wooden sign proclaiming temporarily closed hanging from it. Closed? A sense of ominous foreboding crept into Cao Dan's mind. He hurried toward the nearby Iron Blood Arms store, only to discover the same fate. The door was tightly sealed, and even the iconic tin sign had been removed. The two core shops, both backed by official authority, had simultaneously closed their doors. Standing at the street corner, he gazed at the locked shutter, his brow furrowed. This was more than just an issue of unavailable goods. It was an exceedingly dangerous signal, much like fishermen retreating to shore before a storm. These establishments with official backing possessed the keenest instincts. Were they withdrawing because even the authorities wished to avoid this murky situation? Taking a deep breath, Cao Dan suppressed his unease. If conventional channels were cut off, then he would have to resort to unorthodox means. He turned towards the edge of the trading area, where individual vendors set up their stalls. In a corner piled high with various bottles and jars, he found the pharmacist, Old Mo. "Ah, Cao Jinshi, a rare visitor," Old Mo exclaimed, gazing at a bottle of murky potion through a magnifying glass. Upon seeing Cao Dan, he smiled, revealing a gap where a tooth once was. Without wasting words, Cao Dan exchanged pleasantries and discreetly retrieved a vial of genetic repair fluid from his pocket, presenting it to Old Mo. "Old Mo, please take a look at this." Old Mo accepted the glass tube, initially indifferent, but his expression froze upon seeing the pale green liquid. Swiftly, he pulled out a professional monocular inspection tool, leaning in for a closer examination. "Hiss," Old Mo gasped, looking up at Cao Dan. "Cao Jinshi, what fortune have you stumbled upon? Or have you allied with some influential figure?" "How so?" he continued. "This is the genuine Type 1 repair fluid from Li S Biotech. Just look at its purity and this anti-counterfeit laser code. It's top-notch, far superior to the diluted versions that occasionally circulate in the market." Lowering his voice, Old Mo extended a finger. "This is priceless. If you choose to sell it, the least you could ask is this, 150 G. Cao Dan raised an eyebrow. "That is the base price. For someone in urgent need, it could fetch 200 G. Firm in his resolve, Cao Dan quickly retrieved the vial, concealing it securely on his person. Since there were no issues with the potion, it was time to attend to serious matters. He found an empty spot beside Old Mo, unfurled the greasy tarp, and laid out boxes of ammunition from his backpack. Due to 3 days of intense training focused on combat skills, the production of special bullets had somewhat diminished. He had over 200 spiral bullets, more than 70 explosive bullets, and 20 infrared bullets. However, What caught Cao Dan off guard was the unexpectedly high demand for his goods. To be precise, the situation was almost frenzied. With the closure of the Iron Blood Arms store, which had stabilized the prices of weapons and ammunition in the entire trading area, firearms and ammunition had suddenly become scarce resources. At this critical juncture, everyone sought to stockpile life-saving tools before chaos ensued. The price for ordinary reloaded bullets had surged to 1G for 3. In contrast, Cao Dan's special bullets had become hot commodities. Master Cao, I'll take 2 boxes of spiral bullets. Let us not discuss money. I have plenty. I just need bullets that can pierce through those foreign ruffians' bulletproof vests. Do you have any explosive bullets left? I'll take them all. Prices soared. Spiral bullets jumped to 15G each, while explosive bullets reached an exorbitant 4G each. As for the infrared bullets, the moment Cao Dan displayed 5, they were swiftly snatched up by a few fierce-looking lone wanderers at the price of 15G each. Sometimes, the market is peculiar. The higher the prices rise, the scarcer the goods become, leading to even more intense competition. Ciao apprentice, ciao apprentice. Just as Cao Dan busied himself collecting payments, a young man with dyed yellow hair squeezed through the crowd. Cao Dan looked up and recognized him. This lad was a member of the Lei Peng hunting team, named Ah Huang, who was usually quite sharp-witted. Oh, Ah Huang, what brings you here to grab goods? I heard that you were setting up shop, Ciao apprentice. The captain specifically sent me, Ah Huang said, wiping the sweat from his brow, looking anxious. It's quite chaotic outside. Our brothers need sturdier weapons to feel secure. Cao Gu, could you spare some spiral bullets for us? Since he was from Lei's team, it was easy to oblige. Without hesitation, Cao Dan retrieved 2 boxes of spiral bullets, each containing 10 rounds, and offered them at the old price with a 10% discount. Please convey my regards to the Lei team and Miss Zhu. Got it. Thank you, Ciao apprentice. You're generous, Ah Huang exclaimed, bowing repeatedly, paid, and then clutched the bullets as if they were treasures and dashed off. Cao Dan continued his hustle until noon. Looking at his now empty stall and feeling the bulging pouch of coins in his pocket, he realized he had made a profit of over 300G in this round. With his previous savings, his total assets had nearly reached 500G. After tidying up, Cao Dan did not rush home. He obtained a temporary zone permit and made his way once more to the Moral Town Adventurers Association. This time, his goal was clear: to acquire knowledge about mechanics. The blueprint for the crab-shaped mobile fortress dangled before him like a tantalizing carrot. Although the creation of such things is currently beyond reach, it is imperative to first acquire the foundational knowledge. Mastery of fundamental weaponry and basic assembly has been achieved, yet further understanding in basic mechanical engineering, comprehensive materials, and fundamental biomimetics is still required. The association's library is eerily quiet, almost desolate. Cao Dan spent 5G to borrow 5 hefty tomes, as dense as bricks. Principles of basic mechanical structures, identification and refinement of wasteland materials, and metal heat treatment techniques. Unfortunately, there exists not a single book on biomimetics. Finding a secluded corner, Cao Dan commenced his fervent reading. Time slipped away, second by second. You have diligently studied principles of basic mechanical structures and acquired fragments of knowledge. Knowledge. Basic Mechanical Engineering, LV0, Mastery Level, 12, Unlocked. You have diligently studied identification and refinement of wasteland materials and acquired fragments of knowledge. Knowledge, Comprehensive Materials, LV0, Mastery Level, 33, Unlocked. With the notifications illuminating his panel, Cao Dan closed the final volume, massaging his throbbing temples. His mind brimmed with an array of formulas, charts, and material properties. Finally, the panel displayed the breakthrough notification for Basic Mechanical Engineering and Comprehensive Materials, reaching LV1. Through diligence, paths to knowledge are forged. Exiting the association, Cao Dan initially intended to scour the shopping district in the inner city, to acquire new gear and indulge in some delectable treats. However, he was halted by a guard. Outsiders were prohibited from purchasing in the inner city shops, unless in possession of a townsperson certificate or special pass. Cursed be this fate, Cao Dan muttered under his breath, turning back. He returned to the free trade zone. Not one to idle, Cao Dan made his way to the butcher's corner, specializing in the flesh of mutated creatures, with legitimate food and materials out of reach. He had no choice but to rummage here. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Vendors, bare-chested and corpulent, wielded cleavers, dismembering various grotesque prey. After a brief survey, He finally paused before a stall with relatively few patrons. The vendor was a burly, bald man, muscles rippling, with pronounced temples and a black iron badge emblazoned with a bicep symbolizing strength. A novice martial artist. Ah, a returning customer. The bald man, clearly recognizing Cao Dan, snorted disdainfully and slammed his bloodied bone knife onto the counter. Arrive early, buy early, delay, and you'll be left with nothing but bones to gnaw. If my meat becomes expensive, there'll be no cheap cuts left in this trading zone. Well, what does the old novice want today? The term old novice made Cao Dan's lips twitch. Though he was 42 years of age, this well-nurtured physique appeared to suggest a man in his early 30s. Hearing the bald man refer to him as old novice was indeed grating. Humph, bring me 50 pounds of giant ant meat, 20 pounds of focused rat meat, and 10 pounds of hind leg meat from that grasshopper cannon, Cao Dan commanded with a flourish, exuding an air of extravagance. Whoa, Lee the butcher exclaimed, his eyes widening. Old apprentice, are you planning to open a canteen? You're a mechanic, not one of us martial artists who rely on consuming meat to cultivate our vitality. Can you possibly finish all this? Aren't you afraid of bursting? If I can't finish it, can't I just cure it? What is wrong with making cured meat? Cao Dan retorted impatiently. Hurry up, no more nonsense. All right, I'll get it for you, Lee the butcher replied, his large blade dancing deftly in his hands, moving as smoothly as a performer in a circus. In no time, dozens of pounds of meat were neatly cut. Observing Lee's skillful technique, Cao Dan felt a spark of curiosity. Lee, with your prowess, are you majoring in weapon mastery? Huh, what options do we lowly ones have? Lee sighed, wrapping the meat while lamenting. No background, no talent, can't afford secret weapons or elixirs. I can only practice with the cheapest weapons. A single knife is all I need. What weapons do you usually train with? Cao Dan inquired cautiously. Why do you ask that? Lee shot him a wary glance. I'm a mechanic, with a bit of knowledge about weaponry. Just curious, Cao Dan replied. Nothing much to hide, Lee shrugged. We're all the same. For practice, I use ordinary cold weapons, heavy swords, large knives, iron rods. As long as they have some weight, light weapons 1T build strength. Cao Dan nodded thoughtfully and handed over some money. You handle the focused rat. Do you have any special materials? Like focused eardrums or sonic glands? I do have a pair of focused eardrums, but they were just bought by a hunter, Lee shook his head. As for the sonic glands, they're gone. That rat went mad before it died, and I shattered its jaw, ruining the glands. Why, are you interested in these monstrous materials? As a mechanic, I need to conduct some research, Cao Dan explained. All right, next time I have stock, I'll set it aside for you. Thank you, Cao Dan said, gesturing toward the bucket filled with blood. Is there any more of that grasshopper cannon blood? I need it fresh. There's just a bit left, about 5 pounds. Give it all to me. Cao Dan spent another 3 gold to acquire the bucket of E-grade monster blood. With the arms shop closed, many military raw materials were unavailable. This monster blood, imbued with a faint energy attribute, served as an excellent substitute for crafting special gunpowder and etching patterns after refinement. Having just mastered the comprehensive materials compendium, it was perfect for practicing and honing his skills. After purchasing the meat and materials, Cao Dan, burdened with over 100 pounds of packages, resembled a laborer as he navigated through the stalls. He procured several dozen pounds of storable, thirst-quenching potatoes and scoured the stalls of a few scavengers for some black gold nuggets, worn-out chips, and copper wires. As Cao Dan prepared to depart, an inconspicuous corner caught his attention, where an object emanating a faint, cold light beckoned him closer. It was a stall manned by a down-and-out warrior, featuring a solitary, heavy black iron sword. The blade was broad and unsharpened, its surface marred with rough forging marks, resembling an unfinished iron ingot. Yet, Cao Dan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The knowledge from the compendium of basic materials flickered in his mind. That distinctive matte luster, that subtle heaviness. Could this be Falamanda steel? His heart raced with excitement. Falamanda steel, an extraordinarily unique alloy, could yield a blue-grade metal when merely a touch was added to ordinary steel during quenching. It was the very essence for crafting high-strength armor and heavy machinery. Suppressing his exhilaration, he approached nonchalantly and kicked the sword. How much for this hunk of scrap? The stall owner, a gaunt middle-aged man, perked up at the inquiry and promptly exclaimed, Esteemed sir, this is no mere scrap. It is a fine sword. A firm price of 30G. 30G? Are you robbing me? Cao Dan's eyes widened. Incredulity etched on his face. This thing isn't even sharpened. Do you expect me to take it home as a doorstop? Although this sword is not a finished weapon, it is crafted from special materials, the stall owner insisted, desperation creeping into his voice. The weight of this metal alone is worth far more than 30 G. Do you truly consider this a fair price? Cao Dan scoffed. In these times, everyone is hoarding ammunition and food. Who would spend a fortune on such a heavy piece of iron? Moreover, how many pure warriors exist in this dilapidated area? When trouble arises, who doesn't he reach for firearms first? He paused, adopting a guise of benevolence. I am merely an apprentice mechanic with a mild interest in such metals. That's why I would even contemplate a purchase. Anyone else would glance right past it. The stall owner wavered under his words, gnashing his teeth. Then, name your price. A flat rate of 10 G, Cao Dan proposed, raising a finger. I assure you, aside from me, no one would buy this half-finished piece. Too low, far too low. The stall owner shook his head vigorously. 25 G, not a penny less. Very well then. Cao Dan turned to leave with resolve. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He silently counted in his mind. Indeed. Come back. Come back. The stall owner's voice, tinged with desperation, called after him. Esteemed sir, please add a little. 10 G barely covers the cost. Cao Dan halted, sighed, and turned back. All right, seeing that it's hard for you, I'll offer 12 G. The extra 2 GS shall honor my pursuit of the mechanical arts. The stall owner grimaced but, glancing around at the desolate business, ultimately nodded in resignation. Fine, 12 G it is. Take it away. With a swift exchange, money changed hands for the sword. Cao Dan grasped the hilt of the sword, lifting it effortlessly with one hand. A substantial weight coursed through his arm, approximately 20 pounds. For someone whose physique approached level 10, like Cao Dan, it still felt somewhat burdensome. Was this the sensation of wielding a heavy weapon? He attempted a few swings, the air responding with a deep, resonant whoosh. At last, he understood why the butcherly emphasized the importance of a well-suited weapon. The previous cleaver could hardly accommodate his burgeoning strength, nor could it channel the essence of cutting, cleaving, and crashing inherent in swordsmanship. Yet this sword was just right. More crucially, it was not merely a weapon. It was also a substantial piece of high-quality blue-grade material. With the Falaman steel in hand, he was one step closer to constructing his crab-shaped mobile fortress. Cao Dan wrapped the great sword in a tattered cloth and secured it behind him. In his left hand, he carried 100 pounds of meat and potatoes, while his right hand grasped various mechanical components, all the while bearing the weight of the formidable sword on his back. Under the setting sun, his silhouette stretched long and imposing. Chapter 22. A sharp descent not far from the shanty town lay a sparse grove. Cao Dan, burdened with a heavy snakeskin bag and the iron sword on his back, moved briskly through the trees. This grove was comprised of withered, mutated poplar trees, their gnarled branches resembling clawed hands reaching ominously toward the sky. Crack! A faint, sharp sound pierced the air, the noise of a brittle branch snapping beneath the weight of something heavy. Cao Dan halted suddenly. During this period of relentless training, the yang nourishing technique had not only strengthened his physique, but had also significantly heightened his instincts. He sensed the absence of the usual chorus of insects that should have filled the air. Someone was near. A chill ran down his spine, but he remained calm. He slowly retreated, his right hand discreetly gliding toward the holster at his waist, while his left hand firmly gripped the hilt of the great sword behind him. Thinking of fleeing? It was too late. Accompanied by a sinister chuckle, 3 figures emerged from the shadows of the previously empty grove, encircling him in a triangular formation. At the forefront stood a burly man clad in a tattered tactical vest, wielding a short-barreled submachine gun, his face obscured by a filthy black cloth, leaving only his brown eyes visible. To the left was a wiry man, who stealthily gripped a silenced pistol. To the right stood a woman in form-fitting leather armor, deftly toying with 2 poison daggers. Hey, we've been waiting for you, old man, the burly man sneered, deliberately waving his gun to block all of Cao Dan's escape routes. You must have made quite a profit at the market today, huh? My friends and I are a bit short on cash. Care to lend us some? It was a demand for money. Instantly, Cao Dan feigned a look of panic, his body trembling slightly as he slowly retreated, reaching into his pocket. Of course, noble gentleman, wealth is but a fleeting possession. As long as my life remains unscathed, I shall gladly part with it. A heavy pouch of coins was carelessly tossed onto the ground, its opening slackened, allowing several gleaming coins to roll out. This is all the money I've earned today, a gift for you all upon our first meeting. How about we part ways here? Cao Dan implored. Contrary to his expectations of a frenzied scramble for the pouch, the burly man did not even glance at the coins. Instead, he quickened his pace, advancing menacingly closer, his eyes glinting with ferocity. Ah, this old fellow is quite straightforward. He seems to know the situation well. He chuckled darkly, his tone chillingly cold. However, we require the money, and where is that gene repair fluid you've hidden? Cao Dan's pupils constricted. Surely you jest. I possess no such gene repair fluid. That is a luxury for the elite. I am merely Cao Dan, a technician, he denied, retreating while his mind raced. Stop pretending, old man. The burly man interrupted impatiently. Hand it over, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, he brandished his submachine gun threateningly. Next year on this day will mark your demise. I truly have none. Are you all mistaken? Cao Dan stammered. You're inviting trouble. The burly man, having completely lost his patience, revealed a murderous intent in his eyes. If you wish for death, then do not blame my comrades for their ruthlessness. Attack. Before the words fully escaped his lips, he was poised to pull the trigger. In that fleeting moment, the previously cowering Cao Dan transformed dramatically. With a surge of internal energy, he sidestepped 3 meters, and almost simultaneously, a large black revolver materialized in his right hand, unleashing a fiery tongue of flame. Basic shooting, quick draw, bang. The thunderous gunshot echoed through the woods. Akin to a clap of thunder, the first shot struck the man squarely in the chest. Beneath what appeared to be a tattered tactical vest lay high-strength ceramic ballistic plates. Though the bullet staggered him, it failed to prove fatal. Damn, you've got some skills. The burly man growled in fury, regaining his footing and preparing to unleash a hail of bullets. Yet, Cao Dan did not grant him that opportunity. Spiral bullet, bang, bang. 2 shots rang out in rapid succession, striking the same point where the first bullet had hit. This technique, honed through countless days and nights of relentless practice, was known as pinpoint consecutive shooting. Even ceramic ballistic plates could not withstand the relentless assault of spiral bullets at the same spot. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed. The burly man's menacing grin froze upon his face. The third bullet shattered the ballistic plate, penetrating his chest cavity, followed by a dull explosion. That was the sound of the spiral bullet churning within, shredding his innards. Gasping, the burly man widened his eyes. Blood mixed with remnants of his organs gushing from his mouth as he toppled backward. Meanwhile, the woman stood in stunned silence, yet before she could react, Cao Dan had already swung his gun in her direction. Bang! A bullet struck the center of his brow, splattering crimson and ivory, as his body fell rigidly to the ground. As for the diminutive man, he had already been paralyzed by fear, attempting to flee the moment the first shot rang out. But could he escape? Cao Dan's gaze was devoid of warmth as he raised his weapon and fired. Bang! The bullet found its mark in the frail man's back, eliciting a blood-curdling scream as he collapsed into a pile of fallen leaves, convulsing briefly before succumbing to stillness. In a mere 3 seconds, the once menacing trio had been reduced to lifeless corpses strewn across the ground. Cao Dan did not rush forward. Instead, he remained rooted in place, his revolver still aimed at the prostrate figure of the slight man. His internal energy circulated within him, attuned to the slightest rustle within a 10-meter radius, leaving no movement unnoticed. Though faint, his heartbeat remained steady. A cold smile crept onto Cao Dan's lips. Feigning death won't deceive me. He advanced slowly, resolutely pulling the trigger once more. Bang! A finishing shot to the head. This time, the death was unequivocal. Cao Dan approached, crouching down to kick away the submachine gun from the robust man's grasp before peeling off their masks. The burly man and the woman were unfamiliar faces, evidently recent fugitives. Upon removing the mask of the slight man, a familiar, aged visage was revealed. So it's you. Cao Dan regarded the corpse without surprise. Old Mo, how greedily you overreach. No wonder these individuals sought the genetic repair fluid. It was you who kept it concealed. Noted. Cao Dan began to search the bodies. He retrieved a short-barreled submachine gun, 4 handguns, 1 2mm Quach's high-explosive grenade, a flare, a tactical map, 200 rounds of standard ammunition, 126 gold coins, 2 vials of highly toxic poison, and 1 vial of hemostatic powder. A bountiful haul indeed. He felt a sense of relief for having dealt with the leader first. Had the opposing party been allowed to utilize the submachine gun and grenade, the outcome of this encounter could have been uncertain. He stuffed all the spoils into a canvas bag and stripped the battered bulletproof vest from the robust man's corpse. Once home, He secured the doors and windows. Finally, breathing a sigh of relief, a notification popped up in his view. Congratulations, host, on completing this week's task. First Blood. Task evaluation: overcoming 3 adversaries with calm decisiveness, a flawless ambush and counterattack. Reward: special blueprint for the stealth sword, green. Cao Dan eagerly withdrew the blueprint for examination. Stealth sword, green. Type: portable cold weapon for assassination. Description: this is an exceptionally camouflaged folding battle sword. Its blade comprises multiple segments of high-strength alloy, which can be entirely concealed within a hilt the size of a dagger. By activating the mechanism on the hilt, a sharp longsword measuring 0.8 meters can be ejected within 0.1 seconds. Characteristics: unanticipated. The blade emerges silently, perfect for ambush. Cao Dan gazed at the blueprint, feeling a twinge of disappointment. He had envisioned a high-tech device capable of optical invisibility, but instead, he found a mechanical folding sword. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that its simple structure and modest technological complexity made it an excellent tool for honing his skills in basic assembly and weapon modification. Moreover, having it as a means of self-defense was advantageous. Who would suspect that an ordinary flashlight or a short baton could instantaneously transform into a lethal longsword? After carefully storing the blueprint, Cao Dan began to tally his spoils. Although the submachine gun was severely worn, it remained a formidable weapon in the ammunition-scarce slums, capable of fetching at least 60 G in the black market. Coupled with a few handguns, he could expect a total of around 100 G. What delighted him most was the map he had retrieved from the imposing man. Despite some stains, it was intricately detailed, clearly a tactical map of military grade. Under the dim light, Cao Dan scrutinized the map for several minutes, his expression growing increasingly grave. The world was vaster and more desolate than he had imagined. The areas marked on the map indicated the outer control zone of the Dongxing Mountain Heavy Armament Base, stretching approximately 700 to 800 kilometers east to west and over 1,000 kilometers north to south. Within this expansive terrain, only a few power points were noted. His own town, Meilel, was situated on the southern edge of the map, while the nearest mid-sized human settlement, Dongji City, lay over 300 to 400 kilometers to the southeast. Between them lay 3 major rivers, 5 mountain ranges, and countless regions marked with red skulls denoting danger. No wonder, Cao Dan murmured to himself, that the old hunters advised against venturing out alone without a convoy. This vast wilderness spanning several hundred kilometers was indeed a chasm of death. As for the Forest Surveillance Bureau nestled in the frigid depths of the Northwest Forest, it was a mere 20 kilometers away. However, it was not a traditional human settlement and did not accept outsiders. Conversely, the coastal factory to the southwest was quite close to the Forest Surveillance Bureau, only about 20 kilometers away, but it was further from Meilel, approximately 50 kilometers distant. It appeared that until he could traverse the treacherous wilderness, he was indeed trapped here. Cao Dan's sense of urgency intensified. If chaos erupted in Meilel, he would have no refuge to escape to. In the days that followed, Cao Dan feverishly stockpiled supplies and honed his skills. The adrenaline of real combat propelled his close-quarters combat proficiency to level 2, and he gradually approached the threshold of level 2 in basic swordsmanship. However, the situation was even more dire and swift than he had anticipated. On a fateful night, for days later, a thunderous roar echoed through the darkness. A profoundly thunderous roar emanated from the distance, causing the humble abode of Cao Dan to tremble, sending the water cup on the table crashing to the floor in a shatter of shards. Startled awake, Cao Dan's heart raced furiously. Was it thunder? In a daze, he attempted to turn over, but the next moment, that disquieting tremor reverberated once more. No, this was no mere thunder. It was the sound of heavy artillery fire, an echo that could only be born from a grand battlefield. Immediately following, a cacophony of voices erupted outside, shifting from hushed whispers to frantic cries. Good heavens! They are attacking! Someone is assaulting Merrill Town. It's an armored division. I saw it clearly. It's large artillery. Instantly, Cao Dan's drowsiness evaporated, his back drenched in cold sweat. He leaped from his bed, hastily grabbing the revolver resting by his pillow and the iron sword slung across his back, frantically shoving his hidden money pouch and the lead box containing gene repair liquid into his embrace. Escape. This thought was the singular focus of his mind. As he flung open the door and dashed outside, the sight before him was staggering. The entire shantytown had erupted into chaos. Disheveled individuals, faces etched with terror, were sprinting in every direction. The air was thick with cries, curses, and the barks of dogs, all merging into a singular tumult. In the distance, toward Merrill Town, countless projectiles soared into the night sky, illuminating it as brightly as day. On the outskirts, flames soared, and the persistent echoes of explosions filled the air, each flash accompanied by tremors of the earth. This was utterly overwhelming. Cao Dan felt a chill creep over him. With such an intensity of firepower, even high-ranking professionals would meet their demise if they charged in. At that moment, the door next door swung open. Lei Peng and Zhu Hanhong emerged as a couple. Meanwhile, Li Zhaoyue's door remained firmly shut, suggesting a profound absence within. "Don't go. Please don't go." A heart-wrenching cry pierced through the chaos. Cao Dan turned to see Zhu Hanhong desperately gripping Lei Peng's arm, tears streaming down her face, her eyes pleading. In contrast, Lei Peng, usually a composed man, now appeared transformed. Clad in tattered exoskeleton armor and shouldering a heavy machine gun, he shrugged off Zhu Hanhong's grasp. "This is an opportunity," Lei Peng shouted, his voice trembling with fervor. "I have been trapped at the Junior Artillery Master Bottleneck for 5 years. 5 years. I am weary of languishing in this quagmire as a mere squad leader. This is a reshuffling, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. If only I can." Ignoring Zhu Hanhong's cries, he strode purposefully towards the nearby assembled squad members. There, a dozen fully armed men awaited him with fervent anticipation. "Stay at home. Lock the door, and do not follow me. I will return swiftly," Lei Peng shouted back resolutely. Then, with unwavering determination, he led his team against the tide of fleeing civilians, charging toward the inferno of battle. "You are insane. That is the battlefield of the Golden Hunters. You will surely perish if you go." Zhu Hanhong collapsed onto the ground. Cao Dan stood at the entrance, staring blankly at Lei Peng's receding figure. What on earth is he intending to do? Everyone is fleeing for their lives, yet he chooses to leap into the inferno? Is this what they call seeking fortune in the face of danger? Or is there truly something in this war, capable of annihilating all, that holds greater importance than life itself? Cao Dan tightened his grip on the gun in his hand, casting a glance at the crumpled Zhu Hanhong, then at the direction engulfed in flames. "Perhaps it is best for us to flee." Chapter 23. The Invincible Hospital. "Do not go. You mustn't go." Zhu Hanhong's heart-wrenching cries resonated amidst the explosions, sounding particularly desolate. She stumbled to her feet, tears streaming down her face, and frantically dashed towards the direction Lei Peng had departed. "Come back." Cao Dan was quick to react, seizing her arm firmly. "Let go of me." Zhu Hanhong struggled desperately. "I must find him. I want him to return." "Miss Zhu, have you lost your mind?" Cao Dan gripped her wrist tightly, his voice low and urgent. "That place is a battlefield, a zone covered by heavy artillery. Are you truly willing to march towards your own demise? As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood." Though Zhu Hanhong was an awakened genetic esper, specializing in healing with limited combat prowess, she was unable to shake off Cao Dan's hold. Her eyes were bloodshot, filled with fury, and in a moment of desperation, she sank her teeth into Cao Dan's forearm. "Ah!" Cao Dan winced in pain but did not relent. Instead, he pulled her back with even greater force. "Heed my advice and do not seek death. Since Lei has gone, he must possess his own means of survival. Your presence will only serve to distract him." At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted, louder and more violent than any before. The earth seemed to tremble, and the makeshift shanties emitted a cacophony of cracking sounds. The crowd descended into further chaos, with countless people scattering like headless flies, trampling one another amidst cries and curses that filled the air. Cao Dan looked up, the sight before him becoming etched in his memory forever. Above the town of Meilel, the once pitch-black night was now shrouded in a blood-red glow. Within this crimson light, several oddly shaped spacecraft hovered ominously. Some resembled enormous metallic beetles, radiating eerie blue arcs of electricity. Others appeared as a jumbled heap of refuse, belching forth deadly flames. And one, entirely black, resembled a sword, accumulating terrifying energy. Zzzt. Boom. Like thunder, crimson beams shot forth from these vessels, striking with divine retribution against the faint golden energy shield that enveloped the center of Meilel. Each impact was accompanied by a series of resounding explosions, causing the golden shield to ripple violently, its brilliance dimming at a visibly alarming rate. Was this the protective array of the town? Cao Dan gazed in astonishment. pondering whether he was in a desolate wasteland or a realm of cultivation. Observing the precarious layer of golden light, he realized that if it shattered, the ensuing energy shockwave could obliterate buildings within several kilometers. Desperate, he understood that he could no longer remain in this perilous place. Without a second thought, he bent down and hoisted the struggling Zhu Hanhong onto his shoulder. "Miss Zhu, I apologize for the inconvenience," he uttered, with a surge of internal energy. He bolted away like a startled wild boar, carrying over 100 pounds of living weight as he raced towards the wilderness, far from Malil Town. The wind howled in his ears, and his lungs burned fiercely. Cao Dan lost track of time as he ran, only aware that the explosions behind him grew fainter and the flames began to blur. He finally halted, panting heavily, on a weedy slope several miles from the shantytown. He laid Zhu Hanhong down on the grass and collapsed beside her, gasping for breath, feeling as though his heart might leap from his throat. After regaining a modicum of composure, he turned to lie in the grass, parting the weeds to keep a vigilant eye on Malil Town in the distance. The commotion seemed to diminish over there. The trembling golden light, though dim, persisted. Had it endured? Cao Dan's heart brimmed with uncertainty. Time passed slowly. He remained motionless, holding his breath to minimize any sound. The surroundings were silent, save for the strange chirps of unidentified mutated insects in the grass. Had it come to an end? No. He decided to wait. It was likely the most chaotic moment. Returning recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. He suppressed his impatience and continued to lie on the cold ground. Indeed, after approximately half an hour, a thunderous roar erupted from the heart of Malil Town, reverberating through the air. Suddenly, within the golden shield, countless golden tendrils surged forth, stretching hundreds to thousands of meters. What in the world was that? Cao Dan's pupils dilated in shock. The golden ribbons twisted and twirled like colossal serpents in the air, exuding a sense of annihilation as they lashed out at the hovering ships. Boom! A beetle-shaped vessel was caught off guard, ensnared by two golden serpents. With a deafening metallic crunch, it was torn to shreds, trailing a cloud of thick black smoke as it plummeted into the inferno at the town's center. The remaining ships, realizing the danger, swiftly turned and ignited their blue thrusters, scattering into the night sky, vanishing in an instant. Once again, tranquility enveloped the world. A faint golden glow lingered over Malil Town. It was over. Cao Dan exhaled a deep breath, releasing the tension that had built within him. He turned to Zhu Hanhong beside him, only to find she had fainted from crying, the traces of her tears still fresh upon her cheeks. The following morning, the sun rose above the horizon, casting light upon the world as dawn broke. Cao Dan cautiously rose, stretching his stiff limbs. He hoisted Zhu Hanhong and proceeded toward the shantytown. The return journey was eerily silent, a stillness that sent shivers down the spine. In the brief span of a single night, the entire area had descended into chaos. Collapsed buildings, charred timber, and litter strewn across the ground created a grim tableau. The air was thick with a nauseating mix of blood and burnt flesh, a stench that revolted the senses. Scattered corpses lay haphazardly along the roadside. Some had fallen victim to stray bullets, others to trampling, while many bore the ugly marks of throat slashing, their possessions stripped away, leaving them stark naked under the harsh light of day. As he passed a few seemingly intact houses, Cao Dan could faintly hear the cries of women and the mocking laughter of men emanating from within. Beasts. He clenched his fists, yet ultimately released them. Sighing heavily, he quickened his pace, careful to avoid that house. In this desolate land, justice was the rarest luxury, but survival was the essential commodity. Just as he turned a corner, a heavy thud of footsteps approached. A surge of tension gripped Cao Dan's heart as a middle-aged man, clad like a hunter, appeared before him. They both halted, mere meters apart, the atmosphere thick with unspoken words. The stranger's face was obscured, revealing only a pair of bloodshot eyes, filled with the fury of slaughter. A bulging pack rested on his back, and in his hand, he wielded a bloodied machete. His shadowy gaze swept over Cao Dan before settling on Zhu Hanhong, his eyes betraying a lascivious hunger. "Hey, brother, you have quite the fortune," the masked man rasped, licking his lips. "After you." It was a test. Should Cao Dan show fear or attempt to flee, the man would pounce like a ravenous wolf. Taking a deep breath, Cao Dan tightened his grip on the revolver concealed in his pocket, his expression as impassive as steel, his gaze icy. "I am in no rush. You may proceed first." Simultaneously, A silent energy coursed through him, a palpable aura of danger, even without drawing his weapon. The masked man fell silent, weighing his options. Was it worth risking his life for a woman and a fledgling professional whose wealth was uncertain? They stood locked in a standoff, like two statues. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The masked man scrutinized Cao Dan intently before retracting his greedy gaze. Then you go your way, and I shall go mine. Let us not interfere with each other. Agreed, Cao Dan replied tersely. Neither moved for a moment longer, until the masked man began to retreat. Maintaining eye contact with Cao Dan until he rounded the corner, his footsteps fading into the distance. Cao Dan exhaled, his palms slick with sweat. At long last, he returned home. He closed the door, secured the lock, and fastened the bolt. Cao Dan gently assisted Zhu Hanhong onto the bed, while he himself slumped into a chair. Feeling utterly drained, the overwhelming fatigue of having survived a harrowing ordeal washed over him like a relentless tide. A glance at the bed revealed that Zhu Hanhong's eyelashes were fluttering slightly. So, she had been awake all along. With a sigh in his heart, Cao Dan resolved to feign ignorance. At this moment, any words of comfort would be utterly inappropriate. Summoning his remaining strength, he began to rearrange the furniture in the room, sealing the doors and windows with meticulous care. What use is barricading the door? A faint voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Cao Dan froze momentarily before turning around, offering an awkward smile. Ah, Miss Zhu, you're awake. Did you not know that already? Zhu Hanhong sat up, her gaze vacant, her voice hoarse. If they wish to enter, will these paltry barriers truly suffice? Cao Dan fell silent. Indeed, for genuine thugs or professionals, these furnishings were as insubstantial as paper. Observing Zhu Hanhong's expression of profound despair, his heart softened, and he could not help but urge, Miss Zhu, Captain Lei is a man of good fortune. Moreover, it was a large-scale melee. Perhaps they were merely scattered. Do not worry excessively. A bitter smile escaped Zhu Hanhong's lips, tears cascading down her cheeks. Death would be a relief. I sacrificed everything for that so-called opportunity. Yet, the unspoken longing in her words was palpable. At that moment, a cacophony of drums and gongs erupted from outside. Bang, bang, bang. The Pedragon family of Merrill Town has committed heinous crimes, oppressing the innocent. Heaven bears witness. Divine retribution has descended upon them last night. We, the Invincible Hospital, vow to eradicate this calamity for the sake of peace and freedom. The Pedragon family has now relinquished their protection over the slums, which we, the Invincible Hospital, shall formally take over. All residents need only pay a modest protection fee to enjoy unparalleled medical services and security. Cao Dan peered through the crack of the door. A brawny man, his head adorned with a red ribbon and his physique robust, strode confidently down the street, his face radiant with fervor. To his astonishment, several familiar neighbors followed in his wake. Individuals who had cursed the injustice of the world just yesterday now donned red armbands as sycophants of this new power. They went door to door, registering residents and collecting protection fees. Before long, a knock resounded at Cao Dan's door. Open up. The Invincible Hospital is conducting a census. Cao Dan exchanged a glance with Zhu Hanhong, then opened the door a crack, donning a humble smile as he engaged in brief pleasantries, paying a few G in registration fees before dismissing the visitor. Once the door was closed, Cao Dan inquired, Miss Zhu, do you know what faction this Invincible Hospital belongs to? The name sounds rather peculiar. It's a martial arts group from the ruins of the southern city. Zhu Hanhong, with an expression devoid of emotion, remarked upon a group of muscle-bound brutes, accompanied by a few half-hearted physicians. She never anticipated that they would gain an advantage this time. After speaking, she stood up, adjusted her attire, and prepared to leave. Miss Zhu, it is still unsafe outside. Cao Dan attempted to intervene. I have come to a conclusion. Zhu Hanhong interrupted him, her gaze gradually firming. I will not seek him out. I shall await his return at home. If he is alive, he will eventually come back. If he is dead, with that, she pushed open the door and returned to the adjacent room, shutting the iron door behind her. Cao Dan gazed at the door, shaking his head. In tumultuous times, everyone has their own way of living and their own obsessions. For the remainder of the day, Cao Dan remained at home, hiding and avoiding any excursions. He did not ponder the fate of Merrill Town, nor did he consider how long the Invincible Hospital could endure. For someone of his lowly status, it mattered little who was in charge, as long as a knife was not held to his throat. After a night of tension and mental strain, he was long overdue for sustenance and collapsed onto his bed, sleeping soundly until dusk. Upon awakening, he noticed that the sun had already begun its descent. Cautiously, Cao Dan opened the door to observe the outside, which seemed considerably calmer. As night fell, the sound of approaching footsteps captured his attention. He hastily set aside the large iron sword he had been polishing and crouched to peer through the door crack. He beheld Lei Peng's squad, which had originally numbered over 10, now reduced to just 2 individuals, a man and a woman. The man was the yellow-haired Xiao Lu, and the woman served as the team's medic. Both were covered in blood, their clothes tattered, and their faces smeared with dirt. They leaned on each other, their eyes filled with terror. It was evident without question that the others had perished. Before long, Zhu Hanhong's door swung open, as if she had been awaiting this moment. "Where are the others? Where's Lei Gu?" Zhu Hanhong rushed out, gripping Xiao Lu's shoulders, her voice trembling. Xiao Lu's lips quivered, tears streaming down his face as he choked out, "Sister-in-law is dead. They are all dead." Zhu Hanhong's body swayed, her eyes turning red, yet this time, she did not weep. She bit her lip fiercely and pulled the 2 survivors into the room. The door creaked shut behind them. Cao Dan withdrew his head and secured the door, feeling a heavy weight in his chest. He picked up his sword, wishing to practice for a while, but found it impossible to calm his restless mind. With a sigh, he tossed the sword aside and entered the makeshift kitchen to prepare a meal. Shortly thereafter, a large bowl of fragrant mixed rice was ready, containing meat from giant ants and chunks of potatoes. Cao Dan took a few bites, but found it tasteless. Contemplating further, he retrieved a clean stainless steel bowl from beneath the stove, filling it to the brim with food. Holding the bowl, he made his way to the adjacent room. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened. Zhu Hanhong and Xiao Lu stood at the entrance, gazing at him in a daze. "Miss Zhu, people are like iron, and meals are like steel," Cao Dan stated, shoving a basin into Xiao Lu's hands, unwilling to meet Zhu Hanhong's gaze. "You haven't eaten for a day and a night. I made a bit extra. Please have some." With that, he turned and hurried away. A voice choked with emotion called out from behind, "Thank you." Upon returning to his own doorstep, just as he was about to enter, he was greeted by the sudden appearance of Li Xiaoyue, who had seemingly vanished from the world. She stood there, still clad in her black leather jacket, looking unscathed, her makeup as flawless as ever. Leaning against the door frame, she grinned at Cao Dan. "Cao, do you have a fondness for Dr. Zhu? You seem rather attentive." No. It's merely a matter of neighbors looking out for one another," Cao Dan quickly denied, feeling a twinge of guilt as he rubbed his nose. "Is that so?" Li Xiaoyue blinked playfully, then abruptly clutched her stomach, adopting a pitiful expression. "Cao, I've been hungry for a day and a night as well. Since neighbors are to support one another, would you kindly extend some of that support to me?" Cao Dan, feeling helpless, replied, "If Miss Li doesn't mind, I still have some left in my pot." "Oh, that would be delightful," Li Xiaoyue exclaimed, not hesitating to dart into Cao Dan's home. "Wow, it smells incredible." She leaned over the pot, inhaling the aroma with rapture. "I've been wanting to join you for a meal for ages. The scent wafting from your home has nearly driven me mad." If that's the case, do eat your fill," Cao Dan offered courteously, immediately regretting his words. A few minutes later, he stared at the empty pot's bottom, his eyes twitching in disbelief. The slender young lady had consumed an astonishing 2/3 of the food all by herself, burping without a shred of decorum. Li Xiaoyue set down the stainless steel bowl she had licked clean. As Cao Dan picked it up to wash, he was startled to find several distinct bite marks etched into the hard stainless steel rim. A chill ran through him at the sight of those teeth impressions. "Thank you for your hospitality, Chef Cao," Li Xiaoyue said, her satisfaction evident as she waved goodbye and returned to her own abode, leaving Cao Dan speechless as he stared at the bowl. Chapter 24. Zhu Hanhong's data. The following morning, at dawn, Cao Dan rose early. He opened the door and inhaled the cool, crisp air, which still carried a faint scent of gunpowder. Instinctively, he glanced next door. Zhu Hanhong's door was firmly shut, and similarly, Li Xiaoyue's door remained closed. This enigmatic woman seemed to have retreated once more. Each person had their own fate. Shaking his head, Cao Dan adjusted his collar and strapped on a large bag filled with weapons and specialized ammunition, setting off towards the free trade zone. The bodies on the road have been cleared away, leaving only dark pools of congealed blood on the pavement. Cao Dan initially believed that after such a cataclysm, the trading district would experience at least a temporary desolation. However, upon entering the trading area, he was flabbergasted by the scene before him. The chaos of the shanty town paled in comparison to the turmoil here. Although the Forest Surveillance Bureau and other factions primarily targeted Malel Town the previous night, the marauders took full advantage of the situation and did not spare this lucrative locale. The entire trading area bore the shocking scars of battle. Half of the originally orderly, colorful steel shops lay in ruins, their walls riddled with a multitude of bullet holes. Bloodstains, remnants of the recent violence, were scattered across the ground. And in a dim corner, one could even spot a severed arm, partially gnawed by wild dogs. Yet, this did nothing to dampen the lively atmosphere. Today, the crowd swelled to more than double the usual number, with a fervent glow gracing every face. The place was teeming with people, a cacophony of voices filling the air. Empty stalls. Don't be ridiculous. Even the heaps of refuse, typically avoided, were now lined with makeshift vendors. Come and see. Exoskeleton armed guards stripped from the bodies of regular soldiers. Only 150 G. Freshly unboxed hunter backpacks with compressed biscuits and unopened first aid kits. Just 10 G. Stolen goods, relics, and plundered supplies were brazenly displayed at bargain prices. Cao Dan stood amidst the throng, feeling the weight of his bag on his back, his heart sinking. He had miscalculated. A bitter smile crossed his lips as he realized he had assumed that after the war, weapons would be scarce and prices would soar. Yet he had forgotten that in this brutal world, war often leads to a staggering loss of life. When people die, their weapons become ownerless. The market was now flooded with an abundance of second-hand weapons stripped from the deceased, driving prices to rock-bottom levels. Never mind, if the prices are low. I shall stock up. With a swift change of strategy, Cao Dan's eyes sparkled with determination. Such an opportunity would likely be rare in the future. It was akin to a post-apocalyptic version of Black Friday. He squeezed into the crowd and began his shopping spree. How much for this Python revolver? He inquired. Crouching before a stall, picking up a handgun that, though stained with blood, was exceptionally well maintained. The vendor, a burly man with a scarred face, evidently having just come into a windfall, waved his hand impatiently. 10 G, take it and don't dawdle. Deal. Without hesitation, Cao Dan produced the money. This gun would have fetched at least 20 G in times past. What about this tactical backpack? Everything inside is yours for 15 G. This miniature repair toolkit? 5 G. It's yours. Cao Dan felt like a mouse that had fallen into a grain store, exhilarated as he navigated through the various stalls. Today, nearly everything here is on sale, with some items discounted to astonishing levels. If one possesses a discerning eye, this place is truly a treasure trove. After a round of haggling, the bag on Cao Dan's back not only remained full, but grew heavier. He managed to procure an entire squad's worth of weaponry at an astonishingly low price. In addition to the conventional arms, he also stumbled upon several genuine treasures, a few crumpled hunter's journals, stained with traces of blood. In the Wasteland, knowledge is the most precious and elusive commodity. Such personal notes are often the culmination of a seasoned hunter's lifelong experiences, usually kept hidden away like family heirlooms, seldom seen by others. Now, they lay on the ground like mere scrap paper. This was truly a remarkable find. Cao Dan tucked the journals into his inner pocket, feeling a sense of fulfillment greater than if he had earned several hundred gold pieces. By the time he returned home, laden with his acquisitions, it was already midday. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he hesitated momentarily, gazing at the still-closed iron gate next door. He knocked softly. The interior was enveloped in silence. After what felt like an eternity, just as Cao Dan began to believe no one was home, the lock emitted a soft click. The iron gate slowly opened a crack, revealing Zhu Hanhong standing behind it. At that moment, she bore little resemblance to the refined beauty she once was. Clad in thin garments, her hair disheveled, the once bright sparkle in her peach blossom eyes had dimmed, almost extinguished. Are you all right? Cao Dan inquired gently. Zhu Hanhong glanced at him, seemingly reluctant to speak, and replied quietly, what could be wrong with me? I'm perfectly fine. A sigh escaped her lips, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Lei Peng is dead, and they didn't even recover his body. That night, I told him not to go, I urged him to stay, but he wouldn't listen. He claimed it was an opportunity, that if he could seize that advanced weapon refinement technique, he could break through his limitations and provide us a better life. And what happened? He lost his life. Do you think he deserved it? Cao Dan fell silent. As an outsider, any words of comfort seemed utterly inadequate. Perhaps this was simply Captain Lei's fate. That was all he could muster. Indeed, Zhu Hanhong replied with a bitter smile. her gaze hollow as she stared out at the ruins beyond the gate. He was destined to die a tragic death. It could have been yesterday or tomorrow. In this line of work, how many truly have a peaceful end? Cao Dan interjected. That's not what I meant. He watched as Zhu Hanhong, appearing as if her spirit had departed, slowly closed the door. Standing at the threshold, a faint, barely perceptible blue glow flickered in the depths of Cao Dan's eyes. Name, Zhu Hanhong. Race, human. Lifespan, 2,969 years. Constitution, 116. Ability, 129. Occupation, apprentice healer. Ability branch, certified black iron level. Talent, basic healing, green quality. Possesses a self-healing capability 3 times faster than the average person. With blood exhibiting mild detoxifying properties. Specialty, precise mixture. Success rate increased by 20 when preparing potions. Skills, massage, LV2, progress, 2, 592, 500. Detoxification, LV3, progress, 4, 801, 000. Potion preparation, LV2, progress, 80, 500. First aid, LV2, progress, 21, 500. Overall evaluation. D-grade. Cao Dan withdrew his gaze, inwardly lamenting. I am no Cao Cao. I have never utilized this talent of gentlemen prefer good matches while Lei Peng was alive. My current actions stem solely from concern for my neighbor. A mere inquiry into their condition. Nevertheless, Zhu Hanhong's detoxification skill reaching LV3 did indeed take him by surprise. This is a rare and practical skill. Veritably a divine technique when dealing with the ingredients of mutated creatures. Upon returning home, Cao Dan scattered the assortment of items he had purchased onto the table and began to organize his spoils. The first item he grasped was a trio of hunter's journals. The cover of the first book bore the scrawled name Fac. It turned out to be a treatise on the study of power exoskeletons, meticulously documenting this mechanic's unique insights on the disassembly, modification, and power transmission systems of basic exoskeletons. Though some sections were rather crude, the unorthodox approach provided Cao Dan with considerable inspiration. The second book was an ammunition modification journal left by an unnamed author. It primarily detailed a formula and insights for a type of gunpowder known as crimson powder. This gunpowder boasts a combustion rate 30 higher than that of ordinary black powder, rendering it an exceptional material for the creation of high explosive shells. The third book was a manual on firearm modifications. The author was evidently a fervent enthusiast of miniature weaponry. The notes focused on how to fit large caliber bullets into small caliber firearms, along with design schematics for 2 peculiar weapons. One was a palm-sized hummingbird pistol, which, despite its short range, exhibited astonishing close-range explosive power. The other was dubbed the Mantis Shrimp Pistol, a pocket kinetic firearm utilizing both spring and hydraulic dual drive. Silent, and specifically designed to breach soft armor. Cao Dan devoured these notes with insatiable curiosity. System prompts continuously flashed before his eyes. You have diligently read Fac's exoskeleton notes, gaining fragments of knowledge. You have conceived new modification ideas, achieving a basic modification proficiency of 50. You have mastered the formula for crimson powder, attaining a basic material proficiency of 30. The end of the month quickly approached. Although the order in the shanty town had changed, the collection of rent remained steadfastly unyielding. That detestable Jin Dayu, that corpulent figure, has somehow managed to survive the tumult of war. Not only did he escape death, but with his remarkable talent for opportunism, he has now ingratiated himself with the formidable new power Invincible Hospital, continuing his role as the rent collector of this region. Bang, bang, bang. Jin Dayu, accompanied by several newly enhanced acolytes, resembling bioengineered beings, swaggered to the doorstep of Cao Dan. Ah, Cao apprentice. Jin Dayu was unusually cordial this time, wearing a broad grin, even offering a cigarette. I hear your business has been thriving lately? Clearly, Cao Dan's certified status as a mechanical apprentice holds significant weight in the eyes of various factions. Director Jin, such courtesy is appreciated, but one must eat, Cao Dan replied, declining the cigarette with a mere hint of indifference. What about this month's rent? Ahem. Regulations from above. Jin Dayu rubbed his hands together, revealing a set of prominent yellow teeth. To provide everyone with better security services, the rent has increased slightly. Increased by 30%. To 13G. 13G? Cao Dan frowned. This felt like outright extortion. Yet he refrained from expressing his anger, silently retrieving 13G and handing it over. All right then, you carry on. Jean Diyu accepted the money, leaving with a sense of satisfaction. Cao Dan shut the door, his gaze growing colder. The Invincible Hospital, it seems, is not an amicable entity. Their greed is rather unseemly. In recent days, whispers regarding the true nature of the war have begun to circulate throughout the shantytown like the wind. After all, there are no walls that do not whisper secrets. The conflict targeting Malil Town was, in fact, a coordinated effort by 4 surrounding factions. The Invincible Hospital was merely one of them, at best a mere beneficiary. The other 3 were illustrious in their own right. The Forest Surveillance Bureau to the northwest, a behemoth with a background of regular military forces, the enigmatic unnamed distillery, reputed to possess a liquor that enhances the abilities of professionals, and the Mad Munitions House, a haven for explosive enthusiasts. Yet, this was not the most riveting aspect. The most captivating tale revolved around the venerable ancestor of the Pedragon family, who, at the ripe age of 156, has remained ever present. This golden hunter has bided his time, waiting for the enemy to lower their guard before striking fiercely. That night, a flagship of the Forest Surveillance Bureau was reportedly shot down, and a high-ranking expert aboard was said to have sustained severe injuries. However, as Cao Dan meticulously polished parts at his workbench, he pondered deeply. If that venerable ancestor truly remained unscathed and capable of exerting such dominance, how could he allow a second-rate power like the Invincible Hospital to intrude upon the shantytown, even demanding protection fees? There is something amiss here. It is highly likely, as rumors suggest, that this was merely a probe, a test of each other's limits, and that the venerable ancestor might be nearing the end of his strength. Gurgle. In the kitchen, a large iron pot bubbled vigorously, the rich aroma of meat permeating the entire room. Cao Dan entered, lifting the lid of the pot. Within the milky white broth, chunks of mutated beast meat rolled about. He picked up a coarse porcelain bowl, filling it generously with meat, then ladled in a spoonful of thick soup. Alas, there were no scallions, and a sense of regret washed over him. This mutated meat, brimming with vitality, was the most nourishing tonic for his practice of the nourishing yang technique. However, its preparation was exceedingly troublesome, as most of the mutated beast flesh harbored toxins. Fortunately, Zhu Hanhong had been an immense help in recent days. With her remarkable LV3 detoxification skill, what was once barely edible had been transformed into a delectable feast. In return, Cao Dan made sure to prepare a meal each day, delivering a portion to her next door, justified by a simple rationale: repaying a kindness. Carrying a steaming bowl of broth, Cao Dan knocked on the door of the adjacent apartment and handed it to the visibly rejuvenated Zhu Hanhong. Watching her sip the warm soup, her complexion gradually brightening, he felt a sense of relief as he returned home. After finishing his meal, he resumed his practice. Several hours later, the night had deepened. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he took a moment to rest. A panel displaying his attributes appeared before him. Name: Cao Dan, lifespan, 4,356, physique, 132, inner chi, 169, occupation, apprentice mechanic, partner, none, still the solitary bachelor, offspring, none, talent. A gentleman seeks a partner, LSP exclusive. Can view detailed attributes of the opposite sex under certain circumstances. Knowledge: basic weaponry, LV3. Basic assembly, LV3. Basic mechanical engineering, LV1. Basic materials compendium, LV1. Skills: simple modification, LV4. Basic shooting, LV2. Close combat, LV2. Basic swordsmanship, LV2. Nourishing yang technique, LV2. Progress: 399500. Items: special blueprint, crab-shaped mobile fortress. This period had not been spent in vain. With the increasing proficiency in the nourishing yang technique, the accumulation of inner chi exhibited a snowballing acceleration. Perhaps breaking through the 20 mark would come sooner than anticipated. However, as his gaze lingered on the lifespan section, the initially pleasant mood swiftly crumbled. 4356, another year older. Cao Dan stared blankly at the number. Today marked the birthday of this body. In this wasteland, no one knew of his birthday, nor did he have friends to celebrate with him. He glanced through the wall towards Zhu Hanhong's residence, then out at the pitch-black night sky. A wave of loneliness surged forth, only to be forcibly suppressed. "Happy birthday to me," Cao Dan murmured softly to himself. Then, he rose and approached the workbench, illuminating the dimly lit alcohol lamp. He picked up a file and began to refine the incomplete mantis shrimp handgun. Chapter 25. Who says muscle builders lack intelligence? In the early morning, with the soft glow of dawn, sunlight cascaded over the components and blueprints spread across the workbench. Cao Dan sat at the table, his gaze unwavering, engrossed in the meticulous task of weapon modification. To his left lay his well-maintained Python revolver, its blued finish still gleaming. A prized possession he was reluctant to repurpose for experiments. To his right rested a second-hand Python revolver he had procured from the trading district the previous day. The condition of this firearm was considerably inferior. The grip's anti-slip texture had worn smooth, and the cylinder exhibited a slight hitch. Perfect for repurposing. Cao Dan inhaled deeply and opened the unnamed handgun modification journal, his eyes honing in on the page dedicated to the Mantis Shrimp model. Modification objective: Mantis Shrimp model handgun. Core challenge: to accommodate armor-piercing rounds within a small caliber barrel through a specialized chamber expansion and high-pressure recoil spring structure. This endeavor was akin to fitting the engine of a heavy truck into a miniature sports car while ensuring it could still function without disintegrating. Let the work commence. Cao Dan deftly took a screwdriver and disassembled the second-hand revolver into a plethora of parts. First, he addressed the chamber. The original chamber was only capable of loading standard 38 caliber rounds. He seized the file and a miniature drill, commencing the process of enlarging the interior of the chamber. This task demanded not only exceptional precision, but also a profound understanding of the stress properties of metals. The shrill sound of metal grinding echoed throughout the room. Even with the assistance of basic assembly, level 3, sweat beaded on Cao Dan's brow. A mere micron of error could result in catastrophic failure. Upon completing the enlargement, he faced the more challenging task of modifying the recoil spring. To withstand the force of larger caliber rounds, a standard spring simply would not suffice. Cao Dan retrieved a high-strength alloy spring he had purchased days prior. Following the insights noted in his journal, he cut it to length and, using a special winding technique, nested it with the original spring to create a dual recoil structure. This was the essence of the Mantis Shrimp handgun, designed to deliver an explosive force akin to the strike of a mantis shrimp. Time slipped by, minute by minute. The complexity of weapon modification far surpassed that of specialized ammunition. While special rounds merely required the handling of gunpowder and projectiles, weaponry involved the intricate interplay of dozens of components. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Cao Dan rubbed his aching neck, gazing at the oddly shaped handgun in his hands. Its barrel was shorter than that of a typical revolver, giving it a somewhat unbalanced appearance, while the grip had been thickened and wrapped with coarse hemp rope for enhanced traction. Final assembly in progress. With a crisp click, a light blue prompt emerged in the field of vision. Modification successful. You have acquired Mantis Shrimp model handgun. White. Type: modified kinetic handgun. Basic attributes: rate of fire 11 rounds S. Magazine capacity 5 rounds. Effective range 12 meters. Characteristics: the Shrimp Punch sacrifices range and accuracy for terrifying penetration at close quarters, within a range of 10 meters. Its armor-piercing effect is comparable to that of a rifle round. Description: only a madman would cram such large-caliber bullets into such a diminutive firearm. With a range of only 10 meters, Cao Dan could only smile wryly. This device was practically a handheld single-shot shotgun. However, it would undoubtedly serve as an effective weapon for self-defense or ambushes. As the first modified gun was completed, a new task prompt suddenly appeared in his vision. Weekly task update. Firearm modifier. Task description: a qualified mechanic must master various styles of firearm modification. Task objectives: successfully modify 3 different types of firearms. 13. Task reward: beginner, skill enhancement card 1, can upgrade any skill below level 3 by 1 level. A skill enhancement card? What a splendid item. Cao Dan's eyes lit up. This treasure could save him countless hours of arduous training. He then glanced at the gray taskbar below. Monthly task: not triggered. Task description: unknown. Task objectives: unknown. Task reward: unknown. How peculiar. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Cao Dan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Previously, tasks would refresh automatically at the beginning of the month. Yet this time, it remained untriggered. Was it similar to an RPG game, requiring him to visit a specific location or interact with particular individuals to activate it? Overthinking would yield no benefit. He decided to claim the rewards at hand first. With the experience from the first weapon, the crafting of the second Mantis Shrimp model proceeded much more smoothly. Cao Dan completed the modification of another worn-out handgun in less than 3 hours. The current progress stood at 13. as two firearms of the same type could only be counted as one. Next up was the Hummingbird. Hummingbird handgun, a miniature pistol designed for ultimate concealment and portability. Cao Dan selected a small handgun from his pile of spoils. Following the diagrams in his notes, he dismantled the original cumbersome hammer mechanism and replaced it with a more compact firing pin system. To further reduce weight, he drilled several weight reduction holes in the body of the gun and swapped the original metal grip plates for lightweight engineering plastic ones. This modification proceeded surprisingly smoothly. Modification successful. You have acquired Hummingbird miniature handgun, white. Characteristics. Its remarkably small size allows it to be hidden in a cuff, boot, or even a cigarette case, producing an exceptionally quiet shot. Gazing at the diminutive black firearm in his hand, which resembled a toy with its exquisite design, Cao Dan nodded in satisfaction. Yet, he still required one more type. On the workbench lay two categories of modified guns. Although his inventory boasted a considerable number of firearms, the majority comprised homogeneous revolvers and automatic pistols. To fulfill his mission, he needed to seek out new blueprints or notes for modifications. Upon returning to the free trade zone on the second day, Cao Dan navigated the various stalls with the ease of familiarity. In just a day or two, the prices here had plummeted once again. An oversupply of weapons and ammunition had driven prices to a shocking low. However, Cao Dan was not there to seize discounted weapons this time. In an inconspicuous corner, he spent 8G on a bundle of oil-stained books and notes. At a time when everyone was preoccupied with snatching guns and supplies, knowledge had become a discarded commodity. Subsequently, he acquired some specialized springs, high-strength screws, and several alloy plates for constructing powered exoskeleton joints. Just as he was preparing to depart with his pack, a heated argument piqued his interest. Why is this gun so expensive? It's just a broken military rifle. Buy it if you want, but if you don't recognize its worth, then scram. Cao Dan followed the sound and saw a girl, her face smeared with grime and clad in oversized work attire, guarding her stall like a protective little tiger. On the table before her lay several seemingly ordinary military rifles. As Cao Dan approached, he examined these weapons and discovered their descriptions. Item: military rifle, precision modification, quality, white, superior. Attributes: rate of fire 11 rounds per second, effective range 450 meters, additional effect. The precision barrel has undergone meticulous floating treatment. Equipped with a handcrafted muzzle brake, ensuring remarkably stable ballistics. Item: military rifle, sniper modification, quality, white, rare. Attributes: effective range 1,000 meters, additional effect. The rifling has been reforged to accommodate high-pressure sniper rounds. Item: military rifle, close combat modification. Additional effect: the blade has been fitted with an extended folding bayonet, and the stock has been reinforced, making it usable as a blunt weapon. Cao Dan marveled inwardly. The old military rifles had been transformed into something extraordinary. It was as if a humble firearm had been reimagined for special operations. He approached, crouched down, and casually inquired, "Little girl, your craftsmanship is impressive. Did you do all this?" The girl eyed him warily and shook her head. "No, my father did." "And where is your father?" "Over there buying meat." She pointed towards a nearby butcher shop. Cao Dan followed her gesture and spotted a lean, yet capable middle-aged man standing in front of the meat stall. He donned an oil-stained leather coat, his left hand adorned with a grimy work glove, while his right hand confidently cradled a rifle swathed in black cloth. His gaze was as cold as steel, maintaining a stance poised for immediate action, even amidst the mundane task of purchasing meat. A true master, Cao Dan mused inwardly. As if sensing Cao Dan's scrutiny, the man abruptly turned, his eyes flashing like lightning. Cao Dan promptly donned an innocuous smile, even scratching his head in a display of feigned innocence. Moments later, the man returned to his stall. "What will you buy, old apprentice?" he inquired, his eyes sweeping over the black iron badge on Cao Dan's chest, devoid of camaraderie, replaced instead by a hint of hostility. In this wasteland, fellow travelers were often foes. "This firearm has been skillfully modified," Cao Dan complimented, gently caressing the barrel of the sniper rifle. "Are you buying or not?" The oil-stained man was unmoved, his tone brusque. I'm not in need of a firearm at the moment," Cao Dan replied candidly. "Not buying? Then what are you lingering here for? Trying to learn from me?" The man's expression darkened as he reached for the rifle to reclaim it. "Hold on," Cao Dan chuckled, lowering his voice. "I merely admire your craftsmanship, especially the core modification technique of rifling. Would you consider selling it? I'm open to negotiation. Get lost. I won't sell. The oil-stained man erupted, his fury akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, a sudden aura of menace radiating from him. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude. If you want to sell, then so be it. Why the rush? Cao Dan shrugged, standing up with understanding. Business may not have been concluded, but civility remains. He shook his head and departed. Although he felt a twinge of regret, it came as no surprise. In such a world, unique skills were lifelines. Who would easily impart them to others? Upon returning home, Cao Dan meticulously organized the array of materials he had acquired, then spread out the bundle of notes he had purchased, resembling scrap paper, upon the table. He began to sift through them. This volume, Field Guide to Wasteland Flora, was of little use. 100 Ways to Cook Mutant Rats? That piqued his interest. He decided to keep it. After a thorough examination, Cao Dan discovered that the majority of the notes pertained to martial arts training, with those related to mechanics coming in second. The few mechanical notes were mostly the musings of mediocre repairmen. Upon finishing them, aside from a slight boost to his basic assembly experience, he gleaned no substantial insights, let alone comprehensive modification schematics. He couldn't help but recall the irascible oil-stained man. It was the masters of unconventional paths who truly embodied treasure. With a sigh, he picked up the volumes on martial arts. Although these are rather commonplace texts, some even incomplete, they are precisely what Cao Dan needs, who lacks systematic combat training. He devours the material with great enthusiasm, occasionally rising to demonstrate a movement or two. You have read Wu's Mantis Fist and comprehended new techniques of force application, achieving a close combat proficiency of 30. You have read Essence of Northern School Iron Sanpalm and gained a fresh understanding of hard Qigong, attaining a nurturing Yang proficiency of 10. Eventually, his gaze fell upon the 3 substantial tomes left behind by a monster hunter named Qi Hong. The pages were yellowed, the handwriting somewhat blurred, chronicling the experiences of a young hunter battling the wilderness 50 years ago. The wasteland of that era was strikingly different from the present, revealing that 50 years prior, this area was actually a vast wetland. Cao Dan was engrossed, as if perusing an enthralling adventure novel. This not only broadened his horizons, but also deepened his understanding of various monsters' vulnerabilities. Just as he was fully absorbed, a series of loud knocks on the door, accompanied by the distinctive sound of strong adhesive being torn, jolted him back to reality. Cao Dan closed the book and approached the door. Peering through the crack, he spotted several muscular men clad in red vests emblazoned with the word Invincible, brandishing glue buckets and notices, haphazardly posting them on each door. Once the raucous group had wandered off, Cao Dan opened the door, tearing down the still sticky notice. He glanced at it and couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Notification from Invincible Hospital regarding the physical enhancement management of residents in the Shantytown 1. In order to increase the survival rate of residents in chaotic times, each resident must participate in a monthly muscle strength test starting immediately. 2. Testing standard. A boxing strength of over 500 pounds, approximately 226 kilograms, is deemed qualified. 3. Fee structure. Reverse tiering above 500 pounds, standard rent. 400 to 499 pounds. Rent increases by 20. Reason, weaker constitution, increased protection costs. 300 to 399 pounds. Rent increases by 50. Below 300 pounds, rent doubles. Cao Dan couldn't contain a curse. 500 pounds? Was this based on the standards for heavyweight professional boxers from his previous life? In this shantytown, aside from the martial artists who specifically trained for strength, how many could possibly meet this criterion? Especially the elderly, the infirm, and those like Zhu Hanhong, who leaned towards medical assistance. Was this not an elaborate scheme to extort money? Who said these muscle-bound individuals lacked intellect? Cao Dan crumpled the notice into a ball, a cold smirk playing on his lips, recognizing that when it came to making money, every muscle in their bodies was infused with cunning. Although his physical fitness has improved to 132, far exceeding that of an average person, he remains uncertain whether he can effortlessly deliver a punch with a force of 500 pounds. After all, this is not weightlifting. It requires instantaneous explosive power. It seems he must engage in some last-minute preparations. Cao Dan closed the door, his gaze falling upon the tome titled Essence of Northern School Iron Sanpalm on the table. The next day, Cao Dan returned to the trading district, his objectives clear. He scoured through numerous notes on power techniques, acquiring a large, thick-bottomed iron pot intended for stewing, several hefty bags of coarse iron sand, and various training equipment such as dumbbells and arm strengtheners suitable for novice martial artists. Burdened with his purchases, he trudged home. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Li Xiaoyue squatting at the doorway, brushing her teeth. The young lady donned a loose-fitting nightgown, wielding a pink electric toothbrush, her mouth frothy, clearly just awakened. In this precarious world, few could live as comfortably as she did. Noticing Cao Dan struggling with a large pot and an array of iron weights, Li Xiaoyue's eyes lit up, and she mumbled curiously, "Hey, Chef Cao, what delectable dish do you intend to prepare with such a large pot?" Cao Dan's lips twitched slightly. "It's useful, very useful," he replied politely, evading the truth. He certainly could not confess that he planned to practice crafting a fist as large as a sandbag to treat her. "Are you aiming for fitness or perhaps contemplating a career as a bodybuilder?" she inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she spat out the mouthwash and focused on the dumbbells and arm strengtheners. "Indeed," Cao Dan replied earnestly, nodding in acknowledgement. "You must have seen that notice. Exercise to protect your wallet and strive to pay less of that damn rent." A laugh escaped Li Xiaoyue, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Go for it, Chef Cao. I have faith in you." Watching her carefree smile, Cao Dan shook his head and carried his belongings back to his humble abode. Chapter 26. The Loach carries a golden bracelet. Upon returning home, Cao Dan did not rest. Instead, he immediately set the newly purchased thick-bottomed iron pot atop a makeshift earthen stove. Let us begin. He followed the recipe recorded in essence of Northern School iron sand palm. Pouring all the coarse iron sand into the pot, the black sand formed a small mound at the bottom with a clattering sound. Next, Cao Dan extracted several small vials from his pocket. These contained the fatty oils of mutated creatures and a few herbs with mild toxic properties that he had procured from the trading district. 300 grams of mutated wild boar fat, 10 grams of highly toxic morning glory pollen, and this, a trace of venom extracted from the golden-ringed snake's venom gland. This was the essence of the iron sand palm, poisonous sand. This martial art, derived from the ancient tomes of extraordinary warriors, is not merely about striking hard objects. It emphasizes external training of muscles and skin and internal cultivation of breath, while simultaneously using toxins to stimulate the skin and nerves, rendering the hands as hard as iron and capable of inflicting corrosive wounds. It is said that upon reaching mastery, these hands can not only cleave stone and rend iron, but can also withstand blades and swords, rivaling the vitality techniques of mid to high-level martial artists. With a crackling sound, flames surged as fat melted in the hot pan, mingling with medicinal powder and iron sand, releasing a pungent yet strangely aromatic smoke. Cao Dan grasped a long wooden stick and relentlessly stirred the mixture until each grain of iron sand was enveloped in glistening black fat, emitting a faint blue glow. It was done. While the iron sand cooled, Cao Dan began to stew meat in a smaller pot nearby. Practicing martial arts consumed tremendous energy, necessitating a robust intake of nourishing food. He picked up a bowl of rice and devoured it hungrily, wiping his mouth afterward. After a moment's thought, he ladled a bowl of meat soup and walked next door to knock on the door. Tap, tap, tap. No response. Cao Dan listened intently, confirming there was indeed no sound from within. Was Zhu Hanhong not at home? Where could she be? A flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Ever since Lei Peng's incident, Zhu Hanhong had scarcely stepped outside. Yet, considering she was a professional with a life to lead, perhaps she had gone out on a house call. Returning home, he closed the door behind him. Cao Dan shed his shirt, revealing a robust upper body. His muscles, while not as exaggerated as those of hulking brutes, were taut and coiled like steel wires, brimming with explosive power. He stood before the pot containing warm toxic sand, inhaled deeply, and circulated the energy of yang nourishing technique within him, guiding it to his hands. With a low shout, his hands plunged into the heavy iron sand like two iron shovels. Hiss! Although the iron sand had cooled to a warm temperature, the coarse granules inflicted sharp pain upon his skin, especially the toxic components of the medicinal oil that burrowed through his pores, gnawing like countless ants upon his flesh. Pain. Excruciating pain. Yet, Cao Dan did not relent. He thrust, struck, grasped, and held. Following the movements outlined in the manual, he repeated the actions over and over. Sweat trickled down his spine, splattering into the pot with a sizzling sound. Half an hour later, Cao Dan's palms had swollen to the size of large buns, the skin even seeping traces of blood. Just as he felt he could no longer endure, a notification finally emerged in his vision. Through intense specialized training, you have learned the skill, Iron Sand Palm, LV0, Progress 12100. In that moment, a peculiar warmth surged into his mind. Countless techniques regarding force application, breathing, and energy manipulation seemed to imprint themselves in his memory, as if innate. His once clumsy movements became fluid, and the hands that had only felt pain now began to experience a tingling warmth. Due to the Iron Sand Palm skill enhancement, your physique has been significantly strengthened. Physique, 132-148. To his astonishment, it had increased so dramatically. Cao Dan gazed at his attribute panel, a mixture of astonishment and delight washing over him. The increase was far more significant than the month of arduous training he had endured. It appeared that he had discovered the correct approach, the mechanical system for wealth and the martial arts system for strength, both demanding equal dedication. In the ensuing 2 days, Cao Dan entered a frenzied state of relentless training. By day, he modified firearms to enhance his mechanical proficiency. By night, he practiced his palm techniques to accrue martial arts experience. Whenever hunger struck, he feasted on the flesh of mutated beasts, and when fatigue set in, he practiced his internal energy exercises in lieu of sleep. Under the strain of such intense training, the level of his Iron Sand Palm skyrocketed. Congratulations! Your Iron Sand Palm has reached LV1. Congratulations! Your Iron Sand Palm has reached LV2. This advancement brought about a remarkable transformation in his physical prowess. His vitality surged to Constitution 148, 165, 182. Now, Cao Dan felt as though he were a brawny bull clad in human skin. With a casual grip, he could crush a solid piece of wood into powder with minimal effort. His hands had grown broad and robust, the skin taking on a bronze hue with a metallic sheen. Even a small knife merely left a white mark upon his flesh. Yet, such extraordinary growth came at a cost. His stomach protested loudly, a rumble echoing his hunger. This accelerated increase in physical capacity demanded a staggering amount of energy. The stockpile of mutated beast meat he had hoarded was rapidly dwindling. Besides his own consumption, he had to share portions with Zhu Hanhong and the occasional visits from Li Zhaoyue, who often sought a meal. The supplies were critically low. Cao Dan sighed as he surveyed the remaining 30-plus pounds of dried meat. Setting out once more, he headed straight for the free trading zone. His intentions clear, to negotiate with the eccentric oilman, Hawk. Through subtle inquiries over the past 2 days, he had gleaned the necessary information about his target. Hawk, a solitary figure mourning the loss of his wife for many years, resided in the eastern slums with his daughter, Hona. He was known for his irritable temperament and fierce protectiveness over his child. Arriving at Hawk's stall, the oilman stood guard over his firearms like a sentinel. Cao Dan approached, lifting an old, modified rifle and feigning interest as he examined every inch from the stock to the barrel. Deep in thought, he furrowed his brow, as though pondering some profound mystery. Old Hawk, there is something intriguing about the treatment of this barrel. Has the rifling undergone some special polishing? What is the significance? Hawk raised an eyebrow, casting a cold, disdainful glance in his direction. I say, old rookie, are you merely wasting my time? Clearly recognizing the persistent figure who had been scrutinizing his weapons for days, Hawk's voice dripped with impatience. You come here every day, touching without buying. Are you attempting to steal my secrets? Let me tell you, with those mere touches, if you could steal anything, I might as well eat my own gun. Cao Dan, unperturbed, chuckled and produced a cheap, recently purchased cigarette from his pocket, offering it to Hawk. Old Hawk, do temper your anger. We are but fellow tradesmen. He lowered his voice, acknowledging the finesse of your modification skills. However, this antiquated rifle possesses inherent limitations, and the market is rather constrained. Even if I were to learn, it would hardly impact your business. Why forsake profit? Hawk did not accept the cigarette, yet his eyes flickered momentarily. Business has indeed grown challenging of late. The prices of weaponry have plummeted, and the effort and time required to modify a gun yield diminishing returns. You wish to pay for knowledge? Hawk regarded him with a sidelong glance. That could be arranged, but how much are you offering? 50G, what do you think? Cao Dan extended a palm. What did you say? Hawk reacted as if his tail had been stepped on. 50G to learn my entire rifle modification technique. Dream on. This is a skill that can sustain a lifetime, and you offer me a mere 50G? Have you lost your mind? His voice rose, drawing the attention of several nearby vendors. Cao Dan hastily waved his hands, maintaining a jovial demeanor. Calm down, calm down. We are all in business here. So, what figure do you propose? If it's too high, I shall seek another teacher. After all, you are not the sole gunsmith around here. If you miss out on the opportunity, you may find yourself with additional competitors in the future, which would be quite unfortunate. This line of reasoning struck a chord with Hawk. Indeed, there were a few others in the shanty town who possessed some knowledge of gun modification. While their skills might not rival his, they could suffice. If this old fool truly sought out another. Hawk suppressed his anger, pondering for a moment before gritting his teeth and declaring, "If you wish for me to teach you, it is not impossible. But it must be at least 100 G. Not a penny less. 100 G? You are quite the extortionist." Cao Dan shook his head. "No need to haggle. I shall offer a flat rate of 70 G. Take it or leave it." With that, he pretended to walk away. "Hey, wait a moment." Hawk, somewhat vexed, called him back. 70 G is acceptable, but I will only provide you with my notes. If you desire hands-on instruction, that comes at a different price, 10 G per session. We can discuss the details of instruction later. Cao Dan felt a surge of delight internally, yet maintained a composed exterior. "I simply wish to know, are your notes comprehensive? You wouldn't withhold any critical parameters, would you? How dare you?" Hawk's eyes widened in indignation, feeling deeply insulted. "I conduct my business with integrity. If anyone were to deliberately withhold knowledge, they would be despicable. The notes are here. Examine them yourself." With that, he produced a greasy notebook from his pocket and slapped it onto the table. Cao Dan wasted no time, counting out 70 G and placing it before Hawk. Upon receiving the money, Hawk's expression softened somewhat, yet he cautioned, "You may borrow these notes for a month, but they must be returned once you have learned. Furthermore, you are aware of the rules. Do not share them with anyone else. If I discover you are selling my techniques outside," he gestured ominously to the formidable weapon behind him. "Rest assured, I understand the rules." Cao Dan readily accepted the hefty notebook, yet inwardly mused, "A month? With the system support, I need only peruse it a few times. And this modification technique will become my skill. Even if the notebook were to burn, I would not forget it." Having mastered the modification techniques for both the saber and rifle, Cao Dan was in high spirits. He wandered around the trading area again, and in a corner, he spotted 3 gold ornaments, grimy and mingled with a pile of junk. "How much for this bracelet?" he inquired, picking up one of the relatively intact gold bangles. Despite some scratches, it was of considerable weight. 20 gold. The vendor, a burly hunter with a shifty gaze, seemed uncertain. This item was likely scavenged from some unfortunate soul. Cao Dan let out a cold laugh. "Brother, what age are we in? Gold cannot be eaten or drunk. You dare to sell a worthless trinket for such a price? Have you lost your mind? 1 gold. If you wish to sell, I'll take it off your hands and help you clear some inventory." "Hey, is this how you haggle?" The hunter was displeased. After all, this was pure gold, and even melted down, it could fetch a decent sum. 2 gold. Speak another word, and I shall leave." Cao Dan tossed the bracelet back onto the stall and turned to walk away. Hey, I'll sell it to you." The hunter, now anxious, relented. Cao Dan tossed 2 gold coins, pocketed the bracelet, and strolled back with satisfaction. Passing by the butcher's corner, he purchased 2 or 3 dozen pounds of fresh monster meat. Although prices had risen slightly, they remained within his budget. As he approached the Shanty district and neared his home, he spotted Zhu Hanhong walking back with her head lowered. She carried a somewhat worn medical kit, her steps unsteady. Evidently exhausted from a recent house call. "Miss Zhu." Cao Dan quickly caught up to her. "Did you just return from a house call?" Upon hearing his voice, Zhu Hanhong lifted her head. Seeing Cao Dan brought a touch of color to her fatigued face, and she managed a faint smile. "Yes, I just went east to assist someone with a fracture." "Master Cao, have you gone to procure supplies again?" "Indeed, I bought some meat." They arrived at Zhu Hanhong's doorstep. Instead of bidding farewell as usual, Cao Dan shyly extended the bag of bloody monster meat he held. "Miss Zhu, I must trouble you once more. Could you help me detoxify this meat? You know, my self-defense training is rigorous, and ordinary meat doesn't suffice." Zhu Hanhong accepted the meat without decline. "All right, place it here. I'll let you know once I've processed it." Cao Dan followed her inside. The room was somewhat desolate, illuminated only by a single incandescent bulb. Zhu Hanhong set down the medical kit, washed her hands, and then skillfully retrieved several vials, commencing the treatment of the monster meat. Her slender fingers danced deftly amidst the bloody flesh. She first immersed the chunks of meat in a pale blue potion, extracting the residual radioactive black blood within. Then, with a silver needle, She meticulously picked out the minuscule toxic gland sacs. Finally, she sprinkled a layer of specially formulated white powder to neutralize the venom. Her movements were focused, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead, and a few strands of hair clung to her cheeks, rendering her particularly enchanting. Cao Dan stood by, watching, a peculiar itch stirring within him. After roughly 10 minutes, she declared, "It's done." Zhu Hanhong wiped her brow, placed the processed meat back into the bag, and handed it to Cao Dan, instructing him to stew it. Cao Dan accepted the meat, but did not depart immediately. He stood there, fidgeting with his hands in his pockets, appearing somewhat awkward. "Master Cao, do you have something else?" Zhu Hanhong inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. Cao Dan felt his heart racing faster than when facing a robber. "Miss Zhu, you've been such a bother helping me detoxify the food. You've worked so hard. I have nothing to repay you with." Suddenly, he pulled out a golden bracelet from his pocket and, before Zhu Hanhong could react, thrust it into her hand. "This is for you. Consider it payment. Don't disdain it." With that, Cao Dan turned and bolted out the door, forgetting even the bag of processed meat. The iron door clanged shut behind him in his haste. Zhu Hanhong stood frozen in place, maintaining the posture of receiving the item. She lowered her gaze to the heavy, warm bracelet shaped like a loach, still imbued with Cao Dan's body heat. Though merely a second-hand trinket, it shimmered brilliantly in the dim light. What a fool! Zhu Hanhong murmured to herself. Could he really be unaware of the implications of gifting a bracelet to a widow? Suddenly, she recalled that Lei Peng had never bestowed upon her any semblance of fine jewelry. In an instant, her cheeks flushed slightly. Chapter 27. Slightly tipsy upon returning home and closing the door, Cao Dan leaned against the door panel, his heart still racing. He touched his weathered face, feeling an unexpected warmth. At over 40, he felt as giddy as a young lad. Cao Dan chuckled at his own self-mockery. In his previous life, he had been relentlessly urged by his family to marry, with suitors lining up, yet he had always found flaws in each, never once contemplating that he would develop feelings for a widow recently bereaved of her husband. But this was a wasteland. He glanced at the crude ceiling. In a place where the average lifespan barely reached 30, encountering a beautiful, capable woman with a kind heart at his age, half buried in the grave, felt akin to winning the lottery. As for her identity as a widow, in this precarious world, who among the living lacked a past? What mattered was the present and the future. Shaking off these fanciful thoughts, Cao Dan approached his workbench and switched on the light. He retrieved Hawk's tome, deep modification notes for bayonets and rifles. He had to admit, the 70 gold coins spent were truly worthwhile. Although Hawk possesses a rather foul temperament, he certainly does not lack in technical prowess. This notebook not only meticulously documents the manufacturing process of his 3 modified military rifle designs, but also culminates in a bold proposition: the heavy projectile handheld cannon initiative. Hawk's notion is audacious. He intends to leverage the robust frame of the antiquated military rifle by expanding the chamber and reinforcing the barrel to launch a self-fabricated projectile, containing 3 times the powder charge of a standard rifle round. This concept essentially transforms the rifle into a miniature artillery piece. Regrettably, Hawk is a self-taught amateur. Wholly ignorant of material mechanics and chamber pressure calculations, he proceeded solely on instinct, resulting in the catastrophic failure of several barrels and nearly injuring himself in the process, ultimately forcing him to abandon the endeavor. While the idea is commendable, Hawk's foundational knowledge is woefully inadequate. Cao Dan meticulously glided his pencil across the pages of the notebook, circling the erroneous formulas. However, upon encountering me, this plan can be resurrected. With my profound knowledge, I swiftly discerned the reasons behind Hawk's failure. The barrel walls were insufficiently thick, and there was a lack of effective pressure relief mechanisms. A simple addition of a dual-stage gas regulator and a replacement of the barrel with high-strength chromolybdenum alloy steel would suffice. In an instant, a blueprint materialized in Cao Dan's mind. Without hesitation, he rummaged through the heap of discarded materials, extracting a serviceable old military rifle, disassembling, cleaning, and polishing it. This time, his objective was the sniper modified military rifle. To enhance the barrel's pressure resistance, Cao Dan melted down the previously acquired expensive alloy plates to recast the critical chamber components. This endeavor was akin to replacing an old car's engine and suspension with those of a racing vehicle. Finally, on the 3rd night, a menacing, entirely black rifle lay quietly on the workbench. Its barrel was significantly thicker than the original, and a massive, efficient muzzle brake had been affixed, resembling a ferocious beast. You have acquired military rifle, heavy sniper modified, quality, green, excellent. Attributes, rate of fire 0, 8 rounds S, effective range 1,200 meters, astonishing destructive power. Characteristics, heavy artillery combined with a specially designed spiral projectile capable of easily penetrating the armor of light armored vehicles. With the completion of this weapon, a notification finally emerged in my view. This week's mission, Gun Modification Specialist, has been completed. Reward, Skill Enhancement Card, Beginner, X1, without the slightest hesitation. Cao Dan immediately opted to utilize this card. Iron Sand Palm is currently enhancing skill. Your Iron Sand Palm has been upgraded to LV3. Your physique has been significantly strengthened. Physique, 182, 200 boom. A surge of warmth erupted within. Cao Dan felt as if his hands were being forged in a furnace. His skin rapidly hardened and darkened, forming a layer of keratin that glimmered with a metallic sheen. This sensation was truly extraordinary. Not only was there a transformation in his palms, but an overwhelming influx of experiences regarding close combat surged into his mind like a tidal wave. The techniques of exerting force, releasing pressure, and striking at the most vicious angles to shatter an opponent's bones. These profound martial arts insights, which typically require decades of arduous practice to comprehend, had inexplicably become his instinct. He envisioned a martial artist who had dedicated a lifetime to mastering the Iron Sand Palm, navigating through a sea of corpses and blood with remarkable prowess. With a deep exhale, Cao Dan released a breath of stale air, feeling an inexhaustible energy coursing through him, as if he might explode if he did not find an outlet. Bare-chested, he dashed towards the cauldron filled with iron sand. Ha! 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 His fists moved like the wind, each strike accompanied by a piercing whoosh, violently pounding into the iron sand. The once formidable iron sand, under the force of his current palm strength, became as malleable as flour. After hundreds of punches, Cao Dan reluctantly ceased, still yearning for more. He glanced at his attributes panel. Constitution, 200. This marked a watershed moment, indicating that his physical prowess had doubled that of an average adult male. In the subsequent week, Cao Dan immersed himself in a highly disciplined and fulfilling period of seclusion. By day, he modified firearms and crafted ammunition, synthesizing the knowledge gained during this time into a cohesive technique. By night, he practiced his palm strikes, honed his shooting skills, and cultivated his inner energy, transforming his surging constitution into tangible combat strength. The palpable sensation of becoming stronger was more addictive than any drug. As a rumbling protest emanated from his stomach, Cao Dan awoke from his training, patting the empty rice jar and meat pouch. Alas, he was out of food. With a hint of exasperation, he stepped outside, intending to procure some sustenance. Just as he pushed open the door, an enticing aroma of meat wafted into his nostrils. The delightful scent emanated from the home of his neighbor, Zhu Hanhong. Before Cao Dan could fully process this, the iron gate across the way creaked open. Zhu Hanhong stood at the threshold, adorned in a floral apron, wielding a spatula, her demeanor lively. It appeared she had just bathed. Her damp hair was elegantly tied back, with a few strands cascading down her fair neck. Her eyes, tinged with a hint of melancholy, now gazed intently at Cao Dan, emanating a warmth that quickened his heartbeat. Her voice, soft and melodic, invited, "Dinner is ready. Would you like to join me?" Cao Dan, momentarily taken aback, thought to himself how delightful that would be. As a lifelong bachelor in 2 lifetimes, he felt his mind momentarily short-circuit. Yet, his legs, betraying his confusion, obediently followed her inside. Neither spoke much. The air was filled only with the sounds of chopsticks clinking against bowls and the rhythmic sounds of chewing. Cao Dan, truly hungry, wasted no time and consumed the food with remarkable eagerness. Zhu Hanhong, on the other hand, ate sparingly, devoting most of her time to serving him more rice and dishes. Observing Cao Dan's voracious demeanor, a subtle smile lingered at the corners of her mouth, her eyes reflecting an indescribable sense of contentment. Exiting Zhu Hanhong's residence and strolling towards the trading district, Cao Dan felt as if she were floating. The sensation was akin to sitting in a sunlit conservatory on a warm winter afternoon, having savored a few sips of aged fine wine, pleasantly tipsy and utterly comfortable. Every pore exuding bliss. Is this the essence of happiness? She caressed her satiated belly, chuckling to herself. Chapter 28. Establishing a family upon reaching the trading district. Cao Dan inquired about the market prices, discovering that the cost of weaponry had finally begun to stabilize. Consequently, he sought out an open space, unfurling his stall to display the modified mantis shrimp guns, hummingbirds, and the heavy sniper rifle he had been working on. Business was relatively decent, particularly for the uniquely designed modified firearms, which, despite their hefty prices, attracted discerning hunters. After toiling until dusk, Cao Dan packed up his stall and counted the gold coins in his pouch, his spirits soaring. He made a trip to the butcher's corner, waving his hand generously to purchase 30 pounds of prime mutated wild boar meat. Whistling a cheerful tune, he returned to the shanty town. As he approached his doorstep, an instinctive glance over his shoulder revealed the faint light streaming from Zhu Hanhong's door had abruptly vanished, the iron gate locking with a definitive click from within, as if it had been awaiting his return. A smile graced Cao Dan's lips, warming his heart as he entered his home. As night deepened, the sounds of the shanty town echoed with a cacophony of noises, yet the atmosphere felt particularly raucous these past few days. A sudden clamor of banging and anguished cries pierced the night. Startled awake, Cao Dan refrained from immediately rising. Instead, he stealthily descended from his bed like a vigilant leopard, pressing himself against the door panel. Since his physique had surpassed the threshold of 20, his senses had sharpened to an extraordinary degree. With focused concentration, the slightest rustle within a radius of several dozen meters could not escape his keen ears. It was those notorious marauders again. A frown creased Cao Dan's brow. Ever since the Invincible Hospital took over this area, their focus on collecting fees had resulted in a dismal state of public safety. They neither established patrols nor permitted residents to form their own defense teams, leading to frequent incidents of plunder. In recent days, several households nearby had fallen prey to home invasions, with even fatalities reported. With eyes partially closed, Cao Dan regulated his breath, preparing his body for an explosive reaction at any moment. The cries of distress grew increasingly proximate, seemingly just a few streets away. Time ticked by slowly. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps and voices shattered the stillness of the street. "Dear brothers, please take your leave. This street does not welcome outsiders." A voice tinged with arrogance resonated from outside. Cao Dan discerned that the voice belonged to a lone wanderer residing on the street, known as Wu Yong, who boasted the moniker of Quick Gunner, often bragging about his speed in drawing his weapon. A sharp, cold voice retorted, "Well, it seems we have an unwelcome busybody here. Never mind, I've already secured enough for today. I prefer to avoid unnecessary trouble." Inwardly, Cao Dan mused, despite Wu Yong's penchant for boasting, he possessed a surprisingly good heart. However, before he could finish his thoughts, the voice outside abruptly shifted its tone. "Miss Zhu, rest assured, with me, the Quick Gunner Wu Yong, no one shall dare to lay a finger on you. I alone can handle this rabble." Cao Dan's thoughts spiraled into a torrent of curses. Damn it, this fool. Clearly, this was not a case of standing up for justice. He was merely trying to impress the lady. As expected, a dull thud echoed, reminiscent of a blade piercing flesh, followed by a brief, agonized cry. The despicable coward had launched a surprise attack. "Quick, someone come. Help." Wu Yong wailed like a slaughtered pig. "Ha ha, what a pretentious fool," came the raucous laughter from outside. He didn't even draw his gun and dared to play the gallant? He should learn a lesson in his next life. Following this, the sound of something heavy crashing to the ground resonated. Wu Yong, the self-proclaimed quick gunner, was dead. "Hey, brothers." The sharp voice rang out again, laced with lewdness. "What was that idiot saying about Miss Zhu? From her name, she must be a woman. Since she has been delivered to us, why not pay her a visit? Brilliant idea, brother. Let us search for her right here." A cacophony of hurried footsteps approached, culminating in a violent kick at the door. Bang. "This place is empty." Next. Bang. "Damn, what an ugly old hag. Get lost." As the footsteps drew nearer, Cao Dan's gaze turned icy. Through the crack of the door, illuminated by the moonlight, he glimpsed 4 masked men standing at the entrance of Zhu Hanhong's home. One was raising his foot, preparing to kick the iron door. Inside, Zhu Hanhong had clearly heard the commotion, her muffled gasp barely escaping. "To hell with you." Cao Dan inhaled deeply, a flicker of ferocity igniting in his eyes. Had they merely been passing by, he might have chosen to remain discreet. But if they intended to harm Zhu Hanhong, that was unacceptable. Boom. Without uttering a word, Cao Dan kicked open his door with force. The resounding crash momentarily stunned the 4 robbers. Seizing the opportunity, he brandished his revolver, the barrel spitting fire. Bang! The first shot struck the nearest robber, who was raising his foot, causing his head to burst like a watermelon, red and white splattering everywhere. Bang! The second shot followed. The robber beside him, wielding a flashlight, had yet to comprehend the situation when a gaping wound, the size of a fist, erupted from his chest. The terrifying force of the spiraled bullet had utterly obliterated his heart. Bang! The third shot rang out. The sharp-voiced elder brother, his face frozen in shock, lowered his head to gaze at the blood-spewing hole in his chest. He opened his mouth, seemingly to utter something, but in the next moment, his head exploded as well. 3 shots, 3 lives, in a mere few seconds. This was the extent of Cao Dan's prowess at this moment. There was one more. With a cold glare, Cao Dan swiftly shifted his aim. That was the last robber, the quickest to react. The instant the gun fired, he realized he had hit a brick wall and turned to flee. Bang! Cao Dan pulled the trigger. The robber's body jolted violently, staggering, yet somehow remaining upright. A bulletproof vest? Cao Dan raised an eyebrow, noticing that beneath the robber's leather jacket, he wore a ceramic bulletproof vest. Let us see how many shots you can take. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. This time, Cao Dan aimed directly for the back of his head. Thud! A considerable portion of the robber's skull was blown away. He let out no cry of agony. Propelled by inertia, his body flew over 2 meters before collapsing to the ground. The battle had concluded. The entire street lay in deathly silence, punctuated only by the occasional distant bark of a dog. The surrounding residents remained behind closed doors and windows, not daring to turn on their lights, fearful of attracting trouble. Cao Dan stood in the center of the street, the barrel of his revolver still emitting wisps of smoke. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one had escaped, before slowly exhaling. This was the first time he had engaged in a truly proactive battle since arriving in the Wasteland. There was no disgust, no fear, only an indescribable exhilaration. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. Creak! Behind him, the iron door belonging to Zhu Hanhong slowly opened. Dressed in a thin nightgown, she clutched a surgical knife tightly in her hand, her face pale as a sheet. Upon seeing Cao Dan standing amidst the pool of blood, resembling a deity of death, the surgical knife clattered to the ground. In the next moment, regardless of the blood-stained floor, she dashed barefoot toward him, crashing into his embrace. She clung desperately to his waist, shaking violently, tears instantly soaking his clothing. Cao Dan's body stiffened momentarily before softening. He reached out a hand, gently patting Zhu Hanhong's back, feeling the soft tremors within his embrace. "It's all right," he said in a low voice, imbued with a reassuring calm. Zhu Hanhong buried her head in his chest, saying nothing more. "Let us head back. It's cold outside," Cao Dan murmured softly. Zhu Hanhong remained silent, gripping his clothing tightly, unwilling to let go. The two embraced each other as they stepped indoors. Before long, from behind the iron door, the rustling of fabric could be heard, followed by the heavy breaths of a man and a woman. Chapter 29. Domestic life. As dawn broke, the pale sunlight of the wasteland spilled across the bed. The air in the room still held a hint of lingering warmth. Zhu Hanhong, resembling a languid cat, curled up in Cao Dan's embrace, her fingers gently tracing circles on his solid chest. Her face was adorned with a charming blush. "Has it already been over 3 hours?" she murmured softly, her voice slightly hoarse yet imbued with an indescribable allure. "Are you a donkey? How can you be so tireless?" Cao Dan's face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head awkwardly. "Oh, really? That was actually my first time." "First time?" Zhu Hanhong rolled her eyes dramatically, playfully pinching the soft flesh at his waist. "I can't believe you. It's not like I haven't seen you running off to Nightingale Street. Be honest. Weren't those chaotic positions taught to you by those flirtatious women?" By the end of her statement, her voice had dwindled to a whisper, her cheeks as red as ripe apples. "You really wore me out. That's not fair." Cao Dan felt a burden of unspoken grievances. He quickly raised 3 fingers in a vow. "No way. I've never even been to those places." Internally, he lamented, that was the original owner's doing. "What does it have to do with me? I was genuinely single in my previous life. As for those positions, I owe my knowledge to the hundreds of talented teachers from that island. I merely possess theoretical knowledge." Seeing the flustered expression on his face, Zhu Hanhong couldn't help but chuckle softly. She buried her head in Cao Dan's neck, her tone softening immensely. All right, I was just teasing you. I won't hold the past against you." She paused, lifting her gaze to meet his with utmost seriousness. "Since we're going to live together, you shall take charge of this household. I have some savings, and I'll hand them over to you. However, I insist you stay away from places like Nightingale Street. It's filthy, filled with all sorts of people. Frequenting such places can lead to illness. Your health is paramount. You are the pillar of our family, and I won't allow you to jeopardize yourself." Hearing her sincere, yet caring words, the softest part of Cao Dan's heart was profoundly stirred. He tightened his embrace around her and nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, with such a wonderful wife like you, why would I ever seek out those superficial women? I swear, I will never set foot in Nightingale Street again." "Good," Zhu Hanhong replied, her eyes sparkling with dreams as she nestled against him. "From now on, you'll focus on your work with the arms, providing for our family. I'll take good care of you at home, cooking and cleaning. Let us live a peaceful life without any more risks, shall we?" "All right, I'll do as you wish." Cao Dan stroked her long hair. Yet images of that chaotic night, filled with flames and violence, flickered in his mind as he gently reassured her. "Time has passed, and with my presence." Cao Dan found himself rejuvenated as he sat at his workstation. Although one could argue that he had overexerted himself the previous night, his robust constitution and the foundation of the nourishing yang method left him not the slightest bit fatigued. Rather, he felt an inexhaustible vitality coursing through him. Recalling the tender affection of Zhu Hanhong from last night, Cao Dan's heart swelled with joy. It seemed he had indeed made a fortunate choice, discovering not merely a companion but a true treasure. Since his arrival in this new world, Cao Dan had lived under a shroud of profound insecurity, compelling himself to adhere to a monk-like discipline. However, with Zhu Hanhong by his side, he finally felt a sense of home and belonging in this realm. Yet, despite the allure of her gentle embrace, he knew that cultivation must not be neglected. Apart from a momentary indulgence the previous night, Cao Dan swiftly returned to his regular routine. In the living room, Cao Dan stood bare-chested before a cauldron filled with poisonous sand. With vigorous enthusiasm, he relentlessly struck the scorching iron sand with his palms. Sweat trickled down the bronze contours of his muscular physique, splattering onto the floor. Zhu Hanhong, clad in a loose-fitting home outfit, leaned gently against the doorframe, watching him with an expression brimming with affection. Once Cao Dan concluded his practice, she promptly approached him with a warm towel she had prepared earlier, carefully wiping the sweat from his body. "Tired, are you?" Zhu Hanhong inquired, her gaze settling on his slightly flushed shoulders. "Shall I give you a massage?" That would be wonderful." Cao Dan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He recalled the system panel indicating that Zhu Hanhong possessed a massage LV2 skill, a mark of her professionalism. Grabbing the towel, he hastily wiped his face and lay down on the hard bed. "It might sting a bit, bear with it." She chuckled as she dripped a few drops of her homemade medicinal oil onto his back, warming her hands before pressing them onto his neck and shoulders. In that moment, Cao Dan felt an overwhelming wave of comfort, nearly gasping aloud. Zhu Hanhong's technique was remarkably adept. Her long, powerful fingers seemed to possess a certain magic, precisely locating every knot and sore spot within his muscles. She began with gentle kneading, her palms slowly tracing circles over the taut latissimus dorsi, her pressure penetrating the skin and flesh, gradually loosening the rigid fibers strained from intense training. Next came the pressing. Her thumbs glided along either side of his spine, methodically applying pressure inch by inch, each movement striking directly at the core, blending discomfort with an indescribable sense of release. Finally came the plucking, the most exquisite part. Her fingertips danced like a musician's on the strings of a lute, swiftly plucking at the sinews of Cao Dan's muscles. Cao Dan could not help but emit soft sounds of pleasure. As a novice with extraordinary abilities, although Zhu Hanhong had yet to master the art of energy refinement, her genetic lock had already been unlocked, allowing a trace of healing energy to flow within her. During the massage, this subtle energy silently seeped into Cao Dan's body through her fingertips, akin to a warm stream nourishing his damaged capillaries and weary nerves. Cao Dan felt as though all 36,000 pores of his body had relaxed, and the accumulated injuries and fatigue from his training dissipated in an instant. Even his internal energy became more vibrant, circulating at a noticeably accelerated pace. "My dear," Cao Dan murmured, eyes closed in bliss, "this feels utterly divine." Anyone who claims that life in the wasteland lacks divinity is sorely mistaken. Such a chatterbox. Zhu Hanhong chuckled lightly, yet she increased the pressure in her hands, pressing firmly on his lower back. "If it feels good, just lie back and enjoy." After relishing the moment, Cao Dan felt rejuvenated. He sat up energetically, declaring, "My dear, rest a moment while I showcase my culinary skills today." One cannot help but remark that the inhabitants of this wasteland truly lack the art of living. Even the affluent seem only to indulge in expensive canned goods or simple roasted meats, utterly oblivious to the essence of true cooking. Most have never tasted anything genuinely exquisite in their lives, and their palates have long since dulled. Despite the exorbitant cost of spices that rival weaponry, Cao Dan could neither afford nor procure any decent condiments. Yet, he possessed the elite culinary philosophy from his previous life, with simple ingredients. As long as the cooking time was expertly managed and the combinations thoughtfully crafted, even the most mundane could be transformed into something extraordinary. He busied himself in the kitchen, and half an hour later, 2 dishes and a soup graced the table. One dish featured stir-fried giant ant meat, where high heat sealed in the moisture. Even without cooking wine, he used a tangy wild fruit juice to eliminate any fishy taste, resulting in a tender, crisp texture. The other dish was braised pork chunks, prepared with merely salt and sugar, yet slow-cooked to perfection, yielding a rich flavor that melted in the mouth. "Try this," Cao Dan said as he placed a piece of meat into Zhu Hanhong's bowl. She took a bite, her eyes widening in astonishment. This is exquisite." She disregarded her ladle-like demeanor, savoring the dish with grease glistening on her lips, unable to resist licking the broth from her mouth. "Slow down. No one is competing with you," Cao Dan chuckled, serving her a bowl of soup. The two shared a meal, engaging in light-hearted conversation. "By the way," Cao Dan set down his chopsticks, his expression turning serious. "The world outside is becoming increasingly chaotic. I've heard reports of heavy military vehicles near Mail Town. It would be best for us to refrain from venturing out alone for the next few days." Zhu Hanhong nodded obediently. "Rest assured, we have ample food at home, and I have no urgent purchases to make. Even if we do go out, it will be together. I won't venture alone." "Indeed," Cao Dan pondered for a moment. "In the coming days, let us complete the strength test at the Invincible Hospital, to spare oneself from the incessant banging at the door by those muscle-bound individuals." Zhu Hanhong let out a sigh, pondering that it was indeed time for a checkup. After all, if the rent were to double next month, it would be a considerable sum. Nevertheless, money was a trivial concern. What she truly sought was tranquility. Cao Dan gently patted her hand, his gaze resolute. Once this month concludes and they have saved enough, they would seek a larger abode and then leisurely explore the trading district together. He glanced at her with a tinge of remorse, acknowledging, "You have been by my side without even a proper wedding, and I have yet to gift you anything of value. Did you not just buy me a bracelet?" Zhu Hanhong raised her wrist, the golden bangle swaying gracefully upon her fair skin, a treasured possession in her eyes. "That does not count," Cao Dan replied, shaking his head. "In the coming days, I shall prepare and procure a truly splendid gift for you." By afternoon, the two had organized themselves and set forth towards the outpost of the Invincible Hospital. As they stepped outside, numerous neighbors passing by halted in their tracks, their faces adorned with smiles tinged with a hint of flattery. "Ah, Apprentice Cao, Miss Zhu heading out? You two truly make a fine pair." Their politeness, laced with a touch of reverence, stemmed from the fact that both individuals were certified practitioners in the Wasteland. Practitioners stood above the rest. Moreover, the remnants of blood and corpses at the street corner had not gone unnoticed, though no one dared venture out the previous night. Many had observed from behind their windows how Cao Dan, like a deity of death, swiftly dispatched those vicious robbers. His precise marksmanship and ruthless tactics left all witnesses with a singular realization. This seemingly unassuming Master Cao, who merely repaired weaponry, was, without a doubt, a formidable force. Cao Dan smiled in response to the greetings, firmly holding Zhu Hanhong's hand as they walked down the street. Chapter 30. The boundless path of martial arts. The temporary outpost of the Invincible Hospital was situated at the southernmost end of the shantytown in Mail Town. Originally a row of concrete warehouses, it had been transformed into a fitness center exuding an aesthetic of violence. The air was thick with the pungent scent of synthetic protein powder. Despite the long lines of individuals waiting to test their strength, the atmosphere was unexpectedly orderly, largely due to the imposing presence of the steroid-fueled muscular men who scrutinized everyone with hawkish intent. Their exposed metallic prosthetics and subdermal biotubing bore testament to the might of the Invincible Hospital. "Next, present your temporary residency permit," bellowed a muscular figure. His head adorned with a red ribbon and clad in a blue tank top, his arms thicker than most people's thighs, impatiently holding an electronic board. Cao Dan and Zhu Hanhong found themselves at the forefront of the queue. The muscular man initially bore a stern and impassive demeanor. Yet as his gaze swept over Cao Dan's bulging physique and the composed aura characteristic of a seasoned practitioner, his attitude softened slightly. Temporary residence permit. Cao Dan presented 2 cards, speaking in a low voice. Esteemed sir, these belong to my wife and me. According to the rules, I alone represent my household for the test. The muscular man accepted the cards, glanced at them, and nodded. Rules are inflexible, but people are not. As long as you possess sufficient strength, it matters not if you represent 2 individuals or an entire street. Proceed. He gestured toward a nearby device for measuring strength. It resembled a boxing post from the bygone era, firmly affixed to a massive concrete pedestal. Thick rubber and leather were wrapped around it, connecting to a grimy electronic display screen. The onlookers in line craned their necks in anticipation, eager to witness what this formidable figure could achieve. Cao Dan approached the post, inhaling deeply. Unlike the other brash individuals who would charge forth with shouts, he positioned his feet slightly apart, knees slightly bent, resembling a taut bow firmly anchored to the ground. The internal energy surged within him like a roaring river, converging instantaneously in his right palm. Iron sand palm, iron hand splitting stone. This was the most formidable and imposing technique within the iron sand palm repertoire. Eschewing flamboyance, it sought only a direct confrontation, with an unmatched force aimed at breaking through hard defenses. With a deep exhalation, Cao Dan's right hand transformed into a dark hue, imbued with a fierce wind, and struck the center of the post with tremendous force. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, reverberating through the ears of those nearby. The alloy post, as thick as a bowl, bent backward at an astonishing angle, emitting a piercing metallic screech. Moments later, the numbers on the adjacent display screen fluctuated wildly before finally stabilizing, glowing in red. 1,102 pounds. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. The muscular man responsible for recording sprang from his chair, his eyes wide as saucers. The threshold for passing was 500 pounds. 800 pounds marked the elite, and anything above 1,000 pounds signified mastery. Remarkable strength, the muscular man exclaimed, hastily approaching Cao Dan, his facial muscles breaking into a broad grin. Cao Dan is it. Truly a hidden gem. With such a strike, one could hardly stand against it. Cao Dan withdrew his hand, the darkness in his palm dissipating swiftly, returning to its normal hue. With a modest smile, he replied, "You flatter me. I merely trained diligently. Allow me to introduce myself. I am York Marshall, the head of this outpost." York extended his large, vein-riddled hand with enthusiasm. "Brother Cao, would you be interested in joining our invincible hospital? I see great potential in your physique. You are a natural muscle contender. Should you agree, we possess the most advanced Titan II muscle fiber transformation technology, along with complementary heart of the forged mechanical pump for your cardiovascular system. Even if you perform admirably, we can offer you an opportunity to apply for a higher quota of the frenzy potion." He passionately extolled the virtues of his cutting-edge technology, his eyes gleaming with fervor. In the eyes of this group of madmen, the human body was merely a vessel for transformation and evolution. Cao Dan felt a shiver run down his spine. To transform oneself into a grotesque muscle-bound creature? No, thank you. He intended to preserve his fine physique to accompany his wife through life. "Well, my Lord York, I appreciate your kind intentions," Cao Dan replied, subtly withdrawing his hand and politely declining. "I am quite traditional and prefer the natural approach to exercise. Besides, as a mechanic, if my arms become too bulky, I would struggle with intricate tasks." "Indeed," York said with a hint of regret, "the hands of a mechanic are indeed precious. However, our doors will always remain open to you. Should you change your mind, feel free to seek me out." On their way back, Zhu Hanhong clung tightly to Cao Dan's arm and whispered, "That York looks at you strangely. Those from the Invincible Hospital are a bunch of fanatics obsessed with body modification, sacrificing their humanity in pursuit of power. Do not let them deceive you. And keep your distance." "Rest assured," Cao Dan replied, patting her hand gently. "I am not foolish. I have no desire to become a muscle-bound monstrosity. I know my own mind." Not long after returning home, a raucous sound of drums and gongs echoed from outside. Cao Dan opened the door to find several muscle-bound men clad in Invincible Hospital vests, bearing a plaque with red and gold lettering, standing cheerfully at his doorstep. "Lord Cao, Lord York specifically instructed us to deliver this plaque of strength certification to you," the leading man beamed. Lord York stated that individuals of your caliber will enjoy all expenses waived in the shanty town as a mark of respect for the strong. Cao Dan found himself both amused and perplexed, but did not decline the gesture. In this wasteland, reputation sometimes served as the best shield. After sending the muscular men away, Cao Dan casually placed the plaque in the corner of the room. Turning around, he noticed Zhu Hanhong leaning against the doorframe, her gaze dreamy as she licked her luscious lips. A mixture of admiration, dependence, and a hint of pride in being protected by a strong man sparkled in her eyes. "My man is truly remarkable," she murmured to herself. In that very moment, a dazzling burst of golden light exploded in Cao Dan's vision. "Detected that you have a partner with an intimacy level above 80, Zhu Hanhong. Main storyline task completed. Branching out, you have attained Martial Arts Infinity, Golden Level Specialty. Description: unfettered in body. Boundless in martial arts. Above and below, I alone traverse. Your body has become a crucible for martial arts. Effect 1. All martial arts that the martial arts crucible has come into contact with, regardless of their completeness, will be forcibly adapted and transformed into your personal martial arts philosophy. You possess the remarkable ability to automatically deduce, complete, and even amalgamate martial arts techniques. The second effect, the infinite transformation of inner energy, dictates that with each level attained, with 10 as the base, a mandatory transformation of all attributes will occur. Astonishing. Cao Dan nearly let slip an expletive. He had been pondering this branching task, wondering why it had not activated. Little did he know that with that single powerful strike, he had dramatically elevated Zhu Hanhong's favorability towards him. Is this not extraordinary? A golden level specialty. It seems tailor-made for someone like him, who possesses a data panel. With this, he need no longer fear the perilous consequences of incomplete martial arts manuals. Even fragments of techniques, no matter how meager, could be transformed into treasures in his capable hands. Moreover, the initial level of the infinite transformation of inner energy stands at 1,000. Currently, his inner energy value hovers around 200, which implies that with a bit more diligent effort, he will soon experience his first explosive surge in attributes. Is this the advantage of marrying a wife? Cao Dan gazed at the captivating woman before him, his eyes igniting with fervor. He strode forward confidently and swept Zhu Hanhong into his arms. "Hey, what are you doing?" she exclaimed, her face flushing crimson, yet her arms instinctively encircled his neck. "What does it look like?" "I'm here to celebrate," Cao Dan replied with a mischievous grin, carrying her purposefully toward the bedroom. Those muscle-bound fellows had given him a headache. He needed a tranquil place to reflect and delve deeper into martial arts insights. The door to the bedroom was gently nudged shut with his heel. The following day, rejuvenated, Cao Dan sought out York Marshall once more. "What? You wish to switch to a larger residence?" Upon hearing this, York waved his hand grandly, declaring, "What's the trouble? A 2-bedroom detached house has just become available in the West District, formerly occupied by a minor chief. The conditions are quite favorable. Since you've asked, consider it yours, no charge. Is that truly appropriate?" Cao Dan responded, feeling a bit uneasy. "Oh, come now. Don't be modest. A strong individual deserves to reside in a spacious home." York even personally assisted Cao Dan with the paperwork. As he departed, he couldn't resist giving a slight envious pat on Cao Dan's muscular arm with his calloused hand. My, what natural muscle fibers. Such elasticity. A shiver ran down Cao Dan's spine, prompting a hasty farewell. Then came the moving day. Many neighbors expressed reluctance upon hearing of Cao Dan's departure. After all, with someone capable of swiftly dispatching robbers and bending strength testing poles residing on their street, the nighttime safety had significantly improved. However, there were also those who arrived to lend a hand. Among them were the survivors from Lei Peng's exploration team, the medic Xiao Yu and the scout Xiao Lu, sporting his trademark messy yellow hair. Sister-in-law, Brother Xiao? Xiao Lu, with a cheeky grin, now bore a hint of newfound respect in his gaze upon seeing Zhu Hanhong with Cao Dan. They harbored no objections. In this world, it is indeed the best refuge for a widow to find a strong pillar of support, especially when they behold the golden plaque emblazoned with the formidable certification of the Invincible Hospital. Their spirits soar with enthusiasm. "Brother Cao, remember to take care of us when there's good work in the future," Little Six remarked, toting a box while seeking to curry favor. "Rest assured, you shall not be left out," Cao Dan replied. By midday, in the spacious living room of the new house, Cao Dan personally prepared a sumptuous housewarming feast. It must be said that his culinary skills, unparalleled in the Wasteland, effortlessly captivated the palates of Little Fish and Little Six. Whoa, Brother Cao, your skills are extraordinary. The delicacies served to the town's elite are scarcely superior. Little Six exclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes. Sister-in-law is truly fortunate, Little Fish added, her expression filled with envy. Once the guests departed and the new abode was tidied, Zhu Hanhong beamed with childlike joy as she surveyed her bright and spacious new home, which even boasted a small, independent courtyard. She touched the walls and gazed out the windows, reveling in her surroundings. Let us visit the trading district, Cao Dan suggested. Taking her hand, despite the presence of furniture, the house still felt somewhat empty and in need of adornments. Cao Dan had initially intended to purchase a few respectable outfits for Zhu Hanhong. However, after a circuitous exploration, he discovered that the so-called fashion boutiques were replete with second-hand garments, or items laden with a wasteland punk aesthetic, utterly unsuitable for Zhu Hanhong's grace. Faced with the impossibility of finding appropriate attire, an idea suddenly struck him. Why not craft a gift with his own hands? A delightful surprise. With this thought in mind, Cao Dan led Zhu Hanhong through the various stalls, procuring not only an array of fabrics, leather, and rare metals, but also a substantial collection of old books and notebooks. Upon returning home, he sent Zhu Hanhong off to rest, and then immersed himself in the pile of old texts. He initially perused the notes related to mechanics, seeking inspiration to create a small defensive trinket for Zhu Hanhong. Subsequently, he picked up several martial arts treatises he had salvaged from the street market: Flame Flow Hand, Fragment, Shadow Iron Claw, First Part, and Crimson Line Fist, only 3 moves. In times past, or in the hands of another, such martial arts would have been dismissed as worthless refuse, laden with significant drawbacks, without guidance from predecessors, and lacking a complete set of principles. Attempting to practice them would likely lead to catastrophic consequences, either severing one's meridians or, at worst, resulting in death. However, now, as Cao Dan gazed at these tattered tomes, a glimmer of gold flickered in his eyes. Golden specialization in martial arts unleashed, analyzing Flame Flow Hand to extract core techniques and eliminate falsehoods, analyzing Shadow Iron Claw to optimize meridian pathways. Before his eyes, the once obscure and contradictory texts seemed to spring to life, automatically reorganizing and evolving into clarity. Although this endeavor demands rigorous validation and refinement, requiring a substantial investment of time and energy, his current martial arts talent, augmented by the system, is nothing short of divine. The corners of Cao Dan's mouth curled upwards, while his primary focus must remain on the iron sand palm and yang nourishing technique. The exquisite techniques embedded within these incomplete martial arts can seamlessly integrate into his combat system. For instance, the Flame Flow Hand technique, particularly the Scorching Wave, when combined with the toxic damage of the iron sand palm, could transform into a blazing venomous palm. Life is indeed becoming increasingly promising. Chapter 31. A new beginning 3 days later. As the sun dipped below the horizon, it painted the wasteland a vivid crimson. Cao Dan, with a massive military backpack filled with procured food and materials for weapon modification, walked briskly back from the trading district. Upon entering the courtyard, before he could even set down his belongings, the door swung open. Zhu Hanhong, clad in an apron, had evidently been waiting for some time. She approached swiftly, took the heavy backpack from Cao Dan's shoulder, and with a hint of surprise in her tone, exclaimed, "Dinner is ready and kept warm. Why are you back so early today? Usually, you don't return until it's fully dark." "Ah, today I was fortunate," Cao Dan chuckled, wiping the sweat from his brow. "I encountered a few discerning mercenaries for those modified mantis shrimp pistols, and they didn't haggle much. Business was so good that I sold out everything and decided to close up shop early." The two entered the house. As they dined, they exchanged stories from the day. "By the way," Cao Dan said, placing a piece of meat into Zhu Hanhong's bowl, "I overheard some well-informed traders in the trading district mention that the town management committee seems poised to restart that seaside factory exploration project." Zhu Hanhong paused with her chopsticks, her brow furrowing slightly. The seaside factory? Wasn't the last exploration a complete debacle, leading to a fizzle after all the commotion? The Pedragon family nearly faced an assault from outside powers because of it. Indeed, the fierce competition among those powerful factions is beyond our comprehension, Cao Dan replied, taking a bite of rice and lowering his voice. "However, I heard that the leadership of this exploration initiative has changed. It is now under the stewardship of another titan from the committee, the Li family. Are you referring to Li biotechnology? Zhu Hanhong's expression shifted slightly as she set down her bowl and chopsticks. The Li family, which controls 70% of the pharmaceutical supply in Mail Town and monopolizes advanced gene serums. Precisely that Li family. What of it? Is there something significant? Cao Dan inquired. Curiosity piqued. Zhu Hanhong sighed, a glimmer of envy in her eyes. I've heard that the Li family possesses an exceptionally comprehensive inheritance of medical superhuman abilities. Almost all their core members are high-level medical practitioners. As she spoke, she glanced at her own hands, her tone growing somber. Unfortunately, individuals like us, awakened commoners with unconventional abilities, still lack a legitimate method for refining our powers, relying solely on instinct to wield our meager strengths. Is it truly so difficult to obtain a refining method? Cao Dan furrowed his brows and inquired. Isn't it said that one can exchange for items in that so-called occupational association? It cannot be that simple. Zhu Hanhong offered a bitter smile, explaining. The high-quality goods within the association are reserved for those with connections, the direct descendants or founding members. We peripheral members can at most obtain some basic knowledge. The true core inheritance is tightly monopolized. Suddenly recalling something, her eyes grew slightly red. In fact, if one bypasses the official channels, there are often so-called manuals circulating in the black market. However, such items are hard to authenticate, and many are even altered fragments. She continued, in the past, Lei Peng, driven by his desire for strength, spent a hefty sum in the black market on a flawed cultivation method, only to suffer meridian damage later, leading him to take desperate risks. Upon hearing this, Cao Dan's heart sank. The young nourishing method he practiced, along with the martial arts manuals he had scavenged from stalls, were essentially unverified products. Had he been an ordinary individual, he would have likely rendered himself incapable by now. Fortunately, he had his golden finger. Cao Dan silently rejoiced. That golden-level specialty, martial arts infinity, was practically the nemesis of such flawed techniques, capable not only of automatic error correction but also of enforced deduction. Yet, he seemed to have encountered a bottleneck on his path as a mechanic. Without mechanical force, he could only remain a skilled artisan, never evolving into a true mechanical master capable of controlling mechas or manipulating objects with thought. Moreover, he had yet to hear of anyone in this wasteland who could master both magic and martial arts simultaneously. Noticing Zhu Hanhong's despondent mood, Cao Dan suddenly recalled something. He abruptly slapped his thigh, leapt up, and dashed into the bedroom, rummaging through a hidden compartment beneath the bed to retrieve a delicate little box. I almost forgot about this. Returning with a vial glowing faintly with a green luminescence, he exclaimed, "Wife, mentioning the Li family just reminded me. Before we moved, the young lady living next door, Li Zhaoyue, seemed to be from that family. To express her gratitude for my cooking, she gifted me this." He extended the vial towards Zhu Hanhong. As Zhu Hanhong took the vial and glanced at the label, her entire being trembled. "Gene repair liquid?" She abruptly lifted her gaze to Cao Dan, her voice quaking. "She gifted you something so precious? This vial could fetch at least 200 to 300 G on the black market, and even then, it was hard to come by. Perhaps she truly is a direct descendant of the Li family. Such items are trivial to her." Cao Dan shrugged. "Since this item is so valuable, you should use it quickly. I have heard it is particularly beneficial for those with abilities." "No, it's too precious." Zhu Hanhong instinctively tried to push the vial back. "This is too wasteful. We should sell it." "Nonsense." Cao Dan pressed her hand down, adopting a serious expression and feigning anger. "Money can be earned again. Houses can be bought anew. But if your health deteriorates, where will I find such a wonderful wife? However, there is no need for hesitation. One must act swiftly." Observing Cao Dan's domineering demeanor, Zhu Hanhong felt her eyes moisten, her heart warming to the point of melting. She ceased her refusals, unsealed the container, and consumed the restorative liquid in one gulp. Moments later, the effects of the medicine began to manifest. A soothing warmth coursed through her body, soon followed by an irresistible wave of drowsiness. She gently collapsed into Cao Dan's embrace, slipping into a profound slumber. Cao Dan carefully carried her to the bed and remained watchfully by her side. Since their relationship had been solidified, the system was capable of continuously monitoring Zhu Hanhong's data. Target: Zhu Hanhong, partner. Status: gene deep repair in progress. Within his view, Zhu Hanhong's data exhibited astonishing transformations. The gene chain. previously damaged by a forced awakening of her abilities in her early years, was being rapidly repaired and reorganized by the flowing green energy. Lifespan, 2,969 years, 2,973 years. Her lifespan had increased by a full 4 years. Even more astonishing to Cao Dan was the enhancement of her abilities. Ability strength, 129,135,148,159. It was not until 2 hours later that Zhu Hanhong slowly awakened. As she opened her eyes, the world appeared clearer than ever before. Her body felt as light as a feather, and the previously obscure abilities within her now flowed like a joyful brook. Husband. She gazed at Cao Dan, who was anxiously watching over her, feeling an overwhelming surge of emotion as she threw herself into his arms. The two remained entwined until dusk. Suddenly, a deep, resonant roar echoed from above, causing the windows to vibrate with a dull hum. Cao Dan rose and parted the curtains slightly. Outside, amidst the dim sky, 3 enormous ships resembling steel behemoths descended, emitting blue flames as they gradually landed at the spaceship base on the outskirts of Merrill Town. These were armed transport vessels belonging to the Li Consortium. Through the window, the streets of the shantytown were filled with countless bottom-tier hunters and mercenaries, each carrying tattered bags, chaotically making their way towards the spaceship base, all harboring dreams of wealth. In an instant, the entire shantytown and even the distant trading area became markedly quieter. How many do you think will return this time? Cao Dan asked, observing the masses that resembled ants. Zhu Hanhong stood behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist. Resting her chin on his shoulder, her expression complex. Half, perhaps even fewer. She sighed, recalling how she had watched Lei Peng depart on his missions in the same manner. Why can't everyone just live a peaceful life? Why must they seek death? This woman, evidently, was once again stirred by her surroundings. Cao Dan turned to her, gently caressing her cheek. Do not resign yourself to fate. He could not fully empathize with her plight, for he possessed a golden key and an escape route. Yet, he understood. This was the shantytown, a slum for humanity in the wasteland. In this place, the people suffer from a lack of clothing and food, medical care and medicine, and even dignity. Yet, they are not devoid of those desperate souls willing to risk their lives for a chance at a brighter future. For many, it is preferable to strive for a minuscule chance of wealth rather than languish like mud in a gutter. And what about you? Zhu Hanhong lifted her head, her gaze tinged with anxiety as she looked at him. Would you go? Me? Cao Dan chuckled, a genuine smile gracing his features. My life is far too precious. I have never dabbled in gambling. He placed his hand around Zhu Hanhong's slender waist, pulling her closer. With such a wonderful wife waiting at home, I would have to be mad to venture to such a wretched place. Later that evening, in the spacious basement of their new home, the sound of heavy, labored breathing echoed in the confined space. Cao Dan's body glowed a deep crimson, resembling a shrimp freshly pulled from a steamer. White steam wafted above him, and his muscles pulsated with vitality, sweat cascading to the ground and forming a puddle. Ever since he acquired the golden specialization of martial arts unbound, his progress in martial arts could only be described as extraordinary. With a physique rating of 300, he possessed a terrifying capability that overshadowed most low-tier martial artists. His control over every muscle and tendon had reached an exquisite level. Whether on a smooth floor or a rugged pile of stones, he could maneuver as if walking on level ground, his power undeterred by the surface beneath him. The techniques he practiced, such as basic swordplay, close-quarters combat, and iron sand palm, while seemingly unchanged on the surface, had undergone a profound transformation at their core. Each move had been meticulously refined and optimized, eliminating all unnecessary flourishes, leaving only the purest techniques for lethal effectiveness. However, Cao Dan also recognized an emerging issue. As his skill level increased, the rate of improvement in proficiency slowed significantly, and the requirements became increasingly stringent. In the past, a few casual punches would suffice to gain experience. Now, he found that he needed to concentrate fully, synchronize his breathing techniques, and even simulate the mindset of real combat, just to see the progress bar shift slightly. It appeared that mere diligent practice was nearing its limits. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Cao Dan pondered thoughtfully. His current routine was remarkably disciplined. He practiced nurturing yang method at sunrise, honed his martial skills in the mornings and evenings, while afternoons were devoted to the relentless pursuit of mechanical modifications, balancing the dual responsibilities of earning a living and nurturing his family. After a refreshing shower, Cao Dan lay on the soft bed, as Zhu Hanhong, clad in shorts, knelt beside him, massaging his sore muscles. "My dear, I believe I've made another breakthrough today," he murmured, eyes half closed in bliss. "You truly are an oddity," Zhu Hanhong replied with a chuckle, continuing her ministrations on his back. "A mechanic who loves martial arts even more than those obsessed with it. Just the other day, York from the Invincible Hospital came by, concerned that I had worn you out since he hadn't seen you around. Huh, what do those muscle-bound brutes know?" Cao Dan turned over, grasping her hand with a playful grin, and remarked, "Why have I trained in martial arts? It is for our blissful life, is it not? Look at my strength now. Bah, what a mess you are." The two exchanged light-hearted banter. However, Cao Dan was acutely aware of the truth. The greatest benefit of his martial practice was the robust physique and extraordinarily quick reflexes it bestowed upon him. Yet, when faced with life-and-death combat, he reached under his pillow to touch the revolver hidden there. No matter how much he trained, a mere mortal body could not withstand a high-caliber bullet. His victories over those robbers were not due to the inferiority of their firearms, but rather the fact that their sluggish reaction times could not keep pace with his. If only he could merge the speed of martial arts with the firepower of a mechanic. Chapter 32. Invitation. After resting for about half an hour, Cao Dan rose from the rubber mat, wiped the sweat from his brow, and his gaze sharpened anew. "Let us continue." He took a deep breath, his bare feet firmly planted as if rooted like an ancient tree. The training room fell into a hushed silence, broken only by the rhythmic sound of Cao Dan's breath. Hiss, whoosh. This was the unique rhythm of the yang nurturing method, each inhalation and exhalation reminiscent of a great whale siphoning water, drawing in air deeply. A heart-stirring sound sliced through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Cao Dan moved. Initially, he practiced the slow, fluid motions of Tai Chi, graceful and gentle. But as his breathing deepened, his movements accelerated abruptly, his palms becoming a flurry of shadows. The iron sand palm transformed his hands into a deep ebony hue. Each strike through the air produced a resounding crack, as if bursting invisible balloons. The iron claw followed, fingers curling like hooks, emanating a chilling aura, targeting the joints and vital points of the adversary. This technique was gleaned from a fragmented manual, refined through the martial arts infinity, eliminating the inherent detrimental backlash, leaving only the piercing ferocity. With the flame flow hand, his internal energy surged, and his palms glowed a fiery red, raising the temperature of the surrounding air. Cao Dan's figure danced within the confined training room, at times resembling a nimble monkey, at others, a descending tiger, and then like a venomous serpent striking. These disparate martial arts flowed seamlessly from his hands, as if choreographed by nature itself. As he continued, Cao Dan suddenly sensed that everything around him had slowed. His consciousness appeared to detach from his physical form, floating above, observing himself practicing from a divine perspective, entering special state, inner vision. In that instant, the world transformed. He ceased to see with his eyes and began to perceive with his spirit. Cao Dan distinctly perceived the taut tendons within his body, akin to tightly drawn bowstrings, and observed the contraction and relaxation of each muscle fiber as it exerted force. He witnessed the crimson essence of blood surging through his veins like mighty rivers, and heard the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat resonating like the sound of war drums. He even discerned the warm inner energy within his dantian, flowing through the meridians, branching into countless delicate tributaries, nourishing every parched cell. Here, the exertion was misaligned, resulting in a waste of 30% of his energy. This particular technique could indeed be executed at a more acute angle, when combined with the twist of the spine. Its lethality could potentially double. The expansion of his pulmonary alveoli was still insufficient. In this extraordinary state, even the slightest misstep caused an immediate recalibration of his focus. Every movement, every stance, became flawless under such meticulous control. It was unclear how much time had passed when Cao Dan gradually retracted his energy, the profound divine perspective dissipating alongside it. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, resembling a white ribbon lingering in the atmosphere. Almost instantly, a wave of intense soreness and weakness washed over him, nearly causing him to lose his footing. The toll of this exertion was truly formidable. Leaning against the wall, he felt as if his spirit had been utterly drained. You have comprehended a special expertise during your deep training. Internal vision. Internal vision. You possess the ability for ultramicroscopic perception of your body. enabling real-time monitoring of your physical state, greatly enhancing your mastery over strength. Cao Dan understood that without the enhancement of the golden external aid, martial arts without limits. An ordinary person might spend a lifetime without even brushing against its threshold. Eagerly, he opened his attribute panel. Name, Cao Dan, lifespan, 4357, with the enhancement of his constitution. The lifespan limit is gradually increasing. Constitution, 302, inner energy, 248, occupation, apprentice mechanic. Novice martial artist partner, Zhu Hanhong, talent, nobleman s pursuit, LSP exclusive, expertise. Martial arts without limits, golden. Internal vision, rare, knowledge. Basic weaponry, LV3. Basic assembly, LV3. Basic mechanical engineering, LV1. Comprehensive materials, LV1. Skills, simple modification, LV5. Basic shooting, LV4. Close combat, LV5. Basic swordsmanship, LV5. Yang cultivation method, LV4. Iron sand palm, perfect, LV5. Flame flow hand, incomplete, LV4. Iron claw, incomplete, LV4. Redline fist, incomplete, LV4. Mantis fist, incomplete, LV4. Gazing at this lengthy array of data, Cao Dan could not help but clench his fist. All his martial skills had received immense enhancements, particularly those incomplete martial arts, which he had somehow elevated to the advanced level of LV4. Expertise was indeed the pinnacle, Cao Dan mused. An expertise that complements occupational skills is akin to equipping a sports car with nitrous oxide, enabling an exponential surge in power. Since acquiring the infinite martial arts, his path to mastery in martial arts has become remarkably smooth. If this momentum continues and resources keep pace, by the arrival of autumn, his physique and inner energy may very well surpass the double-digit threshold. At that juncture, he would possess the strength to contend even with genuine professionals. Alas, his appetite has grown insatiable. Cao Dan rubbed his rumbling stomach, lamenting inwardly that if he continued to eat like this, his finances would surely buckle under the strain. Relying solely on the meager income from modifying firearms was proving to be rather constraining. Coincidentally, the town was currently organizing an offensive against the coastal factories, leading to a surge in demand for weaponry and equipment. He needed to seize the opportunity to produce more goods and secure a substantial profit. As twilight descended, the lights in the shanty town flickered to life, sparse yet welcoming. "Xiao Ge, are you home?" A familiar voice called from outside. It was Xiao Lu with his booming tone. Cao Dan opened the door to find Xiao Lu and Xiao Yu standing at the threshold, both appearing somewhat apprehensive. Behind them stood an unfamiliar man, short yet robust, perhaps a head or two shorter than Cao Dan, roughly standing at 1.60 meters, clad in an exquisitely crafted black leather jacket. His muscular physique resembled that of a poised cheetah. Particularly striking were his eyes, which exuded a shrewd and audacious gleam characteristic of seasoned veterans. Cao Dan narrowed his eyes, feeling a surge of wariness within. The man stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting, his voice resonant. "You must be the illustrious Cao Dan, the one who has triumphed over the invincible hospital? I have long admired your reputation. I am Zhao Dingjian, the captain of the Flying Bear hunting team." The mention of the Flying Bear hunting team piqued Cao Dan's interest, as it ranked among the top 10 large hunting teams in the shantytown. Its prowess not to be underestimated. "What brings Captain Zhao to seek my company?" Cao Dan inquired, deliberately not inviting him inside just yet. "Your name resonates throughout this shantytown." "Mr. Cao," Zhao Dingjian replied amiably. "I hope you won't take offense at my unexpected visit." He then produced a roll of yellowed parchment from his pocket, presenting it with both hands. "I discovered these mechanical blueprints at an abandoned pre-war factory. I cannot decipher them, and keeping them would be a waste. I have heard you are a skilled mechanic, so consider this a token of our first meeting, and please do not dismiss it." Cao Dan raised an eyebrow. "Mechanical blueprints? That was a valuable commodity. Captain Zhao, you are too kind. Since you've come all this way, there is no need for gifts." He accepted the blueprints with enthusiasm, his smile widening. "Please, come in, come in. Wife, boil some water and brew tea." Inside, Cao Dan and Zhao Dingjian sat across from each other, while Xiao Yu and Xiao Lu sat like obedient children on the cushions nearby. Zhu Hanhong busied herself in the corner, preparing water, her gaze occasionally darting suspiciously towards Zhao Dingjian. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhao Dingjian got straight to the point. "What is your opinion, Mr. Cao?" Regarding the town's management committee's reinitiated offensive against the coastal factories, Cao Dan lifted his teacup and blew gently over it, remarking in a subdued tone, "The affairs of great personages have little bearing on a humble individual like myself. I merely concern myself with selling my firearms and modifying my ammunition." Mr. Chao's assertion was erroneous. Zhao Dingjian shook his head and, with a serious demeanor, proclaimed, "There is an old adage from the bygone era that aptly states, 'Beneath a collapsed nest, how can there be intact eggs?'" "Oh, what do you mean?" Cao Dan set down his teacup. "Mr. Cao, you are unaware," Zhao Dingjian lowered his voice. "The external forces, such as the Plunderers' Alliance from the north and the enigmatic Scarlet Sect, are covetously eyeing us. Should this campaign fail, the vitality of Malel Town will be severely diminished. And next time we face them, it will not be the same small skirmishes we have previously encountered." He sighed, gesturing toward the view outside the window. "This desolate region northwest of Dongji City, while barren, at least harbors Malel Town, a bastion of relative civility among humanity. If Malel Town were to fall, there would be no refuge within hundreds of miles for individuals like us at the bottom of society." Upon hearing this, Cao Dan fell silent. Although Zhao Dingjian's words bore a hint of alarmism, the underlying truth was undeniable. Compared to other locales that treated people as mere resources, experimental subjects, or even sustenance, Malel Town was indeed akin to paradise. To illustrate, in the ruins occupied by the Invincible Hospital, the underprivileged lived in conditions worse than that of dogs, perpetually at risk of being seized for brutal human modification experiments. Who could one turn to for justice? Noticing the flicker of uncertainty in Cao Dan's eyes, Zhao Dingjian seized the moment. "Thus, we must unite and support this campaign. I am preparing to organize personnel under the auspices of the Li family to participate in the expedition. All spoils will be distributed according to labor. Moreover, I have heard that the rewards for this mobilization are exceedingly generous, including inner-city residency permits, spaceship tickets, and even precious cultivation methods for professionals." "What does Captain Zhao imply?" Cao Dan inquired. "If it is not too much to ask, I would like to invite Mr. Cao and Miss Zhu to join my Flying Bear team," Zhao Dingjian said earnestly. "With your remarkable skills and mechanical expertise, Mr. Cao, combined with Miss Zhu's medical abilities, should you join us, I am prepared to offer you both the rank of second-level leaders, ensuring you will not suffer any losses." Beside them, Xiao Lu and Xiao Yu chimed in eagerly indeed. "Brother Cao, Captain Zhao's Flying Bear team is truly loyal, never shortchanging the spoils of war for our comrades. Moreover, the team is filled with formidable allies. It would be beneficial for us to band together." Cao Dan contemplated for a moment. Undeniably, the conditions were alluring. Yet, thoughts of Zhu Hanhong surfaced. Though she often appeared obedient and devoted, projecting an image of a woman who lived by her husband's will, this was largely due to the sense of security he provided her. Her greatest fear was loss. Her utmost dread was risk. Cao Dan turned to look at Zhu Hanhong, who was approaching with a teapot in hand. Upon hearing Zhao's proposition, her hand trembled slightly, yet her face remained adorned with a gracious smile. What a wonderful woman! A warmth spread through Cao Dan's heart. He turned around, clasped his hands before Zhao Dingjian, and smiled. "Captain Zhao, I am truly honored by your regard. However, I must confess, I am rather inclined towards a languid lifestyle, unable to bear constraints, and I do not relish social interactions. As for matters of violence, I am genuinely ill-equipped for such endeavors." A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Zhao Dingjian's face. Yet, he quickly shifted the conversation as Cao Dan continued, "Nevertheless, we are united in our purpose to defend our homeland. How about this? Although I shall not join, I offer a discount of 10% on all firearms and modifications for the brothers of the Flying Bear Squad, and I shall prioritize your orders." Zhao Dingjian regarded Cao Dan for a long moment before breaking into a hearty laugh. "Excellent. Mr. Cao, you truly are a man of integrity. Even if our business does not materialize, your words alone make my visit worthwhile." With that, he promptly retrieved a red banknote from his inner pocket and slapped it down upon the table. It bore the numeral 100 and the emblematic gear insignia of the Dongxing Consortium. "Mr. Cao, this is a deposit from the Flying Bear Squad. As for the military equipment required, I shall have Xiao Lu deliver the list shortly. You may handle it at your leisure, there is no rush." After bidding farewell to Zhao Dingjian and his entourage, Cao Dan stood at the door, watching their receding figures, the smile upon his face gradually fading into a soft sigh. Such is the consequence of notoriety. Once a mere shadow, he now found himself sought after by various factions eager to court his favor. This is the Wasteland. Even if one wishes to retreat into solitude, troubles will inevitably come knocking. However, since evasion is not an option, one must instead strive to grow stronger. Formidable enough to deter all from casting their greedy eyes upon him. Shaking his head, he turned and re-entered the house, securing the iron door behind him. Chapter 33. A new chaos in the following days. The atmosphere in the shantytown grew somewhat peculiar. On the surface, it appeared as though tranquility had returned. There were no large-scale brawls, no audacious bandits, and even the sounds of gunfire at night had significantly diminished. Yet beneath this veneer of calm, currents of unrest swirled. The trading area buzzed with unprecedented activity, with foot traffic more than doubling. Cao Dan entered a phase of relentless work, dedicating nearly all his time in the workshop. Apart from his unwavering morning and evening training sessions, files, wrenches, and grinders came into play as he breathed new life into a plethora of dilapidated firearms. However, despite the bountiful earnings, he was taken aback to discover that his finances seemed insufficient. This was troubling. That night, as he scrutinized the accounts, his brow furrowed. On one hand, with both his internal energy and physical prowess surpassing the threshold of 30, his appetite had grown astonishingly. He could consume 2 to 3 pounds of meat in a single sitting with ease. On the other hand, and perhaps more critically, the cost of food had been rising alarmingly. The long-term withdrawal of the official stores in Maryltown had finally begun to take its toll. Previously, regardless of the chaos outside, the town's management committee would at least distribute a batch of affordable, filling synthetic nutrition bars to sustain the most vulnerable. However, now, as various factions divert their resources to prepare for the coastal factory, the supply of these inexpensive foods has been completely severed. Everyone is compelled to resort to procuring natural food through hunting and gathering. The price of giant ant meat has surged to 15 gold per pound. Cao Dan keenly sensed the impending crisis. This was merely the cheapest giant ant meat, and the prices for flesh from other monsters would likely double. After conferring with Zhu Hanhong, he took decisive action. While others hesitated, he converted the majority of his cash earned over the past few days into storable provisions such as jerky, flour, and salt, filling half of the basement to the brim. As expected, merely 2 days later, in the evening, Cao Dan pushed open the reinforced iron door, shouldering 2 bulging burlap sacks, while holding a delicate package in hand. Zhu Hanhong was busy in the kitchen. Upon hearing the commotion, she quickly wiped her hands and approached, assisting him with the unloading while inquiring, "So, how are the prices of supplies outside holding up?" "Stable, my foot." Cao Dan placed the sacks heavily on the ground, producing a dull thud. "It has skyrocketed today." The price of giant ant meat shot up to 2 gold per pound at the opening, and by the afternoon, some were already calling out for 25. Even the moldy flatbreads have been snatched away. A spark flickered in his eyes as he coolly analyzed. Following this trend, within 3 days, there will be a significant number of people in the shantytown unable to afford food. That will be the true chaos. Are you concocting another scheme to profit? Zhu Hanhong looked at her man, brimming with confidence, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Do tell me." Cao Dan smirked mischievously, pointed to his lips, and even intentionally extended his tongue to lick around. "Want to know? That will require tuition. Get lost." Zhu Hanhong's cheeks flushed as she shot him a playful glare, but she obediently leaned in, planting a firm kiss on his lips. "Not enough, not enough." Cao Dan shook his head, feigning innocence. "Did you not hear the slurping sound? The sincerity is lacking. Let us try again." "You." Zhu Hanhong, blushing with embarrassment, raised her petite fist and gave him a light punch, yet still, her face flushed. She leaned in again, this time kissing him with more passion. After a long while, their lips parted. "Are you satisfied now? Hurry up and tell me," she huffed, breathless. Cao Dan, content, wiped his mouth and then spoke earnestly. "Next, we shall witness a surge in the prices of weapons and equipment, particularly consumables like specialty ammunition." "Why?" Zhu Hanhong queried, puzzled. "If everyone can't even afford food, who has money to buy bullets?" "Precisely because they cannot afford food, they will be driven to desperation." Cao Dan's gaze deepened. Those who were once merely observers among the lower class will be compelled to take up arms to survive in the wilderness. Hunting monsters requires ammunition, and seizing food also necessitates bullets. This is an undeniable necessity. Zhu Hanhong suddenly realized. "So, You have deliberately withheld the sale of that batch of spiral bullets and explosive bullets these past few days, even borrowing money from York Marshall next door to stockpile several bags of ordinary bullets. When Xiao Lu came seeking to purchase the other day, you claimed there was no stock. Hee, such opportunities for sudden wealth do not come by often. Cao Dan chuckled with satisfaction. Having said this, he bent down and retrieved a wooden box from the exquisite package he had brought back, handing it to Zhu Hanhong. Have you not eaten? Zhu Hanhong inquired, puzzled. Of course I have. However, before dinner, I have something for you. What is this? Zhu Hanhong asked, taking the box with curiosity. The texture was heavy, the wood grained delicate, and it emitted a faint scent of sandalwood. Upon opening it, her eyes widened in astonishment. Inside the box lay an impeccably arranged set of high-end cosmetics, each bottle and jar exquisitely crafted, adorned with the logo of a renowned brand from the inner city. Beneath the cosmetics was a complete ensemble of brand-new women's clothing, from a well-tailored silk gown to a warm cashmere coat, including intimate apparel and matching silver jewelry. My goodness, Zhu Hanhong gasped, covering her mouth as tears welled in her eyes. In this desolate wasteland, such luxuries reminiscent of a bygone era were extraordinarily expensive. How beautiful! How much did this cost? It's too extravagant. We are in need of funds right now. Initially filled with joy, her expression soon shifted to one of concern as she complained, yet her hands tenderly caressed the fabric of the gown. Hee, you needn't worry about that. Cao Dan grinned foolishly, his eyes brimming with affection. In his heart, he thought, in my past life, I would have given you a grand wedding, with the 3 golds and 5 insurances as standard. What woman does not love beauty? What woman does not wish to be cherished by her partner? Those circumstances are limited now, and I cannot provide you with a magnificent wedding. This outfit is something I specifically arranged through connections in the black market, spending a hefty sum for its procurement from the inner city. Those agents are truly unscrupulous, charging me a 30 fee. Cao Dan silently cursed. Yet seeing Zhu Hanhong's touched expression made it all worthwhile. Go try it on. Cao Dan urged her. I can hardly wait to see my wife outshine everyone. Oh dear, I smell of oil. Don't let it get dirty. Zhu Hanhong carefully closed the box as if cradling a rare treasure. Let me shower first before trying it on. Let us eat first. The food will get cold. As night fell, the bedroom was infused with a romantic ambience. On the bed, the two shared an intimate moment, Zhu Hanhong blushing as she lay on Cao Dan's sturdy chest. Cao Dan reached for a substandard cigarette from the bedside table, but before he could act, Zhu Hanhong expertly took the lighter and ignited it for him with a click. Cao Dan inhaled deeply, exhaling a smoke ring while gazing at the ceiling. Suddenly, he said, Wife, I believe we should start planning ahead and search for an alternate residence. Why? Zhu Hanhong lifted her head, somewhat perplexed. Hadn't they just moved into this house not long ago? It was spacious and robust, and the neighbors were quite amiable. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Cao Dan flicked the ash off his cigarette, his expression growing grave. The forces outside would not remain idle forever, and the prominent figures in the town would not sit idly by either. At this juncture, the location of the shantytown had become precarious. What should they do? Zhu Hanhong felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. For the past few days, she had been scouting the vicinity of the shantytown for any concealed cellars or abandoned underground shelters. Venturing too far from the shantytown was perilous, as the wilderness was rife with monsters. Yet, lacking a contingency plan left her feeling unsettled. Cao Dan sighed. You must stay close to me. I need to ensure you have a way out. You are right, Zhu Hanhong whispered, resting her cheek against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. You carry too much burden, thinking of so many things daily, while also training and modifying weapons. A man has to do what he must. Cao Dan tousled her hair and smiled. For the family, for you, and for myself, this hardship is but a trifle. Days passed, and the situation unfolded precisely as Cao Dan had anticipated. The trading district descended into chaos. Food prices soared dramatically, and the shantytown witnessed rampant food theft. Initially, it was mere petty crime, but in recent days, daylight robberies had become commonplace. It was not uncommon for people to starve to death on the streets or be brutally killed over a piece of moldy meat. After a brief reconnaissance, Cao Dan returned swiftly, his countenance dark. What did you find? Zhu Hanhong inquired while sharpening a knife. The famine is worse and more rapid than I had estimated, he replied, removing his outer coat to reveal a tactical vest beneath. I overlooked one detail. Most of the capable hunters and elite teams from the shantytown have followed the Leaf family to the coastal factory. What remains are the elderly, the sick, and the inept ruffians. Even armed with knives and guns, they cannot procure food, and the source has been severed by more than half. He paused, then solemnly declared, "A considerable amount of weaponry has circulated in the past few days, and we have profited enough. From today onward, let us refrain from venturing outside and consume our stockpiled provisions." Understood, Zhu Hanhong nodded, turning to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Meanwhile, Cao Dan immersed himself in his workspace. As night fell, the atmosphere within the house grew oppressive. In an unusual departure from his routine, Cao Dan did not change out of his clothes to sleep, instead strapping the modified Python revolver and a sharp dagger to his waist. He sat cross-legged on the living room sofa, eyes closed in meditation. Tonight, he found himself devoid of the inclination to indulge in frivolous exchanges with Zhu Hanhong. It was reported that a significant riot had erupted that afternoon in the old shantytown where Cao Dan once resided, flames leaping into the sky, and the sounds of battle echoing across several streets. What, I wonder, are the people from the Invincible Hospital doing? Zhu Hanhong poured him a glass of water and, with a hint of unease, inquired. In the past, no matter how dire the security situation, when such large-scale unrest occurred, York would have long since emerged with a band of muscle-bound companions to restore order. Why has there been no word from him these past few days? Indeed, where have they gone? Cao Dan opened his eyes, his gaze profound. Consider this. When was the last time I borrowed money from York Marshall? Approximately 7 days ago. Wasn't it? Zhu Hanhong recalled. It has indeed been 7 days, Cao Dan continued solemnly. A full week without a sighting? Do you suppose they have fled or been eliminated? Just as Cao Dan finished speaking, a series of urgent and heavy knocks echoed through the silence of the night, piercing the stillness. "Cao, open the door." "It's me." Cao Dan and Zhu Hanhong exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of disbelief. Cao Dan lowered his voice, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "It seems we were just speaking of him." "Who is Cao Cao?" Zhu Hanhong asked, bewildered. "Ah, it's a reference. In simpler terms, this Cao Cao is someone who shares my interests. We can delve deeper into that later. This is not the time for a history lesson." Cao Dan shook his head and approached the door, hand resting on the grip of his gun. He called out through the thick iron door, "Who is it?" "It's me, York Marshall. At this late hour, what brings you here?" Cao Dan did not open the door, but instead asked cautiously. "About the money I borrowed last time. I still Haven team managed to save enough to repay you." "Who said anything about repayment?" York exclaimed anxiously, knocking on the door. "I've lost my home and have nowhere to go. I've come back to seek refuge with you." "You've lost your home?" Cao Dan was taken aback. "You, with your formidable hospital and high-tech operations, why come to me? I merely dwell in a dilapidated house." "Ah, it's a long story. The formidable hospital is no more. Truly gone." "How could that be?" Cao Dan frowned. "How could it not be?" York sighed. "In any case, let me in. It's unsafe outside. And I have crucial information to share." Peering through the peephole, Cao Dan confirmed that only York stood outside. The man was still clad in his distinctive blue tank top, now soiled with dust and blood, looking somewhat disheveled. Yet, his expression bore little sorrow. Instead, he appeared remarkably carefree. "You look more like you've just finished a workout than someone who has lost their home," Cao Dan remarked. "Come on. A lost home is just that. Out with the old, in with the new." "Am I supposed to cry?" York retorted, dramatically lifting his arms before the peephole, his biceps bulging as he struck a classic bodybuilding pose, flexing like a crab. "I am the strongest man in the Wasteland. Real men do not weep, only sweat." Cao Dan thought, is this fellow's mind filled solely with protein powder? Very well, I concede. Cao Dan, with a resigned shake of his head, unlocked the door and said, "Come in, but let it be known that there is no extra bed for you. You will have to sleep on the floor. The floor is good, firm, and beneficial for the back." York chuckled and squeezed himself inside. "By the way, before you sleep, do tell me about the disappearance of the Invincible Hospital," Cao Dan remarked nonchalantly. Chapter 34. Mr. York inside. The light was dim and yellow. Cao Dan sat on the sofa, watching York voraciously devour his meal, unable to resist the urge to scratch his brow in disbelief. The sight was indeed striking. Before him, this towering figure, over 2 meters tall and built like granite, was crouched on the floor, cradling a large iron basin meant for kneading dough. The basin, once filled with 5 pounds of unboiled giant ant meat, was now almost empty. Delicious. This meat is truly flavorful," York exclaimed, his mouth full, as he savored every bite. His manner of eating was utterly wild, He eschewed chopsticks and dug in with his hands. The tough, rubber-like giant ant meat was effortlessly crushed beneath his gleaming white teeth, akin to tender tofu. Juices dripped from the corners of his mouth, staining his already soiled blue tank top. York paid no mind, even licking his greasy fingers with delight. With a final piece of meat, still attached to a bone, he tossed it into his mouth, and with a loud crunch, the bone shattered. Ah! York exhaled deeply, patting his slightly bulging stomach with a look of regret. Brother Cao, your culinary skills are extraordinary, far surpassing those of the synthetic protein meal robot at the hospital. Cao Dan's lips twitched in annoyance. That was 5 pounds of meat. The average person would be full after half a pound. Is this fellow a reincarnation of a bottomless pit? At this rate, he wondered if his modest stock of provisions would last through the month. Wife, please pour some water for Mr. York. Using the largest pitcher, Cao Dan instructed helplessly. Zhu Hanhong stifled a laugh and headed to the kitchen. Moments later, she returned with a pitcher that held nearly 2 liters of water. York, unceremoniously, took the pitcher and tilted it back, chugging the water as if it were nothing. The bobbing of his Adam's apple resembled a whale gulping down its meal. And in the blink of an eye, the entire pitcher was emptied. Ah, refreshing. York wiped his mouth and let out a loud burp before turning to Cao Dan. His bovine eyes filled with genuine gratitude. Brother Cao, thank you. You have no idea, I haven't eaten for 2 whole days. Running back here almost turned me into a walking skeleton. Now, do tell. Cao Dan offered him a cigarette, lighting one for himself as well. What exactly happened with the Invincible Hospital? Such a powerful entity, and it simply vanished? Ah, it's a long story, akin to a child without a mother, York replied, accepting the cigarette but not lighting it, instead placing it behind his ear with a sigh. Approximately 10 days ago, I suddenly received an urgent distress signal from the hospital, indicating that someone was attempting to invade. Who am I? I am the head of security at the hospital. Such an incident cannot be tolerated. Without hesitation, I rushed back. At this point, he spread his hands, an expression of helplessness on his face. By the time I hurried back, it was too late. The director had been brutally slain and was displayed on the flagpole. Many of my comrades had perished or been injured. The remaining individuals were merely a group of lunatics united only by their desire for physical enhancement, lacking any sense of loyalty. Upon witnessing the death of their leader, they hastily divided all the dismantleable equipment in the hospital and then dispersed. Is that all? Cao Dan found it hard to believe. The Invincible Hospital was a formidable power occupying a significant area of the city's ruins, with hundreds of followers and an arsenal of heavy weapons and defenses. With the leader deceased, did no one contemplate vengeance? Or elect a new leader to regroup? They simply scattered? What else could they do? York retorted emphatically, reminding us why we initially joined Invincible Hospital. Was it not for the free muscle enhancers and transformation surgeries? The day-to-day affairs of the hospital were managed solely by the director. Now that he is gone, who would want to take on such a burden? Managing the needs of hundreds of individuals is no small feat. Who would prefer that over simply enhancing their own physique? He scoffed and continued, furthermore, the area of the city that the hospital occupies is hardly a hospitable place. It is infested with monsters and plagued by wretched radiation. Previously, under the director's advanced transformation techniques, people were willing to stay. Now that no one possesses such surgical expertise, who would wish to remain in that cursed location? Would anyone choose to stay and wait to be devoured by monsters? Cao Dan listened, dumbfounded. This reasoning was inexplicably sound. These brutes, who revered physical strength, indeed had a different thought process than ordinary individuals. I heard your leader was a high-ranking martial artist capable of dismantling war machines with his bare hands. How did he suddenly meet his demise? Zhu Hanhong inquired curiously. The director of Invincible Hospital was a notorious figure in the vicinity, rumored to be a half-human, half-machine monster. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics, York shrugged. By the time I arrived, the confrontation had already concluded. According to the few surviving doctors, it was a bounty hunter who emerged from nowhere. That individual decapitated the director and took his head away, claiming it was for a bounty exchange. A bounty hunter? Cao Dan was taken aback, his gaze sharpening slightly. In the Wasteland, there exists an unwritten rule. As long as you can wield a firearm and venture into the wild to hunt a few mutated rats, you can call yourself a monster hunter. The threshold is low, not much different from that of scavengers. However, the title of bounty hunter is not one that just anyone can claim. It must be earned by those who have successfully eliminated wanted targets. The bounties listed by major factions are not merely exceedingly dangerous mutated creatures, but renowned formidable beings as well. Thus, every bounty hunter is undoubtedly a formidable force. I have heard from others that he is a dashing young man who commands a crimson chariot. York reminisced, and added that the chariot is rumored to breathe fire and can transform, a marvel beyond compare. Alas, I regret not having the chance to encounter him. Otherwise, I would have exchanged a few blows with him to determine whether his iron frame or my fists were more resilient. Cao Dan gazed at this oblivious fellow in silence. Realizing that the man could single-handedly defeat their director, and killing you would likely require little more than a single bullet. So, is the invincible hospital now utterly ruined? Cao Dan inquired. Pretty much, York replied nonchalantly. Aside from a few patients and some obstinate doctors clinging to the ruins, everyone capable of fleeing has escaped. That stronghold is effectively no more. As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to recall something, pointing to the filthy sack tossed carelessly by the door upon his entrance. Right. When everyone split up their belongings, I arrived late. Those rascals snatched up all the valuable potions and prosthetics. All I managed to grab was this heap of junk. York's expression was one of disdain, as the sack contained nothing but incomprehensible scribbles and a few tattered medical books. I thought you were a mechanic? Don't you enjoy tinkering with such trinkets? I carried it all back for you. Consider it payment for that meal. You gifted all of this to me. Cao Dan felt a stirring in his heart and approached to open the sack. Upon seeing its contents, his heart skipped a beat. The sack was crammed with an assortment of documents and books. Pulling out a random sheet revealed intricate diagrams of human anatomy and mechanical implantation schemes densely filled with annotations. Titan 2 muscle fiber enhancement surgery plan, top secret, detailed explanation of neural connection technology, biochemical prosthetic maintenance manual, research notes on the rejection reaction between mechanical forces and human meridians. What was this, if not treasure? These were clearly the core technical materials accumulated by the invincible hospital over the years. For York, who understood little beyond combat, these papers were less useful than a roll of toilet paper. However, for Cao Dan, the mechanic, this was akin to discovering a mountain of gold. Particularly, that research note on mechanical forces might just hold the key to advancing his profession. Suppressing his excitement, Cao Dan discreetly tied the sack shut. Then I shall accept this. Take it, don't be shy. York waved his hand generously. What are your plans now? Cao Dan deftly redirected the conversation. I have no particular plans, York said, picking at his teeth. I was always a wandering hunter, and now that the invincible hospital is gone, I reclaim my freedom. I'll rest here for a couple of days, fill my belly, and then I'll sign up for the Leaf family's expedition team. You intend to head to the coastal factory? Cao Dan frowned. You're going in unarmed. That place is rife with high-radiation monsters and remnants of old defensive systems. Without a proper weapon, you're merely courting death. Uft. You just don't understand, do you? York scoffed disdainfully, raising his enormous fist, which he clenched under the light, producing a crisp crackling sound. He believed that weapons were mere shackles of the flesh. The true warrior wielded their body as the mightiest weapon. It was only the weak who relied on firearms. When one's muscle density reached a certain threshold, bullets felt like mere tickles. My purpose in venturing there is to explore whether I can transcend the physical limits in that high-pressure environment. Although these words may sound somewhat juvenile, paired with York's terrifying physique and imposing presence, they surprisingly seemed somewhat plausible. Mr. York, is your martial profession oriented towards that of a brawler or fighter? Zhu Hanhong inquired thoughtfully from the side. Indeed, I have an eye for talent. York grinned broadly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. I am a bona fide extreme fighter, where sheer strength conquers all. Having said this, he took a swig from his water bottle, glanced around, and pointed to an empty space in the corner of the living room. All right, I've eaten my fill. I shall sleep right here. Do not bring me any blankets. I prefer the hard floor, it's more grounded. No sooner had he finished speaking than he flopped onto the floor, cradling his head in his arms. Within 3 seconds, thunderous snores reverberated through the cramped living room, resembling the sound of rolling thunder. Cao Dan and Zhu Hanhong exchanged glances, both revealing a sense of helplessness. This fellow truly was a callous and action-oriented character, sleeping without a care for propriety. What shall we do? Zhu Hanhong whispered. Are we truly letting him stay here? Let him be, came the response. Chapter 35. Mechanical Force. 2 days passed in succession. On a misty morning, enveloping the shanty town, York stood at the doorstep, his massive frame resembling an iron tower. He bore a military bag, crafted from canvas, bulging with the jerky and flatbreads prepared for him by Cao Dan. Enough. No need to see me off. York turned, waving his gigantic hand toward Cao Dan and Zhu Hanhong with a beaming smile. Having consumed your hospitality for 2 days, I, York, shall remember this favor. When I return from the seaside factory, if I come across something valuable, I shall certainly procure a couple of items for you. Just make sure you return alive. Cao Dan patted his shoulder, offering him a pack of cigarettes. That place is rather treacherous. Do not be too reckless. Fear not. My life is resilient, York replied, stuffing the cigarettes into his pocket, his eyes gleaming with fervent battle spirit. I have a premonition. This time I shall have the opportunity to break through that barrier and become a true master fighter. Off I go. With that, the Wasteland warrior strode away without a backward glance. Upon returning indoors, Cao Dan dove into the study, upturning the sack that York had left behind. The heap of books and blueprints, exuding a musty and medicinal aroma, appeared invaluable to him at that moment. I shall reside here for the next few days, Cao Dan instructed Zhu Hanhong. Aside from meals, do not let anyone disturb me. Not even you at night. Although Zhu Hanhong harbored a hint of resentment, he understood the gravity of the situation and obediently nodded, preparing provisions and water. In the following 3 days, Cao Dan seemed entranced. He forsook sleep and sustenance, entirely abandoning his once unwavering martial arts training and weapon modifications. His eyes, gleaming with an otherworldly light, fixated on the intricate blueprints and notes before him. With each turn of the page, a deluge of obscure information surged into his mind. You have diligently perused the Titan II muscle fiber enhancement surgery plan, top secret. Acquired knowledge, basic biochemistry, LV1. You have gained a preliminary understanding of the muscular structure and biochemical reactions of carbon-based life forms, enabling you to attempt simple biomechanical modifications. You have thoroughly studied the detailed explanation of neural coupling technology, acquired knowledge, basic bionics, LV1. You have mastered the fundamental principles of bionics, which serve as prerequisite knowledge for creating bionic machinery. You have meticulously examined the biochemical prosthesis maintenance manual, enhancing your comprehension of the knowledge, basic biochemistry. Cao Dan's eyes, bloodshot yet alight with fervor, fell upon a somewhat tattered handwritten notebook titled Research Notes on the Rejection Reaction of Mechanical Force and Human Meridians. The author of this notebook was evidently deranged, the scrawl chaotic and frenzied, chronicling countless failed human experiments. He sought to discover a method for the human body to directly generate and store mechanical energy. It was uncertain how much time had elapsed. Through profound analysis of the incomplete notes, combined with relevant knowledge and skills, you have grasped the skill, mechanical force refinement method. Cao Dan gazed at the newly acquired skill on the panel, engulfed in deep contemplation. This skill was purely a wild one, cultivated through his innate advantages. If he were to practice it, would it lead him into a quagmire? Would it conflict with his internal energy? Would it hinder his path as a traditional mechanic in the future? He paced back and forth in his study, brow furrowed. Yet ultimately, he clenched his teeth resolutely. Practice. The current environment was perilously dangerous. Without formidable strength, he could vanish like the unyielding hospital at any moment. Even if it were an unorthodox path, it was still power. Moreover, with the system as a safety net, even if this cultivation method lacked a follow-up, he could always accumulate skill points or enhance proficiency. He refused to believe he could not find a way forward. Having made up his mind, Cao Dan immediately sat cross-legged. He adjusted his breathing and entered the inner vision state. Following the description of the mechanical force refinement method, he began to attempt to control the bioelectricity within his body. This was a process entirely distinct from the yang cultivation method, which refined internal energy. Internal energy emphasized nurturing, flowing like water, nourishing the organs. While mechanical force was wild and destructive, Cao Dan must utilize his willpower to forcefully stimulate the cellular mitochondria into overdrive, extracting the faintest spark of bioelectricity, which he then channels through specific meridian circuits to converge and compress it. A subtle tremor courses through Cao Dan's body, as if tiny currents of electricity are darting beneath his skin. The sensation resembles countless ants gnawing at his nerves, a mix of tingling and acute pain. Suddenly, a blue spark ignites, transforming into an electric arc crackle. A minuscule yet potent blue energy is born. Cyclic force, 001. Cao Dan abruptly opens his eyes, a streak of blue lightning seemingly flashing within the depths of his pupils. He raises his hand, directing his gaze towards the abandoned mechanical clock in the corner. With a mere thought, that strand of mechanical force transmits along his arm. Though he does not make contact, he can faintly sense the interlocking state of the clock's internal gears, even feeling an urge to control it. Is this the true power of a mechanist? Days later. Knock. Knock knock. A series of somewhat urgent knocks resound. Zhu Hanhong, preparing lunch in the kitchen, wipes her hands and approaches the door to peer through the peephole. She then turns to call into the study. Darling, someone is at the door. It's a neighbor from nearby. The study door swings open. Cao Dan, having just concluded his mechanical force training for the day, steps out. His demeanor seems to have undergone a subtle transformation. His gaze is sharper, exuding a unique sense of steadiness with every movement. Who is it? It's Edward, the apothecary from across the street. Zhu Hanhong replies in a hushed tone. Cao Dan raises an eyebrow. Edward. He recognizes the balding man in his 30s, also an apprentice with supernatural abilities, specializing in medical assistance. Yet, this individual has a tendency to be eccentric, rarely selling legitimate life-saving potions, instead incessantly peddling dubious products like strength-enhancing pills, vitality tonics, and other nonsensical concoctions. He has often annoyed Cao Dan with his incessant recommendations of these subpar items, which he has largely ignored. What does he want? Cao Dan inquires as he opens the door. Beneath the sunlight, Edward's characteristic Mediterranean hairstyle gleams. Today, however, he does not sport his usual playful grin, but instead wears a serious expression. Behind him stand 4 or 5 individuals, each displaying varying expressions. Among them are the burly blacksmith, a mysterious elderly woman living alone, and the mute mechanic who typically focuses solely on his repairs. Without exception, each of them bears a black iron badge. All are apprentice practitioners. This man has gathered notable figures from several streets nearby. What is the matter? Cao Dan does not invite them in, but stands resolutely at the threshold, questioning. Mr. Cao. Edward wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke with a grave tone. The situation is rather dire. The personnel from the Invincible Hospital have departed completely, and there has been no response from the town management committee. It seems they have no intention of sending anyone to oversee our dilapidated area. He gestured towards the distance, mentioning that the streets to the north have already descended into chaos, with gangs beginning to rob households indiscriminately. Although our area remains relatively stable for now, it is merely a matter of time before we face the same fate. Therefore, in these tumultuous times, we cannot afford to act alone. Edward glanced at Zhu Hanhong, who stood behind Cao Dan, and earnestly continued. We have deliberated among ourselves, and it is clear that we, as neighbors, must unite for mutual support. This afternoon, we shall gather at my apothecary to discuss establishing some regulations. Perhaps we could form a patrol team or set up a mutual aid organization. Pointing to a few others present, he added, everyone concurs, and Mr. Cao, you are our recognized expert in this area. We cannot proceed without your involvement. I wanted to inform you first, as I must summon the others. Cao Dan remained silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the familiar yet unfamiliar faces. Though these individuals seldom interacted, in times of crisis, those willing to step forward were at least not the timid souls resigned to inaction. Moreover, if all the neighbors perished or were overtaken by thugs, his own household would not remain unscathed. He understood the principle of mutual dependence. Very well, he finally said, weighing the pros and cons in his mind, and nodded. I will be there this afternoon. Excellent. With your assurance, I feel reassured, Edward replied, a smile breaking across his face as he clasped his hands together. I shan't detain you further until we meet again. With that, he and his group hurried off to knock on the door of another tradesman. Cao Dan observed their departing figures, his eyes narrowing as he closed the door. Chapter 36. Influence. After lunch, Cao Dan changed into a set of comfortable work attire, fastening his signature modified revolver at his waist. Accompanied by Zhu Hanhong, he entered Edward's home, located diagonally across the street. Edward's residence resembled more of a vast apothecary than a living space. The air was thick with a peculiar amalgamation of herbs, sulfur, and the unidentifiable fluids of various creatures. In the somewhat cramped living room, 3 individuals were already seated, joined by a young couple, making a total of 5 familiar faces residing on the same street. Seated in the left chair was a burly man named Wang Ming, who was polishing a 9-ring broadsword. He was a boisterous apprentice martial artist who operated a blacksmith shop specializing in cold weapons. His physique, honed by labor at the forge, was as solid as steel. In the corner, Shrouded in shadows and fiddling with a few dry bones and feathers, sat an elderly woman known as Granny One. No one knew her real name. They only recognized her as an aspiring practitioner of the arcane arts, often engaged in superstitious rituals, treating minor ailments and exorcising spirits. Her gaze ominously intense. In the corner by the window sat a gaunt man, perpetually twirling a screwdriver in his hands. He was mute, lacking a name. He was affectionately referred to as the Mute Master. Despite his silence, his prowess in vehicle repair was renowned in the vicinity, and he was reputed to be an apprentice mechanic. Alongside him were a young couple, the man named Fong Ping and the woman Wu Bing. They appeared to be in their early 20s, dressed neatly and elegantly. Both were also apprentice mechanics, specializing in firearms, often taking on minor gun modifications, making them half-colleagues of Cao Dan. Upon entering, Cao Dan greeted everyone with a respectful nod. "Mr. Cao? Miss Zhu, you are too kind. Please have a seat." Wang Ming was the first to rise, his demeanor warm as he returned the salute with a smile. He held a deep respect for this recently prominent neighbor. In contrast, the youthful and impetuous Fong Ping was far more aloof. He merely glanced at Cao Dan, offering a perfunctory nod accompanied by a dismissive grunt. It was only when his wife, Wu Bing, playfully tugged at his sleeve that he reluctantly returned a bow. Cao Dan paid little mind to this, as the original persona was notoriously known for his lecherous reputation. Although he had since improved his standing, the weight of prejudice is not easily lifted. He took a seat beside Zhu Hanhong, casting his gaze around the room. "Boss Wang, who else is yet to arrive?" "We are still awaiting Mr. Qi," Wang Ming replied, setting aside his knife with a smile. "I hear Edward went personally to fetch him. Is it that Qi Lin, Mr. Qi?" Cao Dan inquired. "Indeed." Wang Ming nodded, a glimmer of reverence in his eyes. Just then, a hearty laughter echoed from outside. Edward, with a balding Mediterranean head and a rosy complexion, entered, accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in a white training outfit, his hair cropped short. The man appeared to be in his 40s, possessing a refined visage yet exuding an air of authority. With his hands clasped behind his back, he walked with a steady gait, each step measured with precision. It was none other than Qi Lin. Cao Dan cast a surprised glance at Edward. How had these two, one a lewd vendor of vitality supplements and the other a self-proclaimed elitist martial artist, forged such a close bond? After all, Qi Lin was a formidable figure in the shantytown, reputed not only as a seasoned apprentice martial artist, but also as a practitioner of formidable external martial arts, regarded as an invisible overlord of the several streets nearby. "Haha, apologies for keeping you waiting." Qi Lin entered with a flourish, cupping his fists in greeting, his voice resounding with robust energy. "I was delayed by some trivial matters. Please allow me to apologize." "Not at all, Mr. Qi. Your presence is an honor." Wang Ming quickly rose to offer his seat. Edward cleared his throat, closed the door, and his demeanor shifted to a more serious tone. In that moment, he no longer resembled the unscrupulous merchant solely engaged in the promotion of adult remedies. The gathered individuals were neighbors living on the same street, familiar with one another, so introductions were unnecessary. Edward surveyed the crowd and spoke solemnly, stating that the sole purpose of their assembly was survival. With the dissolution of the Invincible Hospital, the local management committee had abandoned them. To avoid being preyed upon by rogue elements, they needed to devise a method of mutual assistance. It was time to deliberate on the regulations moving forward. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man named Fong Ping impatiently interjected, questioning the need for discussion. "What is there to deliberate? If it is mutual aid, when danger arises, we simply assist one another. We are all capable individuals. Must we forge a blood oath? That is not prudent," Wang Ming countered, shaking his head as he stood to voice his concerns. "Brother Fong, your perspective is overly simplistic. What if we are caught off guard? What if the enemy launches a surprise attack? You witnessed the chaos last time, not even mentioning the lives lost in the marketplace. Within our own area, dozens of houses were burned in a single night, claiming over 100 lives. Who came to their aid then? And what do you propose? Are we to stand guard over hundreds of households every day?" Fong Ping retorted. "What of our own lives? Do we not have to earn a living and put food on the table?" Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Qi Lin, who had remained silent until now, suddenly smiled. He gently tapped the table, and his quiet voice quelled the debate. "I suggest a different approach," he began, speaking slowly. "Merely adopting a passive defense is insufficient. We must take the initiative. Each night, we should designate a few individuals to patrol." He paused, his gaze sharpening. "However, Relying solely on the few of us present is indeed inadequate. My proposition is to encompass the entire street, forming a large mutual aid association involving hundreds of households. Let the ordinary residents contribute funds and provisions while we provide manpower, ensuring the safety of our community. His words left the crowd momentarily stunned. The scale of the proposal suddenly expanded. Mr. Chi speaks wisely, Wang Ming exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. Edward's invitation was indeed limited. Merely our group is insufficient. If we can rally the entire street, we would possess formidable strength. Who would dare challenge us? I find this approach feasible. Fong Ping, initially critical, brightened at the mention of contributions, his attitude shifting dramatically. If that is the case, it certainly holds promise. Friends, time is of the essence. Chi Lin capitalized on the momentum, raising his voice. With the invincible hospital gone, if we unite and raise this banner of solidarity, no one will dare to provoke us. When those visiting the trading district return this afternoon, I will personally lead the effort to reach out to each household. Anyone who disagrees will have to confront those rogues alone. The atmosphere instantly transformed into one of fervor. In the corner, Cao Dan observed with a cold, detached gaze. Unbeknownst to many, the originally loosely organized neighborhood mutual aid proposal initiated by Edward has been subtly commandeered by Qilin. Not only did he present a concrete plan, but he also painted an enticing vision, directly positioning himself as the leader. This Qilin is quite an astute individual, adept in the art of power play. After the gathering concluded, the attendees exited Edward's residence. Qilin, with an air of familiarity, engaged warmly with each person, as though he were the patriarch of this small assembly. He deliberately slowed his pace to approach Mr. Cao, wearing a charming smile. Mr. Cao, we haven't had much interaction in the past, but I am aware that you are the finest craftsman of weaponry in the vicinity, particularly with that modified revolver. Its power is rumored to be astonishing. Not at all, Mr. Cao hastily replied, his face adorned with a sincere smile. Mr. Qilin, you flatter me. I merely tinker with low-grade weapons and ammunition to make a living. I cannot compare to your expertise. Oh, Mr. Cao, you are far too modest, Qilin exclaimed with a feigned sigh, adopting a candid demeanor. Weapon modification is no simple task. I dabbled in it myself in my early years, but out of 10 guns, I managed to ruin 8, hardly recouping my investment. This endeavor requires true talent. Mr. Cao, sensing the probing nature of Qilin's inquiry, humbly deflected the compliment, while internally remaining vigilant. At this moment, Wang Ming interjected, his tone laced with admiration. Mr. Qilin, please do not jest with us. While weapon modification is merely a superficial skill, energy is the foundation of our profession. I have heard that you have mastered the inner energy cultivation method. It seems that your ascension to a junior martial artist is imminent, is it not? Inner energy? Mr. Chao's interest piqued, realizing this individual had also cultivated inner energy. I am humbled, truly humbled. Qilin waved his hand dismissively, though a hint of pride was evident on his countenance. Just a couple of months ago, I barely sensed a trace of energy. I have only grazed the threshold of true junior martial artist status, and there remains a vast distance to cover. Congratulations, congratulations. Fong Ping and Wu Bing approached with expressions of envy. In the realm of martial artists, possessing inner energy marks a significant distinction. Perhaps I spoke too soon. Qilin feigned solemnity, shaking his head. Advancing to a formal practitioner is no easy feat. Many apprentice practitioners are stymied at this juncture, unable to cultivate their professional energy until the end of their days. It is a formidable barrier. At that moment, the ever-ominous Granny Wen suddenly spoke. Her murky eyes fixed intently on Qilin, her voice rasping like a crow. Hee, upon seeing Mr. Qilin's countenance, his forehead full and purple chi emanating from the east, one can discern he is a person of great fortune. His promotion will undoubtedly be smooth, destined to be a formidable force in the future. I shall take your auspicious words to heart. Although Qilin feigned humility, his hearty laughter betrayed his inner delight. Amidst the banter and laughter, the crowd soon dispersed, each preparing for the night's endeavors. This evening, the night was as dark as ink. After dinner, Cao Dan did not proceed to the training room as usual. Instead, he closed his eyes to rejuvenate and recalibrate his state of mind. Both he and Zhu Hanhong donned their agile combat attire, meticulously checking their weaponry 3 times to ensure absolute readiness. Outside, the streets had grown quite lively, with throngs of people converging upon a spacious area not far from Cao Dan's home. This place, once a dumping ground for construction debris, had been cleared and transformed into a square. It must be acknowledged that Qi Lin's efficiency was remarkable. Within the span of a single afternoon, leveraging his eloquence and impressive prowess, he had rallied a considerable number of residents. Edward, like a proud rooster, wove through the crowd with exuberance. Possibly having taken a vitality-enhancing tonic before venturing out, as he appeared invigorated, his complexion flushed, and his eyes gleaming with an almost alarming fervor. Qi Lin is indeed a man of exceptional talent. He approached Cao Dan with a look of admiration and declared, with so many skilled individuals present, and with Mr. Qi at the helm, we need not fear those marauding brigands. By the way, would you like some? I have a few superior vitality pills left. They will keep you warm during the night patrol. Cao Dan, speechless, pushed away the bottle he offered. Keep them for yourself. I have a wife to warm my bed. At that moment, over 300 people had gathered in the open space. The flames of the torches illuminated the anxious yet hopeful expressions on their faces. Brothers and sisters, neighbors. Qi Lin stood atop a discarded concrete pipe, his voice resonating throughout the crowd, bolstered by his internal energy. You should all know me by now. I am Qi Lin. Times have been tumultuous, and our homeland is under threat. The chaos of recent days, the scenes of burning, killing, and looting, surely you have not forgotten? A wave of agitation rippled through the crowd, anger flashing in many eyes. This time, we must not allow it to happen again, Qi Lin proclaimed, raising his arm high. We must protect our homeland ourselves, and let those who dare to infringe upon us understand that this street is not a place for their tyranny. Good. The residents, invigorated, raised their clubs and shovels in unison. Following this, Qi Lin promptly began to organize the night patrol team with decisive authority. He evidently had made prior arrangements. Pulling out a list and confirming each name one by one. Wang Ming, lead the first group. Yes. Cao Dan, lead the second group. Understood. Cao Dan replied with a calm demeanor. Those named raised no objections, clearly having been informed beforehand. The final core patrol team comprised 10 individuals, all capable apprentice practitioners, divided into 2 groups to alternate patrols along the entire street. Notably, Cao Dan and Zhu Hanhong were assigned to the same group. So many apprentice practitioners reside on our street? Someone in the crowd gasped in disbelief, astonished by the hidden talent in their midst. Cao Dan stood amidst the crowd, absorbing the surrounding discussions, yet his mind was consumed by a singular thought. The tides of power had shifted. The currents of circumstance breed heroes. This newfound strength, once unfathomable, now lay within reach. Those erstwhile so-called gangs and hunting teams paled in comparison, and Qi Lin stood as the audacious pioneer at the crest of this wave. If he could seize this moment, Cao Dan's gaze lingered on the charismatic figure on the stage, a flicker of intrigue gleaming in his eyes. Perhaps these individuals would form the foundation of what was to come. However, the blade was now wielded by Qi Lin. It seemed that the days ahead would not be marked by solitude. As the gathering concluded, the crowd, under Qi Lin's soothing presence, gradually dispersed amidst laughter and chatter. Only the 10 selected patrollers remained, standing resolutely against the night breeze, their eyes fixed upon the darkened end of the street. Chapter 37. A battle in the dark. In the days that followed, the Neighborhood Mutual Aid Association commenced its operations. Qi Lin, a master of manipulating human sentiment, was swiftly elected as president, promptly enlisting Edward and Wang Ming as vice presidents. In the initial days, the primary concern revolved around nighttime safety. The core strength of the Mutual Aid Association was entirely devoted to nocturnal patrols, yielding immediate results. The once roaming ruffians, upon encountering the formidable line of defense and the fully armed patrols, wisely chose to divert their paths. The order on this street improved rapidly, with nighttime theft incidents nearly vanishing. However, as one issue was quelled, another emerged. Petty thieves began to proliferate during the day. Qi Lin, decisive in his leadership, convened an internal meeting to refine the organizational structure. The Mutual Aid Association was divided into day and night patrol teams. As their reputation grew, so did the numbers of recruits. In addition to the core 10 apprentice practitioners, over 30 robust ordinary hunters were enlisted. Consequently, the apprentices were elevated to team leaders, no longer acting as a collective unit, but rather guiding several ordinary members, each responsible for maintaining security in designated areas. After several days of this arrangement, Cao Dan found himself relieved of considerable burdens. As a team leader of the night patrol, His duties now consisted of leading the team on scheduled rounds without the previous anxiety of sleepless nights. In the afternoon, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the studio. Cao Dan sat alone at his workstation, idly handling a freshly polished bullet. Recently, the long-dormant system had become notably active, occasionally presenting minor tasks. Temporary task: prevent theft. Temporary task: expel ruffians. These tasks were mostly trivial, such as thwarting pickpockets from stealing an elderly woman's purse or reprimanding unruly youths for harassing women. Cao Dan addressed these matters with ease. The rewards, though meager, a few pieces of low-grade alloy steel or some bottles of lubricant, failed to meet his expectations for a skill enhancement card or special blueprint. However, these seemingly trivial gestures have indeed enhanced his reputation in the vicinity. Particularly, he not only rescued several women from harassment, but also gallantly escorted them home. Of course, the little schemes in Cao Dan's mind were known only to himself. What a pity. Cao Dan glanced at the system interface displaying the evaluations of the rescued women and shook his head in resignation. Evaluation: F. Ordinary individuals. Lacking any particular skill, the system's assessment was consistently the lowest possible grade of F. For Cao Dan at this moment, the quest for his next partner was no longer merely about physical appearance. It was paramount that they could augment his strength or, at the very least, stand independently in this wasteland. A mere decorative figure who could only weep and wail would be nothing more than a burden he could not afford. As night fell, the training room was engulfed in darkness, and Cao Dan's eyes glimmered faintly in the obscurity. Sitting cross-legged, he was diligently practicing the mechanical force refinement technique. It must be said that even with the enhancement of a golden finger, the progress of this unconventional cultivation method was excruciatingly slow. In stark contrast to the exponential growth of martial energy bolstered by the golden specialty, martial arts boundless. The increase in mechanical force felt akin to drawing water drop by drop with a pipette. Mechanical force, 089, after several days of training. He had yet to surpass the threshold of 100. A faint blue current within him struggled to traverse his meridians, each cycle accompanied by a sharp pang. Just then, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door. "Darling, it's time. We must commence the night patrol," came Zhu Hanhong's soothing voice. Cao Dan slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting spark of blue electricity flickering in their depths before it swiftly vanished, restoring his usual depth. "I'm coming." He rose, adeptly donning his leather armor, securing the python revolver and dagger at his waist, and stepped outside. In the courtyard, Zhu Hanhong stood fully armed, while 3 figures awaited beyond the gate. These 3 were the members of the mutual aid group assigned to Cao Dan over the past few days. The slender youth on the left, with sharp eyes, was named Mark, a skilled practitioner of old-world military boxing, agile in movement. The middle-aged man in the center, appearing somewhat weathered, was Su Lai, who had reportedly participated in the selection for the outer security team of Merrill Town a few years ago. Although he had not been chosen, he possessed considerable patrolling experience and was quite the crafty veteran. The silent boy on the right, wearing a black eye patch, was Jin Wei, who typically struggled to make his presence felt but demonstrated impressive marksmanship, a promising talent with a shotgun. "Cao team." Upon seeing Cao Dan emerge, the trio greeted him in hushed tones. "Let us go?" Cao Dan nodded and gestured with his hand. The 5-member team seamlessly blended into the streets cloaked in night. In the depths of the nearby shanty town, faint but chilling screams and gunfire could be heard, indicative of the plundering occurring in areas lacking the protection of the mutual aid group. The shanty town was vast, rife with chaos. The mutual aid society established by Cao Dan and his companions possesses limited capabilities, barely managing to safeguard the tranquility of 2 or 3 nearby blocks. As for more distant areas, their intentions are noble but their strength insufficient. Positioned in the midst of the group, Cao Dan walks with his eyes partially closed, employing his internal vision expertise to adjust his physical state. The internal energy within him surges like a rushing river, ready to erupt at any moment. Meanwhile, a faint malevolent force lurks like a coiled viper, silently entwining around the meridians of his right arm. He conserves his stamina, maintaining a warm-up state that keeps every muscle poised for optimal response to stress. Time ticks away, and the street remains remarkably serene, interrupted only by the occasional soft commands exchanged between patrolling teams. Soon, the deep night envelopes the surroundings. Suddenly, a voice pierces the stillness, disrupting the tranquility. "Please leave, friends. This street does not welcome outsiders. The voice is somewhat familiar, belonging to the captain of another patrol team. The sound emanates from just around the corner ahead. Cao Dan halts abruptly, raising his hand to signal his team to stop. At that moment, a sharp, mocking voice rings out. Ha ha ha, who would have thought there were still patrols in this desolate place? You're quite well prepared. All right, since someone else watching the scene, we'll take our leave and seek fortune elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Su Lai behind him breathes a sigh of relief, thinking they are merely a group of opportunistic thieves. However, Cao Dan's hair stands on end in alarm. Although his internal vision cannot extend too far, his acute intuition warns him of a palpable aura of murderous intent in the air. Something is amiss. Prepare for battle. Cao Dan exhorts firmly. Before his words fully resonate, gunfire erupts, bang, 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 accompanied by screams, shattering the night. Despicable scoundrels, they've launched a surprise attack. Quickly, summon reinforcements. These foes are fierce. The shouts of the night patrol abruptly cease. Mr. Cao, it seems the trouble lies just around the corner of the street. Su Lai's face pales, his hand trembling around his firearm. Captain Cao, how should we proceed? Should we wait for backup? Mark inquires, his own tension palpable. At that instant, a blood-red system notification materializes before Cao Dan's eyes. This week's task refreshed. Eliminate the thugs. Task description. A group of armed thugs is attacking your designated area. To establish authority and protect your territory, they must be eradicated. Task objective. Eliminate the thug leader and his subordinates. 05. Task reward. Skill upgrade card. Beginner. 1. Upon glimpsing the reward, a transformation occurs in Cao Dan's gaze. A skill upgrade card is a prized possession that can elevate skill levels, unattainable even with wealth. Do not panic. Assistance is on the way. Cao Dan's expression turns calm, infused with a hint of excited anticipation as the information in his eyes dissipates. Indeed, from the depths of the darkness, hurried footsteps draw near. In the vicinity, 3 nearby night patrol squads heard the commotion and swiftly rushed to provide assistance, totaling more than 10 individuals. Let us join in. We must not allow them to claim the glory, Cao Dan declared, charging forward. With our numbers on our side, there was little to fear as we followed Chao's lead. Observing the unfolding scene, Mark gritted his teeth and let out a fierce shout to bolster his courage. Before long, Cao Dan and his 5 companions reached the corner. Chapter 38, The Might of Machinery. A mere few dozen meters away, a fierce skirmish was taking place under the cloak of night. However, the situation was far from promising. The assailants, though few in number, only 7 or 8, were interspersed with martial artists wielding inner energy, and not just one. The 2 leading ruffians were enveloped in a faint white aura, a high-frequency shield generated by the disturbance of air from their inner energy. The small caliber, homemade pistols held by the ordinary patrol officers struck them as if against bulletproof glass, merely creating ripples without penetrating their defenses. In less than a moment, 2 patrol officers lay lifeless on the ground. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted. The 2 martial artists, braving the sparse gunfire, charged forward with menacing grins, their machetes gleaming coldly. How dare this rabble obstruct our path? Brother, I shall take a few men and deal with those cowardly snipers over there, one burly man, his face a mask of brutishness, bellowed as he spotted Cao Dan's squad lurking in the shadows, leading 3 subordinates in a fierce advance. Strike! Hit them hard. Mark, Su Lai, and Jin Wei turned pale with fear, yet they desperately pulled the triggers. The bullets clanged against the robust man, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. While the impact momentarily staggered him, it inflicted no real harm. With the hulking figure now less than 10 meters away, his sinister grin was unmistakably clear. Before the other night patrol members could react, Cao Dan sprang into action. Rather than firing in a panic like the others, he took a deep breath and instantly entered a state of inner focus. The latent mechanical force within him awakened like a dragon roused from slumber, surging into his python revolver. Suddenly, a peculiar blue light flashed across the black gun's body. Boom. The first shot. This bullet, devoid of mechanical force, was merely a standard round. It struck the man's chest, the tremendous kinetic energy causing his inner energy shield to tremble violently, its brilliance dimming momentarily. The burly man paused, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Is that all? Boom. The second shot. This time, the blue light intensified. The bullet, imbued with mechanical force, transformed into a blue drill, emitting a shrill scream as it tore through the faltering membrane of air. Thud! The shield shattered. The disdain on the man's face solidified as he sensed the approach of death. Boom! The third shot. The shot was aimed directly at the vital point. Without the protective shield, the robust figure was as fragile as paper in the face of the large-caliber bullet. His chest instantly erupted with a gaping hole. The heart utterly obliterated. Bang! The fourth shot. Cao Dan showed no hesitation. To ensure a kill, the final bullet shattered his skull. A crimson and ivory spectacle blossomed in the night sky, though the entire sequence may seem lengthy, in truth. From the moment Cao Dan fired his first shot to the time the giant collapsed, merely 2 seconds had elapsed. Big brother. The 3 minions trailing behind the giant were rendered speechless. They could hardly believe that their formidable leader, who had withstood several rounds of gunfire, had been dispatched with the swiftness of slaughtering a chicken. They attempted to flee, but their legs felt as if they were cramping. Since they had arrived, there was no retreat. Cao Dan swiftly redirected his firearm, locking onto a second target. With his foundational shooting skill already at level 5, coupled with a temporary enhancement of firearm performance, his speed in drawing and shooting reached a terrifying level. Bang! 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 The 3 gunshots almost blended into a single line. The 3 thugs attempting to turn and escape had barely taken their first step before their chests erupted in crimson blossoms, their bodies collapsing into pools of blood. Follow me. Provide support over there. Cao Dan paid no heed to the corpses on the ground. A flicker of blue light danced in his palm as bullets automatically loaded into the chamber. Letting out a roar, he charged towards the main battlefield. At that moment, fierce combat continued in that area. The other leading thug, witnessing the instant demise of his comrades, was consumed by rage. I will kill you. This individual was even more robust than the last, wielding an enormous broadsword, his inner energy surging forth like a raging bull charging at Cao Dan. Mr. Cao, be careful. The other members of the night patrol cried out in terror from a distance. Faced with this thunderous assault, Cao Dan did not retreat an inch. He stood firm, his feet rooted to the ground as his internal energy surged wildly. Utilizing the technique of martial arts without limits, he concentrated all his strength into his wrist while channeling the remaining firearm energy into the chamber. Die! The thug leader bellowed as his blade descended. Cao Dan raised his hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 In that moment, the revolver unleashed the ferocity of a submachine gun. 6 bullets shot forth like a tempest, all striking the same point, the thug leader's forehead. The first bullet reverberated against the air shield. The second cracked the air shield. The third shattered it. The fourth penetrated flesh, dispersing internal energy. The fifth pierced through the skull. The sixth lifted the cranial dome. The burly man emitted a reluctant roar from his throat, his great sword still poised to strike when an overwhelming force hurled him through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, where he convulsed twice before falling still. In that moment, the remaining henchmen were utterly shattered. A monster. He is a monster. They abandoned their weapons and turned to flee. Yet, before they could take more than a few steps, they were mercilessly riddled with bullets by the other patrol members who had regained their composure. The battle was over. A profound silence enveloped the battlefield, broken only by the slightly labored breaths of Cao Dan. The dual exertion of internal energy and physical strength had taken a considerable toll on him. At that moment, he felt as though his arms were laden with lead, his inner energy nearly depleted. Nevertheless, he stood resolutely, the barrel of his gun still emitting wisps of smoke. As his gaze swept over the surrounding night watchers, those neighbors who typically shared camaraderie with him now recoiled in unison, their eyes filled with awe and trepidation. Too fierce. Too swift. This was no ordinary apprentice mechanic's prowess in combat. Mr. Cao seems to have concluded his task. Mark and others cautiously approached, swallowing hard, feeling an unsettling strangeness in their captain. We are grateful for Mr. Chao's life-saving intervention, otherwise, we would have met our end tonight. The captains of the 3 surviving night patrols, having regained their senses, hurried forward to express their gratitude, their tones exceedingly respectful. We are all neighbors, and it is only right to assist one another. Cao Dan took a deep breath, calming the surging blood within him, and donned once more his simple, honest smile. Yet, the exhilaration in his heart was impossible to suppress. System notification, task completed. Reward, skill enhancement card, beginner, X1. Having resolved the matter, I shall take my leave first. The expenditure has been too great. Cao Dan sheathed his weapon at his waist and turned to depart. "Wait, Mr. Cao?" A sharp-eyed night watcher suddenly called out. "The spoils of this encounter have yet to be divided, and the equipment of those two masters is at stake. By our customs, the lioness share belongs to you." Cao Dan paused in his steps. He had initially intended to nonchalantly decline, to appear impressive. However, as the words lingered on his lips, he recalled the dwindling supplies at home and swiftly amended his response. "Ahem, perhaps I shall forego the items. They are rather heavy. It would be better to convert them into currency and settle with me later." The team members behind him whispered among themselves. "My goodness, this Mr. Cao truly conceals his depths. They say he is a gun modifier, yet who knew his draw technique was so formidable? It rivals that of a beginning artillery master. Was that merely an ordinary draw technique? I could have sworn I saw his gun glowing. Its power is terrifying. Perhaps it was specialized ammunition? After all, he is a professional mechanic and surely has some remarkable gear up his sleeve." Shortly after the battle, Qi Lin arrived with a large entourage, albeit fashionably late. Upon witnessing the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground and the intact figure of Cao Dan, a flicker of barely perceptible trepidation passed through his gaze. Yet, Cao Dan offered no opportunity for probing. Citing excessive exhaustion, he promptly led his team back home. Upon returning to the pitch-black confines of his bedroom, Cao Dan collapsed onto his bed, unable to suppress a triumphant smile. To his surprise, this initial endeavor of combining mechanical force with internal energy proved remarkably effective. Although the expenditure was considerable, the explosive power was simply unparalleled. Chapter 39. High-performance ammunition, perhaps due to the invigorating battle he had just experienced. Cao Dan's spirit soared in an extraordinary state of exhilaration. Despite the immense drain on his internal energy and the faint mechanical force, the thrill of teetering on the brink of life and death while mastering everything around him kept him wide awake until dawn. Outside his window, the night in the shantytown appeared unusually tranquil. Following his solitary triumph of dispatching two martial artists adept in internal energy with remarkable precision, this area seemed enveloped in an invisible protective shield. The night patrol had already rotated to a new team, and at the street corner, the two bodies of the executed criminals hung from barbed wire, swaying gently in the night breeze. Their gruesome display served as a potent deterrent, not only intimidating external rogues, but also compelling those within the mutual aid society who harbored ulterior motives to retract their claws. Inside the studio, the lights blazed brightly. Cao Dan sat at a spacious workbench, calming his racing heart before retrieving the blueprint for high-performance ammunition bestowed upon him by Zhao Dingjian. Having been preoccupied with training and patrolling, he had yet to dedicate time to its meticulous study. The description on the blueprint was straightforward, bordering on rudimentary. High-performance ammunition, special ammunition that, upon striking a target, produces high-temperature flames, igniting an area of 3 to 5 square meters instantaneously, inflicting sustained burn damage. As an apprentice mechanic with considerable practical experience, Cao Dan immediately discerned the extraordinary nature of this invention. It was practically crafted for the Wasteland. He meticulously examined the densely packed chemical equations and structural diagrams on the blueprint, his eyes glimmering with insight. The core principle behind the high-performance bullet deviated from traditional solid propellants. Instead, it was filled with a highly flammable, viscous mixture of compressed gases. This design surpassed that of traditional incendiary rounds. It did not rely on the high temperatures generated by impact for ignition, nor did it depend on the presence of combustible materials on the target's surface. Once the projectile's head ruptured, the unique gaseous mixture would combust violently upon contact with oxygen in the air, generating temperatures soaring to 2,000 degrees. Moreover, the preparation of this gas was exceedingly complex. It required the collection of two specific chemical precursors through designated reactions, which were then mixed with another inert gas in strict proportions to ensure stability. Should anyone attempt to dismantle the projectile for reverse engineering, a slight mishap in damaging the sealing structure would result in an instantaneous explosion, a natural anti-piracy mechanism. Cao Dan marveled, realizing that mastery of the formula would grant him an exclusive business venture. Even more remarkably, the adaptability of this ammunition was extraordinary. From pistol cartridges to armor-piercing rounds for sniper rifles, and even large-caliber cannon shells, this technology could be applied universally. Conveniently, he had amassed a considerable stockpile of raw materials at home. As a man of action, unable to sleep, he resolved to work. He rummaged through a storage cabinet in the corner, unearthing an assortment of bottles and containers, remnants of various chemical reagents, and extracted liquids from discarded batteries. Let the endeavor commence. Taking a deep breath, Cao Dan gently placed his hands upon the workbench. In the next moment, a wondrous scene unfolded. With a subtle flicker of his mind, nearly imperceptible blue electric tendrils emerged from his fingertips, resembling agile appendages, delicately entwining around the precise instruments and bullet casings. This was the manifestation of mechanical force. Although his mechanical force rating barely reached 10, the extraordinary resonance created with the machinery was undeniably real. Previously, he would have to meticulously use tweezers to handle minute quantities of detonator powder, where even the slightest tremor could spell disaster. Yet now, those minuscule particles, drawn by the faint magnetic pull of his mechanical force, danced as if alive, accurately settling into the base of the cartridge without the slightest deviation. Even the sealing process, which required a high-pressure environment, could be effortlessly accomplished by allowing the mechanical force to permeate the seams of the projectile, subtly rearranging the metallic molecules to achieve flawless cold welding. The efficiency was nothing short of miraculous. Elated, Cao Dan reflected on how, according to the original blueprint, crafting a high-energy bullet would take at least 3 hours, with a high failure rate. However, empowered by his mechanical force, many previously arduous tasks flowed with remarkable ease. In merely 2 hours, a dark red bullet lay quietly in the palm of Cao Dan's hand. Its tip embossed with a delicate flame-like pattern, his inadvertent anti-counterfeiting mark left during the sealing process. High-energy ammunition, damage 15, burn radius 20, with additional burning effect. He toyed with the bullet, contemplating how, upon impact with the target, it would ignite in a conflagration, surpassing even the explosive bullets he had previously modified. With the success of his initial endeavor, subsequent creations proceeded with far greater fluidity. As dawn broke, the workbench was meticulously arranged with over 30 dark red high-energy bullets. Exhaling deeply, Cao Dan paused, suddenly beset by a wave of dizziness. The intensity of his precise operations, coupled with the sustained exertion of mechanical force, had left him feeling utterly fatigued. Yet, rather than resting immediately, he seated himself cross-legged, channeling his internal energy and employing martial breathing techniques to recuperate. After half an hour, the overwhelming sense of exhaustion began to ebb. Morning light illuminated the room. Cao Dan did not rush to catch up on sleep. Instead, he seized the moment and retrieved the sack of blueprints gifted to him by York. Within this collection lay a majority of research materials from the Invincible Hospital, many of which consisted merely of conjectures and experimental data scribbled on scrap paper, rendering them unsuitable for direct manufacturing. However, this did not deter Cao Dan from reading and drawing inspiration. It became evident that the madman Melon Marshall aspired to transform himself into a perpetual motion machine. Cao Dan perused a blood-stained notebook, marveling at the revelations. The director of the Invincible Hospital, Melon, was originally a remarkably gifted martial artist. Yet, in his relentless pursuit to transcend the limits of the human body, he resolutely embarked on the nefarious path of biomechanical modification. The notebook meticulously documented his procedures for excising his own bones and replacing them with titanium alloy frameworks, as well as the removal of certain internal organs to implant miniature reactors. After some time, Cao Dan unearthed 2 relatively advanced blueprints from the pile of antiquated papers. The first was titled the Thousand-Faced Biomechanical Mask. Description: a facial disguise apparatus crafted from biomimetic skin materials and microhydraulic structures, capable of altering one's facial features at will. It serves as a means of identity concealment. This was a remarkable find. Cao Dan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Once constructed, this device would resemble a thin mask, seamlessly adhering to the face. By merely pressing a concealed microswitch hidden behind the ear or inputting a specific mechanical command, the microstructures beneath the mask would shift, adjusting the contours of the face, the height of the nose, and even the droop of the eyes. While it could not alter one's height or physique, acquiring a completely different face would be an ultimate tool for theft, murder, and subterfuge. Regrettably, it required several essential micro-servo motors and biomimetic silicone. Cao Dan mentally noted the materials needed, planning to keep an eye out for them during his next visit to the trading area or black market. The second blueprint elicited a sharp intake of breath from Cao Dan. Chapter 40. Spoils, Muscle Metal, Theoretical Semi-Finished Product. Description: a liquid metamorphic metal with properties akin to human muscle tissue. It possesses remarkable extensibility and memory. It can be manipulated using electrical energy or mechanical force, allowing it to instantaneously harden or soften, even simulating muscular contractions to produce immense explosive power. This was extraordinary. Cao Dan meticulously examined the molecular structure depicted in the blueprint. It resembled something from a science fiction film, akin to mercury in its liquid form, yet it possessed biological activity. Should a mechanic acquire this substance, not only could they craft weapons at will, but they could also utilize it as exoskeletal muscle, resulting in an exponential increase in combat capability. If it could be implanted internally to replace damaged muscle fibers, countless applications surged through Cao Dan's mind. However, upon reviewing the accompanying materials list, he was immediately doused with a cold reality. Shape memory alloys, rare, ionic polymer metal composites, extremely rare, and stimulus-responsive smart materials, extremely rare. Each of these items commands exorbitant prices in the Wasteland, often unobtainable even with wealth. Aside from the exceptionally fortunate hunters who might stumble upon a few in advanced ruins, the only recourse is to pilfer from the core warehouses of powerful factions like the Lee family or the Shelters. For now, it is best to set such thoughts aside. Cao Dan shook his head and tucked away the blueprint. At 9 in the morning, Cao Dan could no longer resist the drowsiness and rested his head on the workbench for a brief nap. Upon waking, he found himself draped in a thick blanket. Zhu Hanhong, having refrained from disturbing her man, immediately entered with steaming water for washing and breakfast upon seeing him awake. "You've worked hard," Cao Dan said as he accepted the towel to wipe his face. Seeing the concern in Zhu Hanhong's eyes warmed his heart. "Did last night's commotion frighten you? Am I such a timid person?" Zhu Hanhong shot him a glance, ladling out porridge as she replied. "It's those new team members who look at you as if you were a deity now. By the way, Qi Lin just sent someone over to say he wishes to pay a visit." "Oh." Cao Dan took a sip of porridge, his gaze shifting slightly. "The fox is getting restless so soon." 10 minutes later, having readied himself, Cao Dan was about to head to the training room to stretch his limbs when a knock echoed at the door. Opening it revealed Qi Lin, impeccably dressed in a Tang suit, holding a delicate gift box, his face beaming with cheer. "Mr. Cao, I hope my unannounced visit hasn't disturbed your rest," Qi Lin said, though his smile belied the keen scrutiny of his sharp eyes, which quickly scanned Cao Dan. It was evident to him that while Cao Dan appeared somewhat fatigued, he moved with a lightness that spoke of restraint and composure. Particularly telling were the hands that peeked from the sleeves, calloused at the palms, suggesting profound mastery in martial arts, far beyond merely being a mechanic skilled with firearms. To be honest, Qi Lin had not previously held Cao Dan in high regard. He had viewed him as merely a craftsman with decent skills. And although he bore the title of an apprentice mechanic, in this wasteland where strength dictated respect, that was insufficient. However, last night had revealed his grave misjudgment. During the fierce battle, Qi Lin was patrolling another district and had not heard the commotion. Only after the conflict concluded and his subordinates presented the report did he grasp the entirety of the events. It was terrifying, facing two opponents, both on the cusp of becoming novice martial artists and possessing the ability to harness inner energy for protection. The outcome was astonishing. Cao Dan emerged unscathed, his attire barely soiled, having annihilated the adversaries with that modified revolver. Such instantaneous and formidable combat prowess was something even Qi Lin doubted he could replicate with such finesse. One should not underestimate this individual. It is prudent to cultivate an alliance rather than foster enmity. This was the tone set by Qi Lin prior to his arrival. "Mr. Qi, you are too modest. It is an honor to host you," Cao Dan replied, not adopting an air of superiority, as he graciously gestured for Qi Lin to enter the living room. Once seated, Zhu Hanhong served tea and then quietly withdrew. "What brings you here today, Mr. Qi?" Cao Dan inquired directly. "Haha, Mr. Cao, you are forthright," Qi Lin chuckled, setting his cup down. "I have come primarily to discuss the distribution of last night's spoils." His demeanor shifted, and with seriousness, he continued, "In that fierce battle, Mr. Cao, your contributions were monumental. The majority of the assailants fell to your prowess. According to the regulations of our mutual aid society, as well as the customs of the Wasteland, all the spoils rightfully belong to you." As he spoke, he produced a list and recited, "Upon inventory, we have a fragmented copy of the iron cloth internal energy cultivation method, 2 well-crafted pistols, a combat technique known as bone crusher, a heavy machete forged with alloy, and a solid alloy iron rod, along with cash totaling 521 gold coins confiscated from them. After reading, Qi Lin looked at Cao Dan and asked, "How do you wish to proceed with these items? Should we assist in selling them for you? Or shall we deliver them directly?" Cao Dan raised an eyebrow slightly. Although the iron cloth and bone crusher were common goods, the alloy machete and iron rod were of excellent materials, capable of yielding considerable rare metals upon melting. "Do not sell them," Cao Dan replied without hesitation. "Bring everything over. You know I am a mechanic, and these scraps will serve a purpose in my hands." "Indeed, Mr. Cao, your decisiveness is commendable," Qi Lin remarked, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. "The weapons and equipment are somewhat cumbersome. I will arrange for them to be delivered shortly." With that, Qi Lin retrieved a heavy pouch of coins from his attire and gently placed it on the table. "This is for you, every last coin intact." The two exchanged a few more pleasantries, with Qi Lin subtly probing whether Cao Dan harbored ambitions to expand his influence within the mutual aid society, perhaps seeking a vice-presidential position. However, Cao Dan exhibited a striking indifference to fame and fortune, presenting himself as a homebody who simply desired a warm hearth with his family while indulging in research. This revelation brought Qi Lin great relief. A capable ally devoid of ambition was precisely what he needed. Soon, Qi Lin expressed his satisfaction and took his leave, accompanying him to the door. Cao Dan watched as his figure vanished around the corner. The smile on Cao Dan's face abruptly faded. He quickly shut the door, secured the lock, and hastened back to the living room. Grabbing the heavy pouch from the table, he untied the strings. With a cascade of colorful banknotes spilling onto the table, he grasped one handful after another. Money. This is all money. A total of 521 G, every last coin accounted for. Cao Dan meticulously counted the money once more. Nodding in satisfaction, he decided to allocate 70% of it towards the acquisition of grains and water, for in times like these, having sustenance brings peace of mind. The remaining 30% would be reserved for purchasing materials. Chapter 41, The Cytoplasmic Furnace. Noon. At Cao Dan's doorstep, two members of the Mutual Aid Society stood, drenched in sweat, beside several large boxes. "Mr. Cao, these are the spoils of last night's marauders, as instructed by President Xi. Please take stock." Usually, these two were formidable figures on the streets, yet at this moment, they bent low before Cao Dan, their faces adorned with smiles. The remarkable marksmanship displayed by Cao Dan the previous night had spread like wildfire throughout the shantytown. "You've worked hard," he said, tossing them 2 packs of cigarettes without excessive formality, indicating they could leave once they set down their load. After bidding farewell to the two, he closed the door. Following lunch, Cao Dan did not rest but immediately immersed himself in study and training. Regardless of the era, knowledge and power are the fundamental pillars of existence. He reopened the burlap sack left by York. Inside, aside from mechanical blueprints, lay a thick stack of materials pertaining to the development of extraordinary abilities. These documents primarily consisted of byproducts from the Invincible Hospital's research on human modification, focusing mainly on physical enhancement, such as induction of rapid cellular division, bioelectric stimulation healing, and suppression of allogenic rejection, among others. After perusing a few pages, Cao Dan felt a headache coming on and closed the materials. Each field has its specialization. Although he possessed a golden finger, his energy was ultimately finite. His current dual cultivation in the mechanical and martial arts disciplines consumed all his time, leaving no spare capacity to delve into the esoteric realms of genetics and biology. Moreover, the system had not indicated any affinity for the ability-based disciplines. "Wife, you should take these," he said, handing the stack of materials to Zhu Hanhong, who was tidying up the dishes. "There is much knowledge here regarding the application of extraordinary abilities and human anatomy. As a healer, it should be beneficial to you." Zhu Hanhong wiped her hands and accepted the documents. Although she was only a novice healer with a modest rank, her foundational knowledge remained intact. After just a few pages, her eyes lit up. "Is this the internal technique of the Invincible Hospital regarding the utilization of life energy? Like a discoverer unveiling a new continent." She settled onto the sofa with the materials, becoming utterly engrossed within 10 minutes, oblivious even to Cao Dan calling her name. Cao Dan glanced at her, noting, "Target, Zhu Hanhong, partner. Status, focused, currently analyzing fundamentals of cellular modification." Seeing her so engrossed, Cao Dan refrained from interrupting and turned to enter the training room. Retrieving the 2 spoils gifted by Qi Lin, iron shirt, fragment, and shattered bone hand. Both of these martial arts are relics of an antiquated era, mere trinkets that, even in the present wasteland of martial disciplines, can only be deemed rudimentary techniques. Yet for Cao Dan, even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel of sustenance. Seated in a meditative posture, the golden expertise of martial arts without limits enveloped him. The text from the two tattered tomes seemed to spring to life, transforming into golden figures that tirelessly practiced in the recesses of his mind. Iron cloth, by striking and resonating internal energy, it enhances the skin's resilience and muscle density. Bone crusher, a fierce grappling technique that specifically targets joints and cartilage. Within merely 2 hours, you have acquired the skill. Iron cloth, LV3. You have acquired the skill. Bone crusher, LV3. A wave of warmth surged throughout his body, and Cao Dan distinctly felt his skin tighten significantly. The joints of his fingers became more robust and powerful, and with a mere clench of his fist, his knuckles produced a crisp sound akin to popping beans. Upon opening the panel, he observed, internal energy value, 321, slightly increased. Constitution, 05. Indeed, martial arts without limits was the most formidable enhancement. Cao Dan marveled, recognizing that for an ordinary individual, even with a mentor's guidance, mastering such flawed techniques would require at least 3 to 5 months of arduous practice to reach the entry level, let alone achieving LV3, which could take years. Yet for him, it was as effortless as the act of eating or drinking. Stepping out of the training room, he noted that dusk was settling in. The living room was enveloped in silence. Zhu Hanhong remained in her seated position on the sofa, having turned the pages of her documents significantly. Cao Dan glanced over again. Target, Zhu Hanhong, partner. Status, in enlightenment. Currently learning new skill, cytoplasmic furnace, LV1. Description, compressing free extraordinary abilities into high-density storage within the mitochondria of various cells in the body. This can substantially enhance physical constitution, delay aging, and serve as a reserve energy source. Cytoplasmic furnace? That certainly sounded like a sophisticated skill, far from a basic technique. It appeared that the deceased Dean Meilong possessed some valuable knowledge. Cao Dan dared not make a sound, tiptoeing into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Half an hour later, the enticing aroma of the meal wafted throughout the house. Just as Cao Dan placed the meat on the table, a long, contented sigh resonated from the living room. Zhu Hanhong set aside her documents, rose, and stretched languidly. As this lazy sigh escaped her lips, Cao Dan peeked out from the kitchen. At that moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. Zhu Hanhong stood bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, her figure seemingly aglow. Her skin had transformed into a luminous alabaster, radiating a warmth akin to that of mutton fat jade. Even the faintest lines at the corners of her eyes had vanished, and her entire visage appeared to have reverted to the pinnacle of youthful collagen at the age of 18. Not only has her skin undergone a subtle transformation, but her physique seems to have experienced a remarkable change as well. Rather than becoming more voluptuous, she has become increasingly toned and proportionate, every inch of her muscular definition radiating a healthy allure, an indescribable beauty that captivates the senses. Cao Dan, holding a spatula, gazes intently at her. His eyes traverse from her long, slender thighs to her rounded and pert posterior, then to her full, elevated bosom, finally resting on her radiant, charming face. He scrutinizes her from every angle, unable to quench his desire for more. Under the fervent gaze of Cao Dan, Zhu Hanhong feels a twinge of discomfort and lowers her head, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. With a playful pout, she asks, "Darling, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something dirty on my face?" "There's nothing dirty," Cao Dan gulps, discarding the spatula and striding towards her with a raspy voice. "My dear, you've become so beautiful that I can hardly contain myself. Oh dear." We haven't even eaten, yet Zhu Hanhong's words are cut short as Cao Dan scoops her up in a swift embrace. "We can eat later. I want to indulge in you first." He carries her towards the bedroom, and Zhu Hanhong feebly struggles for a moment before yielding, wrapping her arms around his neck, her eyes brimming with affection. It is no wonder that Cao Dan finds himself unable to resist, since she has attained the state of cytoplasmic furnace. Every cell in Zhu Hanhong's body now harbors extraordinary abilities. She is not merely more beautiful, she exudes an inexplicable, fatal allure. Much is omitted here, a narrative of harmonious intimacy unique to the couple. Chapter 42, Armament, Energy, Control. After a considerable time, the bedroom gradually falls quiet. Leaning contentedly against the headboard, Cao Dan lights a post-coital cigarette, while the food has grown cold. It's all gone cold, Zhu Hanhong murmurs with a hint of reproach, her tone laced with a post-satisfaction languor. We can just reheat it, replies Cao Dan, planting a kiss on her smooth forehead, his spirits lifted. He senses that, following their recent union, his internal energy has become notably revitalized, seemingly nourished by the pure life force emanating from her. Once they are dressed, they reheat the meal and sit down at the dining table. Darling, that information is incredibly precious, Zhu Hanhong exclaims excitedly while eating. Director Meilong is truly a genius. Although he has strayed down a misguided path with his biotechnological modifications, his research on the energy circulation of the human body is remarkably profound. I feel as though I might have grasped a glimpse of the method for cultivating extraordinary abilities. Extraordinary cultivation method? Cao Dan's interest is piqued. In this world, the key to becoming a certified practitioner hinges on possessing a core cultivation method. Cao Dan examines Zhu Hanhong's current attributes, and to his astonishment, he is taken aback by what he discovers. Name, Zhu Hanhong. Race, human. Minor ability optimization in progress. Lifespan, 2,975 years, significantly enhanced. Physique, 132. Ability, 174. Occupation, apprentice healer. Ability branch, certified black iron level. Talent, primary healing, green. Excellent. Possesses a self-healing capability 3 times faster than the average person. And blood has slight detoxifying properties. Specialization, precise compounding. Success rate increased by 20 when preparing potions. Skills, massage, LV3, progress, 2, 595, 000. Detoxification, LV3, progress, 8, 901, 000. Potion formulation, LV2, progress, 321, 500. First aid, LV2, progress, 54, 500. Cytoplasmic furnace, LV1, progress, 31, 100. Ability cultivation method, not yet initiated in comprehension during this period. Zhu Hanhong's progress can only be described as meteoric. Recently, after utilizing an expensive gene repair serum, her bodily functions have undergone tremendous restoration. Coupled with the indulgent days spent with Cao Dan, where she enjoyed abundant nourishment from mutated beast meat and was free from life's burdens, she has been able to devote substantial energy to her training. Particularly noteworthy is her newfound understanding of the cytoplasmic furnace. Cao Dan observed her lifespan, which had skyrocketed to 75 years, remarkable in a slum where the average life expectancy hovers around 30. This ability to regulate the energy of all her cells has significantly diminished ineffective cellular metabolism, locking in her vitality. It seems my wife is indeed a genius, Cao Dan remarked with genuine admiration. Of course, Zhu Hanhong replied, raising her chin with a hint of pride. Now that you support me, I must strive even harder. That's the spirit. Keep up the effort, Cao Dan chuckled. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. His gaze shifted to a corner of his vision, where a light green card floated. This was a reward skill enhancement card, beginner, obtained from completing the Kill the Thug task earlier this week. This item could bypass proficiency requirements and directly elevate a primary skills level. Initially, Cao Dan intended to keep it for himself, but a thought crossed his mind. System. Can this be used on my partner? In the next moment, a prompt appeared before him. Would you like to use the item, skill enhancement card, beginner, 1 on your partner, Zhu Hanhong? To his delight, it was indeed possible. This undoubtedly afforded him greater maneuverability. If Zhu Hanhong could independently enter the realm of ability cultivation method, he could then grant her a skill card to solidify her foundation. In such a scenario, their household would possess 2 formidable combatants, forming a highly sought-after healing and damage output combination. I'll hold on to it for now. Cao Dan suppressed the urge to use it immediately. Quality steel should be used wisely. Zhu Hanhong is still in the comprehension phase, and rushing her progress may not yield beneficial results. Wife, Cao Dan gently placed a piece of meat before Zhu Hanhong, softly advising, do not overexert yourself. Since this cultivation method is unconventional, we must meticulously verify its efficacy. Indeed, I understand, Zhu Hanhong replied with a nod of compliance. Let us rise early tomorrow, Cao Dan suggested, and venture to the trading district at the town center. Firstly, we shall consult the Practitioner Association to cross-reference your insights with established knowledge. ensuring we do not deviate from the intended path. Secondly, I must procure some raw materials from the black market, as our household supplies are dwindling. Very well. I shall heed your guidance. The following day, at dawn, while the fog still lingered, Cao Dan and Zhu Hanhong set forth. They procured 2 area permits from the guards. The streets of Merrill Town were pristine, the street lamps aglow, and the air noticeably fresher. Upon arriving at the Practitioner Association, they entered the spacious hall, where a warm ambience enveloped them. Cao Dan, well acquainted with the surroundings, made his way to the mechanical literature section. After a period of study, he had come to appreciate the vast foundation of mechanical knowledge, which primarily encompassed 3 major domains: armament, energy, and control. He had diligently mastered the basics of armament, including fundamentals of weaponry, basic assembly, principles of mechanical engineering, comprehensive materials, and foundational biomimetics acquired from invincible hospital blueprints. This was akin to a blacksmith mastering the art of forging and crafting blades. Yet, mere shell construction was insufficient. Without energy propulsion, machinery amounted to nothing but scrap metal. Devoid of control, it remained inert. This time, he aimed to rectify the gaps in his foundational knowledge. Approaching the counter, he spent over 30 G in borrowing fees, acquiring a substantial stack of tomes. The staff regarded him with mild surprise. It was uncommon for apprentice mechanics to delve into such a variety of disciplines at once, as the adage, biting off more than one can chew, is well known. However, Cao Dan remained unfazed. They found a quiet corner to settle. Before Cao Dan lay 4 substantial volumes: Fundamentals of Biochemical Principles, Detailed Theory of Mechanical Energy, Applications of Basic Optics, and Thermodynamics and Kinetic Energy Conversion. Let us commence, he declared, opening the first book. The system information subtly flowed within his vision. Currently studying Detailed Theory of Mechanical Energy. Knowledge. Basic Energy Theory 1. The rustling of turning pages filled the air. To onlookers, it appeared as though Cao Dan was merely skimming through the texts, perhaps engaged in a cursory glance. Yet, within the recesses of his mind, a multitude of intricate formulas, diagrams, and energy circuit models were being comprehended, assimilated, and indelibly etched into the depths of his memory. You have diligently perused Fundamentals of Energy Theory. Acquiring knowledge in Basic Energy Principles, LV1. Description: you have comprehended the core operational mechanisms of batteries, fuels, and microreactors, enabling you to design simple energy transfer circuits. Next is the second volume. You have thoroughly studied Fundamentals of Optical Applications, gaining insight into the foundational principles of lens polishing, laser focusing, and photoelectric conversion. This knowledge serves as a precursor to the fabrication of laser weapons and optical camouflage. Time passed inexorably, as Cao Dan closed Thermodynamics and Kinetic Energy Conversion. Although his mind felt slightly swollen, his gaze radiated an unprecedented brilliance. Acquired knowledge: Fundamentals of Energy Conversion, LV1, Fundamentals of Thermodynamics, LV1. After reading Fundamentals of Biochemical Principles, his proficiency in basic biochemistry improved. In just a morning, Cao Dan amassed a wealth of knowledge that would typically require years of arduous study for an ordinary individual. At present, he stands on the theoretical brink of becoming a certified junior mechanic. Unfortunately, the association does not provide literature on manipulation techniques. He scoured the shelves, finding only fragmented references to electromagnetic induction, electronic signal shielding, and neural link protocols among miscellaneous books. Such advanced knowledge pertaining to human-machine interaction is tightly sealed by various powerful factions and does not circulate. It appears that knowledge of manipulation will have to be acquired through future missions or by chance encounters in larger cities. With a hint of regret, Cao Dan shook his head. He turned his gaze to Zhu Hanhong, seated across from him. Zhu Hanhong held a book titled Cell Activity and Energy Rejection. Her brow furrowed as she struggled to comprehend the material. Cao Dan quietly glanced over. Target: Zhu Hanhong, partner. Status: focused, studying diligently. Progress slow, learning new skill. Ability cultivation method, LV0, progress, 9600. The progress bar had been stuck at 96 for quite some time, akin to a state of constipation. Unable to break through the final barrier, Zhu Hanhong seemed to sense Cao Dan's gaze, and with a hint of frustration, she set down the book, rubbed her temples, and murmured, "Darling, this is too difficult. Many of the technical terms here are incomprehensible, entirely different from what I studied before." "It's all right," Cao Dan reassured, taking her small hand in his. "Such things cannot be rushed. Let us return the book and take our time to ponder it later. The information is safely stored in our minds and will not escape. Zhu Hanhong nodded obediently. Chapter 43, Memory Alloy. Upon leaving the association, the two headed straight to the trading area outside the town. Cao Dan began his shopping spree. His first acquisition was the bionic silicone needed to manufacture the chameleon biochemical mask. This material is not particularly scarce. Having expended 2G, Cao Dan purchased a substantial vat of high-purity medical-grade silicone. However, when he inquired about miniature servo motors, many vendors shook their heads vigorously in disapproval. Such precision instruments? They are tightly controlled materials, exclusively supplied by military factories to the town's defense forces. How could our modest shop dare to sell them? As for the shape memory alloys and ionic polymers required for crafting muscle metal, those were utterly unheard of. The shopkeepers regarded Cao Dan with the bemusement typically reserved for a madman spouting nonsense. It appeared that he had overestimated the situation. Exiting the shop, he surveyed the somewhat dilapidated street, sighing inwardly. The technological gap in this wasteland was alarmingly pronounced. The understanding within the shantytown was limited, and the trading area of the town was merely a low-end market, devoid of the high-end resources he sought. Thus, he resolved to venture into the black market in search of fortune. The black market was nestled within a vast air raid shelter, repurposed from the underground drainage system on the outskirts of town. Here, sunlight was a distant memory, replaced by the dim flicker of emergency lights overhead, and the air was thick with a musty odor. After paying a hefty deposit, the two donned masks and entered this lawless realm. This was Cao Dan's first personal visit to the black market, having previously relied on proxy purchasing. The scene was bustling, throngs of people swathed in layers of clothing, with some even adorned in full-body powered armor, parading like metallic cans. The stalls varied greatly. Some vendors spread their wares on tattered cloths, while others constructed makeshift canopies. As Cao Dan navigated through the throng, he noted that the selection of goods here was indeed more comprehensive than outside, with several items evidently looted from the deceased, their blood still staining the equipment, alongside numerous contraband goods that had escaped from the town's inner shops. Unsurprisingly, the prices were steep, generally inflated by over 30%. After a thorough search, Cao Dan still found no sign of the miniature servo motors. Alas, it seemed that recent skirmishes at the coastal factories had drawn many hunter teams away, resulting in a scarcity of fresh stock. The sources of inventory for these black market vendors were primarily threefold: goods leaked through special channels within the town, contraband from smugglers at other outposts, and parts harvested by monster hunters from mechanical, bionic, and intelligent creatures in the wild. Just as disappointment began to set in and he prepared to leave, a flash of white caught his attention. The vendor was a youth clad in a white mask and an old trench coat, faded from repeated washing. His stall displayed only a scant few items, appearing rather meager. As Cao Dan's gaze swept over a dull gray metal block, a prompt from his golden fingers sprang to life. Nickel titanium alloy, shape memory alloy. Quality, excellent, industrial grade. Characteristics, exhibits a remarkably strong shape memory effect, serving as a crucial material for the fabrication of advanced mechanical muscles and prosthetic limbs. He had found it. A surge of elation coursed through Cao Dan. Though he maintained an impassive facade, he approached, grasping the heavy piece of metal, feigning nonchalance as he examined the steel imprint upon it. The name Rainmetal was unfamiliar to him, evidently not belonging to the known factions of Dongji City or its surroundings. Should I? The vendor's voice was neither warm nor cold, youthful and laced with a hint of indifference. How much? Cao Dan inquired. 30G, the vendor replied, raising 3 fingers. Too little. Cao Dan shook his head, his voice icy. The vendor paused momentarily, then lifted his gaze, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes behind the mask. What did you say? Too little? You find it cheap? I mean, this piece is insufficient. It lacks weight. For this nickel titanium alloy, I need it measured in kilograms for my purposes. This small fragment wouldn't even suffice for use. Oh, a connoisseur are we? The vendor finally showed interest, straightening his posture. This rare item was a lucky find for me as well. How much do you desire? Take as much as you want. As much as you have. Cao Dan asserted firmly, but if the quantity is substantial, I expect a discount. Now this is intriguing. The vendor waved a finger before Cao Dan. Next week at this same time, at this stall, I can assure you I'll procure that quantity, 100 pounds. As for the price, I'll give you a favor, 25G per pound. Deal. Without hesitation, Cao Dan produced a 25G banknote and placed it on the stall, tucking the sample into his pocket. By the way, he asked with a lowered voice before departing, do you have micro-servo motors? Preferably military grade. The vendor fell silent for a moment, studying Cao Dan intently. You have quite the appetite, he chuckled lightly. Those items are indeed hot commodities, but as long as the funds are sufficient, there is nothing I cannot acquire. A deposit of 20G, and I'll bring it to you next Monday. What if I can't find you? Cao Dan queried, aware that this black market stall was transient. If the vendor absconded with the money, how would he track him down? That's for you to figure out, the vendor replied, his tone imbued with a strong confidence bordering on arrogance. For a mere 20G, would I risk my reputation? Not worth it. Do you dare to gamble? All right, I'll take the bet. Cao Dan fixed his gaze on the vendor's eyes for 3 seconds before willingly producing the 20G deposit. His instincts told him this young man was not to be underestimated. The subtle air of danger surrounding him was even more potent than that of Qi Lin. After leaving the enigmatic stall, the two continued their foray. Lacking knowledge of the anomalous abilities, Cao Dan viewed potentially powerful equipment as mere junk, regrettably missing out on opportunities. Ultimately, Zhu Hanhong, leveraging his expertise, procured some common antidotes and anti-radiation formulas, achieving modest success. Just as they were preparing to head home, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Make way! Make way! Something good has arrived. A group of blood-soaked monster hunters entered, laboriously pushing a modified flatbed cart. A thick black cloth covered the cart. Yet even from a distance, a strong scent of blood penetrated into Cao Dan's nostrils, stirring the inner energy within him. My goodness, it's a fire god spider. The crowd erupted in excitement, converging like sharks drawn to the scent of blood. This was a D-class monster, its flesh infused with elemental fire energy. A veritable tonic for fire elemental practitioners and martial artists cultivating yang attributes. To encounter such a treasure today was truly unexpected. Cao Dan pulled Zhu Hanhong closer to join the throng. As a corner of the black cloth was lifted, it revealed the crimson exoskeleton and the still twitching muscle tissue beneath. The blood and flesh glistened like rubies, radiating an enticing luster. A burly butcher, brandishing a hefty knife, stood atop the cart, bellowing, "Step back." The front leg meat of the fire god spider is 80G per pound. Tender abdominal meat, 60G per pound. Trimmings, 20G per pound. No credit, highest bidder wins. 80G a pound. Why not just rob it? Someone grumbled. If you think it's too expensive, don't buy it. The big shots in town are clamoring for this. If it weren't for my connections, you wouldn't even have the privilege to catch a whiff, the butcher retorted arrogantly. Despite the exorbitant prices, eager buyers continued to swarm around. I'll take a pound of front leg meat. I want 2 pounds of abdominal meat. Zhu Hanhong, upon glancing at the prices, tugged at Cao Dan's sleeve, a hint of concern in her eyes. Darling, it's too expensive. This could cover our meals for half a month. Let us just go. No way, we must buy this, Cao Dan replied, shaking his head with determination. My inner energy has hit a bottleneck, and I need this high-energy flesh to cleanse my meridians. Besides, don't you need ample energy reserves for your cellular furnace training? Money can be earned again. Our strength is what truly matters. With that, he squeezed into the crowd, raising his cash high. I'll take a piece of front limb meat. The joint connection, please. Sure thing. The butcher swiftly sliced off a piece of blood-red spider meat, emanating waves of heat, wrapping it in oil paper and handing it to Cao Dan. He paid 120G without hesitation. Adding this to his prior expenses, a considerable portion of his recently acquired spoils had already been spent, yet Cao Dan deemed it worthwhile. On the way home, as the sun dipped below the horizon, their shadows stretched long behind them. Cao Dan carried the small piece of spider meat along with other materials, while Zhu Hanhong held a pile of potion recipes. Darling, how should we prepare this meat? Although she felt the pinch of the expense, she couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of the meat. Should we braise it or steam it? Fool. To waste such a fine ingredient on braising would be a travesty. Cao Dan chuckled as he playfully pinched her nose, remarking that this flesh was brimming with vitality and required a gentle simmer to bring out its essence. Coupled with the medicinal herbs you procured, a nourishing concoction would be crafted. By the time we each partake in a bowl, I assure you, the warmth will envelop you, rendering sleep a distant thought. Oh, spare me your nonsense, Zhu Hanhong retorted, her cheeks flushed, yet the grip on his arm tightened ever so slightly. Chapter 44. The Ascendancy of the Flesh Time. Like grains of sand slipping through fingers, quietly elapses. In the blink of an eye, 5 days have passed. The chaos of the shantytown persists, albeit with a subtle shift in nature. The disarray marked by unbridled roving marauders has gradually dissipated, replaced by more organized and disciplined gang conflicts. The power vacuum has ignited a fervor among the ambitious, each eager to seize their slice of the pie. Essentially, these organizations have emerged spontaneously, akin to neighborhood mutual aid societies, which, after absorbing the surrounding independent entities, have begun to clash, probing one another in fierce competition for territory, populace, and resources. These nascent factions, while lacking the profound heritage of the previously dominant Gray Serpent Society, exhibit a brutality and directness in their methods. Daily skirmishes erupt, with bodies left strewn in the streets. Amidst this turmoil, the once altruistic neighborhood mutual aid society has undergone a complete transformation. As the first to seize the opportunity, Cao Dan, wielding formidable strength and decisive tactics, led the society to assertively claim dominion over 6 surrounding streets, rapidly establishing himself as a formidable power in the region. However, as territory expanded, the essence of the society began to shift. The Mutual Aid Society commenced levying security fees from the protected residents, conscripting able-bodied men into patrols, and even meddling in private property affairs. Some sensed the disquieting shift and chose to withdraw voluntarily. For instance, the reticent mute master shuttered his repair shop and departed. And Edward, once the most zealous vice president, found himself stripped of power after a heated argument with Cao Dan during a meeting. Though still bearing the title of vice president, he now cowered at home, consumed with concocting his vigor-enhancing elixirs, no longer daring to engage in society matters. Nevertheless, the departure of the old guard did not impede the society's expansion. An influx of individuals eager to partake in the chaos surged in, and within mere days, the membership of the Mutual Aid Society burgeoned to over 100. Just days had elapsed since the last distribution of spoils. Cao Dan had caught a distant glimpse of Cao Dan. This occurred on a street recently seized by the Mutual Aid Society, where Cao Dan donned a pristine black training suit, flanked by over 20 armed enforcers, hurrying past amidst the residents' awestruck gazes. His jovial demeanor had vanished, supplanted by a brooding intensity, his eyes revealing an unfathomable depth and coldness. Gone is the previous humility and grandeur. The refined and affable Mr. Chi has vanished. Following this, Cao Dan became increasingly reclusive. He resembled a specter, emerging only occasionally to dispose of refuse or engage in trade at the market, seldom partaking in any gang activities. Within the studio, the resounding clatter of metal echoed day and night. In the training room, the winds of punches howled, and inner energy surged. Cao Dan sensed that several of his core combat skills had reached an impasse, on the verge of breaking through the 5th level. Notifications on his panel became increasingly frequent. Notice, upon breaking through to level 5 in martial arts skills, special effects will be unlocked, and the enhancement of speed will significantly decelerate. This sensation was extraordinary. Now, each time he threw a punch, his consciousness became exceptionally focused. He could even feel a thin veil separating him from his techniques, as if something was yearning to emerge, eager to break free. Simultaneously, his internal energy and mechanical strength were steadily increasing, particularly the internal energy. Ever since he acquired the golden specialty, martial arts infinity, whether through daily practice of nourishing yang method or each punch and breath, his total internal energy was consistently on the rise. It was akin to an eternal water pump, ceaselessly extracting energy from his cells. Presently, Cao Dan's internal energy had soared past 900. On the 6th day, deep into the night, Cao Dan sat cross-legged in the center of the training room, surrounded by profound silence, save for the sound of his long, powerful breaths. After several cycles of great circulations, his internal energy gradually became harmonious and fluid, akin to a rushing river. As he continued to operate the nourishing yang method, the pressure of the internal energy within his meridians grew increasingly potent. The sensation was akin to inflating a balloon, reaching a critical point. Suddenly, he felt a jolt coursing through him, a mystical awareness stirring within. It was a profound tremor, as though a certain shackle within his body had been shattered. Startled, Cao Dan quickly turned inward to examine his cultivation. He observed that the gaseous internal energy, which had been flowing through his meridians, began to liquefy, becoming viscous and dense. Internal energy value, 1000. He had broken through. In the next moment, A line of notifications appeared in his vision. Triggered the golden specialty, martial arts infinity, effect 2. Effect 2. Upon reaching each new level of internal energy, with 10 as the base, all attributes will undergo a forced transformation. Before Cao Dan could scrutinize further, an inexplicable surge of warmth erupted from deep within his heart, instantly coursing through every corner of his body. Pain. Not the pain of injury, but rather that of growth. It felt as if every bone in his body was being shattered and reassembled, every muscle fiber being stretched and reinforced. In his field of vision, various attribute data began to flash wildly. The power is increasing, agility is improving, defense is strengthening. Ultimately, all the torrents of data converge into a core attribute, physique. Cao Dan felt his skin ablaze, his meridians expanding, and his bones becoming denser and more robust. The sensation of power surging forth was so exhilarating that he could not suppress the urge to let out a long howl. Moments later, the heat gradually subsided. Panting heavily, Cao Dan found himself drenched in sweat, yet his spirit was more vibrant than ever. He eagerly opened his status panel. Name, Cao Dan. Lifespan, 4,365. Physique, 804. Inner Chi, 1,001. Mechanical power, 099. Occupation, apprentice mechanic. Novice martial artist companion, Zhu Han Hong. Talent, gentleman's pursuit. Specialization, martial arts. Wuji gold. Inner vision, rare. Knowledge, basic weaponry, LV3. Basic assembly, LV3. Basic mechanical engineering, LV1. Basic compendium of materials, LV1. Basic bionics, LV1. Basic biochemistry, LV1. Mechanical energy theory, LV1. Basic optics, LV1. Thermodynamics and kinetic transformation, LV1. Skills, simple modification, LV5. Basic shooting, LV5. Close combat, LV5. Basic swordsmanship, LV5. Yang nourishing technique, LV5. Iron sand palm, perfect, LV5. Flame flow hand, incomplete, LV5. Een iron claw, incomplete, LV5. Crimson line fist, incomplete, LV5. Mantis fist, incomplete, LV5. Iron cloth shirt, LV4. Bone crushing hand, LV4. Gazing at the astonishing figure of 804 on the panel, Cao Dan gasped in disbelief. It is known that the average adult male possesses a physique of approximately 1. A physique of 8 signifies that his bodily strength is already 8 times that of an ordinary person. This is purely physical prowess, without the enhancement of inner chi. He could now withstand bullets from small caliber handguns and could punch through steel plates. Dispatching an E-level monster with a single blow would be undeniably effortless. Cao Dan clenched his fist, causing the air in his palm to explode with a dull thud. Moreover, what delighted him most was the lifespan column. Lifespan, 4365. The upper limit of his lifespan, having surged alongside his physique, had finally increased. Although 65 years was not considered a long life in the old era, in a wasteland where lives are fleeting, this was an impressive figure. Rising to his feet, he approached the mirror. The reflection that met him showed a rosy complexion, taut skin, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes had completely vanished. Even the few strands of white at his temples had turned black. If he were to walk outside and claim to be in his mid-30s, no one would doubt him. Is this the transformation of Wuji? It is akin to a return to youth. He paced restlessly in place. The sensation of vitality coursing through him was almost overwhelming. Pushing open the grand door, he stepped out into the courtyard. The night enveloped the surroundings like water, and a delicate layer of white frost blanketed the ground. Gazing into the distant, pitch-black shantytown, tendrils of mist slithered along the earth as if animated, carrying a chill in the air. Recalling the recent spate of killings and Chi Lin's somber gaze, Cao Dan felt no trace of fear. Instead, a surge of profound confidence welled within him. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted by. A soft, warm figure gently pressed against his back. "Darling, why are you still awake at this hour, lost in thought?" Zhu Hanhong's voice was sweet and languid, imbued with the huskiness of someone just roused from slumber. Cao Dan turned to face his wife, whose beauty had been magnified through her cultivation of the cytoplasmic furnace. The fierce energy within him instantly transformed into a tender affection. He scooped Zhu Hanhong into his arms. "No more daydreaming. Let us attend to our important business. Oh dear, be gentle. How have you become so strong?" The following morning, on the desolate outskirts of the shanty town, amidst a barren expanse of rocky terrain, a figure darted by like lightning. Boom, boom. Boom. Cao Dan was testing the limits of his transformed physique. During this period, not only had his internal energy surged, but his martial skills had also progressed astonishingly. His entire being felt close to being fully refined. He was running at full speed. With each powerful stride, the ground beneath him erupted as though detonated by explosives, creating shallow craters and sending fragments flying. Each leap spanned 5 to 6 meters, and in the blink of an eye, he covered 100 meters. This velocity was nearly comparable to that of certain agile low-level mutated beasts. As his speed escalated, Cao Dan realized that a significant portion of his strength was directed towards overcoming air resistance. The wind felt like a wall, forcefully colliding with him. Yet, he did not decelerate. While in motion, he continuously adjusted the rhythm of his muscles, tightened his skin, and even recalibrated the flow of his internal energy, striving to minimize drag and maximize every ounce of power. This sensation was utterly sublime. He felt as though the increase in his physical strength was boundless, with each breath invigorating him further. With a sudden halt, Cao Dan skidded to a stop, carving 2 deep furrows into the ground due to inertia. He faced a colossal boulder, towering at the height of 2 men. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his right fist and, without any embellishments, unleashed a powerful punch. He refrained from channeling internal energy, relying solely on raw physical strength. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed as fragments scattered. On the hard granite surface, a 3-inch deep fist imprint was left, surrounded by a web of cracks. Catching his breath, Cao Dan withdrew his fist, gazing at the imprint with a satisfied smile. Is this the prowess of a novice martial artist? No, with the blessing of martial arts without boundaries, I have reached the level of an advanced novice martial artist. With the mechanical prowess at his disposal, Cao Dan gazed towards the distant silhouette of Mail Town. Chapter 45. The Returning Hunters. In a secluded corner of the black market, a young man wearing a white mask lounged lazily. Cao Dan arrived once more, this time alone, his visage concealed behind a simple clown mask. You're here? The vendor glanced up, eschewing pleasantries, and deftly kicked a hefty canvas bag towards Cao Dan's feet. Thud! The bag landed with a dull metallic thud, containing 100 pounds of nickel titanium-shaped memory alloy, precisely measured, sourced directly from the Rhine Metal Company. As the vendor spoke, he retrieved a delicate shock-resistant case from his pocket and carelessly tossed it over, alongside the micro-servo motor you requested, military-grade, and brand new. Cao Dan caught the case and opened it to reveal 10 neatly arranged silver motors, each no larger than a fingernail, their intricate gear structures reflecting a faint, cold light under the dim illumination. Micro-high-power servo motor, exquisite. Description: despite its diminutive size, it possesses astounding torque and control precision, commonly utilized in advanced prosthetics or precision instruments. Excellent merchandise. A flicker of delight crossed Cao Dan's eyes. Without hesitation, he produced a substantial sum of money he had prepared in advance. Pleasure doing business. The vendor accepted the payment, weighing it appreciatively, a slight smile emerging from behind his mask. If there's more good business in the future, do remember to seek me out. Cao Dan nodded, hefting the 100-pound alloy and clutching the motor case, before disappearing into the throng. Upon his return home, Cao Dan immediately immersed himself in his workshop. Let us get started. On the workbench, an array of precise tools lay meticulously arranged. Taking a deep breath, he felt the surge of mechanical energy within him, blue arcs of electricity dancing at his fingertips. The most challenging step in crafting the chameleon biometric mask lay in the flawless integration of countless minuscule electronic components and bionic muscle fibers into a delicate layer of biomimetic silicone. This task was akin to inscribing characters on a grain of rice, allowing for no margin of error. Yet, with the assistance of mechanical prowess, Cao Dan's hands remained as steady as a rock. He first utilized his mechanical force to liquefy the sheets of biomimetic silicone, drawing out countless strands thinner than a hair, akin to pulling taffy. Next, he meticulously disassembled the micro-servo motors, extracting the core drive units and implanting them into the critical areas of the mask, such as the cheekbones, jawline, and brow. As seconds ticked by, beads of sweat formed on Cao Dan's forehead, yet he dared not blink. ZZZZ. The final step, injecting the control program. Acquired equipment, chameleon biometric mask, rare. Cao Dan gazed at the mask in his hand, as thin as a cicada's wing, its surface cool to the touch, and exhaled a long sigh of relief. Eagerly, he lifted the mask and approached the mirror. as the mask pressed against his face. An instant sensation of coolness and breathability enveloped him. It resembled a living layer of skin, seamlessly adhering to Cao Dan's facial contours, devoid of any foreign sensation. Curious to test its effects, Cao Dan extended his finger and gently pressed on a concealed protrusion located on his right jawline. A faint hum of a motor resonated. To his astonishment, the visage reflected in the mirror appeared to melt and reform. The cheekbones gradually sunk, the bridge of the nose subtly elevated, and the formerly resolute chin softened into a more rounded shape. Even the corners of his eyes were subtly altered into a drooping slant. In a mere 2 seconds, the mirror revealed a completely unfamiliar man, exuding an aura of simplicity akin to that of an ordinary farmer. This was truly remarkable. Cao Dan could not help but marvel. This was not a rigid human mask, it was alive. He pressed the switch several more times. Once again, the electronic components beneath the mask reconfigured, drawing from the vast database of facial features. Whoosh! The mirror transformed into the visage of a burly man with a menacing scarred face. Whoosh! It shifted again to reveal a sallow, sickly middle-aged scholar. This was the power of the chameleon life mask. Its outer layer functioned like a flexible screen, harmonizing with the underlying mechanical structure to achieve an utterly three-dimensional disguise. As long as one refrained from an in-depth physical examination, no one could ever discern the truth. Did you create a disguise mask? At that moment, the astonished voice of Zhu Hanhong resonated from behind. She had just entered with a cup of water, and upon witnessing her husband transform his face in the mirror, she nearly dropped the cup in shock. Well, what do you think? Cao Dan turned around, his countenance now adorned with the fierce visage of a burly man, yet his voice remained gentle, creating an eerie contrast. He removed the mask, revealing his original features, and with a proud smile, declared, "This is a stealth artifact. If we ever encounter significant trouble, we can simply change our faces and escape." Zhu Hanhong set down the plate, curiously touching the mask, her eyes filled with admiration. "Husband, you are truly remarkable. Let us keep a low profile," Cao Dan replied, storing the mask away with a buoyant spirit. With this trump card in hand, his chances of survival in the wasteland had significantly increased. He then turned his attention to the pile of nickel-titanium-shaped memory alloy. With the materials at hand, it was time to commence research on muscle metal. 3 days later, in the makeshift trading area of the slum. After several days, Cao Dan re-emerged to set up his stall. Upon arrival, he quickly sensed something amiss. The crowd was unusually dense. Typically, this area, while lively, maintained a semblance of order. However, today, the throng exceeded double the usual volume, reaching a point of overwhelming congestion. Moreover, many armed personnel reeking of blood mingled within the crowd. In the distance, a rumbling sound could be heard. A procession of heavily laden off-road vehicles rolled into the town, heralding the return of a significant number of hunters. "Why are there so many people today?" Cao Dan inquired curiously of a nearby vendor as he hung out his sign. The vendor, an elderly man selling second-hand protective gear, glanced at Cao Dan and replied, "Pipe and mouth, you haven't heard? The Li family achieved a significant victory in the skirmish at the seaside factory, reportedly breaching a crucial intelligent machinery stronghold. The main forces have returned to recuperate." Understanding dawned upon Cao Dan. No wonder that young man in white from the black market mentioned heading to the ruins to scavenge. It seemed he was also aiming to profit from the deceased. With the surge in foot traffic, business today was exceptionally brisk. Hastily, Cao Dan displayed the modified firearms and specialty ammunition he had accumulated over time. "Isn't this Master Cao, the one who sells spiral bullets? I remember the last time I purchased his explosive rounds. I ignited that grasshopper cannon with a single shot. Truly effective. Master Cao, do you have more stock? I'll take it all." Numerous returning customers recognized Cao Dan at a glance and eagerly surrounded him. At such a moment, quality gear capable of preserving life was worth its weight in gold. In the span of just one morning, his inventory was snatched up entirely, particularly the meticulously calibrated modified rifles, which fetched a premium price. By noon, Cao Dan sat behind his now empty stall, blissfully counting a thick wad of cash in his hands. Just then, a tall shadow suddenly loomed over him. "Mr. Cao, business seems to be thriving," a voice rasped, imbued with a familiar bravado. Cao Dan looked up in surprise to see a muscular man clad in a black tactical vest standing before his stall. However, his face was obscured by a black metal mask, concealing the left side of his visage, revealing only a sharp right eye and a smirking mouth. "Mr. Cao, I almost didn't recognize you, the man remarked. Have you truly forgotten Zhao? As he spoke, he hefted a heavy machine gun from his back and set it down with a thud. Zhao Dingjian. Cao Dan scrutinized the familiar build and equipment, finally piecing it together. Captain Zhao, what happened to your face? Zhao Dingjian touched the metal mask covering his facial injury, a flicker of intensity flashing in his eyes before he broke into a hearty laugh. It's a long story. We encountered quite a tough adversary at the seaside factory, a crab-shaped self-propelled artillery. That beast was ferocious. I was fortunate to escape with only half my face marred by shrapnel from its rockets, but I managed to extract its core. His words were nonchalant. Yet Cao Dan could envision the perils involved. It was a genuine war machine. Captain Zhao, surviving such a close call surely bodes well for you. Cao Dan remarked with a bow. What are your plans upon returning? Nothing concrete as of yet. The squad suffered considerable losses and requires time to recuperate, as well as to replenish our equipment. Zhao Dingjian spoke with piercing eyes fixed on Cao Dan, uncertain whether our initial agreement still held. Of course, Cao Dan replied earnestly. I stand by my word. Any member of the Flying Bear team who comes to me for firearms or modifications will receive a 10 discount and priority supply. Even if I am out of stock, I will work through the night to produce what you need. Excellent. I appreciate your straightforwardness, Mr. Cao. Zhao Dingjian laughed heartily, removing a heavy leather pouch from his waist and casually tossing it onto Cao Dan's stall. With a thud, the pouch opened, revealing bundles of cash within. Mr. Cao, this serves as a deposit. I require 500 spiral bullets, 300 incendiary rounds, and 100 infrared tracking bullets within 3 days. Additionally, I need 50 high-quality modified firearms. Can you manage this? This is quite a substantial order. Cao Dan swiftly calculated his inventory and production capacity before nodding. No problem. Have Xiao Lu come for the goods in 3 days. Splendid. I shall take my leave. Without further ado, Zhao Dingjian slung his machine gun back over his shoulder and strode away. Cao Dan watched him depart. Not far off, in the shadows, stood a dozen fully armed men, each exuding an aura of danger, unmistakably seasoned warriors just returned from battle. As the diminutive Zhao Dingjian approached, the fierce men straightened and bowed their heads in respect. Cao Dan withdrew his gaze, squeezing the pouch of money in his hand, his expression calm. Chapter 46. Undercurrents. Upon returning home, Cao Dan found the night deepening. He relayed the news of Zhao Dingjian's return and the significant order to Zhu Hanhong. Under the dim light, the two sat at the dining table, their expressions grave. With Zhao Dingjian's return, the atmosphere in this shanty town is bound to shift, Cao Dan remarked solemnly. What do you mean? Zhu Hanhong inquired with concern. Cao Dan sighed, analyzing the situation. Consider this. These hunters have risked their lives outside, even fighting to protect the town. Now they return only to find their home transformed. Familiar neighbors are now subjugated by a group of so-called mutual aid societies and gangs demanding protection fees. More importantly, some of these hunters have likely faced personal tragedies. His gaze sharpened. Perhaps their families have been wronged, or their homes taken. These hardened men, who thrive on the edge of danger, will not swallow their pride easily. They possess firearms, real combat experience, and have just emerged from the crucible of war, their bloodlust palpable. If they confront local tyrants like Qi Lin, it will be an explosive clash. Zhu Hanhong felt a chill run down his spine. What shall we do? Us. Cao Dan let out a cold laugh. We will keep to ourselves and avoid trouble. But should anyone provoke us, they will learn the true meaning of demise. The priority now is to produce this batch of arms. Zhao Dingjian is preparing for war, and our acceptance of payment is also a statement of intent. After finishing his meal, Cao Dan immediately dove into his workshop. With the augmentation of mechanical power, his efficiency in modifying firearms and crafting specialized ammunition had reached unprecedented heights. The once cumbersome steps of disassembling, polishing, and assembling had been streamlined. Now, it sufficed to let the mechanical force permeate, fine-tune the internal structure, enhance the ignition mechanism, and etch simple rifling patterns. A mere scrap gun could be transformed into a masterpiece. In less than 2 days, 500 spiral bullets, 300 explosive rounds, 100 infrared tracking projectiles, and 50 optimized assault rifles were meticulously arranged beside the workbench. In the stillness of the night, within the bedroom, an enchanting atmosphere enveloped them. Following an intimate encounter, Cao Dan embraced Zhu Hanhong, his hand gently gliding along her smooth back. Dear, he murmured. Zhu Hanhong's voice carried a hint of languor and allure. Let us have a child, Cao Dan suddenly proposed. Zhu Hanhong's body tensed slightly as she lifted her gaze to meet his, hesitation flickering in her eyes. Now, the world outside is chaotic. Qi Lin and those gangs are in constant conflict, and with Zhao Dingjian back, isn't it unsafe to have a child now? What of the turmoil? A glint of determination flashed in Cao Dan's eyes. As long as I am alive, no one will lay a finger on you or our child. Furthermore, my physique has undergone a transformation. My genes should be exceptional, ensuring that our offspring will be a promising martial talent. However, Zhu Hanhong hesitated to voice her concerns, but was swiftly pinned beneath Cao Dan's weight. There are no buts, heed my words. As she gazed into Cao Dan's resolute and fervent eyes, her lingering doubts melted away. She wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, shyly nodding. All right, I'll follow your lead. That night, Cao Dan exerted himself with extraordinary vigor. After their union, he felt invigorated, every pore of his body seemingly refreshed. He tidied up the remnants of their previous activities, bagging the refuse before stepping outside. Upon exiting, he sensed something amiss. A metallic scent of blood hung heavily in the air. At this hour, a few hurried pedestrians could still be glimpsed on the streets. Yet, the entire avenue lay shrouded in eerie silence, every house tightly sealed, not a glimmer of light daring to escape. What had transpired? A pang of anxiety gripped Cao Dan as he discreetly quickened his pace, disposing of the trash in a distant rubble pit. Just as he prepared to return, he caught sight of a familiar figure stealthily attempting to slip back home against the wall. Edward, Cao Dan called softly. The figure jumped in fright, nearly collapsing, and upon realizing it was Cao Dan, he exhaled in relief, patting his chest. You startled me, Mr. Cao. What is going on? Cao Dan lowered his voice, inquiring. What has happened? Edward glanced around cautiously, leaning closer to whisper conspiratorially. Haven't you heard? A grave incident has transpired. Qi Lin was attacked in the dead of night and stabbed. Is he dead? Cao Dan raised an eyebrow, visibly astonished. Given Qi Lin's current security measures and personal prowess, it would not be an easy feat to take his life. Not yet, Edward replied, shaking his head with an expression of regret. He is fortunate, having only sustained minor injuries. It is rumored that another gang was responsible, while some say it was hunters who had just returned. In any case, Qi Lin has gone mad. Just moments ago, the night patrol of the Mutual Aid Society was searching frantically, akin to rabid dogs, interrogating anyone they encountered. Several innocent passers-by have already lost their lives at the street corner. As Edward spoke, his face reflected a mix of fear and remorse. Alas, the Mutual Aid Society has devolved into this dreadful state. I truly regret having supported him in the beginning. The neighborhood has not known peace. Now, people live in constant dread, scarcely daring to step outside. Cao Dan fell silent for a moment before countering. I suspect other areas are not faring much better. The powerful who participated in the offensive have returned, and now the entire shantytown and its outskirts are likely in a similarly volatile state. Whether in prosperity or ruin, it is the common folk who suffer. We, the underprivileged, endure all the hardship. Edward sighed, his eyes brimming with resignation. The two exchanged glances, each exhaling a sigh of despair. After a while, Cao Dan suddenly inquired, Edward, having navigated this town for such a long time, do you know any routes to other human settlements? Perhaps Dongji City, or even farther afield? What routes could there possibly be? Edward replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. This place is exceedingly remote, a veritable wasteland. Were it not for a family of golden hunters establishing roots here, alongside the presence of a nearby relic, this forsaken locale would have long been abandoned. To leave, one would have to travel with a trade caravan. But the cost of passage is exorbitant. One could not even gather enough by selling themselves. The two conversed for a while longer, but to no avail, and eventually returned to their respective homes. Upon returning to his workshop, Cao Dan closed the door, feeling a surprising sense of calm wash over him. Enough fretting over the futile. It is far more prudent to enhance my own strength. With my current abilities, there is truly little to fear. At worst, I shall cut off the hands of anyone who dares to reach for me and establish my dominance by taking a few lives. Resolute in this thought, Cao Dan approached his workbench, casting aside any lingering distractions, and began to delve into the research of his long-cherished exoskeletal arm. Spread out on the table were the invincible hospital remnants acquired from York, alongside some notes on mechanical transmission and power assistance that he had procured in the free trade zone. Although he had not obtained any mature schematics, the principles were well within his grasp. His recent studies had not been in vain. Merging his knowledge as a mechanic, Cao Dan had envisioned the design blueprints for a lightweight power arm in his mind. While it may not rival military-grade prosthetics capable of lifting tanks, for him at this moment, it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable weapon. Let us begin. ZZZT. The machinery roared to life, and sparks flew from the cutting tool. For the external armor, Cao Dan selected a manganese steel alloy plate for the heat forging process. This alloy is remarkably resilient and hard, exhibiting exceptional resistance to impact, making it the prime choice for crafting armor. Simple conduits were meticulously engraved upon its surface to dissipate the kinetic energy from strikes. The internal framework, however, is the piece de resistance. He employed lightweight titanium alloy tubing as the primary supportive structure, complemented by those costly miniature servo motors functioning as joint actuators. The heart of the power source is a high-pressure micro-air pump, no larger than a fist, paired with a high-energy battery pack. Ingeniously concealed within the inner side of the arm guard and heavily shielded by robust armor. A neural signal capture device is to be added here. Cao Dan cautiously affixed a lining replete with sensors to the inner side of the arm guard. This device can detect the faint bioelectrical signals generated by the contractions of the muscles in his left arm, thereby enabling the mechanical arm to perform corresponding actions. Although there is a slight delay, it becomes nearly negligible with the assistance of mechanical strength for corrective adjustments. From Cao Dan's perspective, having lived 2 lives, the control system of this lightweight powered arm is astonishingly rudimentary. The power system is crude and bulky, and the materials are an eclectic mix. Yet, it remains the most formidable individual combat equipment he can currently forge. By midday the following day, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Cao Dan opened the door to find Xiao Lu standing outside. Xiao Lu, a lean young man, bore a scar on his face that extended from his brow to the corner of his mouth, lending him a somewhat fearsome appearance. However, his demeanor at this moment was exceedingly respectful. Behind him trailed 4 burly hunters, laden with various bags, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Mr. Qiao, Team Zhao has sent me to collect the goods, Xiao Lu said, inclining his head slightly. They are all here, Cao Dan replied, gesturing toward the neatly stacked wooden crates in the yard. Xiao Lu stepped forward, deftly prying open one of the crates to retrieve a modified rifle, skillfully cycling the bolt and aiming. The crisp mechanical sound was music to the ears. A fine weapon. A flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Lu's eyes. Far superior to what we procure from the black market. The balance, the feel. Mr. Qiao, your reputation is indeed well-deserved. He further examined the boxes of specialized ammunition, particularly the hundreds of spiral rounds, and gazing at their menacing warhead design, even he, accustomed to the specter of death, felt a shiver run down his spine. The money is all here, along with the remaining balance. Xiao Lu instructed his men to carry 2 boxes inside, then directed them to begin transporting the armaments. Before departing, Xiao Lu cast a deep glance at Cao Dan and whispered, Mr. Qiao, times are turbulent. Team Zhao has sent a message. Should you encounter trouble, you can flee to the eastern junkyard, which serves as our temporary base. Please convey my gratitude to Team Zhao. Cao Dan nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, on the most vibrant street of the shanty town, before Qi Lin's grand residence, a lavish banquet was in full swing, with guests aplenty and an atmosphere of exuberance. Dozens of tables were set up right on the street, as an array of delicacies crafted from various monstrous meats flowed forth like a river. The aroma wafted for several streets, enticing countless passers-by to swallow their saliva, yet none dared to approach. My esteemed brothers, you have toiled hard these past few days for the flourishing of our guild. I have witnessed your blood and sweat. Come, let us raise a toast. Qi Lin, clad in a black tang suit, stood up with vigor, gesturing around him before lifting his wine cup and proclaiming loudly. His face was aglow, completely devoid of the disarray and despondency he had displayed after the assassination attempt days prior. Instead, he radiated an air of an indomitable leader. Moreover, I wish to seize this rare opportunity to announce several matters. Qi Lin surveyed the crowd, his voice resonant. First, effective today, we shall no longer be known as the Mutual Aid Society. We are officially rebranded as the Qilin Gang. As soon as the words left his lips, the members erupted into cheers. Indeed, it was about time. The name Mutual Aid Society lacked the essence of a true gang. Qilin Gang, formidable and majestic. Long live our leader Qi. Following our leader, we shall feast and revel. Qi Lin raised his hands to quiet the crowd, and they fell silent. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes as he continued. Second, everyone is aware of Zhao Dingjian, who, having just returned, flaunts his hunter lineage, arrogantly disregarding others, and even dares to send assassins after me. This is utterly intolerable. Therefore, I have resolved to dismantle the Fei Xiong team within 10 days, making Zhao Dingjian pay a bloody price, so that all will know who truly holds dominion over this shanty town. With that, he tilted back his head and downed the strong liquor in one go, then forcefully hurled the cup to the ground. Crash! The cup shattered into pieces. Excellent. Let us deal with him decisively. Who does Zhao Dingjian think he is, daring to contest our leader's territory, resorting to such despicable assassination tactics? He is truly a base and shameless wretch. We shall crush the Fei Xiong team, and thereafter, this territory will belong to us. The members of the guild erupted into a clamor, their faces flushed with drink, pounding the tables as if Zhao Dingjian were already on their chopping block. Qi Lin sat back with a satisfied smile, surrounded by those toasting him, each one flattering him. He welcomed them all, engaging in boisterous laughter while downing drink after drink, brimming with a grand vision of his future dominion over the shanty town. In the midst of this revelry, a trusted informant hurried over, whispering into Qi Lin's ear, "Leader, we have just received news that the mechanic Cao Dan has supplied Zhao Dingjian with a large cache of arms, and it is said he possesses several valuable items." The smile on Qi Lin's face gradually faded, and the once drunken haze in his eyes was replaced by a cold glint of murderous intent. Rubbing the jade ring on his thumb, he coldly remarked, "Cao Dan, humph, he chooses to drink the bitter wine instead of the sweet. Send more men to keep a close watch on him and observe his movements. Once we have dealt with Zhao Dingjian, he shall be next on our list." Chapter 47. The situation in the following days, the surroundings of Mailil Town descended into utter chaos. The Qilin gang, led by Qi Lin, clashed violently with the Flying Bear team, headed by Zhao Dingjian, akin to two ferocious beasts locked in a savage struggle within the confines of this cramped shantytown. The two factions engaged in numerous large-scale skirmishes over territory, water sources, and even a few dilapidated buildings. Gunfire, explosions, and anguished cries became the predominant symphony of these turbulent days. Countless casualties were reported, and the local residents dared not venture outdoors, fearing stray bullets. Even the vicinity of Cao Dan's residence was not spared. Boom, boom. One morning, a barrage of gunfire erupted at the doorstep. Cao Dan was in his workshop, meticulously refining the final components of a lightweight power arm, when he heard the commotion. Frowning, he grasped a modified shotgun and stepped outside. Before him, an open space was occupied by two opposing groups. On one side stood over 20 members of the Qilin gang, clad in matching black training attire with red cloth strips tied around their arms, brandishing machetes and makeshift firearms, exuding an aggressive demeanor. Opposing them were a dozen well-equipped hunters in camouflage, evidently members of the Flying Bear team. Despite their smaller numbers, they displayed fierce resolve, taking cover behind several garbage bins. The ground was already stained with the blood of 3 or 4 corpses, the air heavy with the metallic scent of blood. Damn it! This territory was claimed by our Qilin gang first. You'd better scram if you know what's good for you, a small leader of the Qilin gang shouted, brandishing his machete. Bullshit. This is in front of my house. You bloodsuckers collecting protection fees want to take this place? You'd better ask my gun if it agrees, retorted a hunter from the Flying Bear team, raising his weapon to fire a volley. Just as it seemed both sides were on the brink of a violent confrontation, a thunderous voice boomed, halting them in their tracks. Enough. Cao Dan emerged with a somber expression, striding forward. The muzzle of his shotgun hung low, glinting ominously. Upon seeing him, both factions hesitated. The small leader of the Qilin gang recognized Cao Dan, his face betraying a flicker of apprehension. After all, Cao Dan was a veteran of the Mutual Aid Society. Although Qi Lin, the leader of the Qilin gang, harbored intentions against him, he had yet to issue a formal order, and it was rumored that Cao Dan was a formidable opponent. Mr. Cao, the small leader managed a strained smile. This is a matter concerning our gang. It would be best if you did not intervene. The hunters, too, recognized Cao Dan as the influential figure who supplied arms to their Zhao team, lowering their weapons slightly in respect. This is my doorstep. Cao Dan coldly surveyed the scene, his tone commanding. I care not whether you fight for territory or personal vendetta. If you wish to brawl, take it far from here. Should any blood spill upon my walls, Do not blame me for being unkind." With that, he abruptly raised his weapon and fired at a nearby piece of discarded steel. Boom! With a thunderous bang, a steel plate, 5 millimeters thick, was blasted open, leaving a gaping hole the size of a basketball, its edges melting away. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Such power, if directed at a person, would undoubtedly leave nothing but a mangled corpse. A small leader from the Chilean gang swallowed hard, weighing the pros and cons, and deemed it unwise to offend such a formidable adversary over a mere patch of territory. He waved his hand dismissively, conceding, "All right, let us retreat for Mr. Chow's sake." The hunters from the Flying Bear team also sheathed their weapons and nodded at Cao Dan, saying, "Mr. Chow, our apologies. Let South find another place to deal with these scoundrels." As he watched the two groups grumble and depart, Cao Dan felt no relief. Rather, he sighed inwardly. In this wretched world, why was it so difficult to lead a quiet life? He shook his head, glanced at the unclaimed bodies on the ground, and hastily made his way home. By evening, the setting sun bled crimson. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Cao Dan opened it to find Edward standing there, looking utterly dejected, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. "Brother Cao, I come to trouble you once more," Edward rasped, his gaze unfocused. Cao Dan welcomed him inside. Once seated, Edward began to pour out his woes. His voice tinged with a quaver. "Chilean has become increasingly outrageous. Today, he sent people to surround my home, claiming he wished to invite me to the Chilean gang. But in reality, he wants me to join him and concoct dream dust for him, insisting on daily quotas, or he'll chop off my fingers. Brother Cao, you must speak on my behalf. You're an elder, and Chilean will certainly give you face." Dream dust? At Edward's words, Cao Dan nearly dropped his teacup, staring incredulously at the timid middle-aged man before him. "Are you saying that the addictive dream dust from the nearby shantytown is sourced from you?" He had often wondered how Edward, who seemed to engage in no legitimate business, could afford such expensive alchemical equipment and extraordinary materials. It turned out that this man was a major drug lord, with a portion of the hallucinogens in the shantytown stemming from his operations. The original owner of this body had indulged in it frequently. This seemingly honest man was not as innocent as he appeared. Cao Dan furrowed his brow, falling into a moment of silence. Edward looked at him with a glimmer of hope, as if he were clutching at the last lifeline. "Edward, I wish to assist you." Cao Dan sighed, speaking slowly, "But the stakes are too high. Dream dust represents exorbitant profits. Since Chilean has set his sights on this lucrative venture, no one's influence will carry weight. Moreover, my relationship with Chilean is hardly one of camaraderie. The current Chilean gang is no longer the mutual aid society it once was." Cao Dan regarded Edward with a serious tone. "Chilean is after you precisely because of the dream dust you produce, which is in high demand throughout the shantytown. For him, it was akin to a hen that laid golden eggs. For this, he would go to any lengths. Even without Chilean, there would still be Wang Hu, Li Xiong, and Zhang Mao seeking him out." With a resounding slap, Edward struck his own face, instantly revealing 5 finger marks. "This is the consequence of your greed. A lesson you never seem to learn," he lamented. "Alas, this dream powder truly is the source of calamity. Had I known, I would never have concocted or sold it." Overwhelmed with regret, he cradled his face, weeping profusely. In truth, Cao Dan contemplated for a moment before offering some solace. Joining the Chilean gang to refine potions may not necessarily be a misfortune. Selling them covertly, without any backing, poses greater peril. One day, you might find yourself lifeless in the streets. Though you would lose your freedom within the gang, at least your life would be spared. Chilean would hesitate to eliminate this source of wealth. Edward slumped despondently in his chair, his gaze vacant as it fixated on the ceiling. "Oh, I suppose I have brought this upon myself," he murmured, lost in reminiscence. "How glorious were my days of yore. At the age of 12, a passing itinerant alchemist discerned my potential as an extraordinary individual. At that time, I fancied myself a chosen one, a favored child of the divine. My master whisked me away from that foul, stench-ridden refuse heap. What was its name again? I have long forgotten, only recalling that there were more flies than people there. My master always asserted that I possessed remarkable talent and would surely become a formal practitioner in the future. He was a downcast, extraordinary being, yet a truly kind soul. Each time he scrimped and saved to purchase mutated beast meat, he would deny himself just to nourish my body." A bitter smile crept upon Edward's lips as he reflected. "I too was determined, after merely 4 years of cultivation, By the age of 16, I had already attained the level of a novice extraordinary practitioner. How proud I was then, convinced that I would surely rise to prominence. Yet, poverty remained my constant companion. His voice dwindled. Even as a novice extraordinary practitioner, I was still impoverished. I could scarcely afford a decent piece of meat or a respectable garment. When my master passed away, I had to borrow money even for his coffin. Until one fortuitous day, I stumbled upon a fragmented potion formula, and I began experimenting with fervor. Lacking a chemical cauldron, I utilized earthenware pots. Devoid of materials, I risked my life gathering resources in the wild, and ultimately, I did manage to concoct the dream powder. A glimmer ignited in Edward's eyes as he recounted the thrill of selling that first vial of potion, exchanging it for a thick wad of cash, a euphoric sensation that soared to the heavens, forever etched in my memory. Alas, I grew weary of poverty. Since that moment, I became enamored with potion making, obsessed with amassing wealth, and indulging in pleasure. He rambled on, recounting his journey from a gifted youth to a middle-aged man consumed by his obsession with hallucinogens. Had I resisted temptation back then and continued to strive for excellence, I would not only be a novice extraordinary practitioner today, but perhaps a seasoned one. Instead, I find myself, akin to a dog, coerced into making potions, devoid of the strength to resist. Listening to these words, Cao Dan felt a tinge of melancholy within his heart. In this world, it is all too easy to ruin a genius. It is never too late to cultivate oneself, Cao Dan casually reassured. One can practice until old age. Your foundation remains. As long as you refrain from seeking shortcuts, a path will eventually emerge. Just as he spoke, a soft patter of footsteps approached. Zhu Hanhong entered, gracefully bearing a tea tray, placing 2 steaming cups of tea upon the table. Enjoy your tea. She did not linger, merely offering a polite smile to Edward before turning to exit, closing the door behind her. Watching Zhu Hanhong's gentle and exquisite silhouette, envy flickered in Edward's eyes. Ah, you truly have it good, Brother Cao, he lamented. With strength, status, and women, this is what life ought to be. Suddenly, he chuckled nervously, producing 2 crumpled little packets from his pocket and handing them to Cao Dan. You know, women can be quite troublesome at times. Care for a bit of dream powder? This is my special reserve, of the highest purity. A single inhalation guarantees a more tantalizing experience than any woman. In your dreams, you could reign as emperor. Shall I gift you 2 packets? Cao Dan's lips twitched at the sight of the shabby packets, a wave of revulsion washing over him. No need. Keep it for yourself, he replied with irritation, inwardly cursing. This fellow deserves to be caught in the drug trade. He is beyond saving. Chapter 48. Internal energy external release. After bidding Edward farewell, Cao Dan shook his head. In this wretched world, only power stands as the eternal truth. He turned back to the training room, shutting the soundproof door behind him. Inside, the lighting was dim. Cao Dan, bare-chested, exhibited a physique reminiscent of a marble sculpture. His muscles perfectly defined. Sweat trickled down his spine, glistening under the light. At that moment, he wielded a sword that was strikingly disproportionate to his frame. This sword, the size of a door, was forged from the armor steel of a discarded tank, weighing a staggering 80 kilograms. Its blade was rough, having yet to be finely polished, with jagged edges resembling a slab of iron meant for bludgeoning. However, in the hands of Cao Dan, whose physique surpassed 8 points, this heavy sword felt as light as a feather. With a flick of his wrist, the sword sliced through the air, tracing a chilling arc. Though the blade was cumbersome, it moved with a serpent-like agility in his grasp, occasionally blurring as it emitted a spine-tingling hiss, the sound of air being violently torn apart. As he continued his practice, Cao Dan suddenly sensed an anomaly. As his internal energy surged through his meridians, the sensation of fluidity intensified. When he swung the sword, the internal energy surged uncontrollably through his arm and into the iron sword. A deep, resonant hum erupted. The surface of the ebony door-sized sword was suddenly enveloped in a thick, ink-like black aura. The layer of air membrane continued to flow gently, exuding an oppressive sense that was almost suffocating. What is this phenomenon? The internal energy manifesting outward? Cao Dan's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind awash with disbelief. Yet, his hands remained steady, undeterred. In this state, the cumbersome weapon seemed to transform into an extension of his very being, a manifestation of his intent. With a sudden burst of clarity, Cao Dan stepped forward decisively, executing the simplest of techniques, the force-splitting Mount Hua, with a thunderous strike. The ground trembled. Without even making contact, the black wave generated by the sword's edge cleaved a half-meter-long crack into the solid concrete floor. Debris scattered, dust swirling in the air. Goodness! Startled, Cao Dan quickly withdrew his strike. Had this blow landed on a person, it would have surely left nothing but remnants. Almost immediately, a wave of weakness washed over him. He realized that his internal energy had diminished significantly, as if that one strike had drained a tenth of his reserves. While the power was immense, the toll it exacted was frightening. Catching his breath, he gazed at the massive sword in his hand. The once cold steel had now become exceedingly hot, radiating at least 40 to 50 degrees Celsius, its surface even tinged with a faint red from the heat. This indicated that the internal energy not only possessed physical impact, but also carried a terrifying thermal or shockwave effect. Clearly, my understanding of martial arts is still too limited, thought Cao Dan. What exactly is the principle behind manifesting internal energy outward? Is there a technique to mitigate the consumption? He resolved to visit the Practitioner Association soon to delve deeper into the subject. Upon examining his panel, he noted, Skill, Basic Swordsmanship, LV6, Special Effect. Internal Energy Manifestation 1 allows internal energy to adhere to weapons, significantly enhancing destructive power and attack range, accompanied by shockwave and thermal damage. Indeed, an upgrade. A surge of joy filled Cao Dan's heart. A LV6 skill had transcended the limits of an ordinary person, entering the realm of the extraordinary. Eager to share this good news with Zhu Hanhong, he wiped away his sweat, donned a coat, and exited the training room, making his way to the living room. To his surprise, Zhu Hanhong was not resting. Instead, she sat cross-legged on the sofa, her hands forming a peculiar mudra, eyes closed, brow furrowed, clearly in a critical moment of focus. Cao Dan remained silent. Target, Zhu Hanhong, partner, skill, abilities cultivation method, LV1. She has succeeded. A spark of realization illuminated Cao Dan's mind. After days of rigorous training, she had finally grasped the incomplete cultivation method through her own insight. This marked the emergence of a true seed of an extraordinary being. Since you have embarked on this path, allow me to lend you my support, Cao Dan thought, as he focused his mind. Do you wish to use the item, skill enhancement card, beginner, on your partner, Zhu Hanhong? A formless golden radiance instantaneously enveloped Zhu Hanhong's body. She shuddered slightly, her previously unstable aura suddenly becoming steady and profound. The atmosphere around her seemed to grow distinctly fresher, and a subtle luminescence emanated from her skin. Moments later, Zhu Hanhong slowly opened her eyes. In that instant, a glimmer of green flickered within the depths of her pupils. Darling. Seeing Cao Dan standing nearby, Zhu Hanhong joyfully leaped up. I believe I have broken through. I felt a bit stuck just now, but suddenly everything became clear. The energy within me feels more than doubled. You have accumulated strength over time, coupled with your diligent training these past few days, Cao Dan remarked with a smile, gently ruffling her hair, deliberately omitting any mention of the skill card. That's wonderful. I now feel capable of healing multiple severely injured individuals without even breaking a sweat. Zhu Hanhong exclaimed, her excitement akin to that of a young girl. The two shared a tender moment, reveling in each other's training successes. As evening descended, Cao Dan felt a restless yearning, particularly eager to find a place to truly unleash his technique, internal energy projection. Fearing damage to his home, he stepped outside, intending to seek out an abandoned construction site on the edge of the shanty town for some practice. Not far from home, Cao Dan's acute perception suddenly detected a gaze upon him. He swiftly turned his head, his eyes flashing like lightning, piercing through the dimly lit street to land upon a man lurking in the shadow of a utility pole several meters away. The man wore ordinary work attire, appearing at first glance to be a laborer just finishing his shift. However, the moment Cao Dan's gaze met his, the man's eyes flickered in evasion, and a hint of panic crossed his features as he instinctively attempted to turn away. Something's amiss. Cao Dan's expression darkened as he strode towards him with purpose. Halt! His cold command froze the man's steps. Cao Dan closed the distance, his voice icy. Whose man are you? Why are you surveilling this area? The man turned to face him, feigning composure. I don't understand what you're talking about. I live nearby, and was merely passing through. Is that not permissible? That's a lie. Cao Dan pressed, his formidable aura intensifying. I know precisely how many residents inhabit this street, and what they look like. Who are you? What is your purpose here? Cold sweat trickled down the man's forehead, and he involuntarily swallowed hard. Under the fierce pressure emanating from Cao Dan, his thoughts became disordered. Instinctively, his right hand moved towards the bulging area at his lower back. Seeking death, Cao Dan's gaze sharpened. In that fleeting moment when the man's hand brushed against the gun's handle, Cao Dan sprang into action. Fast. So fast. The explosive force granted by his physique propelled him forward, leaving behind only an afterimage. A resounding slap struck the man's face, sending him crashing to the ground before he could even comprehend what had transpired. Simultaneously, a faint blue electric shimmer of mechanical force flickered across Cao Dan's palm. And like a magnet, the pistol at the man's waist was wrenched from his grasp and landed steadily in Cao Dan's hand. The man, now sprawled on the ground, howled in agony, half of his face swelling grotesquely, blood spilling from his mouth as several teeth mixed with the crimson froth were expelled. At that moment, his head throbbed with a relentless buzzing, and darkness began to cloud his vision. Before he could rise, a boot pressed firmly against his neck. A slight increase in pressure brought forth an overwhelming sensation of suffocation. Cao Dan loomed above him, the barrel of the gun aimed squarely at his forehead. His voice as frigid as ice. Are you not going to speak? Then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. In these times, it is not uncommon for lives to be lost. Cao. Mr. Cao, please show mercy. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. At that moment, a stranger hurriedly approached from a distance. As he ran, a forced smile adorned his face, his hands raised in a gesture of peace. Do you know me? Cao Dan did not relent. Instead, he became more vigilant, the gun's muzzle subtly shifting to lock onto the newcomer. A misunderstanding? I am most curious to hear how this misunderstanding arose. Should you fail to provide a reasonable explanation, none shall depart unscathed today. Calm yourself, Mr. Cao. Please, calm yourself. The approaching man, upon reaching closer, glanced at his battered companion on the ground, a flicker of discomfort crossing his face. Before hastily bowing to Cao Dan, we are but brothers of the Chilean gang, not residents of this street. Our interactions are scarce, hence your unfamiliarity with us. We are here purely on orders, tasked with a mission. Oh, a mission? Cao Dan narrowed his eyes. What sort of mission requires one to lurk stealthily at my doorstep? The man appeared troubled, hesitating momentarily. However, upon meeting Cao Dan's menacing gaze, he quickly managed a wry smile. Under normal circumstances, this would be a confidential matter. However, as an esteemed elder of the Mutual Aid Society, you are not an outsider. I trust that reporting this to you would not incur the wrath of Chief Chi. Thus, I shall speak candidly. We have been dispatched to monitor Edward. Edward? At the mention of the name, Cao Dan's mind clicked into place. It was clear now. Chi Lin feared losing this golden goose, hence the round-the-clock surveillance. Edward had just emerged from his residence, and these two spies had likely lost track of him or wished to observe whom he was meeting, which explained their presence nearby. It seemed he had been overly tense and sensitive as of late. So that is the case. The cold expression on Cao Dan's face melted away like snow, replaced by a warm smile. He promptly released his foot and even bent down to assist the dazed man on the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothing with a considerate gesture. A misunderstanding occurred, and I sincerely apologize. I hope you, my esteemed brothers, will not take offense. Cao Dan reversed the gun in his hand and returned it to the pig-headed man, repeatedly bowing in apology. I initially thought it was that inconsiderate thief coming to scout the area. I may have been a bit too forceful, and I am truly sorry. No worries, no worries. It's all good now that we've cleared the air. The man who had mediated the conflict also breathed a sigh of relief, quickly waving his hand. It was our fault for not notifying Mr. Cao in advance. It's entirely understandable. Even the unfortunate fellow, who had been thoroughly beaten, now clutched his swollen cheek, struggling to muster a smile that was more painful than sorrowful. Indeed, Mr. Chao's skills are admirable, truly commendable. For a moment, the atmosphere in the dimly lit street was harmonious, everyone smiling as if the earlier scene filled with animosity had never transpired. Chapter 49. Taking the initiative, Cao Dan watched the retreating figures of the two men, his gaze gradually becoming profound. He turned around and happened to see Zhu Hanhong, who appeared somewhat worried, leaning against the doorframe, clearly having heard the commotion outside. Once they entered the room, Cao Dan promptly locked the door behind him. What's wrong? Zhu Hanhong gazed at him with concern in her beautiful eyes, reaching out to adjust his collar. That noise earlier was quite loud. Are you all right? I'm fine. Just a small misunderstanding. Thankfully, it has been resolved, Cao Dan replied with a smile, attempting to appear at ease. He settled into the living room. But the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was amiss. Monitoring Edward to prevent his escape seemed like a reasonable excuse. However, if the sole purpose was to observe Edward, why did the spy's eyes betray such panic when he noticed me? That expression was not merely one of embarrassment from being discovered. It was reminiscent of a thief caught in the act. Was it fear of his own power? No. If they were merely executing a gang task, backed by the formidable Chelan gang, they should have been more confident in dealing with a so-called former elder, exhibiting a sense of professional decorum or even a certain arrogance. Instead, they displayed a subconscious urge to flee. Unless their true target was me. Cao Dan lightly tapped his fingers on his knee, his mind racing. However, one thing puzzled him. If it was indeed Chelan who sent someone to monitor him, what could be the motive behind such actions? He had never had any direct conflict with Chelan, even when Chelan had reached out to him a few times, which he had declined. It shouldn't have escalated to this. Cao Dan had politely turned down his offers, maintaining respect for the other party. After that, both sides had kept to themselves, coexisting peacefully. Could it be that he was overthinking? Cao Dan pondered silently, yet in his heart, he grew wary of Chelan. No, something wasn't right. Suddenly, a spark of insight flashed through his mind. It was because of the batch of military arms sold to Zhao Dingjian. Chelan had just declared his intent to crush the Fei Xiong team within 10 days, and immediately afterward, Zhao Dingjian managed to acquire a powerful arsenal from me. In the eyes of Chelan, a tyrant with an overwhelming desire for control, this was undoubtedly an act of betrayal, even a provocation. After being subjected to surveillance, Cao Dan found himself devoid of any inclination to venture out and experiment with the external manifestation of his inner energy. The sensation of being covertly watched was as uncomfortable as a thorn in his side. At this very moment, within Chelan's brightly lit mansion, laughter and joyous chatter filled the air, creating an atmosphere of utmost exuberance. This time, we owe it all to Brother Zhang. Were it not for his masterful arrangement of landmines that lured the Flying Bear squad into a trap, this battle would not have unfolded so smoothly. It is a pity, however, that Zhao Dingjian managed to evade death thanks to his agility. Our victory is not entirely complete, Chelan proclaimed, holding his wine glass aloft, his face aglow with triumph. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man in his 30s, the very hero of this ambush, recently recruited by Chelan for his expertise in trap-making. Oh no, Chief. Your praise is unwarranted, the modest man, surnamed Zhang, responded, repeatedly gesturing dismissively. I possess but a modicum of skill. It is your wisdom and valor, along with the bravery of my fellow brothers, that secured this victory. He paused, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. As for the Flying Bear squad, although Zhao Dingjian escaped this time, their main force has been severely wounded. I believe Zhao's fate is all but sealed. Their downfall is merely a matter of time. Brother Zhang speaks the truth, chimed in a drunken comrade nearby, who enthusiastically echoed, once we have annexed the Flying Bear squad, who in the surrounding areas could possibly rival our Chelan gang? Soon, Chief Chi will unify the slum districts, and perhaps even establish dominion over the core area of Mail Town. Such a day is not far off. Indeed, it is destined to be so. Our leader is the chosen one, the assembled members boasted, fueled by the intoxicating effects of alcohol. Although Chelan was acutely aware that these were mere empty flattery, he reveled in the moment, feeling a sense of unbounded satisfaction. The exhilarating power of controlling the lives and deaths of others, basking in the reverence of countless admirers, was akin to a potent drug, leaving one utterly entranced. Just as he prepared to feign modesty, a trusted aide hurriedly entered through a side door and whispered a few words into his ear. Chelan's smile faltered slightly. Then he waved his hand to signal the others to continue their revelry while he and the aide retreated to a private chamber at the back. The atmosphere in the chamber instantly turned somber. Have we been discovered? Chelan inquired, seated in an imposing chair, idly toying with 2 iron balls. His expression dark as he regarded the 2 subordinates kneeling before him. Yes, Chief, replied the lead man, the very one who had attempted to mediate earlier, his face now a mask of fear. Despite our utmost caution, we did not anticipate Cao Dan's vigilance. He detected us from dozens of meters away. Fortunately, my subordinate was clever enough to fabricate a story about monitoring Edward, which allowed us to deflect his suspicion. Chelan let out a non-committal grunt. his gaze shifting to another individual. Ergo, what happened to your face? Before him stood Ergo, a lackey whose visage was swollen to the point of resembling a grotesquely overripe purple bun, his eyes mere slits, and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Back again, Boss Chi, Ergo mumbled, each word causing him to grimace in pain. That Cao Dan Wunti listened to my explanations and just attacked me. With a resounding thud, Chi Lin slammed the iron rod he held onto the wooden table, creating a dent in the surface. Displeasure coursed through him, his anger flickering momentarily. This was not merely an assault on Ergo, it was an affront to Chi Lin himself. In this dilapidated district, who did not know that these two were under his command? Chao's audacity to strike with such ferocity indicated a blatant disregard for Chi Lin's authority. That scoundrel, Cao Dan. Chi Lin gritted his teeth, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. When he usually referred to him as Mr. Cao, it was a gesture of respect. Yet Cao had clearly deluded himself into thinking he was of significance. How dare he lay a hand on his men? The side room fell into a heavy silence. His two subordinates too frightened to even breathe. After what felt like an eternity, Chi Lin inhaled deeply, striving to quell the unbridled fury within. He was at the peak of his power. He could not allow such trivial matters to disrupt his composure and jeopardize his plans to annex the Feixiong team. Since he had not aroused any deep suspicions, the surveillance would continue for the next few days. However, this time I want a few sharper minds on the task, keeping their distance. I need to know his daily activities, whom he meets, especially if he continues to deliver goods to Zhao Dingjian. As his influence solidified and his territory expanded, the desire for absolute supremacy within him grew ever more voracious. Individuals like Cao Dan, who possessed both strength and a rebellious spirit, had become an irksome thorn in his side, robbing him of peace. Understood, boss. The two men, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled out of the room. That night, in the training room, Cao Dan sat cross-legged, attempting to circulate his internal energy, yet his mind remained tumultuous. The sensation of being watched gnawed at him, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, its tongue flicking in anticipation, driving him to distraction. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, halting his practice. The door creaked open, and familiar light footsteps accompanied by a subtle fragrance wafted in. Zhu Hanhong entered, carrying a cup of steaming tea, and settled beside him, her voice soft. What troubles you? If you cannot concentrate on your practice, it may be wise to rest early. Your brows are furrowed deeply. Cao Dan took the cup and set it aside, reaching for her delicate, warm hand. It's nothing, just a bit vexing, he sighed. He refrained from divulging the details of the surveillance, wishing to spare Zhu Hanhong from unnecessary anxiety. Is it about what happened earlier? Zhu Hanhong, perceptive and astute, had already deduced the source of his distress. Yes. Cao Dan nodded slightly, a flicker of sternness passing through his eyes. Some flies, when left undisturbed, insist on buzzing around you. That feeling is quite irksome. Then swat them down. Zhu Hanhong suddenly interjected, her tone remarkably calm, which took Cao Dan aback. She tightened her grip on his hand. Darling, in the past, I might have advised you to endure. But now I believe that only by instilling fear in them can we lead a peaceful life. Looking into his wife's resolute gaze warmed Cao Dan's heart. Rest assured, I know my limits. At 2 a.m, the entire shanty town lay enveloped in a deathly silence, punctuated only by the occasional murmurs of drunken men in the distance. Faint and indistinct, Cao Dan stood at the doorway, clad in a black coat, donning the mask of many lives. He pressed a switch, and the mask writhed, transforming into a cold, ordinary face. Since you prefer to engage in the shadows, I shall indulge you. A glimmer of frost flashed in Cao Dan's eyes as he gently pushed open a crack in the door, his figure slipping seamlessly into the dark corner. Chapter 50. The Initiative, Part 2. In a desolate shack, in a chilly corner, Jean Nayo rubbed his sore neck and looked at his companion with a smirk of schadenfreude. Does your face still hurt? Hiss. Wang Ergo clutched his swollen face, resembling a pig's head, and drew a sharp breath. Don't mention it. Just thinking about it makes it throb again. That guy really hit hard. I still feel a bit dizzy, and everything I see is double. He spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, grumbling, staring at us day and night. When will this torment end? The boss insists on clashing with Zhao Dingjian, making us suffer. Who asked for our gang to be short-handed lately? Jean Nayo patted his shoulder and whispered comfortingly, though it's tough now, just think. Once we eliminate the Flying Bear Squad, our Qilin gang will reign supreme in this area. By then, We old brothers will surely secure positions as hall masters. Glorious days lie ahead. We just need to endure a bit longer. True, Wang Ergo nodded, preparing to say more. Just then, a shadow unexpectedly emerged from the darkness ahead, startling both men, their hearts racing. Before they could react, Cao Dan's figure flickered, appearing like a specter behind them. Bang! Bang! Two precise chops struck the back of their heads. The terrifying strength bestowed by the physique of 804 was formidable, even with Cao Dan holding back. Those two strikes felt like hammers. They fell to the ground without a sound, eyes rolling back in submission, utterly defenseless. With an expressionless face, Cao Dan seized one by the collar, as if lifting two lifeless dogs, swiftly dragging them into a more secluded darkness. 100 meters away, within a forsaken construction site shack, Cao Dan unceremoniously tossed the two men onto the ground, deftly relieving them of their firearms, magazines, and even the daggers concealed within their boots. After completing this task, he approached the unfortunate Wang Ergu, who had been so brash during the day. Squatting down, Cao Dan delivered several resounding slaps to the already swollen face before him. The sharp pain jolted through Wang Ergu's nerves as he groaned back to consciousness, feeling as though his head was being pounded by 100 tiny drummers. Struggling to open his eyes, which were swollen nearly shut, he caught a glimpse of the man in front of him by the moonlight filtering through the shattered window. The face was cold and impassive, unmistakably that of the menacing figure from earlier. You. Wang Ergu's face turned pale with terror, and he instinctively tried to retreat, only to find his body utterly weak and unresponsive. The questions you left unanswered earlier will be pursued now. The night is long, and we have ample time. Cao Dan's voice was eerily calm, as he toyed with the handgun he had taken from Wang Ergu, adding, "Why were you monitoring me, Mr. Cao?" "It's truly a misunderstanding," Wang Ergu stammered, panic flooding his mind. "Didn't I tell you during the day? We were watching Edward. It was merely a coincidence." Smack! The sharp sound echoed as Cao Dan delivered a swift slap, the force resonating in Wang Ergu's skull, leaving him bloodied, with his already injured cheek torn open to reveal raw muscle fibers. "Incorrect answer," Cao Dan stated coldly. "I swear I'm not lying." Smack! Another crushing blow sent several bloodied teeth flying. Wang Ergu felt darkness closing in, his left ear ringing with silence, and his remaining teeth dwindling. Another incorrect answer. Cao Dan leaned closer, his eyes glinting ominously in the dark. "You have one last chance. Why were you monitoring me? Think carefully before you respond. If you get it wrong this time, a bullet will pierce your brain." The cold barrel of the gun pressed against Wang Ergu's forehead, and a wave of terror washed over him. Confronted by the expressionless face of Cao Dan, which radiated lethal intent, Wang Ergu's mental defenses crumbled. He sensed that this man was not joking. I don't know the specifics. It's not my concern. It was all Boss Chi's orders. We were merely following directives." Wang Ergu trembled uncontrollably, his face smeared with tears, mucus, and blood. "Please don't kill me." That was an excellent response. Cao Dan retracted his gun, gently patting Wang Ergu's cheek, his tone softening slightly. "Think again. Why would Boss Chi be monitoring me? There must be a reason. It's because Boss Chi dislikes you." Wang Ergu gulped, spilling the information as if from a bamboo tube. "He said you are an unstable factor, powerful, yet unwilling to submit. He even suspects you might be colluding with Zhao Dingjian to provide support to the Flying Bear Squad. Thus, let us maintain constant vigilance. Should any irregularity arise, what then? Execute without hesitation." "Huh." Cao Dan chuckled, his smile tinged with a chilling coldness. "Displeasure? Doubt? Unstable factors? Is it for these unfounded reasons that one must be condemned to death? He spends his days confined within the walls of his home, wishing only to lead a simple life, having neither provoked nor offended anyone, and yet he is deemed a necessary threat to be eradicated? In this lawless wasteland, weakness is a sin, but sometimes power that is unrestrained is also a transgression." "Understood." Cao Dan nodded, rising to his feet. "Will you spare me?" Wang Ergo asked tremulously, his swollen eyes filled with a profound yearning for life. "In your next life, may you be born under a fortunate star." Cao Dan replied softly. In the next instant, a bone-crunching snap echoed. Cao Dan's hand, like a vice, swiftly crushed his neck. Wang Ergo's head tilted grotesquely to one side. His body convulsed violently for a few moments before falling completely still. In this line of work, one must always be prepared for this day. At that moment, Jin Naiyu, who had been feigning death nearby, suddenly sprang to life. Though he had been knocked unconscious, He regained consciousness before Wang Ergo and had been holding his breath, waiting for an opportunity. Seeing Cao Dan's back turned, he dashed towards the broken door. However, he had barely taken a step when a fist, imbued with a terrifying force, struck him from behind. Bang! This punch was devoid of any flourish, containing only raw power. Jin Naiu's skull caved in instantly, blood and brain matter splattering forth. His headless corpse, propelled by inertia, staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground. I had already noticed your treachery. Cao Dan wiped the filth from his hands, gazing at the lifeless body on the ground, and remarked softly, I expected you to bide your time until I let my guard down, yet you proved to be nothing more than a coward. He cleaned his hands on a piece of tattered cloth and settled into a corner. Why is it so difficult to lead a tranquil life? Cao Dan sighed, retrieving a crumpled cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. As the smoke curled around him, his gaze grew increasingly serene. This act of murder felt remarkably calm. His heartbeat hardly quickened, as if it were as natural as eating or drinking. This damned world forces him to become an executioner. Since Qi Lin harbors murderous intent, it is a situation of life and death. Rather than waiting for the other party to mobilize a large force to encircle him, it is better to strike first. Once suspicion has taken root, it is best to take decisive action. Cao Dan extinguished the cigarette, a flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes. Chapter 51, Assassination. At 3 a.m, the night was as dark as ink, the air heavy with a chilling aura of death. Cao Dan donned a sleek black outfit designed for nocturnal escapades, securing the formidable python revolver at his waist. Upon exiting the makeshift dwelling, he encountered a jovial group of members from the Qilin gang, laughing and chatting as they passed by. He swiftly concealed himself in the shadows behind a utility pole. His breath barely perceptible, heartbeats meticulously subdued to their lowest frequency. Only when the group had distanced themselves did he re-emerge into the darkness, proceeding with utmost caution to evade several patrols. In the span of a short tea break, he safely approached the vicinity of the Qilin residence. This expansive estate, once the domicile of a certain professional, had been repurposed as the headquarters of the Qilin gang. Cao Dan concealed himself on the 3rd floor of a derelict building. Observing from an elevated vantage point, it was undeniable that Qi Lin possessed a profound fear of death. All around were visible sentinels, both overt and covert. In his line of sight alone, no fewer than 10 guards were stationed. Barbed wire adorned the walls, and within the courtyard, several mutated guard dogs patrolled their territory. Clearly, the security measures had escalated significantly since the last assassination attempt. Cao Dan stifled his increasingly rapid heartbeat and suppressed the urge to storm in and unleash carnage. Patience was paramount. The guards were still too alert. He remained motionless, akin to a stone, as time slipped by. Eventually, the eastern sky began to blush with the first light of dawn. The once vigilant guards now succumbed to yawns, with a few even dozing off against the walls. This was the moment when human physiology was at its most fatigued. Now was the time. A glimmer of resolve ignited in Cao Dan's eyes. He could no longer wait. The dawn was fast approaching. Should the daybreak reveal the bodies of the 2 missing scouts, Qi Lin would undoubtedly suspect him immediately, while he might manage to flee. What of Zhu Hanhong? Faced with an onslaught from hundreds of gang members, even his strength would falter in protecting a single individual. Only a decisive strike could ensure survival. With the grace of a great bird, Cao Dan leapt from the 3rd floor, utilizing the wall's rebound to silently land in the shadows beyond the courtyard wall. He swiftly navigated along the base of the wall, his target, a concealed sentry nestled among the tree branches. After a few strides, he sprang into action. The unsuspecting guard, caught in slumber, suddenly felt a chill at his neck. Before he could comprehend the danger, a powerful hand clamped over his mouth. With a swift motion, the dagger severed both trachea and artery. The guard's eyes widened in horror, his body convulsing violently, yet only a faint hiss escaped his lips. Blood gushed forth, staining the tree trunk crimson. Cao Dan gently lowered the lifeless body, dragging it into the shadows. The cycle continued as he dispatched the 2nd, 3rd, and a total of 5 sentries with the same lethal efficiency. Just as he lunged toward the 6th guard, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. A gust of night wind carried the pungent scent of blood toward a nearby mutated guard dog. Woof, woof, woof. The piercing howl of a dog abruptly shattered the tranquility of dawn. Shortly thereafter, the guard discovered the bloodstains on the ground. Wang Matzi is dead. Someone has intruded. Everyone be on guard. Quickly report to Chief Qi. The entire courtyard erupted into chaos. Observing this, Cao Dan's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Since their presence had been revealed, there was no longer a need for concealment. Death. He fired a shot that obliterated the head of the shouting guard, scattering red and white matter everywhere. Then, wielding his firearms with both hands, he strode forth from the shadows. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire erupted like popping beans. With a foundational shooting skill of LV5, complemented by his adjustments to the firearms using mechanical force, he was akin to a reaper at such close range, hitting his targets with deadly precision. With each gunshot, a guard rushing forth would fall, either struck in the forehead or with a shattered heart. As he fired in rapid succession, he tread upon the corpses and blood, swiftly advancing towards the main house. Time was of the essence. A swift resolution was imperative. Boom. A grenade was hurled towards him. Cao Dan's eyelids twitched. He exerted force beneath his feet, shattering the hard red brick ground, and darted aside like an arrow released from a bow. The explosion's shockwave overturned the nearby flower bed, sending shrapnel flying. This tremendous commotion roused the entire Chelan gang. At that moment, the sound of dense gunfire and cries for battle erupted from the other side of the wall. The Flying Bear squad was attacking. Damn it! That madman Zhao Dingjian has come. Zhao Dingjian had also employed tactics, ambushing the Chelan gang's stronghold when Qi Lin believed him to be at his weakest. He had been observing in the shadows, and upon witnessing the chaos at Qi Lin's residence, seized the opportunity to launch his assault. In an instant, the Chelan gang was thrown into utter disarray. The doors of the main house burst open. Qi Lin emerged, flanked by a throng of personal guards. At this moment, he had shed his usual composure. Clad in tight-fitting soft armor, he exuded a powerful wave of internal energy, as though enveloped in a faint aura. Cao Dan's pupils constricted. This fellow has indeed mastered the art of external release of internal energy. Though the layer of internal energy surrounding Qi Lin was not as substantial as his own, it was sufficient to withstand ordinary small-caliber bullets and shrapnel. Qi Lin possessed acute perception. As soon as he stepped outside, his gaze locked onto the distant Cao Dan. Who was this person, and how did they arrive here? Qi Lin was both astonished and furious. He never anticipated that his meticulously arranged defenses would be so easily breached, bringing an intruder to his doorstep. Here to send you on your way. Cao Dan sneered coldly, dismissing any further conversation, and casually discarded his two empty guns. In the face of a martial artist, the efficacy of firearms was limited. Boom. The two moved almost in unison. Qi Lin's inner energy surged through his body as he thrust both palms forward, producing a faint yet ominous rumble of thunder in the air. Cao Dan, undeterred, charged directly at him. Bang! The fists and palms of the two clashed violently in midair, generating a visible shockwave that radiated outward from their center, sending several surrounding guards flying. Qi Lin felt an indescribable force striking him, causing his arms to tingle and his internal energy to nearly dissipate. How could this be? How is your physique so formidable? Qi Lin was horrified. He had expended a fortune and consumed countless secret elixirs to cultivate his rudimentary martial physique. Yet he found himself at a disadvantage in this direct confrontation. Cao Dan paid no heed to his astonishment. Iron Sand Palm, Shattering Bone Hand, Praying Mantis Fist. A myriad of martial techniques flowed effortlessly from his hands, cascading down like a torrential storm. With a physique of 804 and an internal energy of 100, Cao Dan resembled an unyielding humanoid tank, each punch delivering tremendous force, each kick capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Qi Lin's anxiety grew with every exchange. He realized he was being comprehensively overpowered in strength, speed, and reflexes. His hands were becoming numb, nearing the brink of losing sensation, while his internal energy was depleting rapidly. Damn it, is this person a monster? As he felt himself on the verge of collapse, a flicker of malice flashed in Qi Lin's eyes. Suddenly, he drew a silver soft sword from his waist. Infused with internal energy, the soft sword instantly straightened, shimmering with an unsettling silver glow. Die! Qi Lin flicked his wrist, and the silver light darted like a venomous snake, aiming straight for Cao Dan's throat. Danger! Cao Dan's hair stood on end as an instinctive sense of peril washed over him. He executed a desperate roll, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Yet, the soft sword seemed to possess a will of its own, tracing a strange arc in the air, launching another assault from behind. It was too swift. This was no ordinary weapon. and Qi Lin had concealed his prowess, wielding the sword with remarkable skill. Rip! The sound of fabric tearing echoed sharply. Though Cao Dan had barely managed to shift, he was still a moment too late. The silver light swiftly pierced through his protective internal energy, slicing through his armor, leaving a gaping wound in his abdomen, deep enough to expose bone. Puffed. Blood sprayed forth. The excruciating pain elicited a muffled groan from Cao Dan. Yet his expression remained unchanged, contorting instead into a more ferocious grimace due to the agony. Fool, die! Seeing his strike succeed, Qi Lin was overjoyed. The silver sword whirled into a curtain of light, poised to strike again. To hell with you. Just as the silver sword was about to reach him, Cao Dan executed a reckless maneuver. Instead of retreating, he advanced, daringly reaching out with his left hand to grasp the razor-sharp blade. Zzz. The full force of machinery was unleashed. Whether hot weapons or cold arms, as long as it was metal, mechanical power could interfere and control it. Cao Dan's left hand instantaneously transformed into a metallic, dark blue hue. Despite being grievously wounded by the sword's edge, he clutched the blade with unwavering resolve. Simultaneously, his right hand darted forth like lightning, seizing the wrist of Qi Lin, who held the sword. A sharp crack resounded. The bone-shattering grip was unleashed. Qi Lin's wrist was instantaneously reduced to shattered fragments, a scream yet to escape his lips. Cao Dan's right hand released its grip, and with a flash of blue light from his palm, the formidable Python revolver was automatically secured in his grasp. Power surged. The dark muzzle of the gun crackled with wild arcs of blue electricity. At that moment, the gun's barrel was a mere 10 centimeters from Qi Lin's chest. You! Qi Lin's eyes widened. Disbelief and terror etched across his face. Farewell. Cao Dan, expressionless, pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The three thunderous reports merged into one. The bullets, enhanced by mechanical force, bore terrifying kinetic energy, instantly shattering Qi Lin's protective inner energy. Flesh and blood flew as a gaping hole was blasted through Qi Lin's chest, his heart obliterated in an instant. He staggered backward, blood gushing from his mouth, desperately attempting to grasp something with his hand. Someone, come quickly. Kill him. Unfortunately, the surrounding guards had already suffered heavy casualties in the recent chaos, and the remaining ones were distracted by the onslaught of the Flying Bear squad. Qi Lin collapsed to the ground, the light in his eyes rapidly fading. Wait, Mr. Cao. In his final moments, he seemed to recognize the distinctive revolver, a flicker of regret and pleading crossing his gaze. This is all a misunderstanding. We can negotiate. Money, women, I can give you anything. Recognizing him only sealed his fate further. Cao Dan coldly approached, the gun's muzzle aimed at his forehead. In your next life, do not provoke the righteous. Bang! The fourth shot rang out. Qi Lin's head exploded like a watermelon. A once mighty hero had fallen. Chapter 52. Search. The leader is dead. The leader is dead. A gang member, peeking through the side door, bore witness to the gruesome spectacle of Qi Lin's demise, sending him into a panic as he shrieked in terror. Shut your mouth. Cao Dan, clutching his blood-soaked abdomen, glared with fierce intensity. He raised his weapon and fired, the bullet striking the red brick beside the terrified gang member, sending shards of debris flying. The gang member, startled, scrambled back in fright. Yet, even from behind the courtyard wall, his cries could still be heard. Run. The leader has been killed. The god of death is here. Cao Dan paid no heed to the wretched creature. He gazed down at Qi Lin's lifeless body, his own form swaying slightly as he battled the encroaching dizziness, forcing himself to stand upright once more. A beginner martial artist is nothing remarkable. He chuckled coldly. Though the victory was costly, it was his. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed a figure flickering in the distance, faint footsteps and the sound of a gun bolt being pulled back faintly reaching his ears. Evidently, the recent gunfire and explosions had roused the attention of more individuals. Fortunately, the fear instilled by the enigmatic figure capable of slaying Qi Lin kept them at bay for the moment. Remaining in this location was no longer viable. Cao Dan inhaled deeply, forcing his body to move despite the excruciating agony tearing through his abdomen. He took a few steps and bent down to retrieve the silver-soft sword that had fallen to the ground. Illuminated by the flickering light, he beheld the weapon. The blade was not forged from steel, but rather a silvery white metal adorned with intricate, scale-like patterns. Even devoid of inner energy, it emanated a chilling brilliance that sent shivers down one's spine. grasped in his hand. It surprisingly felt warm and seemed to resonate with the energy coursing within him. Cao Dan's knowledge of materials came into play as a judgment appeared before his eyes. Flowing light soft sword, rare. Description: a weapon crafted from a blend of secret silver and advanced conductive metal, boasting an exceptionally high rate of energy conduction and unparalleled sharpness. A fine discovery. Cao Dan's eyes brightened, and he deftly secured it around his waist. He then swiftly searched Qi Lin, pocketing a pouch of money and an exquisitely crafted leather flask that emitted the fragrance of medicinal herbs. There was no time for further examination. Just as he stood upright, a simple movement caused his abdominal wound to rupture anew, hot blood surging uncontrollably, soaking through his black coat. Cao Dan was gravely injured. Enduring a full-force attack from a novice martial artist at close range was no small feat. Even with the protection of iron cloth, Qi Lin's sword energy had not only sliced through his flesh, but also allowed a foreign inner energy to infiltrate the wound, wreaking continuous havoc on his body. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Cao Dan pressed his hand against the wound and hastily retreated along the same path. At that moment, a cacophony of chaotic and hurried footsteps echoed behind him. Over there, don't let him escape. Someone could no longer contain themselves, eager to seize the opportunity. A sigh escaped Cao Dan's lips as he slowly turned around, tightening his grip on the python revolver once more. A few members of the Qilin gang pursuing him halted abruptly upon seeing Cao Dan, drenched in blood. Their fierce gazes were tinged with unmistakable panic. And although they brandished their firearms, none dared to fire the first shot. One even began to retreat, clearly intimidated by Cao Dan's formidable presence. However, before Cao Dan could make a move, a rapid succession of gunfire erupted from the side. The unfortunate members of the Qilin gang were instantly transformed into a sieve, with some screaming in terror as they fled. As the smoke cleared, a group of armed personnel clad in camouflage rushed forth. Leading them was a short yet robust man, his face obscured by a half-metal mask that revealed only his cold right eye. Bloodied and wielding a steaming assault rifle, it was Zhao Dingjian. Upon spotting Cao Dan, Zhao Dingjian frowned. At this moment, Cao Dan donned the mask of 1,000 lives, transforming his visage into that of an ordinary man, his entire form smeared with blood, rendering him unrecognizable to Zhao Dingjian. As Zhao's gaze swept past Cao Dan, it fell upon the lifeless body on the ground, and his pupils constricted sharply. It was Qi Lin. The nemesis he loathed yet feared with utmost intensity had truly met his demise. A wave of terror surged through Zhao's heart, swiftly followed by a surge of elation. However, his expression shifted to one of intrigue as he regarded Cao Dan. This brother possessed remarkable skills. With a smile that did not reach his eyes, Zhao clasped his hands in a feigned gesture of gratitude, his gaze slithering over Cao Dan like a serpent, particularly fixated on the wound on his abdomen. I am Zhao Dingjian of the Flying Bear Squad. I express my gratitude for your assistance in eliminating a bane. I see you are gravely injured. Allow me to offer my aid in your recovery. Rest assured, in this territory, with my presence, none shall dare harm you. Though his words dripped with civility, the barrel of his gun was deliberately aimed at Cao Dan, while his loyal subordinates stealthily fanned out, encircling him. Cao Dan's heart brimmed with scorn. Zhao Dingjian was driven by greed and murderous intent, a formidable individual capable of vanquishing Qi Lin, if not harnessed for his own purposes, posed a significant threat. Furthermore, Cao Dan was now laden with Qi Lin's riches. No need for that, Cao Dan rasped, his body taut and poised for an explosive response. Ah, brother, you are being ungracious. Since you refused my kindness, do not blame me for being impolite. Attack. Zhao Dingjian's countenance shifted dramatically, revealing his ferocity as he pulled the trigger. Bang. Anticipating the move, Cao Dan sprang into action the moment the adversary's hand rose. He lunged to the side, taking cover behind a collapsed wall, and with a swift motion, discharged 2 shots from his revolver, forcing back the 2 assailants attempting to encircle him. Then, he produced in 2 Malawian Quach's high-explosive grenade from his pocket, yanked the pin, and hurled it away. Boom. The grenade detonated, sending debris flying in all directions. Cough cough. Damn it. Don't let him escape. Open fire. Suppressive fire. Zhao Dingjian bellowed in frustration. However, as the smoke dissipated, the figure had vanished into the alleyway, leaving only a pool of blood behind. Damn it, the cooked duck has flown away. Zhao Dingjian spat vehemently, yet he understood the principle of not pursuing a desperate foe. The paramount objective was to seize the spoils of victory. He immediately turned to his subordinates, issuing loud commands. Quick! Secure the territory and assets of the Qilin gang. Also, organize the remnants of the Qilin gang and inform them that I am here to avenge Chief Qi. Anyone who dares resist shall be branded as accomplices in his assassination, to be executed without mercy. Scatter the remaining individuals, integrate them into our ranks, and let us scour the city for the murderer. Cao Dan stumbled his way back home, relying on his familiarity with the terrain and his indomitable will, successfully evading all eyes. He trembled as he opened the door, and the moment he stepped inside, he could no longer maintain his composure and slid down against the doorframe. Who is it? A vigilant voice emerged from the inner room. Zhu Hanhong beheld Cao Dan lying on the ground, drenched in blood, his mask fallen away to reveal his pale visage. Her complexion turned ashen in an instant. My husband, she cried out, hastily discarding her backpack and rushing to support Cao Dan. Her voice trembled as she implored, where are you injured? How could you bleed so profusely? I will fetch medicine. I will get a first aid kit. I killed Qi Lin, Cao Dan weakly uttered before darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhu Hanhong stood frozen for a long moment, tears welling in her eyes, her heart a tumult of shock, sorrow, and regret. It's my fault. I should not have allowed you to go out. She wiped her tears and forced herself to regain composure. This was not the time for tears. Cao Dan's life rested in her hands. Struggling, she lifted him and carefully laid him on the recliner. Her heart ached at the sight of his abdomen, blood seeping from a horrific wound. She must hold on. Zhu Hanhong inhaled deeply, placing her hands over the wound and activating her skill, first aid. A soft green glow emanated from her palms, gradually penetrating Cao Dan's injury. However, the healing was fraught with difficulty. The wound had been inflicted by Qi Lin's sword, imbued with his inner energy, leaving behind a chilling and sharp foreign force. This energy relentlessly tore at the newly healing tissue, counteracting Zhu Hanhong's healing abilities. How could this happen? Fine beads of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She had only recently grasped the nuances of her abilities, and her internal energy was already sparse. Mere minutes passed, and her complexion turned as pale as parchment, her energy nearly depleted. Yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to release her grip, desperately extracting every fragment of energy from her cells. Finally, the stubborn force was worn down sufficiently, the bleeding ceased, and the wound began to scab over. Exhausted, Zhu Hanhong collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. She disregarded her fatigue and scrambled to retrieve the first aid kit, expertly cleaning, suturing, and bandaging the wound. Just then, a series of harsh knocks sounded at the door. Open up. The Flying Bear team is conducting a routine search, came the call. Those inside, opened the door immediately for inspection. We are in pursuit of the assassin who attacked Chief Qi. Zhu Hanhong's heart raced. With Cao Dan still unconscious and the room reeking of blood, the consequences of allowing them entry would be dire. She closed her eyes, forcing herself to calm down. Inhaling deeply, straightening her clothes before approaching the door. Through the security door, she coldly declared, "This is a private residence. My husband, Cao Dan, is a mechanic. What authority do you have to conduct a search? Enough of your nonsense. It matters not who you are. Captain Zhao has issued a strict order. All suspicious individuals must be checked. If you do not open the door, we will blow it open." The hunter outside bellowed. "You dare." Zhu Hanhong spoke sternly. "We are partners who have previously provided arms to Captain Zhao. If you dare to act recklessly, I will seek an explanation from Zhao himself." With a defiant tone, he commanded, "Brothers, smash it." Just as the situation reached a critical point, a familiar voice interrupted, "Stop. Sixth brother. Little sixth brother." The commotion outside abruptly quieted. "What is happening?" "This is Mr. Chao's residence. What are your intentions?" Little Six, accompanied by a group, happened to pass by and immediately intervened upon witnessing the scene. "Sixth brother, this woman refuses to open the door. We suspect the murderer is hiding inside." One of the hunters exclaimed. "Nonsense," Little Six retorted, delivering a sharp slap to the back of the hunter's head. "Mr. Cao is our esteemed guest. Even Captain Zhao must show him some respect. Moreover, how could Mr. Cao, a mechanic, possibly have killed that martial artist, Qi Lin? You all better leave and search elsewhere." Yes, understood." As the footsteps faded away, Zhu Hanhong finally exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling her back drenched in sweat. She closed the door and, upon turning around, discovered that Cao Dan had awakened at some point, struggling to stand in the living room, gun in hand, his gaze warily fixed on the door. "My love, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Zhu Hanhong rushed over to support him, tears brimming in her eyes. "You need to lie down. Little Six was here and kept them from coming in. For now, we are safe." Cao Dan was assisted back into a chair, his complexion still pale. But his eyes regained clarity. "Shouldn't we find an opportunity to leave this place?" Zhu Hanhong suggested quietly while wiping his sweat. "Now that Qi Lin is dead, Zhao's family is the dominant force. It is too chaotic here." Cao Dan shook his head and grasped her hand, weak yet resolute. "No, at this moment. The streets are filled with Zhao's spies. Fleeing would only expose us. The more perilous the situation, the more we must remain composed. We will act as if nothing has transpired. Often, the most dangerous places can be the safest. Once I recover a bit, with my skills and the weapons at hand, Zhao wouldn't dare to act against me." Chapter 53. Recuperation. Cao Dan reclined in the lounge chair, feeling some strength returning to his body. He retrieved a pouch of money and a finely crafted leather satchel from his pocket, handing them to Zhu Hanhong. "See what is inside. These belong to Qi Lin." Zhu Hanhong accepted the pouch and opened it. Even with her extensive experience, she couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Inside lay neatly stacked bundles of large denomination bills. All 100 yuan notes from Dongsheng. "My goodness, there must be over 4,000 G here," Zhu Hanhong exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Cao Dan's heart leapt with joy at first. 4,000 G was indeed a substantial sum. However, he soon sighed, a flicker of disgust in his eyes. This Qi Lin, in such a short time, amassed such wealth. Who knows how many tears and blood are stained on this money? He truly deserved his fate. Zhu Hanhong nodded, securing the money before opening the medicine pouch. Within the medicine pouch lay not gold, silver, or jewels, but rather several small jade vials adorned with labels. She selected one, uncorked it, and inhaled its contents, her expression transforming into one of astonishment. "Is this blood-strengthening powder? And this, is it skin-refining pill?" As a medical practitioner endowed with extraordinary abilities, she was well acquainted with these substances. These were secret remedies specifically utilized by martial artists. The blood-strengthening powder significantly enhances one's vitality, accelerating wound healing and hematopoiesis, while the skin-refining pill is employed to toughen the skin, thereby augmenting defense. These items, though exorbitantly priced in the black market, are often unattainable, with each vial costing no less than several dozen gold coins. What a treasure! A glimmer of hope sparked in Cao Dan's eyes. "I am in dire need of recovery, so let me consume it." Zhu Hanhong promptly poured out some dark red blood-strengthening powder, dissolving it in warm water before administering it to Cao Dan. She then produced a skin-refining pill, the size of a longan and radiating a metallic sheen, and urged him to swallow it. Boom! The moment the concoction entered his abdomen, Cao Dan felt as though he had ingested a ball of raging fire. A vast and pure torrent of heat erupted within his stomach, coursing through his bloodstream to all corners of his body. His formerly pallid complexion visibly flushed with color. The gruesome wound on his abdomen seemed to awaken the muscle cells, which began to wriggle and grow, replacing excruciating pain with a tingling sensation. Even more astonishing was the effect of the skin-refining pill. As its medicinal power spread through him, Cao Dan perceived his skin becoming fervently warm, as if countless tiny hammers were gently tapping every inch of his flesh, rendering it more taut and resilient. With a deep breath, Cao Dan channeled this potent energy, circulating it through his internal qi. The qi, previously depleted from battle, swiftly replenished itself under the nourishment of the medicine, akin to a parched land receiving much-needed rain, and even became more refined than before. Medication consumed. Constitution 02, Qi 02. The exertion continued until noon. Cao Dan exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had been reborn. His wound had healed significantly, leaving only a faint scar. With Zhu Hanhong's support, he took a few tentative steps downwards. Though still somewhat weak, he was no longer hindered in his basic movements. This battle, while perilous, had truly opened his eyes to the prowess of novice martial artists. Seated at the edge of his bed, Cao Dan reflected on the details of the previous night, particularly the soft sword that, when combined with external qi, proved nearly impossible to defend against. Had it not been for his robust physique, he might have been cleaved in two by the very first strike. This life-and-death struggle also imparted new insights into combat techniques. All right, you may attend to your matters now. Act naturally and avoid revealing any vulnerabilities. I need a moment to rest and organize some things, Cao Dan gently remarked, giving Zhu Hanhong a playful pat. Zhu Hanhong nodded, obediently retreating. Upon returning to his chamber, Cao Dan closed his eyes and summoned the system panel. A flurry of information flashes danced before his eyes. These tasks had abruptly manifested the previous night when he was on the brink of death, leaving him no time to scrutinize them thoroughly. Task completed. Obstacle clearance. You have eliminated 11 members of the Qilin gang, exceeding this week's objective. Reward: 1 basic skill enhancement card. Task completed. Decapitation operation. You have slain the leader of the Qilin gang, Qilin, novice martial artist, fulfilling this month's task. Reward: 1 basic skill enhancement card. Blueprint for low-level intelligent chip. 2 basic skill enhancement cards. Cao Dan contemplated within, though he was not unfamiliar with these items. They were undoubtedly scarce resources that needed to be utilized judiciously. His gaze subsequently fell upon the new blueprint. Blueprint for low-level intelligent chip. Description: contains detailed manufacturing processes for low-level intelligent control chips. Intelligent chips are the core components for the creation of automated machinery, intelligent prosthetics, drones, and other intelligent devices. Prerequisite: basic virtual electronic technology, novice programming, intelligent chips. Cao Dan's breath hitched slightly. This was indeed a piece of genuine high-tech apparatus. With this, his envisioned automated sentry guns, intelligent mechanical hounds, and even more advanced fully automated power armor could potentially come to fruition, representing a leap from the rudimentary firearms of the past. However, upon seeing the prerequisite, Cao Dan felt as though he had been doused with cold water. Novice programming fell under the category of basic virtual electronic technology. In this wasteland world, the transmission of knowledge among mechanics had already suffered significant disruption. Basic mechanical processing knowledge could still be found in books, but high-end knowledge regarding electronics, programming, and virtual networks was not documented within the Practitioners Association. It was entirely held by the core technical personnel of large corporations or shelters. Such knowledge was exceedingly rare and invaluable. It seemed that this blueprint would remain merely a tantalizing prospect for the foreseeable future. Cao Dan shook his head regretfully and stored it away. 2 days elapsed. Perhaps due to the martial arts elixirs, or perhaps owing to Zhu Hanhong's unrestrained healing abilities, or possibly because of Cao Dan's extraordinary constitution, his injuries had nearly healed. He had initially considered visiting the Practitioners Association to seek detailed information about the external manifestation of internal energy in martial artists, but upon observing the chaotic state outside, he dismissed the thought. Should he venture out at this time? It was possible that the Flying Bear team might raid his home under the pretense of searching for the murderer, leaving him with no place to lament. Thus, Cao Dan dutifully remained within the confines of his home, nursing his wounds while attempting to master the art of wielding the flowing light soft sword in his practice chamber. As he channeled internal energy into the memory metal blade, the sensation of seamless control enraptured him. He began to slowly explore how to more efficiently imbue his internal energy onto the weapon, even attempting to emulate Qilin's swordsmanship. The tumultuous changes in the world outside unfolded even faster than Cao Dan had anticipated. In merely a week, once a formidable force, the Qilin gang has dissipated like a fleeting, ephemeral flower. Although there are ambitious underlings among the remnants of the Qilin gang who aspire to inherit the leadership and sustain the organization, all efforts prove futile in the face of overwhelming power. The rapid rise of the Qilin gang, coupled with a diverse membership, lacked any true foundation or loyalty. On the other hand, Zhao Dingjian is indeed a formidable figure, employing astute tactics. He brandishes the banner of avenging the former leader of the Qi gang while morally positioning himself as the righteous force, simultaneously courting several founding elders of the Qilin gang to sow discord and division. Within a mere few days, he completely consumed the territory, personnel, and assets of the Qilin gang. The Flying Bear team swiftly emerged as the undisputed ruler of this dilapidated neighborhood. During this tumultuous period, a few tenacious former members of the Qilin gang even considered reaching out to Cao Dan, believing him to be a venerable elder of the Mutual Aid Society, and sought to enlist him to oversee their efforts against Zhao Dingjian. This stirred Zhao Dingjian enough to take action. He promptly dispatched his trusted aide, Xiao Lu, to approach Cao Dan, offering both monetary and logistical support while subtly probing Cao Dan's stance. Not one to be easily deceived, Cao Dan adeptly deflected the invitations from the former members, asserting in front of Xiao Lu his desire to simply pursue his craft, expressing no interest in gang disputes. and even congratulating Captain Zhao on his unification of the underworld. This declaration eased Zhao Dingjian's concerns and restored tranquility to Cao Dan's doorstep. It was during this interval that the legend of the mysterious master who single-handedly penetrated the Qilin gang under the cover of darkness, slaying the novice martial artist Qi Lin, took flight, spreading like wildfire. Some speculated that he was a figure of great significance from the town. Others claimed he was a mercenary hired by Zhao Dingjian, while yet others posited that he was an old adversary of Qi Lin. Various versions of the tale circulated throughout the neighborhood, becoming a favored topic of conversation among the locals. Chapter 54. Having slain Qi Lin, the flying bear arrives when Cao Dan ventured out again. It was 10 days later. Thanks to the nourishing secret elixirs and Zhu Hanhong's continuous healing abilities, the terrifying wound on Cao Dan's abdomen had completely healed, leaving behind only a faint pink scar. Accompanied by Zhu Hanhong, he made his way to the Practitioner Association in the urban area of Meilel Town. Within the spacious and well-lit library, Cao Dan absorbed knowledge like a sponge, greedily devouring information. His table was piled high with literature on martial artists, ranging from fundamentals of luck to introduction to schools, and history of martial arts in the Wasteland, nearly exhausting all available resources. This fervent pursuit drew the attention of nearby association staff. Given that Cao Dan sported a black iron badge symbolizing his status as a trainee mechanic, a kind-hearted female staff member could not help but remind him that while the association encouraged multifaceted development, it was rare for practitioners to embark on a multi-professional path at the outset of their careers. Human energy is inherently limited. It is only those who have attained a high level of expertise that consider pursuing secondary professions to compensate for their shortcomings. Thank you for the reminder. I am merely curious and browsing. Cao Dan responded with a smile, immediately immersing himself back into his reading, for these books had cost him over 20 G in borrowing fees. In the face of knowledge, such an expense is trifling. After several hours of immersive reading, although he did not directly acquire any profound skills, he gained a clearer understanding of the occupational system within this world. In the Wasteland, the power system is intricate. However, the core primary professional branches each possess their own unique strengths. The mechanic ascends the mechanical knowledge tree, emphasizing that knowledge equates to power, ranging from firearms to mechs, and from chips to warships. The Esper delves into the gene tree, awakening bizarre abilities by unlocking genetic locks. The Psion explores the psychoenergetic knowledge tree, communicating with the energies of heaven and earth. The telekinetic cultivates the mental training tree, manipulating reality through willpower. Meanwhile, the martial artist's essence lies in the Qi manipulation techniques tree. Grounded in energy and combat, they cultivate advanced techniques for controlling their Qi. Cao Dan's previous mention of externalizing inner Qi is referred to in professional terms as out-of-body oscillation. This technique grants martial artists a means of mid-range attack, transforming the legendary Qi wave into a tangible reality. Additionally, there is the flash Qi technique, a remarkable skill that enables instantaneous bursts of inner Qi for super speed evasion. Beyond this, Qi manipulation techniques encompass numerous passive effects, significantly enhancing physical strength, amplifying the power, speed, and explosiveness of Qi. Over the centuries in the Wasteland, hundreds of thousands of martial arts factions have emerged. Swordsmanship, knife techniques, and boxing represent the secondary creations of martial artists based on the foundation of the Qi manipulation techniques tree, giving rise to various schools such as agility, strength, and defense. Now I understand. Cao Dan closed the book, deep in thought. The fundamental distinction between a novice martial artist and an apprentice lies in whether one has awakened their inner Qi and mastered the core techniques for controlling it. Unfortunately, Cao Dan sighed. The books in his hands are devoid of genuine core knowledge, such as how to accurately guide the flow of inner Qi or how to construct the operational route for out-of-body oscillation. They merely provide a cursory introduction to concepts like out-of-body oscillation, flash Qi, and explosive Qi, along with their potential advanced applications like sword Qi, fist force, shockwave, and Qi flames. Whether it be the core blueprints of a mechanic or the secrets of Qi manipulation for martial artists, these true sources of power are stringently guarded. Ordinary apprentice professionals can only purchase popular science literature with their funds. To obtain the precious core knowledge, one must pay a price, in terms of contribution. To earn contributions, tasks must be completed for the association, materials submitted, and monsters eliminated. In essence, the Association of Professionals is merely a colossal power organization, akin to the warlords and aristocrats outside, all utilizing a monopoly on knowledge to manipulate professionals into servitude. Cao Dan has seen through this ruse. He turned his gaze to the side, where Zhu Hanhong was engrossed in perusing books on the control of supernatural abilities, sunlight casting a gentle glow on her focused profile, revealing delicate golden fuzz. He refrained from interrupting her, allowing his eyes to wander over the bounty board on the wall. Most of the tasks involve collecting rare materials or venturing into the wilderness to slay dangerous monsters. Such high-risk labor was evidently beyond his consideration. After departing from the association, the duo made their way to the black market. This time, Cao Dan was extravagant. He not only procured some flesh and blood from D-level monsters as daily rations, but also invested heavily in a few vials of skin refinement pills and an expensive vial of basic gene supplement. This gene potion could strengthen an ordinary person. However, for someone like Zhu Hanhong, who was in the process of unlocking her genetic potential, it acted as a potent elixir, significantly shortening the accumulation period. These potions were largely monopolized by large pharmaceutical companies, their prices exorbitant. Yet, for the sake of enhancing power, Cao Dan spent without a trace of regret. Once their shopping was complete, they trudged home with their numerous packages. However, as they approached their doorstep, Cao Dan's earlier elation dissipated. In front of their yard stood a group of several ruffians, brazenly peering into the courtyard. Leading them was a man with short hair and a prominent scar running across his face. He toyed with a dagger, his gaze malevolent. "Ah, Mr. Cao has returned." The scarred man sneered, approaching with a feigned smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Duan Peng, the head of the fearsome Claw Hall of the Flying Bear Gang." The Flying Bear Gang? A cold smile crept across Cao Dan's mind. It seemed Zhao Dingjian was swift in his actions, transforming the hunter squad into a full-fledged gang. "Oh, it is you, Master Duan." "My apologies," Cao Dan replied, subtly shielding Zhu Hanhong, his tone unfazed. "May I inquire as to why you and your entourage are blocking my doorstep?" "Nothing of great importance," Duan Peng said, still fiddling with his dagger, his tone nonchalant, yet laced with an undercurrent of menace. "You see, our leader Zhao has recently unified this region, and to ensure everyone's safety, the gang is in the process of expanding its ranks. However, with the increase in personnel, our resources are becoming scarce." He paused, fixing his gaze directly on Cao Dan. "I have heard that your craftsmanship is commendable. The leader would greatly appreciate it if you could provide us with 200 modified rifles and 1,000 rounds of specialized ammunition within a week. Since we are old acquaintances, let us agree on a price at a 30% discount from the market rate. As a token of your goodwill towards the gang. 30% off? And you expect delivery within a week?" Zhu Hanhong's face flushed with indignation, unable to contain herself. "This is nothing short of extortion. Even machines cannot produce at such a pace." Silence. The man asserted that there was no place for a woman to interject in a conversation. Duan Peng narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint emerging. Cao Dan restrained the agitated Zhu Hanhong with a steady gaze directed at Duan Peng. "Duan, it is impossible for me to produce 200 firearms within a week, or even a month. I am merely a craftsman, not an arms factory. Furthermore, the price you propose, with a discount of 30%, does not even cover my costs." Duan Peng's expression darkened, his subordinates instinctively resting their hands upon the grips of their weapons, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Cao Dan's demeanor turned icy, a subtle aura of authority emanating from him. "Respect must be given, yet I too must make a living," he stated calmly. "I can offer you 150 firearms and 800 rounds of ammunition at a 20% discount. That is my utmost limit. If this does not satisfy Zhao Bangzhu, then you may seek assistance elsewhere. I am prepared to leave this place and seek my fortune in the wilderness." Duan Peng scrutinized Cao Dan for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. He recognized that this seemingly mild-mannered mechanic was a formidable opponent. If pressed too hard, the situation could become unmanageable. "Very well. 150 it shall be, at a 20% discount," Duan Peng conceded with a cold snort. "I will return in a week to collect the goods, Mr. Cao. Our paths will cross again." With a grand gesture, he departed with his entourage. Upon returning indoors, Zhu Hanhong, infuriated, flung her bag onto the sofa. "This is utterly intolerable. Zhao Dingjian is even more avaricious than Qi Lin. He intends to exploit us as if we were mere free laborers." Cao Dan closed the door, his expression grim. I am not surprised. Having driven away one wolf, we now face a tiger. Zhao Dingjian's appetite will only grow. He paused in contemplation before suddenly stating, "Did I not mention to you recently that we need to find a safer location?" Zhu Hanhong blinked in surprise, then quickly grasped his meaning. "You mean to relocate?" "Yes." Cao Dan nodded. "This place is no longer tenable. Zhao Dingjian has just absorbed the Qilin gang and is still in the process of consolidation. He is treating us with relative courtesy. Once he solidifies his power, he will likely seek to control or even eliminate me, much like Qilin. Where shall we go?" Zhu Hanhong inquired. "I have been observing the situation and heard that the area north of the shanty town has better security and conduct. The Z gang there is relatively orderly, primarily focused on rent collection, and does not trouble craftsmen excessively." "North sounds feasible," Cao Dan decisively stated. "You will need to disguise yourself and covertly rent a residence in that area, preferably secluded and with a basement. This week, we shall gradually transfer our essential equipment and supplies there." "But what about Zhao Dingjian and his men?" Zhu Hanhong expressed her concern. "Fear not," Cao Dan replied with a cold smile. "We will lull them into complacency, allowing us the time we need to depart." Sensing Zhu Hanhong's lingering anxiety, he approached her, gently wrapping his arm around her waist, and softly reassured, "Do not worry, I will handle everything. Trust in my abilities." As he spoke, his broad hand slid down her waist, resting upon her long, firm thighs. With a gentle exclamation, Zhu Hanhong felt her cheeks flush with a rosy hue. Cao Dan deftly flicked his fingers, unfastening the delicate black ribbon that bound her exquisite form. The silky fabric of her intimate attire slid down her smooth skin, cascading to her ankles. The atmosphere was tense. "We must find a moment of respite," Cao Dan murmured, leaning in to kiss her crimson lips. Outside, the wind howled as if heralding a storm, while inside, the room was suffused with the essence of spring. The rain had ceased, and Cao Dan, invigorated, made his way to the training room. The pressures of life and the looming specter of crisis left him no room for complacency. Although the tomes of the professional association contained no substantial secrets to advancement, the theoretical discussions on separation wave and chi manipulation techniques served as a key, unlocking the shackles of his mind. The emission of internal energy was more complex than merely expelling it. It required finesse. Drawing the luminous soft sword from his waist, the silver blade shimmered with a chilling gleam under the light. He inhaled deeply and began to practice the fundamental swordplay. As his movements unfolded, a torrent of internal energy surged within him. The golden-level proficiency of martial arts without limits manifested with terrifying potency. Cao Dan's control over his body and energy reached extraordinary heights. He could distinctly feel the flow of internal energy coursing through his meridians, even instinctively correcting the vague theories presented in the texts. With a resounding hum, he executed a strike, and the luminous soft sword suddenly radiated a blinding silver light. No longer was it the crude, ink-like energy sheath of before, but rather a refined, sharp essence that seemed capable of cleaving the very air. He had succeeded. A spark of brilliance flashed in Cao Dan's eyes. Though it was merely a nascent form, he knew he had touched the threshold of becoming a true martial artist. Chapter 55. Sword Chi. Within the training room, the air seemed to solidify. Holding the luminous soft sword, Cao Dan felt the internal energy surge within him like a torrential river, flooding into the sword through the meridians of his arms. The originally silver blade now bore a layer of pitch-black substance, thick and viscous like tar. This was not true tar, but rather a highly compressed and distilled form of internal energy. With a firm exclamation, Cao Dan's figure became a blur. He executed a straightforward, yet instantaneous strike around a solid steel pipe standing in the center of the training room. As his silhouette flickered, he came to a halt. The layer of black tar gradually receded, reabsorbing into the sword. With a resounding crash, the sturdy steel pipe, as thick as a wrist, was severed cleanly into several segments. Its cut surfaces smooth as mirrors, even glowing faintly from the heat. Cao Dan retracted his internal energy, exhaling a breath of relief, and gazed at the luminous soft sword in his hand, as a vivid blue information box flashed before his vision. Fundamental Swordsmanship, LV6, Special Effect, Sword Chi 1, indeed. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Cao Dan's eyes. As his skills became more refined and his understanding of martial arts deepened, the abilities displayed on his panel were no longer static. Though the level of fundamental swordsmanship remained at LV6, seemingly unchanged, The intrinsic effects had undergone a qualitative transformation. He had mastered the coveted advanced skill of the martial artist, sword chi. This sword chi was not merely the expulsion of energy. Rather, it was a profound fusion of essence, spirit, and internal energy, oscillating at specific frequencies and attaching to his weapon, creating an indomitable sharpness. As Cao Dan cast his gaze upon the other martial skills displayed on the panel, his conjectures grew increasingly vivid. Mastering fundamental swordsmanship to its zenith, catalyzed by internal energy, could indeed nurture advanced skills such as sword chi. Thus, could not skills like iron sand palm, flame stream hand, shadow iron claw, and redline fist also give rise to various martial arts advancements upon reaching certain critical thresholds? For instance, would flame stream hand evolve into the true flame palm? Could shadow iron claw yield armor-piercing tear? The more Cao Dan pondered, the more he felt that his path was not only viable, but also brimming with potential. Unlike those martial artists who clung rigidly to a single school, he, equipped with a systematic approach, could amalgamate the strengths of various disciplines, elevating all foundational skills to advanced levels, ultimately achieving a synthesis that would lead him down an unprecedented path of limitless martial arts. With sword chi now mastered, his offensive capabilities had reached a qualitative leap. Next, his gaze fell upon defensive skills. It was decided, iron cloth shirt, at the headquarters of the Flying Bear Gang. In the former residence of Qi Lin, Zhao Dingjian donned a crisp combat uniform, his face obscured by a half-metal mask, revealing only a single, piercing eye. Exuding an air of depth and coldness, he stood beside a modified off-road vehicle, observing workers busily dismembering a colossal beast, the scent of blood pervading the air. Next to him stood the newly prominent figure, Duan Peng, the master of the fearsome Claw Hall. Ensure that the finest mutant beast meat is properly loaded and preserved. This will serve as a gift for our meeting with the Dong family in town, Zhao Dingjian commanded, a hint of fervor lacing his tone as he gestured towards the pile of flesh. Moreover, with the affiliation fee we need to submit next month, your martial arts training method will be well worth it. Soon, you too shall be a legitimate professional. Upon hearing this, Duan Peng's face lit up with elation, and he quickly bowed, expressing, "Thank you, elder brother, for your nurturing. Your kindness is something I shall never forget." In this wasteland world, becoming a professional meant transcending social classes, wielding the power over one's own life and death. "That is what you deserve," Zhao Dingjian replied nonchalantly, then shifted the conversation. "By the way, that fellow Jean Liuzi has been rather restless of late." Duan Peng's eyes gleamed as he immediately understood, embellishing his words, "Elder brother, you are astute. That lad has been sneaking around Cao Dan's place quite often these past few days. He appears to have little regard for the gang. Likely still preoccupied with that wretched Lei Peng, clearly not aligned with our interests. Humph, a traitor from within." Zhao Dingjian let out a cold snort, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Since he cannot be nurtured, there is no need to retain him. I shall find an opportune moment to dispose of him." He paused, casting a significant glance towards Duan Peng. "That female companion of yours, Xiaoyu, is it? I have heard she was once Lei Peng's woman. Have you been coveting her for long?" Duan Peng chuckled slyly, rubbing his hands together, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. "Brother, you understand me well. She is an inheritance left by Brother Lei, and I have long wished to look after her, but alas, there was no opportunity before. Consider it a gift from me." Zhao Dingjian remarked casually, as if offering a trivial item. "Thank you, brother," Duan Peng exclaimed, overjoyed. "However, even though we have recently prospered and absorbed the Qilin gang, we must proceed with caution." Zhao Dingjian lowered his voice, his tone growing serious. "I have arranged for you to handle the arms order from Cao Dan. Exercise utmost vigilance. That old fellow seems to be growing younger by the day, his complexion alarmingly vibrant. Something feels amiss. Brother, do you perhaps overestimate him?" Duan Peng replied dismissively, brimming with confidence as he patted his chest. "I have thoroughly investigated. He is merely an ordinary apprentice mechanic. Although he possesses some martial arts skills and has practiced a few agricultural techniques, he is nothing more than a man of considerable strength. When it comes to a confrontation, can he truly contend with us, seasoned hunters who have emerged from the graves? Moreover, we are currently numerous and well-armed. As long as you are aware, do not underestimate him too much." Zhao Dingjian remained unconvinced but refrained from further admonition, only cautioning, "Remember, do not kill him. His hands are still useful." I need him to produce quality weaponry for trade with the other factions in the town. Understood, brother. I shall allow him to breathe. Duan Peng licked his lips, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. Hee. In truth, I am more intrigued by Madame Cao than by Cao Dan. That woman is truly enchanting. She was also once Lei Peng's woman. If I could win her over. The matter of women is of little consequence. As long as it does not interfere with Cao Dan's ability to manufacture arms, you may indulge as you please. Zhao Dingjian waved his hand dismissively, clearly unconcerned. Very well. You shall personally lead this shipment of meat and deliver it to the trading point at the town's edge. Stay discreet. Do not allow the Li family's patrols to discover us. We are currently allied with the Dong family and must not attract too much attention. Understood, brother. I shall set off immediately. Duan Peng waved his hand, and several loyal subordinates nearby promptly followed suit. The group boarded another off-road vehicle, kicking up a cloud of dust as they sped away. Chapter 56. Gloomy in the living room. The atmosphere was tense. Xiao Lu sat on the dilapidated sofa, gripping his knees tightly, his countenance dark and foreboding. The face that usually bore a hint of cleverness was now filled with anxiety and unease. Zhu Hanhong approached, carrying a cup of hot water, gently placing it on the coffee table. Where is Mr. Cao? Little Six lifted his head, his voice low and his gaze frequently darting towards the training room. He is still busy in the studio, Zhu Hanhong softly remarked. You know, the orders for that batch of firearms are pressing, and he has been toiling day and night these past few days. This group of beasts. Little Six gritted his teeth as if he had resolved upon something monumental, suddenly seizing Zhu Hanhong's wrist and urgently saying, Sister-in-law, I have something crucial to discuss with Mr. Cao. Zhao Dingjian and his ilk harbor insidious intentions. What do you mean? Zhu Hanhong felt a chill in her heart. They're not merely after those meager discounts on arms. Little Six lowered his voice, a profound fear lacing his tone. Zhao Dingjian is deeply cunning. He perceives Mr. Cao as an uncontrollable threat. He aims to confine Mr. Cao just as Qi Lin once did to Wang Taijian and Edward, turning him into a cash cow. And then there's Duan Peng at the mention of this name. A flicker of disdain and murderous intent flashed in Little Six's eyes. The leader of the Terror Claw Hall is nothing but a thoroughgoing pervert. Before joining the Flying Bear Squad, he had already ruined many respectable women from the shantytowns. Recently, he has been incessantly pestering Little Fish, always finding excuses to harass her. I worry that, given your beauty, he has set his sights on you as well. Upon hearing this, Zhu Hanhong's complexion paled slightly. More terrifying is the fact that Little Six swallowed hard and revealed a heavy piece of information. Zhao Dingjian has secret ties with a certain powerful faction within the town, and even during the last campaign against the seaside factory, he secretly obtained the weapon force cultivation method through this faction. He had been concealing his prowess during the conflict with Qi Lin, but in reality, he has already mastered the weapon force. His strength is now unfathomable, perhaps even surpassing the deceased Qi Lin. Zhu Hanhong was struck with alarm. Thank you, Little Six. It's only right, sister-in-law. You must relay this message to Mr. Cao. I will take my leave now. After seeing the worried Little Six off, Zhu Hanhong closed the door. With a click, the door to the training room swung open. A wave of searing heat rushed forth, causing the temperature in the living room to rise several degrees. Cao Dan emerged, his upper body bare, muscles cast like iron, his skin glowing with a peculiar bronze sheen, and wisps of white steam rising from his pores. Darling, I was just about to say something when Little Six. I heard everything, Cao Dan interrupted, waving his hand to beckon Zhu Hanhong to sit. Zhu Hanhong quickly inquired, have you broken through? Sort of, Cao Dan replied, stretching his neck with a series of satisfying cracks. After several days of arduous training and the aid of a few skin-refining pills, he had finally crossed another threshold in his martial arts cultivation. What happens next? Zhu Hanhong asked, worry etched across her face. Proceed as planned. But we must accelerate our pace, Cao Dan said, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Since they have revealed their fangs, we can no longer afford to wait. In the coming days, you should leave first. As he spoke, he withdrew a gossamer thin mask from his pocket and tossed it to Zhu Hanhong. This is the Faceless Life Transformation Mask. Once you don it, you will assume another identity and transport the final remnants in stages. What will you do if I take the mask? Zhu Hanhong exclaimed in surprise. Do not fret. I possess another, Cao Dan replied with a faint smile. This is a spare I hastily crafted over the past few days. While it may not be as effective as the genuine article, it will suffice for a ruse. When you depart, Ensure to take all the money from your home. Discard those cumbersome workbenches and machinery. Primarily, take the remaining nickel-titanium alloy. What about Xiao Lu and Xiao Yu? Zhu Hanhong asked, a pang of reluctance gripping her heart, recalling the peril she had just faced to deliver the message. Fear not. Cao Dan pondered briefly. First, settle in the northern shantytown. Once I have resolved matters here, I will find a way to inform them for a collective retreat. Understood. Zhu Hanhong was not one to linger in indecision. That very evening, she disguised herself, gathered her belongings, and quietly departed. Cao Dan shadowed her discreetly until she safely entered the territory of the Purple Robe Gang in the northern district, before he silently returned. Back in the desolate house, Cao Dan did not rest. He made his way to the training room, standing before a large iron pot filled with iron sand. This iron sand had been meticulously hammered day and night until it gleamed, each grain imbued with his sweat. Drink, Cao Dan commanded himself, channeling his internal energy as he struck the scorching iron sand with punch after punch. Each impact resonated with a dull thud. As his movements quickened, his arms began to swell with blood, turning crimson as if branded by iron. Whispers of white steam rose from his head, a testament to the culmination of his vitality. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds of his strikes reverberated within the confined space. In his line of sight, the entry for iron sand palm flickered wildly. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Flying Bear Gang, Xiao Lu, accompanied by two trusted subordinates, hurried to the entrance. Gongzi, are the brothers all present? Xiao Lu forced a smile while greeting the guard. They are, sixth brother, Gongzi replied with a grin. However, as soon as Xiao Lu stepped inside, Gongzi's countenance darkened, signaling to a nearby companion. The gate slammed shut. Xiao Lu felt a chill run down his spine, an ominous premonition washing over him. He hastened toward the gang's hall. And before he could enter, he was met with the harrowing sounds of a woman's anguished cries and pleas, interspersed with the lewd laughter and jeers of men. The moment he heard that voice, Xiao Lu's face paled. It was Xiao Yu. Driven by madness, he burst into the hall. The sight before him was enough to shatter his heart. In the center of the hall, the disheveled Xiao Yu was being forcefully restrained on the ground by several tattooed brutes. Her once fair skin was now marred with bruises as she screamed in terror. On the adjacent boss's chair, the formidable leader of the Terror Claw Hall, Duan Peng, reclined comfortably, a cigarette dangling from his lips, reveling in the unfolding drama before him as if he were a spectator at a grand performance. Duan Peng, what the hell are you doing? Xiao Lu bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. You're courting death. Release Xiao Yu. Instinctively, he reached for the gun at his waist. However, before he could raise it, a gunshot rang out. A searing pain shot through his thigh, and he collapsed to the ground, blood staining his trousers in an instant. Ah! He screamed, turning to see that the shooter was none other than his trusted confidant, Mao San. With an impassive expression, Mao San stepped forward, kicked the gun from Xiao Lu's hand, and expertly pinned him to the ground. Mao San, how dare you betray me? Xiao Lu gazed in disbelief at the brother who had followed him for 3 years. Sixth brother, I'm sorry, Mao San muttered, avoiding Xiao Lu's gaze. It's the way of the world. Don't blame me. I want to live, and I wish to rise. Oh, what a splendid display of brotherly affection, Duan Peng chuckled, exhaling a plume of smoke as he approached, patting Mao San on the shoulder. Your name is Mao San, is it? Well done. From this moment onward, you shall be the captain of the 3rd squad of the hunter team. Thank you for your guidance, Hall Master. Mao San quickly bowed and ingratiated himself. Duan Peng stood before Xiao Lu, looking down with icy disdain. Enough of your charade. I know what you're thinking. Hand over Edward. What did you say? I don't know. Xiao Lu gritted his teeth, glaring defiantly at Duan Peng. Don't know? Duan Peng sneered, turning to the burly men outside the courtyard. Brothers, you've worked hard these past few days. This woman is a reward for you. Let's have some fun with her right here, so our 6th brother can enjoy the show. Yes, thank you, Hall Master. The men grinned maliciously as they lunged toward Xiao Yu on the ground. No, please. Duan Peng, you beast, come at me instead. Xiao Lu struggled desperately, but Mao San held him firmly, leaving him to watch helplessly as Xiao Yu screamed in despair. Huh, you, a mere stray dog left by Laping. Think you can play the game of enduring hardship? Duan Peng pressed his foot onto Xiao Lu's injured leg, applying pressure. Do you truly believe you have the right to demand such? Hand over Edward, and I may spare your wretched life. Otherwise, not only will you perish today, but your woman shall also meet a gruesome fate at the hands of my brothers. Xiao Yu's cries grew increasingly harrowing. The sound of her clothing being torn felt like daggers piercing Xiao Lu's heart. Stop! Stop! I'll talk. I'll tell you. Xiao Lu finally broke. His head bowing in defeat, tears mingling with snot streaming down his face. Edward is hidden in the abandoned warehouse to the west. With a wave of his hand, Duan Peng commanded the men to momentarily cease their actions, a smirk playing on his lips. Isn't this just perfect? Duan Peng crouched down and patted the sweat-drenched face of Xiao Lu, questioning why he had deliberately gone to Cao Dan to stage a performance. As if to divert their attention, it nearly led him to believe that the items were indeed in Cao Dan's possession, prompting him to take action against him. Edward was a target of the eldest brother even before the expedition against the seaside factory commenced. With the meager remnants of forces left by Lei Peng, did he truly believe he was worthy of meddling in the business of dream powder? Take him away. As Duan Peng and his companions escorted the dazed Xiao Lu away, Zhao Dingjian, who had been hiding behind a screen, slowly emerged. His face, half covered by a mask, bore no expression, but a flicker of disdain flashed in his single eye. Clear this place out, he commanded. Next, we shall meet with Wang Ming. Zhao Dingjian murmured to himself, turning towards the backyard. With dream powder in hand, a monopoly on ironware, and Cao Dan's firearms, this slum district would ultimately belong to Zhao Dingjian. Chapter 57. Doubt in the western part of the slum. An abandoned warehouse stood. Inside, Xiao Lu was being supported by two burly men, limping towards the entrance. A bullet wound on his thigh continued to seep blood, his complexion as pale as paper. Duan Peng let out a cold laugh and waved his hand. Several subordinates immediately rushed in with guns drawn, some even clutching grenades, ready for combat at a moment's notice. However, minutes later, a voice called out, "Boss, no one is here. We've searched high and low, not even a shadow remains." The smile on Duan Peng's face froze. He abruptly turned and strode toward Xiao Lu, his eyes gleaming with menace. "Where are they?" Bang! He swung the heavy gunstock and struck Xiao Lu's face with a brutal force. Xiao Lu felt a jolt of excruciating pain in his jaw, half of his face going numb, as bloodied teeth mixed with saliva flew from his mouth. Dazed, he grasped Duan Peng's pant leg, mumbling incoherently, "They really were here. I wouldn't lie at this point. What more could I conceal?" Duan Peng scrutinized Xiao Lu's expression, his brows knitted tightly. He stepped into the warehouse. Observing the still warm makeshift pharmacy and the scattered pink powder on the ground, his expression darkening. The equipment remained warm, indicating that someone had departed only recently. After a moment of contemplation, a glint of ruthlessness crossed his eyes. Damn it, he let them slip away. Everyone listen up, scatter, and search for them. Seal off the surrounding streets. This kid is a walking pharmacy, weak and unable to run far. We must find Edward today, alive or dead. In a certain street within the slum, chaos reigned. A crowd had gathered at the street corner, pointing and chattering in disarray. In the center of the throng stood Edward, engulfed in the darkest moment of his life. 7 or 8 middle-aged women were berating him furiously, relentlessly tugging at him. Edward's clothes were in disarray. His face bloodied from being clawed, unable to break free. "Stop hitting me. Stop. You'll kill someone," he pleaded. "I'll end you, you fraud." A woman seized him by the hair, spitting in his face as she exclaimed, "You wretched scoundrel, what sort of aphrodisiac is this? My husband has taken it, and sleeps like a dead pig every night." Another woman, even more furious, kicked him and added, "Not only is he lethargic, but now he can hardly move his fingers. You concoct these poisons to harm people. My poor husband cannot function without your pills. It's as if he is on a stimulant." Edward, shielding his head, protested loudly, "This is truly not a poison. I take it every day. Look at my glowing complexion and robust health." This proclamation only fueled their rage further. "You claim it's not poison and that you're in excellent health. I see you're asking for a beating." The women grew increasingly incensed, striking him with greater force. "Let us put an end to this charlatan selling fake medicine. Strip him bare and let everyone see this shameless fraud." Amidst the chaos, a hand moved swiftly and Edward's trousers were yanked down. The crowd fell silent for a moment. "Oh, it's true," one woman muttered instinctively. Edward, who had long been immersed in the art of drug formulation and consumption, was no match for these robust women. Ultimately, he had no choice but to painfully surrender all his money as compensation, seizing the opportunity while the women counted their earnings. He fled the scene, covering his modesty in utter disgrace. Edward scurried away like a frightened mouse, hiding behind a pile of refuse. It was not until dusk, as the sky darkened, that he dared to venture out again. At that moment, he appeared battered and bruised, his body marred with contusions, a pitiful sight indeed. How can you blame my aphrodisiac for your men's indiscretions with dream powder? Edward trembled in the cold, rubbing his arms while muttering to himself, in this world, the hearts of people have grown callous. Is it truly so difficult to sell medicine? Is it so easy for me to earn a living? Without protection. Selling medicine is fraught with peril, just as Brother Cao Dan predicted. He sighed, anxiety gnawing at him, with the demise of the Chilean gang. He wondered if this newly emerged Fei Xiong gang could be trusted. The young man who arranged the pharmaceutical equipment for him, Xiao Yozi, seemed decent and appeared to have a good relationship with Cao Dan, but he was not the leader and thus lacked authority. I must consult with Brother Cao Dan, he resolved. Orienting himself, he noted that he was not far from Brother Cao Dan's residence. It was fortuitous, as he needed to borrow some clothing. Being bare was simply unacceptable. At Cao Dan's home, in the training room, Cao Dan gradually concluded his practice, the steam rising from his body slowly dissipating. He opened the attributes panel, and a faint blue light flickered in his eyes. Iron Sand Palm, LV6. Special Effect Evolution. Scorching Poison 1. Scorching Poison. Your strength is accompanied by a high-temperature burning internal energy effect, possessing formidable penetrating power that allows it to pierce through the skin and directly harm the internal organs, inflicting continuous fire and poison damage. Scorching Poison. Cao Dan clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying heat emanating from his palm. With this strike, even a steel plate would bear a charred imprint. Against a person, it would mean total incineration of the internal organs. Thus, the internal energy evolution of the Iron Sand Palm was considered complete. Coupled with the previously mastered Iron Cloth Shirt, Special Effect, Rigid Body, and the basic swordsmanship, Special Effect, Sword Chi, he had now mastered 3 advanced internal energy skills. Iron Cloth Shirt, LV6, Special Effect, Rigid Body 1, Rigid Body. Internal energy circulates, rendering muscles, bones, and skin as tough as iron, significantly mitigating blunt force impacts and sharp cuts. With both offensive and defensive capabilities, Cao Dan, although yet to undergo formal vocational assessment, was presumably far stronger in practical combat than the average novice martial artist. Time was of the essence. Cao Dan glanced at the sky. Zhu Hanhong had already evacuated safely, and there was nothing of value left at home. He needed to find Xiao Lu and Xiao Yu quickly to seek their opinions. If they disagreed, he would simply knock them out and take them along, sparing his wife from worry up north. Resolute in his decision, Cao Dan prepared to step outside. Just then, a rustling sound emanated from the courtyard gate. Following that, a bare, bruised figure peeked in cautiously. Who goes there? Cao Dan called out warily. Brother Cao, it's me, Edward. Upon recognizing him, Cao Dan was momentarily speechless. Have you been robbed? They didn't even leave you a pair of shorts? Edward, covering himself, grimaced in discomfort. Brother Cao. It's a long story. I need your clothes. It's freezing out here at night. Cao Dan shook his head and returned inside to fetch a loose set of work clothes to toss to him. Edward, seizing the opportunity, quickly donned the attire. Although the garments were oversized, resembling a theatrical robe, it was far better than being bare. Once dressed, Edward grabbed Cao Dan and recounted his recent experiences in a torrent of words. You mean to say, after the fall of the Chilean gang, you've been hiding in that abandoned warehouse under Xiao Lu's arrangement? Cao Dan asked, his brow furrowing slightly. Indeed, Xiao Lu is a good guy. He has brought me food quite a bit over these past 10 days. But hiding there is dreadfully boring. And I couldn't help but sneak out to sell some goods for a little pocket money. But alas, Edward touched his still swollen jaw. What bad luck. I'll never sell anything myself again. Cao Dan, upon hearing this, felt an unsettling sense of something amiss. Xiao Lu actually dared to secretly harbor Edward, dealing with dream powder. And during the past few days when Xiao Lu came to find him, he had not mentioned a word about Edward. The man appeared to be far from simple. How long have you been away from the warehouse? Cao Dan inquired immediately. Perhaps half a day, Edward pondered. I slipped out at noon and was chased by that group of women all afternoon. Half a day. Cao Dan's heart sank as he glanced at Edward again, suddenly perceiving him as a ticking time bomb. If you wish to live, leave at once. Without hesitation, Cao Dan pulled out several GS from his pocket and pressed them into Edward's embrace. Hide in another part of the shanty town. Do not linger in the west or return to that warehouse. What? Is it that serious? Edward was taken aback, but dared not ask further upon seeing Cao Dan's grave expression. Cao Dan pointed him towards a route leading to the southern district, his gaze heavy as he watched Edward's hurried retreat. In the shantytown, at the blacksmith's workshop, boom. A deafening explosion shattered the tranquility of the night. The courtyard wall crumbled instantly, sending bricks and debris flying. A figure was hurled out of the courtyard like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the street and creating a shallow crater. Clutching a serrated 9-ring broadsword, the individual struggled to rise, gasping for breath as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He glared at the diminutive figure emerging through the dust and growled, "Zhao, leave me a way out, so we may meet again in the future. I have already ceded my territory to you. Do you still wish to annihilate me?" This man was none other than Wang Ming, the founder of the Mutual Aid Society. After Qi Lin's demise, he refused to remain subordinate and secretly rallied support to reclaim power, even attempting to court former members of the Qilin gang. However, he did not anticipate Zhao's swift and ruthless actions. "Leave a way out." Zhao Dingjian, masked and with a flicker of blue arcs in his electronic eye, stepped forward, his combat suit pristine. "You think you are formidable enough to create waves? I have kept you alive merely as bait, to lure out those with ill intentions, so I could catch them all in one net. Now that those fools have been dealt with, you are of no further use. It is time for you to depart." Wang Ming's pupils dilated sharply as he sensed the intense wave of mechanical energy emanating from Zhao. "Farewell." Without granting him a moment for further exchange, Zhao raised his hand and fired. This was no ordinary shot. Zzz. The gun's muzzle erupted with blinding blue light, a manifestation of overloaded energy. Bang! A spiraled bullet, enveloped in a violent current of mechanical force, tore through the air. Wang Ming barely had time to raise his sword for defense before a gaping wound exploded in his chest, creating a deep pit in the ground behind him. He did not even have time to scream as he collapsed backward, eyes wide open in death. "All done. Everything is clean," Zhao Dingjin remarked, holstering his weapon as he stepped over Wang Ming's lifeless body. "It is time to have a serious conversation with Cao Dan." He walked towards Cao Dan's residence with a measured pace, exuding an air of confidence. Behind him, dozens of fully armed elite hunters followed closely. Chapter 58. The Confrontation. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. At some point, the weather shifted. Fine strands of rain descended from the sky, striking the dilapidated tin roof and producing a crisp sound. A cool, damp breeze swept through, stirring debris from the ground. It had already become autumn, and without realizing it, he had spent a season in this world. Cao Dan stood at a dimly lit alleyway, allowing the rain to dampen his hair tips. Suddenly, he halted, gazing at the faint lights in the distance, murmuring to himself, "It's a pity that in this wasteland, autumn brings no falling leaves." The alley was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of the wind and rain. "Come out. You followed me all this way, do you not tire?" Cao Dan's voice, though soft, pierced through the curtain of rain. After a brief silence, a small but robust figure slowly emerged from the shadows, Zhao Dingjian. Simultaneously, armed hunters revealed themselves from the derelict brick houses, behind broken walls, and even from the terrace above. Their dark gun barrels glistening menacingly in the rain, directed at the figure in the alleyway. "Chief Zhao truly holds me in high regard," Cao Dan remarked, turning to survey the scene with a calm gaze, ultimately resting on Zhao Dingjian. "With such a grand assembly, one might think you are hunting a formidable beast." Mr. Zhao, you jest," Zhao Dingjian replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes, as rainwater slid off his metallic mask and his electronic eyes flickered with a red light, focusing intently on Cao Dan's face. "The goods have yet to be exchanged, and Mr. Cao is already eager to leave, even while wearing a mask. This speaks to a lack of integrity. As a partner, my concern is for your safety." "What you seek is not firearms, is it?" Cao Dan replied coolly. "It is said that we mechanics are quite clever. I believe Mr. Cao is no exception," Zhao Dingjian remarked, dropping the pretense. His gaze sharpened. "We are both men of understanding. Accompany me back to the Flying Bear Gang, and I assure you prosperity and wealth. As for tonight's events, consider them as if they never occurred." "Thank you for the kind offer," Cao Dan said, brushing the droplets from his sleeves, "but Mr. Zhao has a flaw. He does not enjoy having guns pointed at his head." Refusing a toast only to face a penalty drink, Zhao Dingjian's eyes narrowed slightly, emanating a dangerous aura. "I hear Mr. Cao is also a mechanic and possesses commendable martial skills. How about this? Let us spar. If you lose, you will obediently return with me as the chief mechanic." If I lose, he paused, a confident smile spreading across his face. The Flying Bear Gang shall avoid Mr. Cao henceforth, never obstructing your path. How does that sound? Bringing so many people for a friendly match seems a bit unfair. Cao Dan scoffed. Ha ha ha, not at all. I am a lover of talent. As long as you can best me, they shall not lay a hand on you. With a resounding laugh, Zhao Dingjian declared, adhering to the rules of the Wasteland, the vanquished must submit to the victor. As his words faded, his previously relaxed hand shot up, revealing a flash of blue electric energy coursing through his palm. In an instant, a heavily modified, fearsomely large-caliber short-barreled revolver appeared in his grip, drawing upon his skills in gunplay, augmented by mechanical force. However, Cao Dan was not to be outdone. Almost simultaneously with Zhao's subtle shoulder movement, his hand had already grasped the python revolver at his waist. The surge of mechanical energy within him harmonized with his foundational shooting skills. Bang! The two gunshots rang out in unison, akin to thunder erupting on a clear day. In the dimly lit rain-soaked alley, two trajectories, imbued with blue electric light, collided with precision in midair. Clang! Sparks flew as fragments of the bullets ricocheted off the surrounding walls, leaving deep dents in the red bricks. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao's eyes as he realized they had both underestimated Mr. Cao. It appeared that he, too, had mastered mechanical force, wielding it with such finesse that he seemed to be on the path of the gunmaster. Unbeknownst to Zhao, while Cao possessed mechanical force, his remarkable shooting prowess was merely a product of system-generated expertise, far removed from the genuine progression of a traditional gunmaster. Yet, this alone was insufficient. Zhao snorted disdainfully, flicking his wrist to pull the trigger once more. Bang! 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 This time, he unleashed a rapid succession of 3 shots, forming a triangular blockade that sealed off all of Chao's escape routes. Chao's figure swayed as he unleashed his inner energy, gliding sideways like a specter, attempting to evade the oncoming projectiles. However, an uncanny phenomenon transpired. The 3 bullets, initially on a direct path, seemed to possess a will of their own, emitting faint blue streams from their tails, curving through the air as they pursued Cao with uncanny precision. This was an advanced skill of gunplay, the curved trajectory. Chao's pupils constricted in realization. It was too late to retaliate. In a moment of dire urgency, while his right hand remained firmly gripping the gun to suppress the attack, his left hand swiftly drew a weapon from his waist. Clang! A clear, ringing sound pierced through the rain. The flowing light soft sword that had been coiled at his side sprang forth like a silver serpent emerging from its lair. Even more astonishing, the silvery blade was instantly enveloped in a layer of pitch-black substance, thick as tar. This was the sword aura. With a flick of his wrist, Cao unleashed a black arc of light from the blade. Clang! 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 The 3 deadly curved bullets were deflected by the soft sword, sent flying away. The blade quivered violently in the air, producing a resonant, buzzing sound. The layer of black sword aura not only remained intact, but grew even more condensed and profound. Upon witnessing this familiar weapon, Zhao's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. The flowing light soft sword? The individual who killed Qi Lin was someone who had always been perceived as merely an ordinary mechanic, perhaps possessing a modicum of self-defense skills. Little did anyone realize that he was, in fact, the enigmatic master responsible for Qi Lin's demise. Your words are excessive. Cao Dan offered him no respite for contemplation. Seizing the moment of Zhao Dingjian's astonishment, he summoned tremendous force through his legs, causing the concrete beneath him to shatter instantaneously. Like an arrow released from its bow, he leaped forward, traversing 5 or 6 meters in the blink of an eye, arriving before Zhao Dingjian. White vapor streamed from his nostrils, his internal energy surging like molten lava, while his black trench coat billowed, accentuated by his muscular frame, producing a resonant sound. With the foundational sword technique, the swift sword, the soft sword in Cao Dan's grasp transformed into a shadow of ink splatter. He sought no extravagant flourishes, only the pinnacle of speed. He struck, retracted, and then struck again, swift, to the utmost extreme. The myriad of sword shadows enveloped Zhao Dingjian like a tempest, each strike aimed at vital points. Every thrust imbued with terrifying black sword energy. Cursed be this fate. Zhao Dingjian's heart sank in terror. This was no mere mechanic. He was a martial arts lunatic, more fearsome than Qi Lin himself. Confronted with this impenetrable web of swords, a single firearm could hardly suffice. You dare provoke me? Zhao Dingjian bellowed. allowing you to witness the true power of a gunner. Dual gunner. This was a skill he acquired at great expense. Forged in the crucible of battle alongside the noble scions of the Dong family, in response to the Li family's campaign against the coastal factories. By harnessing mechanical force to stimulate the nerves in his arms, he liberated his hands from the constraints of human coordination, achieving complete independent synchronization. Behold, Zhao Dingjian's hands shimmered with brilliant blue electricity, and another identical short-barreled revolver materialized from thin air, landing precisely in his left hand. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire erupted, dense as a drumbeat. Zhao Dingjian, armed with dual firearms, darted left and right amidst the storm of swords. His hands moved as if devoid of bones, firing at angles that defied belief. At times, he even used the barrels of his guns to deflect the sword strikes, firing back in the instant of the sparking collision. This was the legendary gunfighting technique. At close quarters, the clash of gun and sword resounded. The blue and red sparks danced with the black sword energy in the rain-soaked night, intertwining and colliding continuously. Clang, clang, clang. The figures of both combatants moved with breathtaking speed, leaving onlookers in a daze, unable to find an opportunity to fire, lest they inadvertently harm their own leader. Yet, as time wore on, beads of cold sweat began to form on Zhao Dingjian's forehead. His mechanical energy dwindled rapidly, and his arms grew numb from the strain. In stark contrast, Cao Dan, sustained by his extraordinary physique, maintained steady and powerful breaths. His sword momentum not only remained undiminished, but intensified, becoming heavier and swifter. Was this man a monster? How could he show no signs of fatigue? Zhao Dingjian felt an overwhelming sense of despair, his movements momentarily faltering. In that fleeting instant, a cold glimmer flashed in Cao Dan's eyes, an opening. With a sudden, fierce shout, he retracted his inner energy, causing the myriad of sword shadows to vanish. All his strength, all his vitality coalesced into a single point at the tip of his sword. The once silver soft sword transformed entirely into a pitch-black hue, as if it could consume the very light around it. Fundamental sword technique, the sharp edge. Without any superfluous motions, Cao Dan thrust his sword forward. This strike was as straight as a line, honed to perfection. The air seemed to tear apart, emitting a sharp, piercing howl. The black sword energy disregarded the rain, curtain, and distance, aiming directly for Zhao Dingjian's brow. This move was designed to penetrate various protective techniques and heavy defenses, striving for the utmost precision and lethality at a singular point. Zhao Dingjian felt as though all the scenery around him had vanished, leaving only a streak of crimson. Ah, my eyes! In the downpour, a heart-wrenching scream pierced through the air, even more jarring than the gunfire from earlier. Zhao Dingjian covered his face with both hands. Staggering backward, the rain mixed with his blood, trickling through his fingers and instantly staining them a dark crimson. That strike was too swift, too merciless. Even though he desperately leaned back at the last moment, he could not evade it entirely. Although the sword energy did not directly pierce his brow, it horizontally sliced through his eyes, along with his electronic prosthetic. Where are you? Where are you? Blinded, Zhao Dingjian descended into madness. He frantically pulled the trigger, his twin guns spitting bullets indiscriminately like venomous serpents in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. A few muffled groans arose. Two unfortunate subordinates, hiding in the shadows and attempting to provide support, were accidentally gunned down by their own leader, tumbling off the rooftop. You could keep pace with my movements and see through the mask because of that electronic eye, but now it is over. Cao Dan gazed coldly at him. With a flick of his wrist, the black soft sword danced in the air, creating a flourish. Merging with the sword, he became one with it. Swish! A black arc flickered through the rainy night. The sword sliced diagonally into Zhao Dingjian's left shoulder, gliding through his chest as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, severing his collarbone, ribs, and spine, ultimately emerging from his right flank. Even the high-strength ceramic bulletproof vest he had acquired at great expense was cleaved in two before the blade imbued with sword energy. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Zhao Dingjian's frantic shooting came to an abrupt halt. His upper body slowly slid down, separating from his lower half. With a crash, blood mingled with steaming entrails poured onto the ground, instantly staining the waterlogged pavement of vivid scarlet. The surrounding gunmen were paralyzed with terror at the horrifying spectacle. The boss is dead. A cry for vengeance erupted. Kill him. Avenge the boss. In an instant, fear morphed into a frenzied thirst for blood. Countless gun barrels belched flames, and a relentless storm of bullets descended upon Cao Dan like a metallic tempest. Yet, Cao Dan's expression remained unperturbed. With a swift flick of his long sword, he shook off the soiled blood clinging to the blade. A resounding hum echoed as a surge of formidable internal energy erupted from his being, enveloping him in an almost imperceptible aura within a 3-inch radius. The internal energy had evolved into solid body. Raindrops struck the aura, instantly deflected, creating a delicate mist around him. The sound of bullets ricocheting off his form produced dazzling sparks, which subsequently fell to the ground like scattered jewels, emitting a crisp sound. Although some larger caliber rounds jolted him with their force, they could not breach the absolute defense derived from his iron shirt. With quick reflexes, Cao Dan seized the heavy leather pouch from Zhao Dingjian's lifeless form. Simultaneously, a flicker of mechanical prowess allowed him to absorb Zhao Dingjian's modified revolvers into his grasp, stowing them within his trenchcoat pocket. Retreat. While the solid body technique was formidable, maintaining it amidst a hail of bullets consumed vast amounts of internal energy. Having recently endured a fierce battle, his reserves were already diminished. He was not foolish enough to remain a target. Moreover, distant sounds of approaching footsteps and the roar of engines signaled the arrival of the Flying Bear Gang's main force. With powerful strides, Cao Dan propelled himself like a nimble cat, leaping onto the rooftops and dashing deeper into the labyrinthine alleys. Just as he was about to vanish into the rain-soaked night, a potent sense of danger surged within him, an instinct honed by martial arts. Instinctively, he ducked. Whoosh! A specially designed bullet, marked with spiral patterns, grazed his scalp, searing a lock of hair with its intense heat before colliding violently with a nearby chimney, creating a gaping hole. Turning his head, Cao Dan glimpsed a speeding jeep in the distance, where an assailant was aiming a rifle. Damn! Using my own specially crafted bullets against me. He cursed silently. Yet he dared not pause, swiftly disappearing into the obscurity of the rain-drenched night. Minutes later, Duan Peng arrived at the scene with a throng of subordinates. Surveying the grotesque remnants of dismembered bodies and the severed upper torso lying nearby, Duan Peng's eyes widened in fury. Cao Dan, the Flying Bear Gang shall not rest until we have your head. In the northern district of the shanty town, the rain had lessened to a gentle patter. Cao Dan shook the droplets from his trench coat, lowered the brim of his wide-brimmed hat, and ambled down the street. Unlike the chaos and decay of the western district, the northern area appeared more prosperous, or perhaps it was merely a facade of greater moral decay. The streets are adorned with pink neon lanterns, casting a warm, shimmering glow upon the damp pavement. The air is imbued with the scent of perfume. This is the renowned Nightingale Street. Cao Dan weaves through the scene, passing by the doorways of the low-lying houses where numerous scantily clad women stand. Hey there, handsome, come in and rest your feet. The rain outside is quite chill. And I'm warm, coos a woman in a red cheongsam split to her thighs, a slender cigarette pinched between her fingers as she leans against the doorframe. Casting a flirtatious glance at Cao Dan, her makeup is somewhat heavy, attempting to mask the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Yet her gaze reveals a wisdom born of experience. Ignore that old woman. Come see me, brother. I've learned some new massage techniques. A younger girl, clad in a sheer dress, boldly strides forward, attempting to grasp Cao Dan's arm. Beneath the gossamer fabric, her fair skin tantalizingly peeks through, exuding allure. Next time, Cao Dan replies, suppressing his irritation with a chuckle. He hastens away from the two streets, casting a glance back at the pink lights. Silently shaking his head, the street lights in the northern district seem rather red. Upon reaching a safe area, Cao Dan does not rush to seek out Zhu Hanhong. He meanders around the designated hideout several times, even deliberately venturing into a few dead-end alleys and climbing over walls, meticulously inspecting every potential observation point. Only when he is certain there are no tails behind him does he feel at ease. He arrives at an inconspicuous red brick courtyard. Tucked away in a crevice of the entrance wall are 3 polished bullet casings, unremarkable and easily overlooked. Cao Dan knocks rhythmically on the door. Tap, tap, tap. There is no response. He patiently waits. After a full 10 minutes, the sound of a lock clicking echoes as the person inside checks the peephole multiple times. As soon as the door opens a crack, Cao Dan slips inside. Before he can even remove his damp coat, a warm, soft body leaps into his embrace. You finally came. Zhu Hanhong clings to him tightly, her voice trembling with evident emotion. It's all right now. It's over, Cao Dan reassures her, gently closing the door with a swift motion and soothingly patting her back as her tears soak into his chest. They settle down inside the room. After sipping some hot water and catching his breath, Cao Dan begins to recount the events of the evening. Upon learning that Xiao Lu had been attempting to control Edward's trafficking of dream powder, Zhu Hanhong gasps, covering her mouth in surprise. You never truly know a person's heart. Cao Dan sighs. I never expected that seemingly clever and loyal young man to harbor such depth of thought. He hid Edward in the warehouse, not only to monopolize the profits from dream powder, but likely to secure a retreat for himself. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. What about Xiao Lu and Xiao Yu now? Zhu Hanhong inquires. I'm not sure. Cao Dan shook his head, reflecting on the gravity of the situation. Having slain Zhao Dingjian, he knew that, given Duan Peng's character, if they fell into the hands of the Feixiong gang, their fate would be dire. The world was harsh, and everyone had to pay the price for their choices. When Zhao Dingjian's demise was mentioned, a deep concern etched itself onto Zhu Hanhong's face. You have killed their leader. The Feixiong gang will undoubtedly seek retribution. News from the West District will soon reach the North District, and this place may no longer be safe. Do not worry, Cao Dan reassured her, clasping her hand with unwavering resolve. With Zhao Dingjian dead, the Feixiong gang will be leaderless. Duan Peng is not capable of maintaining order, soon. Their internal strife for power will lead to chaos, leaving them little energy to hunt us down. Besides, the North District is the territory of the Z gang. They will not dare to act recklessly. Gazing at her husband's weary yet resolute visage, Zhu Hanhong felt her unease gradually dissipate, replaced by an overwhelming tenderness. You must be tired, she said, gently tracing the scar on his cheek, a remnant of a bullet's passing. Her eyes glimmered with affection. Go take a shower. Allow me to help you wash your back. In the bathroom, steam enveloped the room. After a passionate encounter, the sound of rain outside seemed to soften. Leaning against the headboard, Cao Dan's bare torso exhibited well-defined muscles. Zhu Hanhong, draped in a delicate nightgown, tenderly lit a cigarette for him, then curled up like a cat in his embrace. What shall we do next? She inquired softly. This place is temporarily safe, Cao Dan replied, inhaling deeply from the cigarette and exhaling a plume of gray smoke. In the coming days, I will visit the trading area in the North District to sell some of the goods I have accumulated and gather information about the situation here. All right, I will follow your lead. Zhu Hanhong closed her eyes, savoring the strong heartbeat of the man beside her. Chapter 60, Radiation Dispersion Device. The following day, dawn broke softly. Cao Dan rose early. The air, freshened by the rain, carried a hint of earthy aromas, mingling with the cheap perfume characteristic of the North District, causing a slight tickle in his nose. He organized the supplies he had brought, including some hastily modified firearms and specialized ammunition, preparing to venture into the North District's marketplace to test the waters and gather intelligence. Before stepping out, he donned the Thousand Faces biochemical mask on his face. Pressing a few miniature switches, his facial muscles began to shift. Moments later, the mirror reflected a middle-aged man with slightly protruding cheekbones and a shifty gaze, a stark contrast to his originally ruggedly handsome features. Stay at home. Do not go out, Cao Dan instructed Zhu Hanhong, turning back to her. Previously, when you rented this place and moved goods, you used a different face. For safety's sake, we will share this mask temporarily. Once I acquire enough micro-servo motors, I will create a complete new mask for you. Understood, Zhu Hanhong nodded obediently, adjusting his collar. Be careful. You are new here, and do not stir up trouble. Rest assured, I am merely going to sell goods, not to cause a disturbance. Cao Dan chuckled softly, shouldered his bundle, and stepped outside. The morning in the Northern District was far more bustling than he had anticipated. Walking along the somewhat narrow streets, he observed that most of the shops had already opened for business. To his astonishment, there was an abundance of establishments engaged in the flesh trade, a stark contrast to the clandestine nightingales of the Western District. Here, the business was almost semi-public. He even spotted some shocking husband and wife establishments. At the entrance of a small shop adorned with a pink curtain, a man clad in oversized shorts and sporting a stubbled face squatted on the ground brushing his teeth, occasionally inviting passing men to come in and have a seat. Through the partially concealed curtain, he could see several scantily clad women retouching their makeup inside, one of whom appeared to be the man's wife. The man served tea and water at the door while peddling, and the women inside sold their bodies to support the household. It was all rather unsettling. Cao Dan lowered the brim of his hat and hurried past. This distorted ecology filled him with a sense of physical discomfort. "Hey there, big guy, you look fit. Why not come in for a bit? Handsome, don't walk so fast. We have some very enticing newcomers." Along the way, several heavily made-up women attempted to grab his attention, their cheap perfume assaulting his senses. Cao Dan frowned slightly, a subtle aura of menace emanating from him as he shot them a cold glare. His icy stare extinguished their enthusiasm in an instant. They sheepishly withdrew their hands, no longer daring to pursue him. Sighing inwardly, Cao Dan reflected that in this wasteland, dignity was the most worthless commodity. He merely possessed a golden touch. For those dwelling in the depths of the slums, survival was already an exhausting endeavor. Morality and shame must yield in the face of the primal instinct for survival. After traversing several streets and inquiring along the way, Cao Dan finally arrived at the free trade zone of the Northern District. This vast open square was marked with grids, each grid representing a vendor's stall. The air was filled with a cacophony of voices and calls for sale. Cao Dan found an empty spot, paid a few coins as a management fee, spread out a gray cloth, and displayed the modified handguns and boxes of ammunition he had brought. However, after sitting for over half an hour, few showed interest. He glanced around and noticed that while there were indeed stalls selling firearms and protective gear, the most prosperous ones were those dealing in peculiar items. To his left, a stall was overflowing with an array of so-called pleasure potions and aphrodisiacs. The vendor, a rotund man, was passionately boasting to several customers about how his products could elevate them to euphoric heights. The atmosphere in the Northern District was truly difficult to encapsulate. Cao Dan's brows furrowed in agitation. Compared to these adult commodities, the firearms intended for survival appeared to be far less in demand. After all, many people here perceive death as less fearsome than the inability to truly enjoy life. It seems a market survey is in order, thought Cao Dan, feeling somewhat helpless. At that moment, he noticed an unusually crowded stall not far to his right. People frequently paused to inquire about the items on display, and the transaction rate appeared quite high. Intrigued, Cao Dan glanced over. Before the vendor lay a gray burlap cloth, neatly arranged with metallic collar-like devices of a silvery hue. Each time the vendor demonstrated one, a faint bluish light emanated from its surface, exuding a sense of advanced technology. Could this be a radiation shield? Yet, it seemed somewhat different. Cao Dan pondered. In the wasteland, radiation was a commonplace hazard, yet most impoverished individuals could scarcely afford expensive personal protective equipment, opting instead for infrequent, economical decontamination at public facilities on the outskirts of town. Who would have the disposable income to purchase such seemingly sophisticated personal gear? Was it possible that the residents of the Northern District were so affluent? Seizing the opportunity while his own stall drew no customers, Cao Dan approached and squatted before the vendor. "Brother, your business seems quite prosperous," he remarked, offering a cigarette to establish rapport. "What high-tech marvel are you selling?" The vendor turned, and as he lit the cigarette, Cao Dan observed that the man sported two small mustaches, thin lips, and a somewhat shifty gaze, presenting an astute and acerbic demeanor. "You don't even know what this is?" The middle-aged vendor inhaled deeply, casting a sideways glance at Cao Dan. "Are you new to the Northern District?" "Ah, yes. I just moved here to make a living a couple of days ago," Cao Dan admitted candidly. "No wonder." The vendor exhaled a smoke ring, lowering his voice. "Recently, there have been disturbances from radiation specters in the Northern District. The demand for radiation dispersers has skyrocketed, far exceeding supply." "Radiation dispersers?" Cao Dan was taken aback. "How does this differ from the common radiation shielding devices?" "The differences are substantial." The vendor pointed to the collar-like device. A shielding device is passive, merely offering a semblance of protection like an umbrella. This device, however, is active. It emits a specific frequency wave field that disperses high concentrations of radioactive dust in the vicinity, and such radiation specters are highly averse to this wave field, daring not to approach. Radiation specters? Cao Dan was well aware of them, having read pertinent information in the association's literature. They were among the most bothersome entities in the wasteland. Unlike the corporeal monstrosities, such as the hardened monkey infected by suspected biochemical specters, radiation specters existed as semi-energetic beings, arising from high radiation zones, invisible and intangible, eluding the naked eye of an ordinary person, rendering them nearly impossible to guard against. Once ensnared, one would unwittingly perish. potentially transforming into a new specter. Are you implying that there are currently radiation specters troubling the northern district? Cao Dan inquired. Indeed. In recent weeks, an inexplicable wave of deaths has occurred. A middle-aged vendor spoke gravely, claiming that even high-ranking members of the Purple Robe Gang had succumbed, casting a shadow of fear over the community, with many reluctant to venture out at night. As a newcomer, would you care for a protective device? It's essential for self-defense. After all, life is far more valuable than money. Cao Dan did not rush to respond. Instead, he picked up a larger radiation disperser, his fingers gliding over its surface inch by inch, appreciating the texture and structure beneath the metallic shell. Although the craftsmanship was not particularly refined and bore a certain roughness, the core oscillation unit possessed remarkable qualities. Did you craft this disperser yourself? A spark of curiosity flickered in Cao Dan's eyes. The outer shell was composed of ordinary galvanized steel, yet the core seemed to incorporate a rare crystal oscillator. The vendor's expression shifted abruptly. His previously warm smile vanished, replaced by a wary demeanor. How curious. I've never seen an ordinary customer inquire so deeply. I see now you are one of my peers. He scrutinized Cao Dan, letting out a cold snort. No wonder you're so inquisitive. You aim to steal trade secrets. Leave it be. This is not a place for competitors. Understanding that his ruse had been uncovered, Cao Dan remained unfazed, instead chuckling as he revealed a stack of cash from his pocket. Do not misunderstand. I am merely curious. I, too, am a craftsman and cannot help but express my admiration for fine creations. He casually inquired, what is the price of one? Upon seeing the money, the vendor's demeanor softened slightly. After all, no one turns away from the allure of wealth. The larger one is 20G, while the smaller is 35G, fixed prices. Cao Dan was taken aback. Why does the smaller one cost significantly more? Are you truly ignorant or merely feigning ignorance? The vendor scoffed, regarding Cao Dan as if he were a naive novice. Are you a mechanic? Do you not understand the challenges of miniaturization? To compress the same power into such a diminutive form requires immense effort. Moreover, the smaller version is portable and discreet, crucial for survival in dire circumstances. Cao Dan chuckled inwardly. He understood the rationale, yet he wished to probe further. Maintaining an air of indifference, he continued, do they offer the same effectiveness? Naturally. The vendor leaned back, nostrils flaring with confidence. Otherwise, why would I put in the effort to miniaturize? This is a family craft, with no deceit involved. Very well. Before the vendor could continue his self-promotion, the cash was already presented before him. Are you truly purchasing? The vendor's expression shifted dramatically, his previous harshness evaporating, replaced by a cordial smile. A discerning buyer, I see. One of each, please. Cao Dan stated matter-of-factly. His acquisition of these devices was not solely for research, but also to provide a measure of protection for Zhu Hanhong. Excellent. I shall fetch your change immediately. The middle-aged vendor deftly wrapped 2 radiation dispersers and pushed them forward, then bent down to rummage for change in his waist bag. Seizing the moment while he searched, Cao Dan took the items and casually toyed with them, seemingly nonchalantly inquiring, brother, this gadget is indeed intriguing. Where might one acquire the skills to craft such a thing? Are there any ready-made blueprints available for purchase? The vendor paused, raising his head to reveal a disgruntled expression. I must ask, are you truly ignorant of the rules? Or are you merely jesting with me? He slammed the returned change into Cao Dan's hand, irritation evident in his voice. In this day and age, the craftsmanship of a mechanic is akin to a family heirloom, typically passed down from father to son or master to apprentice. No one would waste their time nurturing an outsider, unless you were their illegitimate child. However, considering the business we just conducted, I shall speak to you in a slightly more amiable tone. Do not harbor hopes of apprenticeship, but if you wish to buy blueprints, you might try your luck in the black market. The middle-aged vendor gestured towards the east. The black market in the North District is directly controlled by the Purple Garment Gang. If you wish to enter, you must first visit their headquarters and pay for a letter of introduction or a pass. There are many treasures within, and as long as you have the funds, you can not only purchase blueprints, but even commission a custom version of a radiation disperser. Cao Dan did not rush to the black market. Instead, he patiently returned to his stall. Being new in town, many circumstances remained unclear, so he resolved to seek an opportunity to visit the market later. Business was indeed dismal. He surveyed the meticulously modified handguns before him and shook his head in resignation. As the afternoon wore on, he had managed to sell only 3 petite hummingbird pistols, all to women. When these women purchased firearms, their thoughts seemed far removed from the weapons themselves. Their heavily made-up eyes roamed over Cao Dan with insatiable curiosity, as if they were hooks, unabashedly sweeping over him. Some even playfully licked their lips, their unabashed desires stirring excitement within him. The atmosphere of the North District was indeed excessively fervent. At that moment, a waft of enchanting fragrance enveloped him. A voluptuous woman paused at his stall, clad in a beige, form-fitting knit top with a generously plunging neckline, revealing a deep, alluring décolletage that subtly rose and fell with her breath. Below, she wore a tight purple leather skirt that accentuated her exaggerated curves. "How much for this gun?" Her voice, slightly husky, caressed his ears like a gentle claw. Tingling with sensation, Cao Dan looked up, meeting her gaze, which sparkled with the allure of spring waters. 35G each, and I'll throw in 2 boxes of ammunition. He steadied himself and quoted the price. "That's rather expensive. Can you lower it a bit?" She pouted, leaning forward, her intoxicating scent growing more potent. "No negotiations," Cao Dan replied coolly. The woman, with a light laugh that concealed her intentions, did not linger in her pursuit. Instead, she readily produced the money. "Very well. I shall take this one." As Cao Dan extended his hand to pass her the hummingbird pistol, her fingers seemingly brushed against his palm with an unintentional grace. Her pinky, adorned with pale lavender nail polish, slithered like a nimble serpent, delicately teasing his palm. A surge of electricity coursed through him, causing his heart to skip a beat, and an undeniable primal impulse stirred within him. Something was amiss. Cao Dan's gaze sharpened, and he instantly activated his innate ability. Gentleman's favor. A pale blue information box unfurled in his vision. Name: Siapanchin, Star Moon. Race: human. Lifespan: 2,754 years. Physique: 153 abilities. 231 occupation: apprentice ability user. Talent: eternal youth. Maintains youthful appearance and physiological functions until the eve of death. Specialization: vital extractor. Enhances the effect of life essence absorption. Vital restorer: can restore essence to others, increasing mutual physical and mental compatibility. Skills: CF family ability cultivation method, LV1. Hypnosis, LV3. Potion preparation, LV3. Vital extraction and restoration, LV4. Dance, LV3. Overall evaluation, C level. Who could resist the allure of this ageless goddess and her captivating charm? Indeed. A chill ran through Cao Dan as the pale blue glow in his eyes swiftly faded. No wonder he felt so unsettled by that seemingly innocent caress. This woman was a master of mental manipulation. She must have employed hypnosis as she approached the stall, perhaps even earlier. That seemingly unintentional contact had been the trigger for psychological suggestion. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Did I pay her particular attention? Even subconsciously using gentleman's favor under her hypnotic influence? The implications were chilling. Was this woman testing my limits? Or had she simply taken a fancy to my vigorous life force, intending to use me as a source of vitality? Cao Dan watched the figure of Siapanchin as she departed. Her gait was rhythmical, her rounded form swaying beneath the purple leather skirt like an enticing pendulum. Each movement striking at the primal instincts of men. He inhaled deeply, channeling his inner energy to quell the heat rising within him. This woman was not ordinary. Until he discerned her true nature, it would be wise to keep his distance. That evening, in his rented room, Cao Dan returned home, placing a pile of coins and 2 radiation dispersal devices upon the table. He first recounted the matter of the radiative malevolence to Zhu Hanhong in detail, then rose to hang the 2 circular devices on a hook behind the door. As the instrument was activated, 2 faint beams of blue light illuminated the surroundings. Although uncertain of its efficacy, Cao Dan mused that it was better to be cautious, given the circulating rumors. He then casually recounted his observations from the market that day, noting the distinct atmosphere of the northern district, where the populace appeared more open-minded. Taking a sip of water, he remarked with a hint of resignation. Such fleshly enterprises have even made their way onto the streets. It is not uncommon to see husband and wife shops. Today, the female customers who purchased firearms from me seemed as if they could devour me with their gazes. At that moment, Zhu Hanhong, who was slicing vegetables in the kitchen, set down her knife and stepped out. With a playful smile, she poked his chest with a finger and teased, "What's this? Is our esteemed Cao Dan feeling a stir of desire? Are you finding your home's yellow-faced woman insufficiently captivating and yearning to indulge in wildflowers?" What nonsense are you spouting? Cao Dan retorted, grasping her finger with righteous indignation. Am I such a person? My intentions are purely critical. Critical. Despite his words, his mind involuntarily conjured the image of Xiep Hanqing, adorned in a purple leather skirt, possessing the eternal spring talent. Her mature charm and lethal allure indeed presented a different kind of enchantment. Umph, as if you would dare, Zhu Hanhong scoffed, playfully collapsing into his embrace. Our finances are sufficient to sustain us for a while. Don't overexert yourself these days. Proceed methodically in gathering materials and assessing the environment. We can visit the black market once the storm has passed. Listening to my esteemed wife, Cao Dan replied with a smile, wrapping his arms around her waist, his hands wandering playfully. However, besides these pressing matters, there is an even more significant undertaking at hand. What matter? Zhu Hanhong inquired, her eyes blinking curiously. Why? The plan for procreation. Cao Dan grinned mischievously, sweeping her off her feet and striding towards the bedroom. Ah, the meal is not yet prepared. You are truly impatient. 2 hours later, the bedroom lay in disarray, the air thick with a distinctive atmosphere. Zhu Hanhong, now languid and pliable as a puddle of mud on the bed, lacked the strength to move even a single finger. Her face flushed, her eyes glazed, she gasped for breath. Her skin glistening with a sheen of sweat, as if she had just emerged from water. In contrast, Cao Dan, with his extraordinary physique, remained invigorated. His eyes bright and alert, without even a hint of breathlessness. Dear wife, are you all right? He inquired, a lingering sense of desire evident in his voice. Zhu Hanhong rolled her eyes weakly, her voice hoarse. Spare me. I truly cannot endure any more. I feel as if my waist is about to snap. Though she was also an individual with extraordinary abilities, her resilience paled in comparison to Cao Dan's superhuman stamina, leaving her utterly exhausted. Very well, then you should rest. Cao Dan said apologetically, kissing her forehead and covering her with a blanket. Yet, the vigor within him was far too abundant, rather than being depleted by their earlier exertions. It felt as if a fire had been ignited, leaving him in a state of restless heat. I will head to the training room shortly. Cao Dan rose, donned his attire, and quietly exited the bedroom. Upon entering the adjacent modest training chamber, he inhaled deeply and began to practice his martial arts skills. The muffled sound of his powerful punches reverberated within the room. He channeled all his pent-up energy into honing his martial prowess. With each strike, a wave of scorching air surged forth. On the large bed in the bedroom, Zhu Hanhong did not immediately succumb to slumber. She lay on her side, listening to the sounds of training emanating from next door, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. His physique is formidable. I can hardly satisfy him. Zhu Hanhong bit her lip, feeling a flutter of anxiety. In this morally unrestrained wasteland, a man as strong as Cao Dan could easily seek solace in the arms of several women outside. Moreover, he had mentioned the liberated women of the Northern District today. Should I perhaps learn some techniques? This thought flashed through Zhu Hanhong's mind. She recalled the peculiar books and tools she had seen at the Western District trading market, which once filled her with shame, but now seemed necessary to study in order to secure his heart. I cannot allow him to perceive me as ineffectual. Chapter 62. The black market of the purple clothing gang. In the early morning of the Northern District, a chill permeated the air. The concrete telephone poles lining the streets were speckled with yellow-brown mud. Under the morning light, the thin layer of white frost appeared particularly crystalline, exuding an air of desolation. Cao Dan tightened his coat against the cold and treaded cautiously on the somewhat slick pavement toward the headquarters of the Purple Clothing Gang. The Purple Clothing Gang, a long-standing local power in the Northern District, bore resemblance to the now extinct Gray Snake Society of the Western District, both shadowed by influential figures from within the town. Unlike the tumultuous Western District, which had been a battleground for assaults on coastal factories, the Northern District remained relatively stable. The Purple Clothing Gang was supported by a notable figure within the town, their position as solid as a rock, wielding absolute authority over this territory. As Cao Dan made his way, he encountered several groups of patrolling gang members. Their attire was easily recognizable, regardless of gender. They invariably adorned themselves with purple accessories. Some wore purple headscarves, others purple armbands, and those with more flair even sported holsters crafted from purple leather. Following the address he had obtained, Cao Dan turned into a relatively clean alley and located the Purple Clothing Gang's nearby headquarters. It was a modest establishment, with a purple lantern hanging at the entrance. Upon entering, The interior was not the smoke-filled den he had anticipated. The main hall was quite tidy, even featuring a few potted plants. At that moment, there were only a handful of guards present, led by a group of 5, all of whom were women. Behind the counter sat a woman in her late 20s, presumably the leader of this establishment. Her appearance could only be described as unremarkable. Her skin was somewhat coarse, and her face bore a few freckles. At that moment, she was nonchalantly trimming her nails, a delicate and compact handgun secured at her waist. On her left wrist, she sported a miniature radiation disperser, emitting a faint blue glow. As for the 4 female accomplices flanking her, though they were equipped with either automatic rifles or submachine guns and appeared well-trained, none of them possessed a radiation disperser. "What do you want?" the lead woman inquired without lifting her head, her tone distinctly frosty. "A black market introduction letter," Cao Dan replied, lowering his voice. 5 grams, valid only for today," she stated, extending a hand to tap the table. "Understand the rules? Transactions only, no disturbances. If you breach the rules, consider yourself fortunate if you merely end up as fertilizer." "Understood." Cao Dan promptly placed the 5 grams on the table. Only then did the woman lazily raise her head, casting a glance at him before pocketing the money. She retrieved a card embossed with a purple seal from her drawer, scribbled a date on it, and tossed it his way. "Here, the entrance is in the container area by the old dock. Opens at 9 in the morning. Closes at 5 in the afternoon, no exceptions for tardiness." After exiting the Purple Robe Gang's premises, with time still on his side, Cao Dan did not rush to the black market. Instead, he meandered to the nearby free trade zone to explore market prices. His first stop was the food section, where prices were not significantly different from the Western District. The lowest tier of mutated creatures, such as giant ant meat, fluctuated between 0.5 to 0.7 grams per pound. If processed for detoxification in small workshops, the more palatable meat generally cost above 0.65 grams per pound. However, the prices for firearms here intrigued Cao Dan, perhaps due to the relative peace in the Northern District and the ease of supply. Bullets and ordinary firearms were remarkably inexpensive, almost akin to being priced as low as cabbage. For instance, automatic rifles, a sought-after commodity, were nearly 20% cheaper than in the Western District. This presented a potential opportunity. Cao Dan contemplated observing the market for a few days to ascertain whether the Flying Bear Gang could indeed extend their reach into the Northern District. If the area remained secure and he found himself with ample funds, he could certainly seize the opportunity to stockpile firearms and ammunition. After wandering around, Cao Dan returned to the vicinity of yesterday's stall. The acerbic man selling radiation dispersers was nowhere to be seen. However, the plump man across from him, who sold adult products, was still present, and his business was thriving, provoking envy. A crowd had gathered around his stall, not only comprising lecherous men, but also numerous women who unabashedly sifted through the exaggeratedly designed items. The atmosphere in the Northern District was perplexing to Cao Dan. It was both decadent and vibrant. As he continued to explore, he made a new discovery. At an intersection, there was a small shop selling nutritional bars. The store, though modest in size, prominently displayed the emblem of the Marallertown supply station, suggesting a noteworthy background. Cao Dan pushed open the door. On the shelves, he found high-energy compressed food, which, while resembling toothpaste in texture, boasted comprehensive nutrition and convenience in transport. Such items were seldom seen in food stores in the Western District, typically reserved for the black market. Naturally, Cao Dan would not squander his money on such things. These were provisions meant for elite hunters operating in frontline combat. As he continued to browse, he discovered that the nutritional bars here were significantly cheaper than in the Western District, where one could procure 6 bars for merely 1 G. This food store was indeed commendable, he mused. The sole drawback was the limited variety and scant supply of foodstuffs, hinting at a controlled distribution. It had been quite some time since he had enjoyed a proper meal of rice or flour. Cao Dan patted his stomach and, after another round of exploration, refrained from making immediate purchases, opting instead to return after conducting his business in the black market. The Northern District Black Market, located in the Old Docks container area, had once thrived as a bustling logistics hub but had since transformed into the largest underground trading venue in the Northern District. Countless rust-laden colossal containers were stacked together, creating a labyrinthine maze. Each modified container served as a temporary shop. Setting up a stall here required a considerable investment. One had to first pay a hefty deposit to the Purple Robe Gang, followed by a daily rent as high as 20 G. Consequently, There were no small-time vendors here. Only formidable black market merchants could establish themselves, selling not common goods, but rather high-demand luxury items or contraband. Cao Dan donned the simple mask provided along with the introduction letter from the Purple Robe Gang, complemented by the chameleon life mask within, ensuring a double layer of protection. As he navigated the maze-like corridors, he quickly spotted several shops specializing in mechanical parts. He had found the miniature servo motors. Stopping before a container marked C13, he gazed at the neatly arranged shelves holding various models of miniature motors, all exhibiting exceptional precision, including high-end pieces no larger than a fingernail. These were the crucial core components necessary for constructing a complete version of the chameleon life mask. "Boss, I'll take all these models," Cao Dan declared, bypassing any further pleasantries and making his purchases in one swift motion. This transaction cost him over 200 G, though it pained him to part with such funds. It was a small price to pay for his safety and future convenience. After acquiring the motors, he began searching for another objective of his journey, the blueprint for a radiation dispersal device. It must be said that such life-saving technological blueprints were indeed rare resources. He inquired at several shops, only to be met with either a lack of availability or the insistence on selling only finished products, not the blueprints themselves. As he turned to proceed to the next container, he noticed a figure standing in a rust-covered container diagonally across from him. He paused and made his way over. The proprietor of the stall is an eccentric figure clad in a black robe, with a dark hood obscuring his features, leaving only his eyes visible. The merchandise displayed upon his counter left Cao Dan, an experienced connoisseur, momentarily speechless. Before him lay an array of customized radiation dispersers, each more peculiar than the last, embodying the pinnacle of ergonomic design. A twitch formed at the corner of Cao Dan's mouth. At times, he found himself admiring the imagination and creativity of the folks from the Northern District. What might initially be deemed as sophisticated high-tech apparatuses devolved into something rather unwholesome in their hands. Clearing his throat, Cao Dan approached the counter, casually picking up a relatively normal-looking model to examine it, inquiring, "Do you have any schematics for the radiation disperser for sale?" Expecting a refusal, he was taken aback when the hooded figure let out a peculiar chuckle, his voice tinged with a hint of sleaziness. "Ah, my friend, you have a discerning eye. Indeed, I possess the most comprehensive selection of schematics." With that, he retrieved a brown envelope from beneath the counter. "You see, this basic model in a larger version is priced at 100 G. The meticulously miniaturized version, however, is 150 G. As for these uniquely designed ones," he gestured towards the oddly shaped items. "Each incurs an additional charge of 10 G, as they incorporate the cost of ergonomic design." "That's exorbitant," Cao Dan frowned, preparing to employ his bargaining skills. "The schematic for the miniaturized version should be 100 G. Although it has been downsized, the core principles remain consistent. Your markup is excessive." "Oh dear, my friend, that's simply 1 T due," the hooded man protested, waving his hands emphatically, his voice high-pitched. "This is a matter of knowledge compensation. Miniaturization is an intricate process. I cannot sell it for a penny less. No negotiations." The two engaged in a spirited exchange, their voices animated as they haggled for what felt like an eternity. Ultimately, through the application of his technical jargon, Cao Dan managed to secure the exquisite, miniaturized version, schematic for the price of 120 G. "Deal," he proclaimed, handing over the payment and receiving the somewhat yellowed schematic in return. "Splendid, my good sir." As the hooded man counted his coins, his eyes gleamed mischievously, and he produced a box from beneath the counter, enthusiastically promoting, "Since you've purchased the schematics, surely you'll need to assemble it? A skilled artisan cannot work without materials. Look here. I have a complete set of raw materials, core crystals, oscillators, alloy casings, all of the finest quality, and far more economical than sourcing them individually." Cao Dan inspected the materials, noting their excellent condition, thus sparing himself the trouble of scouring for components elsewhere. "All right, I'll take 5 sets of raw materials." In the end, he handed over an additional 50 G for enough supplies to create 5 finished products. "Excellent choice. Here you go." With the transaction concluded, the hooded figure, seemingly unwilling to let go of this lucrative opportunity, leaned closer and remarked, "Brother, I can see you're a novice. While this may appear straightforward, the assembly process is rife with intricacies. I also offer one-on-one guidance in manufacturing techniques, priced at merely 20 G per hour, with a guarantee of complete mastery." Would you like to schedule a session? Cao Dan rolled his eyes at this. This fellow truly embodies the essence of business acumen, calculating even the minutiae. No, I shall manage on my own, he resolutely declined, turning to leave with his belongings. What a jest! He is a man accompanied by a system. Once he obtains the blueprints, coupled with a few practical applications, his proficiency would surely skyrocket. In general mechanical fabrication, as long as one possesses a complete set of design schematics, there is nothing beyond his grasp. As he strolled back, Cao Dan fondled the blueprints and materials nestled in his arms, already devising grand plans for future profits. Mastering the method to construct this radiation dispersal device would essentially transform it into a money-printing machine. With such a dire shortage in the Northern District, I could easily mass-produce it. He even contemplated further. Should the production reach sufficient quantities, could he not transport this item to the Western or Southern districts for resale? Although the situation there is tumultuous, he had not heard of such a device being present, making it an exclusive venture. Of course, these thoughts remained mere musings. The current shanty town is fraught with instability. The Flying Bear Gang in the Western District is ever watchful, while the Northern District grapples with radiation malevolence. Steady now. Do not act recklessly. Cao Dan took a deep breath, suppressing his inner turmoil, resolving to thoroughly understand the blueprints and create the device before establishing a firm foothold in the Northern District.